Like, subscribe, and share my fanfiction audiobook channel, otherwise you'll stay single forever, face with stuck out tongue and winking eye. But if you do, maybe you'll get a wife, and in my next video, I'll even do a special giveaway just for you. Chapter 1 Double Kamui. I'm Hayakawa Aki. A handsome boy with black hair, green eyes, and a slightly childish face introduced himself to Otonashishiya with a cold expression. Because next, he and the other party are about to form a partner. Hello, my name is Otonashishiya. We are partners in this commission. Please give me your guidance. Otonashishiya smiled and extended his hand to Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Aki looked at his hand and hesitated for a while, as if a little hesitant, before reaching out her hand to shake his. Otonashishiya did not dislike the cold and difficult Hayakawa Aki. Because he is a time traveler, he knows very well what kind of person Hayakawa Aki is, and he also knows what caused Hayakawa Aki to become like this. This is the world of Chainsaw Man. He is located in Tokyo, Japan, and the current timeline is 1993, which is different from 1997 in the main line of the original work. Therefore, at this time, Hayakawa Aki had not yet tied his hair into a bun, nor had he become a public security demon hunter, but was instead working as a civilian demon hunter. Your eyes should be your demonic power, right? From the very beginning, Hayakawa Aki was somewhat concerned about the other party's blood-red eyes. There were even strange shapes in the blood-red eyes, which looked very different. That's right. Otonashishiya did not deny it. But in reality, this was a cheat that came with his time travel, the Mangekyō Sharingan camui. And it's double camui. In a world like Chainsaw Man that is similar to modern society but with countless monsters called demons running rampant on the earth, it would be difficult to deal with it without cheat. Demons come from human beings' fear of everything in the world, including animals, plants, and various concepts. The scarier a thing is, the stronger the demon with that name is. There are demons as weak as chicken demons and apple demons, as strong as dark demons and death demons. There are all kinds of strange demons. Otonashishiya has watched both Hokage and Chainsaw Man, and knows that the space-time ninjutsu of double kamui is extremely superb no matter which world it is placed in, but it also has great side effects. After all, it's not the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, let alone double kamui. The consumption of a single kamui is very exaggerated. But it's not without a solution, the system is still relatively humane. Host, Otonashishiya. Age, 18. Strength, 10, average for ordinary people is 10. Speed, 11, average for ordinary people is 10. Chi and blood, 12, the average value of ordinary people is 10. Allocated attribute points, 1. Otonashishiya moved his mind, and the system panel appeared before his eyes. No one could see it except himself. Strength and speed are easy to understand, but the chi and blood attribute is more complicated. It affects vitality and self-healing ability. Vitality, in layman's terms, is blood volume. The things that were originally consumed when using the Sharingan were also changed by the system, and what needed to be consumed were his vitality and pupil power. Therefore, the solution is to improve the chi and blood attribute. When the chi and blood is strong enough, not only can you use the kamui pupil technique at will, but your whole body including your eyes can heal itself, unless you die or go blind. Then the most important thing is how to obtain attribute points. There are not many ways. One is to hunt demons, and the other is to activate achievements. The only attribute he has now is the one he obtained when he first met Hayakawa Aki. Ding! Host activates the achievement partnering with Hayakawa Aki, and gains attribute points, 2. Now that I have completed my partnership with Hayakawa Aki, I have gained 2 more attributes. Unfortunately, the achievements that can be unlocked are limited, and the system does not indicate which achievements can be activated. Hunting demons is still the most practical way. Otonashishiya said to himself. Therefore, the first thing he did when he traveled through time was to find a civilian stronghold, a stronghold composed of civilian demon hunters, which would specifically issue commissions for hunting demons and also provide a place for entertainment. Since normal human weapons are unable to deal with brutal and powerful demons, a special profession called demon hunter has gradually emerged. By signing a contract with the demon, one can obtain the demon's power and thus have the ability to hunt demons. Of course, making a contract with the devil comes with a price, ranging from losing some things to losing your life. There is a distinction between civilian and public security demon hunters. Public security demon hunters are generally stronger and more formal. They are an official unit established by the Japanese government, and the threshold for becoming a public security demon hunter is also high. The threshold for becoming a civilian demon hunter is relatively low. All one has to do is find a way to make a contract with the devil to gain power and be able to hunt demons. As a result, there are all kinds of people in the civilian strongholds. What surprised Chiya was that he happened to meet Hayakawa Aki, a very important second male character in the original work, as soon as he arrived at the private base. Hayakawa Aki was taking a commission at the time, but the commission required at least 2 civilian demon hunters to act together. It seemed that no one wanted to partner with Hayakawa Aki for a while, so he took the initiative to partner with Hayakawa Aki. But let me be frank. The goal of this commission is not simple. If you drag your feet, I will not care about you. Hayakawa Aki said bluntly in a cold tone. Although he was in urgent need of a temporary partner, he had never seen the young man in white before. The information registered at the base also showed that he was a newcomer who had never carried out any commission. His words were rather harsh, but he also stated directly that the demon that needed to be hunted this time was very dangerous, and he hoped that the other party would retreat when faced with difficulty. It's okay. I'll try not to hold you back. Chiya still smiled kindly. Hayakawa Aki was silent and didn't say anything more. I hope this guy can survive by then. That Hayakawa guy is so cool, is there really anyone willing to partner with him? The guy who's partnering with him looks really unfamiliar. He should be the new guy who just came today. That's not surprising. Although I don't like Hayakawa Aki, I have to say that he is really strong. A newcomer who dares to carry out a mission with him is really fearless. At this time, Chiya could vaguely hear other civilian demon hunters around him talking about him and Hayakawa Aki. He looked over and saw those people staring at his Mangekyō Sharingan for a moment before they all looked away in panic and fear. They felt that if they stared into the boy's strange eyes for a while longer, they would be deeply trapped in them and even lose themselves. They didn't dare to say a word about this strange young man of unknown origin. By the way, Chiya's dual camui cannot be turned on and off freely, but they will not consume mana permanently like Kakashi. This is a benefit given to him by the system, and his Japanese Grandmaster is also given by the system. Hayakawa Aki noticed the reactions of those people. It was also the first time he saw Chiya's strange demonic power. But for a newcomer with no practical experience, it still feels very uncertain. Chapter 2. After leaving the civilian base, Chiya and Hayakawa Aki walked to the location specified in the request. On the way, he had almost no communication with Hayakawa Aki. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 3. Chi and blood, 15. Allocated attribute points, 0. Chiya allocated all his 3 attributes to Chi and blood in preparation for the upcoming battle with the devil. He suddenly felt that his vitality had become much stronger, but it was still far from enough. He estimated that any use of the camui technique would hollow out his body in an instant. It could only be said that it was at least better than before. When they arrived at the destination, Hayakawa Aki said, "We're already here. Follow me and don't run around." All I saw before me was an old, abandoned stone bridge. Under the bridge was a dirty, smelly ditch. The water level was very shallow, with all kinds of garbage floating on it. There were no pedestrians walking near the bridge. On the side of the stone bridge, there is a large hole connected to the nearby mountain. It is pitch black inside and no one knows how deep it is. According to the information provided by the commission, the devil is hiding in here. After saying that, Hayakawa Aki walked directly into the bridge tunnel and said, "I'll explore in the front, you keep an eye on the situation behind." Otonashishiya didn't say anything, but just walked silently behind Hayakawa Aki. It can be seen that Hayakawa Aki already has the weapon of the cursed demon Ka at this time, which is placed behind him. If he remembered correctly, Hayakawa Aki was around 20 years old in the original timeline, but he had already signed a contract with the cursed devil at that time. If you stab the target 3 times with the weapon designated by the cursed demon, the target will be killed instantly, but the price is. For example, in the original work, Hayakawa Aki had less than 2 years left to live before he had a snowball fight with Denji. Although the cursed demon has not performed very well so far, it is mainly because the enemies it faces are too strong for it. It has made 2 rare appearances, and both encounters are creatures that cannot be truly killed, such as the katana and the chainsaw man. Otherwise, this instant ability is still very strong. I just don't know if Hayakawa Aki has made a contract with other demons at this time. The demon power of the cursed demon, which has such a high cost, must not be used casually. Apart from this, the other knife hanging on Hayakawa Aki's waist should be just an ordinary knife. Otonashishiya himself also had a katana hanging around his waist. This was a very common weapon in Japan, which he had bought casually at a private settlement. Wait! At this moment, Otonashishiya suddenly whispered. Possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan, his eyesight and insight far surpassing those of ordinary people are his most basic abilities. Even in this pitch-black bridge tunnel, he can see clearly. He saw the demon lurking in the deepest part from afar. It looked like a crayfish, but it was many times larger than a normal crayfish. It can be vaguely seen that this demon is scarlet all over, at least 2 meters tall, and even longer. Its thick shell is full of pits and sharp spikes. On its pointed head are 6 huge eyeballs covered with bloodshot, similar to human eyes. Its several pairs of tentacles are like thick whips and look very lethal. Its huge pair of pincers can easily smash a person into meat paste. Ding! Host activates the achievement First Encounter with the Devil, and gains attribute points, 1. Although Hayakawa Aki had a flashlight, the light was limited and he still couldn't see what was going on deep in the bridge tunnel. So he wondered, what's wrong? I saw the devil. It was the crayfish devil designated by the client. Otonashishiya whispered. The task information provided by the client described it as a crayfish demon. Crayfish is another name for crayfish, which basically matches the image of the demon in front of him. Where? Hayakawa Aki was immediately surprised. How could he see so clearly in such an environment? But at the same time, the crayfish demon had also discovered that 2 humans had broken in. The crayfish demon immediately attacked the 2 of them, and the dozen or so curious human hands at the bottom ran very fast. Any slight movement of such a huge body would cause quite a stir, especially in the extremely quiet depths of the bridge tunnel. Here it comes! Otonashishiya growled. Hayakawa Aki had already been prepared in his heart. It was difficult to hide in such a small space, so he could only face the attack head-on. He drew the sword from his waist to block the attack of the crayfish demon, but was immediately knocked away by its huge brute force. He, stupid humans, I didn't expect you to come to my door. I can have a good meal again. The smell of humans is so delicious. The crayfish demon was in no hurry to chase after him, but instead laughed arrogantly. Hayakawa Aki managed to keep himself steady. His originally clean clothes were already mostly soaked by the dirty water. He immediately said to Otonashishiya, "It's hard to move here. Let's lead it out. If you can't dodge flexibly, fighting the devil with brute force is almost like seeking death, unless you use the power of the devil." Otonashishiya thought to himself that it seemed that Hayakawa Aki had only signed a contract with the cursed demon at present, and the fox demon should have joined the Tokyo Public Security Bureau later. You have no chance to get out, prepare to die. The crayfish demon would naturally not let the fat meat that was about to reach its mouth fly away, and used its whip-like tentacles to wrap around Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki respectively. However, in the eyes of Otonashishiya Mangekyō Sharingan, the crayfish demon's movements are completely slow motion. In other words, at the moment when the tentacle was about to attack, he had already seen through the tentacle's complete next movement trajectory. This is somewhat similar to the eye ability of Hayakawa Aki after he made a contract with the future devil in the original work, but the principle is actually completely different. The principle of the future devil's eyes is to see the future 2 seconds later, while the principle of Mangekyō Sharingan is insight, which can also be understood as prediction. That's right, it's extremely accurate prediction. As long as the opponent makes a move, he can accurately perceive the entire trajectory of the action that has not yet happened. Following this trajectory, Otonashishiya avoided any possibility of being touched by the tentacles. He just moved his feet casually, and the tentacles almost brushed past him, but did not touch a single hair of his. On the other side, Hayakawa Aki quickly retreated and avoided the attack in time. He couldn't see clearly in such a dark environment, and when he saw that Otonashishiya didn't make any obvious evasive moves, he thought he was in danger. Otonashi! Hayakawa Aki shouted worriedly and immediately picked up the flashlight that had fallen on the ground, only to find that Otonashishiya was unharmed. Just at this moment, he clearly saw Otonashishiya holding a sword and cutting off the tentacle of the lobster demon. The blood splashing in the air was reflected by the scarlet blood eyes. Only then did he realize that the young man in front of him was far from as simple as he had originally thought. Chapter 3. The crayfish demon howled immediately, not only because of the pain in its tentacles, but also because of the anger at being injured by humans. In a rage, the crayfish demon smashed Otonashishiya with both of its giant claws. If it were an ordinary person, it would be basically difficult to dodge an attack with such a large range. But Otonashishiya is not an ordinary person. With his Mangekyō Sharingan, he can capture the dynamics of everything around him and accurately predict the situation. The crayfish demon will never be able to touch him. He even dared to rush forward from under the giant pincers. He had predicted that when the giant pincers came down, he would not be able to touch him as he rushed forward. Thus he closed the distance between himself and the crayfish demon, sword in hand, ready to attack. Seeing this scene, Hayakawa Aki's heart suddenly tightened. In his opinion, this was an extremely risky move with a very low margin of error, and one could be life-threatening if not careful. This is indeed true for ordinary people, and the tolerance rate may be less than 10%, but for Otonashishiya it is 100%, and there is no possibility of error at all. At this moment, Otonashishiya stabbed the crayfish demon's abdomen with the sword in his hand. The carapace on the crayfish demon is not all round. Many parts such as the tentacles and abdomen are not protected by the carapace, and a sharp enough sword can cause damage to it. Puchi! The sword stabbed to the deepest point and then pulled out, and the demon's blood immediately splashed out from the wound. Seeing such smooth and rapid connection of movements, Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but be stunned. Is this guy really a newcomer? However, Hayakawa Aki quickly came to his senses. He couldn't just stand there and watch, so he immediately attacked the crayfish demon from behind. But the back and tail are basically protected by thick shells, so he can only use the sword to cut at the legs, which are those things that look like human hands. Maybe the claws of the crayfish demon were too heavy, so it was slow to lift them. Taking advantage of this gap, Otonashishiya ripped open the crayfish demon's belly, and countless intestines flowed out. Hayakawa Aki also cut off most of the crayfish demon's legs. As the crayfish demon screamed, Otonashishiya dealt it the final blow, stabbing it from the chest upwards into the head, and soon it was completely motionless. Ding! Host activates the achievement First Demon Hunting, and gains attribute points, 5. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the crayfish demon and obtained attribute points, 9. Of course, the attribute points you can get from hunting different demons are also different. The stronger the demon, the more attribute points you can get after hunting it. The strength of the crayfish demon is definitely not very strong, but it is not weak either. At least it is much stronger than the tomato demon. There are indeed many more humans who are afraid of crayfish than those who are afraid of tomatoes. Hunting a crayfish demon gives 9 attributes, which is reasonable. Moreover, demons are actually recyclable resources and can never be killed completely. Because demons can be resurrected in hell after death. After death in hell, one can be reincarnated into the human world, but at this time one will lose his previous memories, so it is called reincarnation. Unless you are eaten by the chainsaw demon, there will be endless resurrection and reincarnation. He should be dead, right? Aki Hayakawa kicked the crayfish demon's body to make sure it was unresponsive. Yeah, dead. Otonashishiya responded, swung the sword in his hand casually, the blood on the blade flew out, and then put the sword into the scabbard. He had not used the camui technique at all just now. He was worried that with his current energy and blood his body would be drained in an instant, or even blinded. However, the basic ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan is already so strong. Unless he encounters a demon that is too strong, there is really no need for him to use eye techniques with such serious side effects. Otonashishiya didn't think much about it and once again maxed out all the allocable attribute points on the chi and blood attribute. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 15. Chi and blood, 30. Allocated attribute points, 0. Now Otonashishiya's energy and blood are 3 times that of an ordinary person. His super vitality and self-healing ability give him the confidence to use the camui technique. Then I'll ask someone to deal with the demon's corpse. Hayakawa Aki then walked out of the bridge tunnel and started making a phone call. By the time I finished the call, Otonashishiya had already come out. Hayakawa Aki looked back and saw that Otonashishiya's body was only stained with some blood, and the dirty water and mud were only on the soles of his shoes. In contrast, he himself looked much more disheveled, with his clothes mixed with a lot of dirty water, mud, and blood, and the smell was extremely foul. Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but ask, "Are you, really a newcomer?" "Of course, I just had better luck and signed a contract with a stronger devil." Otonashishiya smiled modestly. From now on, no matter who he is with, he will only explain the ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan as the demonic power obtained after making a contract with a certain demon. He will never let anyone know the existence of the system and the truth about camui. After all, even if the side effects of dual camui are eliminated, it is not completely unsolvable, and there will still be a slight weakness. This is too controversial and can easily affect the reading experience, so a small paragraph of the original text has been deleted. Although the weaknesses of a single camui are insignificant, and the dual camui reduce the weaknesses to an almost negligible level, it never hurts to be cautious. It is difficult to compare the combat power of Hokage and Chainsaw Man in the worldview, because the abilities of the Demon of Darkness, the Demon of Domination, and the Demon of War are too abstract. Even if Otonashishiya has double camui, he dare not be too careless. All right. Hayakawa Aki subconsciously looked into Otonashishiya's eyes. He felt that the power of the devil should have changed the appearance of Otonashi's eyes and made them stronger, which could be seen from Otonashi's extraordinary eyesight and his performance when fighting the devil. I guess the price to pay is not small. Little did they know that this was merely the basic ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Otonashishiya didn't have to pay any price, and that the true ability of camui was far more than that. Chapter 4. A few minutes later, a truck drove up. These are the people that Hayakawa Aki called to transport the demon corpse. After all, it is impossible for them to drag such a heavy demon corpse away with their bare hands. Otonashishiya does have a method. He can use his right eye camui to absorb the demon's corpse into the camui space, another space, and then transfer the corpse out when he reaches the civilian base. But there is no need for this. The side effects of camui are so great that it would be a waste of talent to use it to transport the demon corpses. Accompanying the truck were 2 police cars, which were responsible for handling the scene. Otherwise, the large amount of bloodline in the bridge tunnel would definitely cause trouble if discovered by people who were unaware of the situation. They took the truck driver and 2 policemen into the bridge tunnel, and with the help of flashlights and lighting helmets, they saw the full picture of the devil's body. The truck driver immediately exclaimed, "Wow! Hayakawa, the demon you hunted this time is not ordinary, it's amazing. He has been doing this kind of work for many years, specializing in helping demon hunters transport demon corpses, so he has seen a lot of demons and has no fear of demon corpses. Even the 2 policemen next to him are not as calm as him." As soon as he saw the hard shell and thick claws, he knew it was a very tricky demon. He didn't expect that Hayakawa Aki could hunt even this kind of demon. "No, he killed her. It has nothing to do with me." Hayakawa Aki shook his head and spoke truthfully. He knew full well that he hadn't been of much help, as Otonashi was basically fighting the crayfish demon head-on. Although he could kill him if he wanted to, he would definitely have to use the power of the cursed demon. The truck driver then looked at Otonashishiya next to Hayakawa Aki in surprise. When he first saw the young man, he felt he was a stranger and thought he was a new folk demon hunter. Apart from his strange eyes, the simple smile on his face made him look harmless. At first glance, he didn't expect him to be a ruthless person. "I didn't expect this boy to be so fierce." The 2 policemen also looked at Otonashishiya with surprise, and felt in their hearts that more and more young people are becoming demon hunters nowadays. However, although they are unwilling to pay the price to sign a contract with the devil, they will not have any prejudice against demon hunters. After all, only demon hunters can hunt demons and protect people from harm by demons. Otonashishiya smiled but said nothing. He did not like to brag about himself. Afterwards, the truck driver called several people to use tools to move the demon's corpse into the car, and used special measures to reduce the smell emitted by the demon's corpse as much as possible to avoid affecting passers-by during transportation. Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki took a police car, which took them to a civilian base. The truck carrying the demon's corpse also arrived at the underground garage of the civilian base at about the same time, where it was convenient for the handover to the civilian base. That is to say, the corpse of the crayfish demon will be taken over by the civilian base, because the main purpose of the money issued by the commission is the demon's corpse. At this time, Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki were sitting on chairs at the front desk of the base. "Gentlemen, we have received the demon corpse. Please wait patiently for us to check it. Once we confirm that there is no problem, we will settle the commission for you too," the female staff at the front desk said to them with a smile. Hayakawa Aki remained silent. Otonashishiya nodded slightly, "Okay. The young man next to him is Chujun's." At this time, the female staff member said again. This young woman seemed to be quite familiar with Hayakawa Aki and they even called each other by their names. However, before she finished her words, Hayakawa Aki responded coldly, "Just a temporary partner." Otonashishiya could tell at a glance that the young woman was somewhat interested in Hayakawa Akira, but at that time Hayakawa Akira was still burdened with the deep hatred of the murder of his family and had no intention of falling in love at all. I thought Hayakawa-kun finally had a friend, and a handsome boy at that." Even though Hayakawa Aki's attitude was very cold, the young woman did not seem to be dissatisfied at all. The young woman was not exaggerating, Otonashishiya was indeed good-looking. His handsome facial features and soft, innocent smile give people a sense of intimacy, and the camui-shaped Mangekyō Sharingan adds a bit of mystery to him. Hayakawa Aki simply didn't want to answer any more. Now he didn't want to get too close to anyone. The only thing in his mind was revenge. After a while, the base confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the body of the crayfish demon. He directly gave 400,000 in cash to Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki as the reward for the commission. The largest denomination of Japanese yen is 10,000, and 400,000 yen is actually 40 banknotes. Of course, it is profitable for the sponsor to spend so much money to issue this commission. For example, the demon corpse can be sold on the black market. A demon corpse can be sold for at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of yen. The crayfish demon can be sold for about 500,000 or 600,000 yen. The financier makes money from the price difference by providing information related to demons and asking demon hunters to do the work. Oh! I just realized that Hayakawa Aki and that strange boy are back. It looks like they completed the commission. That should be the case. I remember the reward for the commission was about 400,000. A target of this level must be strong. Hayakawa Aki is really strong. Some people in the stronghold started talking again. At this time, Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki were dividing the rewards. Otonashishiya thought of splitting it in half, so he gave 20 of the banknotes to Hayakawa Aki. But Hayakawa Aki immediately refused. No, I didn't contribute much, you take it all. Why do you have to be so calculating about killing a demon? Just keep it. Otonashishiya didn't bother to talk nonsense with Hayakawa Aki and directly stuffed 200,000 yen into Hayakawa Aki's pocket. He didn't like to care about such things, and Hayakawa Aki was a person he admired before. If he really wanted to take this into account, he would have to calculate the respective contributions of himself and Hayakawa Aki, and then distribute the rewards based on the proportions. This would be too troublesome, and he was too lazy to do it. Hayakawa Aki had no choice but to accept it. At the same time he kept Otonashishiya in mind. It's a pleasant cooperation this time. We hope we can cooperate again in the future. Otonashishiya knew what Hayakawa Aki was thinking and that he only wanted to be a temporary partner, so he took the initiative to say this and Hayakawa Aki would not make it difficult. Hayakawa Aki nodded, thinking that this was a good idea. Many people around were surprised to hear the conversation between Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki. They originally thought that it was Hayakawa Aki who completed the commission with his strong ability, but they didn't expect that it was just the opposite. The boy who seemed to be a newcomer was actually stronger than Hayakawa Aki. Moreover, this young man no longer wanted to partner with Hayakawa Aki, so someone immediately thought of inviting this young man to join the team. Chapter 5. After a while, 2 men and 1 woman walked up to Otonashishiya. The middle-aged man who led the group invited Otonashishiya, "Young man, I recognize your ability. Are you interested in joining us?" Otonashishiya was about to decline, but then several groups of people came to invite him, and even a small group of more than a dozen people appeared. Under the regular system of the public security, the unit is class, such as the demon exorcism class and the anti-demon special class. One class is a team, and there are partners in the team, usually 2 or 3 people. Routine patrols and small missions are carried out by partners of 2 or 3 people, while major missions require the entire team to act together. Only particularly serious accidents will mobilize the entire public security force. People in the public also followed suit, but it was not so formal. They could form groups in any way they wanted, with several people working together, and there were also small groups. Otonashishiya suddenly had a headache after receiving so many invitations. They all knew how strong Hayakawa Aki was. Now that a young man stronger than Hayakawa Aki had appeared, he naturally became a popular hot commodity. Some want to curry favor with others, and of course there are also some individuals who have ulterior motives. Seeing that Otonashishiya was in trouble, Hayakawa Aki at the side immediately spoke up to help him out. Although we are only temporary partners, it does not mean that the partnership is terminated. You should find someone else. Ah? Is that so? Well, that can't be helped. What a pity. Everyone dispersed tactfully. It is difficult for them to invite people since the partnership has not been dissolved, and even if they want to poach people, they can't do it openly. Thank you. At this time, Chiya whispered. Nothing, you can always call me if you need anything in the future. Hayakawa Akira's theory. What he was referring to were commissions similar to today's. There are often commissions that have requirements for the demon hunter's battle record or number of people, and these commissions are often more difficult. Okay. Chiya was naturally happy to do so. He actually prefers to hunt demons alone, so he was reluctant when faced with those people's invitation just now. It would be best to be able to partner flexibly with Hayakawa Aki and act together when necessary. Chujun said he didn't want any friends, but he's still very honest in his heart. At this time, the young female staff member just now teased Hayakawa Aki. I was only doing this to repay a favor. Hayakawa Aki explained expressionlessly. The young woman smiled without saying anything, as if she had seen through everything. However, the person who knows Hayakawa Akira best is Chiya. He knows very well that although Hayakawa Akira often speaks harshly and has a bad attitude, he is actually very kind and will occasionally show this kind of duplicity. Subsequently, Chiya left the civilian base. He planned to go to a large bank in Japan to apply for a savings card so that he could deposit money into the card more conveniently. As a time traveler, he hadn't used cash for a long time, so he was not used to it. However, when entering the bank door, Chiya could feel the security guard's eyes fixed on him. Maybe because his eyes are so special, security guards in places like banks will definitely pay special attention to people who are a little weird, such as demons. In the world of Chainsaw Man, in addition to humans and demons, there are also demons and weapon men. Another translation of weapon man is demon man, but for convenience, this book uses weapon man all the time. Not many people know about weapons, but anyone who has received compulsory education will learn about demons. The devil is like a wolf in sheep's clothing. He looks like a human on the outside, but is a complete devil on the inside. Except for a few exceptions, most demons, like devils, regard humans as food and objects of abuse. However, it is not difficult to identify demons. For example, they have horns on their heads, gills on their mouths, thorns on their cheeks, etc. Of course, having eyes that are different from those of ordinary people is not included. I want to apply for a card. At this time, Chiya said to the staff. Okay, sir, please check what type of bank card you need. The staff said respectfully. Chiya randomly picked a bank card that had the same function as the savings card in his previous life. This is it. When checking his identity, he had to admit that the Japanese national identity fabricated by the system was flawless. His background was that his parents died at the hands of a gun demon, his house was destroyed, and he survived by chance and wandered alone in Tokyo with little cash. After the staff checked his identity and confirmed it was correct, they issued him a bank card. After getting the bank card, he immediately deposited all 200,000 yen into the card. Next, Chiya had to rent a house. When he first came here, he didn't even have a place to live. Based on the principle of proximity, he rented an apartment directly near the civilian stronghold. Because Chiya had extraordinary eyesight, he inadvertently saw the names of all the residents on the mailbox when he was on the first floor of the apartment building, and immediately spotted Hayakawa Aki among the densely packed names. However, the house he rented was on the 4th floor, while Hayakawa Aki lived on the 6th floor. After all, this apartment was the closest to the private base, so it was not surprising that Hayakawa Aki would rent here given his situation. It would be a coincidence if Hayakawa Aki was his neighbor. At this time, Chiya had already moved into the house he rented. It had 2 bedrooms, a living room, a private bathroom, and a kitchen, but there was no furniture. He had heard that rental houses in Japan did not come with furniture, so he had to buy the furniture himself and then ask the moving company to help him move it in. After working for several hours, Chiya finally solved the accommodation problem in the evening and could finally sleep well. The next morning, he fried 2 eggs and heated a cup of milk for breakfast and went out. He is now in urgent need of hunting demons to gain attribute points, and plans to go to the civilian base to see if there are any commissions he can take. Brother, you just completed a commission yesterday. Are you taking on another one so soon? When Chiya accepted a single request, the waitress asked him in a surprised tone. Even Chujun needs to rest for a few days. Usually demon hunters have to recuperate for a while after a battle because using demonic power comes at a price. Why does he need to rest? Chiya couldn't help but ask. In his impression, didn't Hayakawa Aki not use the devil's power yesterday? Ah? Don't you know? Chujun usually relies on some kind of demonic power to strengthen his body when fighting demons, but he has always refused to tell others what kind of demon it is. The waitress explained. I see. If the other party hadn't told him, Chiya really wouldn't have known about it. Since this didn't happen in the original book, it is estimated that when Hayakawa Aki joined the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, he terminated the contract with the current devil and contracted a fox devil instead. After all, signing a contract with multiple devils is not a good thing, and it will cost more. Come to think of it, it is impossible for Hayakawa Aki to live among the people just by relying on the cursed demon. If so, his lifespan would have been sucked dry long ago. Sujinami District. It is one of Tokyo's 23 special wards, located in western Tokyo and has a rich natural environment. In order to carry out the commission, Chiya took the subway to Sujinami Ward. The target of the commission is the Ant Devil, and the reward is over 200,000 yen. At this time, Chiya arrived at the detailed location provided by the commission, a field. But he not only saw the devil, he also saw a familiar figure. Is that Denji? Etc. As the male protagonist of the original novel, shouldn't Denji be a male? How can there be long golden hair? Chapter 6. Although it was far away, Chiya was absolutely confident in his eyesight. He could see it clearly. Although it was difficult to tell whether the thin and gaunt figure was a man or a woman, the waist-length golden hair was not something a man could have. And the thing that little girl was holding was Pokita in chainsaw form, so it must be Denji. Could it be that there was some bug in the world of Chainsaw Man that he traveled to, causing Denji to become a feminine person? While Chiya's brain was a little confused, Denji in the distance was fighting the ant demon. Normal ants are not even the size of a fingernail, but the ant demon is several times larger than the electric ant. There are countless sharp teeth in its bloody mouth, and its 6 legs are all skinny like human legs. Although not many people are afraid of ants, the amazing strength and tenacious vitality of ants themselves mean that the giant ant demon is definitely not weak. Pokita, it's time to go. With cold sweat on his face, Denji rushed towards the ant demon with Pokita in his hand. She was at the end of her rope. If she didn't hunt the ant demons and make money to pay off her debts, she would have to sell her organs tomorrow. So no matter how dangerous it was, she had no choice but to go ahead with it. However, at that time, Denji was not proficient in the use of Pokita, and his frail body had no strength, so he was no match for the ant demon. She tried to saw off one of the ant demon's legs, but was knocked down by its huge tentacle. No. I can't beat him. Denji still showed a look of panic after all. But the more frightened she was, the stronger the ant demon became. Seeing that Denji was in danger, Chiya certainly would not sit idly by. It was definitely too late to run over now. His left eye suddenly widened and bloodshot appeared in the white of his eye. Kamui's left eye focused on the ant demon's head, and the space-distorting Uzumaki appeared out of thin air and broke the ant demon's neck directly through the air. This is one of the functions of left eye Kamui, which can also be called offensive camui. Moreover, the double camui with two eyes merged together makes the speed of space Uzumaki formation and transmission significantly faster. The principle of breaking the devil's neck from a long distance is teleportation. Hey! As the head hit the ground, the ant demon also fell down with a loud bang. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the ant demon and obtained attribute points, 7. Denji was frightened at once, still sitting on the ground and forgetting to get up, looking at the ant demon in front of him with a blank face. What happened? Why did it die suddenly? Denji said in shock. Wow! At this time, Pokata had returned to his normal orange dog form and rubbed against Denji's body. Otonashishiya walked towards Denji, feeling some discomfort in his body, and a strong stinging sensation in his left eye, even with a trace of blood flowing out. He gently covered his left eye with his left hand, feeling a little bitter, it's still a bit forced. The chi and blood attributes have been increased to 30, which is 3 times that of an ordinary person. Even a slight use of Kamui's ability still has such a big side effect. Fortunately, his recovery ability is 3 times that of an ordinary person, so he will be able to recover on his own slowly. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 7. Chi and blood, 37. Allocated attribute points, 0. Otonashishiya immediately allocated the attribute points obtained from hunting the ant demon to chi and blood. His body immediately felt better and the stinging sensation in his left eye also subsided. The dual kamui are heaven-defyingly powerful, but I can't use them as I wish. This is so frustrating. This makes Otonashishiya more eager to hunt more demons to gain attribute points. At this time, Diancie looked around, wanting to know who killed the ant demon, and as a result, he saw a handsome big brother walking not far away. Yes, was it you who saved me just now? Denji asked. Otonashishiya smiled and nodded. Ding! Host activates the achievement First Electric Encounter, and gains attribute points, 1. Ding! Host activates the achievement First Encounter with Pokata, and gains attribute points, 1. Previously, Otonashishiya had only seen the side and back, and now he could see Denji's front clearly. His facial features had not changed much from the original. The only change was that they were more delicate, and he had a mouth full of teeth shaped like shark teeth. But his face was dirty, and his long golden hair was messy and dirty, as if he hadn't taken a shower or washed his hair for many days. Only his dark red eyes were clear and bright. His clothes were worn, dirty, and thin, and he was thin and severely malnourished. Since this is not the timeline of the original story, Denji is still relatively young. Otonashishiya first called the truck driver and notified the police, waiting for them to deal with the demon's body. Listening to the voice of the phone call, Diancie seemed to be thinking about something. After she hesitated for a while, she waited for Otonashishiya to hang up the phone before she said, Big brother, can you give me some of the demon's body? Denji's expression and tone were cautious, for fear of angering the other party, but she was already desperate, and even if she could get a small piece of the demon's corpse in exchange for some money, it would be helpful. Hearing this, Otonashishiya shook his head. It's not that he is cold-blooded, but even if he gave the entire demon corpse to Denji, it would be useless. It all started with Denji's life experience. His family broke up when he was young, his mother died of a heart attack, and his father was an alcoholic who borrowed huge amounts of high-interest loans from the gang. Even her father once went crazy and wanted to kill her, and she had no choice but to kill her father in self-defense. Then, with the interference of the gang, she was burdened with nearly 100 million high-interest loans left by her father. In short, even if Otonashishiya gave the entire body of the ant demon to Denji, it would not be able to fill the bottomless pit of usury of the gangsters, and the current situation would not change at all. Denji could only be forced by the gangsters to sell his body to make money and become a money-making tool without freedom. Seeing his older brother shaking his head, Denji lowered his head with sad eyes, his heart filled with despair. But she didn't make a fuss or cry. She knew that others had no obligation to help her, and it was good enough that they could save her just now. Otonashishiya sighed distressfully, how much debt do you still have to pay off? Denji was stunned for a moment, and started to calculate with a silly look on her face. After a while, she realized that something was wrong. Why did this strange big brother know about her debt? She looked up in confusion and was about to ask. There are still nearly 100 million, right? Otonashishiya has already spoken, this demon corpse can't help you change the current situation. Why not change your thinking and solve the problem from the root? Chapter 7. What idea? Upon hearing that the problem could be solved from the root, Denji immediately put aside his previous doubts. Kill the creditor. Otonashishiya said bluntly, under Japanese law, as long as the children do not inherit their father's estate, they do not have to repay their father's debts, so your debts are illegal, including usury, but the gangs will not care about this, they will only squeeze you to death, so the only way is to kill your creditor. Even if you inherit the estate, you don't have to pay off the remaining debts as long as you use up the estate, but loan sharks won't reason with you. Amazing! I didn't know this at all. Denji was stunned when he heard this. How could she understand the law when she never went to school? She had been forced to pay back the debt since the day her father died, and she thought that this was what she had to do, and that she would be killed if she didn't pay back the debt. But I'm too weak. There are so many of them. I can't defeat them at all. Diancie knows his own weight. Don't worry, I will help you. Those rabble are nothing to be afraid of. Otonashishiya has decided to save Denji. Although one day 4 years later, Denji will merge with Pokita to become Chainsaw Man, and his life will be completely changed. But these 4 years were extremely painful and torturous. Starving and being bullied were just commonplace. Moreover, since Diancie in this world was a girl, she would probably be forced to sell her body. In the original novel, the gang even planned to force Denji, a boy, to sell his body. They would do anything to make money for them. Now that he has traveled through time, there is no way he can just sit back and watch. But then again, it seems that Denji has just signed a contract with Pokita not long ago. Although his body is malnourished, there are no serious problems and every part of his body looks intact. Really? Denji couldn't believe it. Apart from her mother who passed away early, she has always been despised and abused since she was a child. It is a luxury for her to be treated normally and not be despised. She dare not even think that anyone will help her or care about her. Of course it's true. Otonashishiya heading out. Very good. Denji's face immediately showed surprise. She didn't know how long she hadn't been so happy. Ding! Host activates the achievement Denji's Intimacy, LV1, and gains attribute points, 2. Hearing the system prompt, Otonashishiya was a little surprised. Is there such an achievement? And looking at the suffix of this achievement, it has a, LV1, which seems to have multiple stages. But how do you know about my debt? This should be the first time we meet, right? At this time, Denji remembered his doubts just now. You should know that signing a contract with a devil can gain the power of the devil. This is one of my abilities. I can see part of other people's memories. Otonashishiya calmly said to Denji, but this is my secret, don't tell anyone else. Denji was slightly stunned. The other party was willing to tell her such a secret. Doesn't that mean that the other party already regarded her as someone he could trust? She nodded vigorously immediately, yes. I will never tell anyone. However, she never considered the truthfulness of the other party's words. Otonashishiya knew that Denji was so naive, but he did not intend to deceive Denji maliciously. After all, he could not tell anyone about his identity as a time traveler. He continued, besides, I have a grudge against that gang. Isn't the enemy of my enemy my friend? This is true. In the original work, many public security demon hunters, especially Chiya, died at the hands of the gang. The mastermind was a certain weapon man, who could also be called waste knife. Of course, the real mastermind behind the scenes was actually Makima. And waste knife's grandfather is Denji's biggest creditor, the old BD who was transformed into a corpse, so they are actually from the same gang. Otonashishiya naturally dislikes this gang and is determined to wipe them out. Oh. Denji nodded without any doubt. By the way, are your eyes okay? At this time, Denji stared at Otonashishiya's left eye. She had noticed the bloodline under Otonashi's left eye a long time ago, and seeing that it had not been wiped off, she couldn't help but remind him. It's okay. This is just the price of using demonic power. Otonashishiya then remembered that he forgot to wipe off the blood flowing from his left eye, and now it has solidified into bloodline. He wiped off the bloodline and continued, "We'll eliminate the gangs, and you won't have to continue paying your debts." That's a good idea indeed. But soon Denji showed a worried expression again, "But as for the two of us, is it okay?" Although she had just witnessed the big brother's strength with her own eyes, the gangsters were more numerous and powerful. And she knew she had no fighting power. Strictly speaking, she only had her big brother, who was fighting against the entire gang for her. No problem. Just as Otonashishiya opened his mouth, he heard a growling sound coming from Denji's stomach. Denji lowered his head and touched his stomach. He was not as shy as other girls would be about this kind of thing. "I just had a piece of bread before we set out. How come I'm hungry again so soon?" Woof woof. At this time, Pokata rubbed Denji's calf with his head, and his voice was very gentle, as if he was comforting Denji. Denji then squatted down and hugged Pokata. "Pokata, you must be hungry too. There are 2 slices of bread left at home. Let's go back and eat them. Go home and pack up the things you want to take with you, and then follow me." At this time, Otonashishiya said. Diancie didn't react at first. "Of course, if you still want to continue living in that kind of hut, I respect your wishes." Otonashishiya's supplementary path. Denji finally reacted and quickly shook his head. No. Who would want to live in that shabby little house? That's no problem. You and Pokata go home first. I have something important to deal with and I'll be away for a while. I'll come to your house to find you after I'm done. Otonashishiya has come up with a plan. Okay. Denji ran home with Pokata in his arms, looking very happy. She still couldn't believe that she had met such a good person today who was willing to help her fight the entire gang alone. She ran a few steps and turned back to wave to Otonashishiya. "Goodbye, big brother. Be sure to come find me later," we agreed. Must. Otonashishiya's smile path. Looking at that gentle and handsome smile, Denji immediately ran away with Pokata in his arms, looking a little shy. "What should I do, Pokata? I think I've fallen in love with that older brother." Ding! Host activates the achievement Denji's Intimacy, LV2, and gains attribute points, 4. Chapter 8. As Denji ran home, Otonashishiya headed in another direction. About half an hour later, he finally found the place he remembered, but it took him a long time because he was searching blindly. In front of me was a long abandoned house with a rusty door and weeds growing everywhere. There was no sign of anyone nearby, and it looked very desolate. "I hope the zombie demon will be in here." Otonashishiya's way of thinking. His plan to deal with the gang was to start with this demon. Although the old man who oppressed Denji was the boss of the gang, he might have become confused due to his age, and in the original work he actually wanted to obtain this kind of devil power. Damn, this is... In the end, he was zombified and died. This time, Otonashishiya will use the characteristics of the zombie demon in advance to make the gangsters zombie. Before entering the abandoned house, he added all his existing attribute points to Chi and blood. Ding. Allocation completed, HP plus 8. Chi and blood, 45. Allocated attribute points, 0. He hasn't fully recovered from the energy he's consumed in hunting the ant demons. Hopefully, the remaining 45 HP will allow him to use Kamui's abilities 2 or 3 times, which shouldn't be a big problem. Otonashishiya simply pushed up the door of the house. Perhaps because it had been abandoned for too long, the door was broken and could be opened easily. There was no electricity, and the big house was very dark. However, his Mangekyō Sharingan could still clearly see the zombie demon hiding in the innermost part, and there were several humans who had been transformed into zombies at some point and were standing next to the zombie demon. The body of the zombie demon is very tall, at least 5 or 6 meters tall, and its appearance is a human chest cavity, with a brain without a shell. Below the chest cavity are many intestines connected to the back of the brain of those zombie humans. There is also a huge, disgusting human face on the chest, which is actually the real head of the demon. Devil, I have something to talk to you about. Otonashishiya came in and got straight to the point. You want to sign a contract with me? Sure. This is the face on the right side of the zombie demon's chest speaking. You seem to have made a mistake. I didn't negotiate with you. Otonashishiya's voice gradually turned cold. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to listen to me obediently, and the other is, to die. What? The sad demon was immediately furious. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Otonashishiya was too lazy to continue talking to the sad demon, so he drew the sword from his waist and prepared to take action directly. I know. You are the demon hunter. Damn demon hunter! How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Zombie demons hate demon hunters very much. Because its fellow men will be killed. It rarely attacks humans on its own initiative. It is the foolish humans who come to it to make a contract, so it naturally has no reason to refuse. Otherwise, there would definitely be far more servants around it than just these few. Everyone, come on! Chop this damn demon hunter into pieces! The Zangshi demon gave orders to the Zangshi nearby, and those Zangshi immediately roared and surrounded Otonashishiya. However, these zombies were extremely weak. In Otonashishiya's eyes, their movements were as slow as turtles and they could not pose any threat to him. With the basic ability of Mangekyō Sharingan alone, holding a katana can be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the zombified human and obtained attribute points, 1. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the zombified human and obtained attribute points, 1. As the heads of the zombies fell to the ground one after another, Otonashishiya gained attribute points one after another. It seems that these zombified humans can also be considered demons. It is reasonable to only give them 1 attribute point because they are too weak. In a short while, he gained 7 attribute points. All my servants! The zombie demon has realized that the human boy in front of him is very powerful. Without Zangshi to drive it, it had no strength of its own, and its attitude changed immediately. Wait, wait. Demon hunters are all good people. Not annoying. Not annoying at all. Otonashishiya was a little surprised. This guy was weaker than he expected, and without his servants he was nothing. Stop talking nonsense and sign a contract with me. I can spare your life, but you have to help deal with certain people. Otonashishiya placed the tip of his sword directly against the head of the Zangshi demon, forcing the guy to sign a contract with him. Signing a contract does not only allow you to gain devil power, but also to do what he said. For example, the initial contract between Denji and Pokata was to help each other survive. Pokata did not give Denji the power of the devil, but became Denji's dependent partner. Therefore, as long as the contract is established, the zombie demon must do things for him obediently. As long as you don't make excessive demands, I will sign a contract with you. The zombie demon was afraid of death and had no choice but to agree. The demons that were reincarnated from hell to the human world basically lost their previous memories. If they are not well informed, many demons do not know that they can be resurrected in hell after death. The same is true for zombie demons, who think that death is death, so they are afraid of death. It won't be too much. You just need to take the initiative to make a contract with them and let them gain your demonic power and turn into zombies. As he spoke, Otonashishiya's eyes gradually widened, his expression became cold and somewhat scary, completely lacking his usual gentle and sunny feeling. The mad demon's impression of the human boy became even worse, but it didn't dare to say it out loud. It was clearly the devil, but the human boy in front of it seemed more terrifying to it. I promise you, but I can't walk around the streets in such a shabby state. How can I find those people you mentioned? The zombie demon is very self-aware. With its conspicuous appearance, it will definitely be besieged by many demon hunters once it runs out. It's very simple. As soon as he finished speaking, Otonashishiya's right eye suddenly widened and bloodshot appeared just like last time. The Zangshi demon was immediately frightened by the strange eyes. What do you want to do? Chapter 9. Close your eyes and don't open them until I tell you to. Otonashishiya first emphasized the sad demon. The Zangshi demon didn't ask why. It had already signed a contract with Otonashishiya, so it had to obey. The contract cannot be violated. The party that violates the contract will die immediately, no matter how strong you are. So Otonashishiya will definitely spare its life in the end. The mad demon closed his eyes obediently and didn't dare to open them for a moment. Then, a space-distorting Uzumaki sucked the entire Zangshi demon into Otonashishiya's right eye, thus teleporting it into camui space. Although the left and right eyes can use the functions of the other eye after the binocular camui is merged, the consumption in this case will be greater. So he deliberately used his left and right eyes independently, with the left eye attacking camui and the right eye defending camui, so as to minimize the consumption. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. What did you do to me? A zombie demon of this size definitely couldn't have been unaware of the pain when it was twisted, and it howled in pain. Not to mention the sad demon, Otonashishiya himself felt a little uncomfortable. Because how big an object can be transferred into the camui space depends on the pupil power and chakra amount, and in his case it is the pupil power and vitality. The zombie demon is so big that it's quite difficult to deal with it. This is my demonic power. I have placed you somewhere else so that no one can find you. But you cannot open your eyes. I will let you out when I get there. Otonashishiya said lightly. Camui space is equivalent to his own private space, and what he says can also be directly transmitted into camui space. He didn't let the Zangshi demon open his eyes because the camui space was one of his secrets. This was closely related to the principle of the Mangekyō Sharingan camui ability, and he would try not to let others know. Okay, I understand. The zombie demon is very obedient. It found that it could not smell the scent of the human boy at all. Even without opening its eyes, the surrounding environment gave it a strange and unknown feeling. I really don't know what the demon hunter did and where the hell he took it to. So demon hunter is really annoying. Disgusting. At the same time, Denji had already packed the things he wanted to take with him and had been waiting for Otonashishiya at home for more than half an hour. At first, she was very excited to talk to Pokata about the big brother. But as time went by and the older brother still hadn't shown up, she began to feel uneasy. Pokata, that big brother should just have some troubles that he hasn't dealt with yet, right? He didn't abandon us, did he? Denji held Pokata in his arms and kept looking out the window, but he never saw the figure he was thinking about. Her expression had long since changed from excitement to calm, and this sentence was just self-comfort. Because even if the older brother suddenly changed his mind and abandoned her and Pokata, it would be normal. After all, those gangsters were too strong, and there was almost no one who was not afraid of them. Woo! Pokata's expression also looked a little depressed. I'm so hungry. Let's eat a piece of bread first. Denji took the bag of bread from the table. The bread was the cheapest of the cheap, hard and tasteless, but she had no choice. Even a bag like this needs to be divided into several meals. We can only eat one piece, and the remaining piece must be left for Big Brother. Denji only took out a piece of bread and broke it in half, giving half of it to Pokita. She still didn't give up the last glimmer of hope in her heart. Waited another 10 minutes. Denji's mood grew increasingly depressed, and his last glimmer of hope was about to burn out. I thought I could really escape from the sea of suffering, but it was as unreal as a dream. It turned out to be just an empty dream. From extreme excitement and anticipation to nothing, such a huge gap is really hard to bear. Denji knew that she couldn't just wait like this, because tomorrow was the last day of the month and she didn't have much time left. If I can't pay off my debts this month, I'll be forced to sell myself. Call. At this time, Denji took a deep breath and encouraged himself and Pokita, let's go find another demon and give it a try. If we can hunt it down, we can at least hope to pay off this month's debt. Wow! Pokita also shouted enthusiastically. Just when Denji pushed open the door and prepared to leave, having given up all illusions, he saw a figure appear not far away. Denji was stunned for a moment, rubbed his eyes hard, and widened his eyes to confirm again that the figure was Chiya. I'm sorry I'm late. Seeing Denji standing there in a daze with red eyes, Chiya suddenly felt a little guilty. He casually said he would be away for a while, but he ended up being away for an hour. In fact, he could have come to look for Diancie a few minutes earlier, but he just went out to buy food. It's not too late. I've already packed my things. Denji wiped the tears from his eyes and said happily. At this time, Denji has not experienced so much, nor has he lost his heart, and his emotions are richer and simpler than in the original work. Don't leave in a hurry, come and eat something. Chiya handed the plastic bag in his hand to Denji, which contained a lot of bread and snacks. This is. When I opened it for the first time, I found it was full of delicious food. Most of them were delicacies that she had seen in the store before and wanted to eat but couldn't afford. Is this all for me? Denji asked in disbelief. Yes, these are for you. I've already eaten them. Chiya said with a smile. Denji ran back into the house with the bag in his arms, ecstatic, and Pokita followed him in excitedly. Looking at Pokita's cute and happy appearance, Chiya felt a little emotional. He is a chainsaw demon that terrorizes hell, but he is happy to get along with humans in a friendly way. Although Pokita is just a cute orange dog, his true form or complete form is a chainsaw demon that scares most demons in hell. Since the complete chainsaw demon is in human form, the demons prefer to call it Chainsaw Man. There is also a nickname that Chiya used to call himself in his previous life, Black Saw. Because the demons eaten by the Chainsaw Man will truly die, for example, the World War II demon was eaten, and humans were directly affected and their memories of World War II were directly erased. The World War II demon no longer exists, unless the Chainsaw Man vomits the World War II demon out of his stomach. This is the key reason why demons are afraid of the Chainsaw Man. At this moment, Pokita suddenly turned around and looked at Chiya, wagging its tail at him with a very friendly expression. Pokita. Chiya suddenly had the urge to pick up Pokita so that he wouldn't be attacked. He tried to pick up Pokita, and Pokita was very obedient and did not resist. Ding! Host activates the achievement Pokita's Intimacy, LV1, and gains attribute points, 2. Chapter 10. Listening to the system voice, Chiya could roughly judge that he did not have much trust from Pokita before, until he kept his promise and came to find Denji just now, and brought a lot of delicious food to Denji and Pokita, then she began to have a good impression of him. Holding Pokita in his arms, Chiya felt even more emotional. Pokita's true strength is so strong that it can be said that except for the root demon, almost no demon can suppress the complete Black Saw. The demon with the name of the root of terror is the ceiling among demons. It is a transcendent who has never experienced death. But there are many mysteries about Black Saw, and the upper limit of his strength is still unknown. For example, when he was in hell, the 4 demons of domination, war, hunger, and death led many demons under their command to fight Black Saw, but they were never able to kill Black Saw. He always came back and almost killed the demon of war. But even such a powerful demon has always dreamed of being held in someone's arms. But it's so powerful. Just imagine that Pokata in Black Saw form has. Any human or demon that gets close will be sawed into pieces. Such a simple dream has become a luxury. Maybe this is also the reason why Pokata is unwilling to transform back into Black Saw form even after his injuries have recovered. Only in this dog form can he hug Denji. At this time, Otonashishiya walked into the house holding Pokata. Looking at this old and dilapidated wooden house, he was sure to connect the electricity to the apartment suite he rented next. Denji, when will that creditor from the gang come looking for you again? Otonashishiya questions. He should come tonight, because tomorrow is the last day to pay off the debt this month, and he will come to urge me. Denji answered while wolfing down the food, muttering it's delicious. Even though the girl in front of me is a girl, she is not reserved when eating delicious food. Then let's wait until tonight before leaving. Otonashishiya explains. He put Pokata down so that he could also enjoy the meal. Denji was busy eating and didn't think about the deeper meaning of Otonashishiya's words at all. By the way, I'm going to release a scary-looking demon later, so be prepared and don't get scared. Otonashishiya reminded Denji. Okay, I won't be scared. Apart from anything else, Denji is quite courageous. Otonashishiya then teleported the Sangshi demon out again through his right eye camui and said to it, "You can open your eyes now." I can finally open my eyes. The zombie demon suddenly screamed. It was very tormenting for it not to be able to open its eyes. The cabin was a bit small. The zombie demon almost hit the ceiling when he came out and immediately complained, "Why is this place so small?" The movement behind him made Denji turn around immediately. When he saw the zombie demon, he exclaimed, "Wow! So ugly!" But there was almost no fear in her eyes, only disgust. "You kid!" Although the sad demon was very unhappy, he had to admit that he couldn't refute it. It didn't dare to do anything to Denji, after all, Otonashishiya was right next to it. Pokata, who didn't know the truth, immediately showed his fierce look to the zombie demon, "Woo woof! Woof woof! Where did this small demon come from? Go away, get out of here!" The zombie demon didn't take Pokata seriously at all. Such a small dog looked very weak. "Behave yourself!" At this time, Otonashishiya said in a calm tone. The sad demon's face suddenly changed, and he shut his mouth and dared not say a word. This guy is a mad demon. Let him deal with the gang's creditor. Just wait for him to come over at night. Otonashishiya then gave Denji and Pokata a brief explanation of the situation. Only then did Pokata relax his guard. Big brother is so awesome. He can command such a powerful demon. As soon as Denji heard this, he felt that the zombie demon was very powerful, and he admired Otonashishiya even more. "Yeah, I'm awesome." The zombie demon became proud. "Shut up." Otonashishiya glanced at the sad demon calmly. Because this guy was making too much noise, he didn't want outsiders to find out that the zombie demon was here, which would easily ruin his plans for tonight. "Yes." The sad demon immediately shut up. "Would you like to have a taste?" At this time, Denji was still very nervous and threw a potato chip into the mouth of the zombie demon. The zombie demon started chewing. "It tastes good, but it's too small to fill the gaps between my teeth." Otonashishiya felt a little helpless, and then talked about business. "Sangshi, let's rehearse next. You just need to do what I say tonight. It is now evening. Denji and Pokata were so full from eating snacks that they didn't even need dinner. The zombie demon also knew exactly what to do at night. Now all we have to do is wait for the gangster's creditor to come to us. By the way, besides that guy from the gang, do you have any other creditors, Denji? Chiya isn't sure. No, everyone else's debt has been paid off, but the amount owed by the gang is too large. Denji replied, oh, by the way, the water and electricity bills have not been paid yet, but I don't have any money now. You don't have to worry about the water and electricity bills. As for the gang's loan sharking, it will no longer exist after tonight. Chiya said in a calm tone. Denji nodded vigorously, trusting his older brother very much. What's your big brother's name? Can you tell me? Denji still doesn't know the other person's name, and he cares about it very much. Chiya then remembered that he had forgotten to introduce himself. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, my name is Chiya. Then I'll call you Chiya-san. Denji said immediately. Chiya smiled happily, okay. As the night deepens, it becomes so quiet. At this moment, the sound of wheels rolling on the ground came from far away. There was no need to guess to know that it must be the gangster's creditor coming. Sure enough, after a while, there was a heavy knock on the door. Denji, tomorrow is the last day. It's time to pay your debt. Soon the door was opened, but what came into view was not Denji, but a demon. Chiya even taught the Zangshi demon how to open doors, which it did using its own intestines. The old man with a full white beard, a hat and a pair of glasses was immediately frightened by the zombie demon in front of him. Human, do you want to sign a contract with me? I can give you powerful demonic powers. The sad demon spoke. Faced with the temptation of the devil's power, this man immediately forgot about Denji and said without hesitation. Think. Chapter 11. In exchange for 10,000 yen, I will give you the power of the devil. The zombie devil put forward a condition. This is actually what Chiya told him to say, because in order to get the gangster creditor to sign the contract on the spot, it must be neither without conditions nor too harsh. The gangster creditor didn't think twice and directly took out a 10,000 yen note. For a man like him, 10,000 yen was like water. As the zombie demon accepted the 10,000 yen, the contract was immediately established. The gangster creditor became demented in an instant. He didn't even know how he died, and he might not even know that he was dead. Power, power. The gangster creditor's brain was corroded by the zombie virus, leaving only some obsession with power, and he talked to himself in a low and hoarse voice. His face became more and more hideous, his eyeballs bulged out and became bloodshot, and soon he completely turned into a zombie. Then, the Zangshi demon followed Chiya's orders and manipulated the gangster creditor to go back and infect all his men into Zangshi. This is why Chiya let the Zangshi demon do the work instead of doing it himself. Although he could easily kill the creditor himself, he could not eliminate the trouble all at once. Even though this guy is old and confused, the gang he runs is still very powerful. Not only in Tsuginami district, the influence of this gang has actually spread to the whole of Tokyo and even the whole of Japan. It should be one of the largest gangs in Japan. If he did it himself, it would be easy for the gang to know who killed this guy, and Denji would definitely be targeted as well. In this situation, if he does not eradicate the entire gang, then he and Denji will have no peace in the future. Therefore, it is best to let the zombie demon take action. Let this guy die from zombie transformation, and no one will associate it with Denji. He had also asked the Zangshi demon to keep the truth secret, and the Zangshi demon did not dare to disobey his moderate orders. Moreover, they can use Zangshi's infectious ability to wipe out all the gangsters in Tsuginami district at once. As for the gangsters in other places, they can only deal with them later. What is he doing? At this time, Denji poked his head out from behind the zombie demon and was surprised when he saw the appearance of the gang boss. He had just been blocked by the zombie demon. He has been demented, which means he is dead. You don't have to worry about your debt anymore. Otonashishiya watched the old man return to the car with an expressionless face. Although he has become zombified, he still knows what he mastered in life. The zombified demon only needs to give orders to the old man. Oh, that's great. Denji was suddenly overjoyed. She had suffered for so long because of debt and had to live in fear every day, but now she was finally relieved. Now that we have packed our things, let's go now. Otonashishiya changed his mind a little at the last minute. Demon of sorrow, let that guy send me and Denji to Nerima first, and then proceed with the original plan. This also saves him and his car from having to catch the subway late at night. Okay. The sad devil responded. Afterwards, Otonashishiya and Denji took the gangster creditor's car directly to Nerima Ward where his apartment was located. When getting off the car, Denji made a face to the gangster creditor in the car and said, "Goodbye, old man." This sentence is not only a farewell, but also a farewell to her miserable life in the past. Of course, the gangster creditor would not respond, he no longer had any self-awareness. It's not far from here to my home. Let's walk back together. Otonashishiya held out his hand, ready to pull Denji along. Denji hesitated and said with an embarrassed look, "I'm so dirty." She didn't want to get Chiya's hands dirty, and was also worried that she would be disliked because she was too dirty. "What's that?" As he spoke, Otonashishiya took off his coat and put it on Denji. "It's getting a bit cold at night, so dress well and don't catch a cold." Denji was stunned for a moment, and was extremely surprised. This was the first time she met someone who didn't mind her being dirty and smelly. She was no longer restrained and immediately held Otonashishiya's hand. The older brother's hands were warm, strong, and big, giving her a sense of security she had never experienced before. But at this moment, her little heart was beating a little fast, and a blush appeared on her face. Ding! Host activates the achievement Denji's Intimacy, LV3, and gains attribute points, 8. This system prompt sound made Otonashishiya subconsciously pay attention to Denji. He began to realize that something was wrong. Etc. Could it be that Denji has special feelings for me? Although Denji is very cute now, he is still young and in the early stages of falling in love. Due to his sense of morality, Otonashishiya does not have any thoughts about Denji, but treats Denji as his own sister. He didn't intend to reveal it now. After all, he was not sure whether Denji was really like that. If Denji really did something later, he would give him some advice. As for the zombie demons and the gangster creditors, Otonashishiya no longer needs to worry about them. The contract remains valid until the zombie demon completes the task assigned to him. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the apartment. Otonashishiya went upstairs with Denji and Pokita. "This is my home, and it will be your home in the future." Otonashishiya pointed at the door in front of him and said to Denji. Wow! It was the first time for Denji to enter such a high-end apartment, so naturally she had no idea what the suite in the apartment was like. She immediately became curious and expectant. As Otonashishiya opened the door, Denji seemed to have entered a new world. The living room alone was much larger than her cabin, not to mention the kitchen, toilet, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. I was very curious about the electricity and looked around. Can I really live here forever? Denji couldn't believe that what he saw was real. Of course, unless you move, then it will only be to a better place. Otonashishiya explains. Can I take a shower first? Denji herself was disgusted by how dirty and smelly she was, and she just wanted to take a hot bath. Go ahead, wear my clothes first, and I'll take you to buy new clothes that suit you tomorrow. Otonashishiya went to get a set of his own clothes and let Denji wear them first. In the bathtub, Denji was humming some familiar nursery rhymes while taking a bath. It took me half an hour to finally feel clean. She looked at the clothes Otonashishiya gave her, and her face turned red, not sure if it was because she had soaked in the bathtub for too long or because she was shy. This is what Chiya's brother wore, and it has his scent on it. Chapter 12. At this time, Denji picked up the clothes, buried his face in the clothes and took a deep breath. However, there was only the scent of laundry detergent because Chiya had never worn this suit. After a while, Denji came out of the bathroom. She was wearing an Chiya t-shirt and trousers. Since Denji was severely malnourished and her body had not yet fully developed, the clothes looked too big for her. The bottom of the t-shirt has reached the middle of the thigh, but luckily it is a short sleeve and my hands can still be stretched out from the cuffs. The trouser legs were so long that they dragged on the ground, and the waist of the trousers had to be held up by hands, otherwise they would fall down. It's really too big. This was within Chiya's expectations. Fortunately, the pants were sweatpants with a belt. He immediately helped Denji tie them tightly so that at least the waistband wouldn't fall down. It's getting late, go to bed early. Chiya looked at the time and it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Children are at the age of development, and they need to eat well and sleep well to develop well. Fortunately, when he was buying furniture before, he was bored and bought the furniture for another bedroom as well, and the other bedroom just happened to have electricity. Before closing the bedroom door, Denji whispered, "Good night, Chiya." Woof. Pokita also seemed to be saying good night to Chiya. Good night. Chiya also said happily. After closing the door, Denji looked at the beautiful and soft bed in front of him and suddenly became excited. She jumped directly onto the bed, and Pokita followed suit. It's so comfortable. Denji said happily, "Pokita, we are really not dreaming." Woof woof. Pokita agreed. Denji rolled around on the bed with the quilt in his arms, and suddenly stopped and asked Pokita, "Pokita, do you think Chiya likes me too? Otherwise, he wouldn't treat me like this just because he has a grudge against the gangsters, right?" She had never met someone who was so kind to her, and he was more than just nice. He helped her solve her bottomless debt, paid her water and electricity bills, gave her delicious food, a soft big bed, and allowed her to take hot baths to her heart's content. At that time, Chiya directly asked the zombie demon to put the 10,000 yen on the table in the cabin. When the person who collects the water and electricity bills goes to look for the electricity bill tomorrow, he will naturally see it. Anyway, the zombie demon does not need money. Woof. Pokita barked, but no one could understand what it said, but it was obvious that it was very happy. I had always dreamed of an ordinary life, but I didn't expect it to come true so soon. And now my life is more than ordinary. Denji couldn't help but sigh. That night, she had never slept so soundly and comfortably. Meanwhile, Chiya was in his bedroom. He silently opened the system panel. Host, Chiya. Strength, 10. Speed, 11. Chi and blood, 45. Allocated attribute points, 17. I've used Kamui's ability 3 times today, and it was barely enough. I feel like it's time to allocate some attribute points to other attributes. Chiya thought to himself. Although the Chi and blood attribute is the most important at present, it does not mean that the strength and speed attributes are not important. In the world of Chainsaw Man, there is not only demonic power, but also physical skills. Top-level demon hunters are often also very strong in physical skills. For example, Enbian can be said to be the strongest demon hunter among pure humans. Due to his old age, he no longer has anything on his body to exchange with demons, so he now focuses on physical skills, and he can become the strongest human being purely by physical skills. As for Guangxi, he can no longer be considered a human being, but a weapon man, so he is not included in the comparison. These two are the most representative physical masters. Strength and speed are the two main aspects of physical training, and of course Chi and blood are also. Chiya does not want to rely too much on the ability of Kamui, and after strengthening his taijutsu to a certain level, he can easily deal with strong enemies with the basic ability of Mangekyō Sharingan alone. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 8, Strength plus 5, Speed plus 4. Strength, 15. Speed, 15. Chi and Blood, 53. Chiya suddenly gained comprehensive enhancement, his whole body strength increased greatly, and his speed of movement, reaction speed and other aspects were also significantly enhanced. His plan after that was to focus on the Chi and Blood attribute, but not too far behind in strength and speed. In this way, his arsenal is more complete, and he can use different methods to deal with different enemies. The next day, Chiya got up early in the morning, prepared 2 breakfasts, and then went to knock on the door to wake Denji up. After a while, Denji came out sleepily, holding Polkata in his arms like a doll. "Good morning, Chiya. "Good morning, go wash up and have breakfast." Chiya considered everything when buying furniture before, and there are disposable toiletries in the bathroom. The breakfast was just a simple hot milk and poached eggs, and I enjoyed it very much. She enjoys ordinary happiness very much. A very ordinary thing can make her feel happy, such as having 3 full meals a day. At this time, Chiya asked Denji, "By the way, Denji, do you want to go to school? Most people your age are studying in school." If Denji wanted, it would not be difficult for him to get Denji into the school, as long as he paid enough money. Denji thought for a moment, "I'm curious about what it's like to go to school, but if I go to school I won't be able to accompany Polkata, Polkata will cry." Once, she didn't see Polkata at home, so she went outside to look for her for a long time but couldn't find her. When she returned home, she found Polkata hiding in a corner and crying. So now she is inseparable from Polkata no matter where she goes. "Okay, I understand." Chiya respects Denji's wishes and will certainly not force Denji to go to school. Moreover, you don't have to go to school to get an education, you can also get an education at home. For example, hire a tutor who is not afraid of Polkata. You can try to hire one when you have enough money later. "But I have to go to work soon. I'll take you to buy new clothes when I get back from get off work. You and Polkata will stay at home. You can go out and play if you want, but remember to lock the door. Here is the spare key." Chiya handed Denji a set of spare keys. "Okay, leave the housekeeping to me and Polkata. If any thief dares to come in, I'll saw him to pieces." As he spoke, Denji made movements like sawing a tree. "Woof!" Polkata also shouted. Chiya smiled, feeling relieved with Denji and Polkata looking after the house. Unless Makima directly steals the house while he's away. Chapter 13. Makima is the demon of domination, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Putting aside the root demons, the dominant demon is one of the most powerful demons. Not only are his abilities very buggy, but his IQ is also very high. It is no exaggeration to say that it exceeds that of most humans. In the first comic of the original work, everything was designed and controlled by Makima from beginning to end, except for the miscalculation in the end when she failed to recognize Denji and Polkata. Of course, one of the main reasons why Makima is so powerful in the original work is that she signed a contract with the Japanese cabinet, which is almost like infinite resurrection. Otherwise, Makima herself is fragile and her control ability alone would not be enough to pervert her. The so-called ability to dominate means that one can dominate all living things, including humans, animals, demons, monsters, weapon men, etc. The dominated will absolutely obey Makima, and Makima can also use the abilities of the dominated, but the specific explanation is very complicated. Makima's premise for dominating a creature is that she considers the creature to be inferior to herself, but she is too rational. For example, she couldn't even control the shore, and she controlled people like Lace and Guangxi only after she killed them because she didn't think they were inferior to herself. This is why Otonashishiya feels that Makima's abilities are abstract. I hope Makima hasn't arrived yet, otherwise it will be too troublesome. Otonashishiya is not sure whether Makima has left Hell and come to Japan at this point in time. If Makima has already arrived, she has probably signed a contract with the cabinet, gaining the ability to be almost immortal, which is the most difficult part. Once Pokita is discovered by Makima, he will definitely cause trouble for him. If it hasn't come yet, then it's much easier. You don't have the ability to be immortal, and the most important thing is that your ideas haven't been distorted. Demons that look similar to humans are often closer to humans. The domination demon looks completely human except for the eyes, so Makima was actually very close to humans. In the original novel, Makima would become a cruel and vicious woman, and it all came down to her having her ideas distorted by the cabinet. On the other hand, Nehuta is also a ruling demon. In the original work, he is a new ruling demon who was reincarnated into the human world after Makima died in hell. He lost his previous memory as Makima and became very cute. Although her nature is the same as Makima's, she is completely different without the twisted ideas. P.S. From the later supplement, the latest chapter of the manga has shown that Nehuta took advantage of Denji's sleep to control Denji and obtain her memories of the Makima period. As a demon of control, Nehuta instinctively wanted to destroy Denji's happiness to obtain Pokita's heart, but gradually she fell into the happy life of having a family. The key turning point is that Nehuta was raised by Denji instead of the cabinet. Whether it's Makima or Nehuta, the dream of the ruling demon is to have a family. Like Pokita, it is a simple dream but it is very difficult to realize it. But regardless of whether Makima has come to the world or not, Otonashishiya still has to go to work. He has not yet collected the payment for the commission he completed yesterday, and he still has to continue hunting demons to gain more attribute points. Soon, Otonashishiya came to the civilian base. The waitress knew what he was here for, and as soon as she saw him come in, she handed him the payment she had prepared. "Can you help me deposit the rewards for completing commissions directly into my card in the future?" Otonashishiya looked at the banknotes handed over by the waitress and couldn't help asking. "Of course you can, just tell us the card number," the waitress said. Otonashishiya then read out his bank card number to the other party, who entered it directly into the civilian base's system and transferred the more than 200,000 yuan reward into his bank card in seconds. "Okay, from now on we will transfer the rewards for completing the commissions directly into the card." Otonashishiya nodded and turned his gaze to the big screen. The above lists the possible commissions as well as the commission targets, requirements, and rewards. As for the specific information, you can only see it after you decide to accept the commission, in case someone secretly hunts demons based on the information. You can see the first commission at the top. The reward is as high as 3 million yen, but it requires at least 4 demon hunters who have hunted demons, which means no newcomers are allowed. It seems that this commission is very difficult, but what Otonashishiya wants is a high difficulty. After all, the stronger the demon you hunt, the more attribute points you can get. Just then, Hayakawa Aki also came over early in the morning. "Good morning." Otonashishiya greeted Hayakawa Aki when he saw her. "Morning." Although Hayakawa Aki's tone was still cold, the fact that he responded was already a change. He noticed that Otonashishiya was looking at the big screen, and couldn't help asking, "I heard that you went to hunt demons again yesterday. Don't you need to rest today?" "No, maybe my demon is quite friendly to me and the conditions he proposed are quite easy," Otonashishiya explained. Of course, he couldn't tell others that his heaven-defying vision and insight were basic abilities without any side effects, so this was the only explanation he could give. "I see." Hayakawa Aki nodded slightly and did not doubt it. Because there are indeed many such situations in reality. The conditions that the devil proposes depend entirely on the devil's mood. The same devil may demand half of one human's life as the contract price, but may only ask for a lock of hair as the contract price for another human. In layman's terms, it depends on whether the devil likes you or not. Hey, those two guys over there, do you want to join us in taking on that 3 million yen commission? At this moment, a voice came from behind. Catch! Hayakawa Aki agreed without even looking back. Because he just saw that the target of the 3 million yen commission was the demon who possessed the gun devil meat piece, and what he valued was neither the 3 million yen nor the target demon, but the gun devil meat piece. He became an orphan and a demon hunter because of the gun demon. His biggest goal in life is revenge, to kill the gun demon. According to the information he knew, the gun demon had not appeared for a long time, and he had to collect enough gun demon meat slices to find the direction of the gun demon. Although only the public security demon hunters are qualified to hold the gun demon meat slice, he is currently striving to join the Tokyo public security. As long as he can complete this commission, he will almost have the qualifications to join the Tokyo public security. Then let's go together. Chiya also agreed. He had no interest in the gun demon meat slices, he just wanted to hunt powerful demons to gain attribute points. The team that had just been invited to form a team was a 3-person team, consisting of a blonde delinquent boy with an afro, a tall middle-aged man with a crew cut, and a high school girl in a JK school uniform. There were 5 people in total, meeting the number requirement for that commission. After the waitress confirmed that their combat record met the requirements, she allowed them to take on the commission. Chapter 14. After accepting the commission, I also got the specific information. The location is in a self-built house in Nerima district that has long been uninhabited. The devil is hiding in the basement of the abandoned self-built house. Then let's introduce ourselves first. It would be best if we could reveal the devil we have contracted with. It would be easier to cooperate if we understand each other's abilities. At this time, the middle-aged man with a crew cut spoke first. He seemed to be the leader of this 3-man team. My name is Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Aki only introduced his name and did not intend to reveal the devil he had contracted. My name is Chiya, please give me your guidance. The same is true for Chiya. Because what kind of demon has been contracted is an important secret of the demon hunter and cannot be known to outsiders. The 3 people in front of him are just temporary partners and are not much different from outsiders. There is also the possibility that the other party might cheat and trick them into revealing the contracted devil, but then not reveal it themselves. Assholes! What do you mean by this? The bad boy with blonde afro was immediately unhappy. The high school girl immediately panicked. She never expected that something unhappy would arise just 2 minutes after forming the team. The crew-haired man immediately stopped the bad boy and said calmly, "It's normal that they don't want to talk. Don't hurt the harmony of the team." Although he seemed calm, Chiya could see the barely perceptible coldness in the crew-cut man's eyes with the help of his Mangekyō Sharingan. It would be fine if it was just some dissatisfaction, but the gloomy nature of this is quite different. Therefore, he kept an eye on this short-haired man. Next, the 3 people from the other side introduced themselves one after another. "Nomura-kun, remember my name?" the bad boy shouted. "Takeda Yuzuki, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future," the man with a crew cut said. "Ah, it's my turn. My name is Kishida Tsuki, and the devil I contracted is. I'd better just talk about my abilities. I can help you recover from the injuries you suffered in battle." The high school girl seemed a little shy, but she spoke honestly about her abilities. Simply put, she is a wet nurse. Afterwards, the 5 of them walked to the commissioned location together. During the journey, Hayakawa Aki said nothing, but Chiya chatted with the 3 of them casually, but that was all. Although the bad boy named Nomura Koro was a bit unhappy at first, he was not petty and was able to chat with Chiya. "You don't look very old. You should be a student like Kishida Tsuki, right?" "No, I'm a full-time civilian demon hunter. Otonashishiya replied in a calm tone. That's the same as me. I also dropped out of school to become a demon hunter. Nomura Crow held the back of his head with both hands and spoke casually. Why drop out of school? Wouldn't it be better to go to school? Otonashishiya asked idly. What's so good about going to school? It would be so cool to be a demon hunter and hunt those BD demons. Nomura Koro scoffed at the idea of going to school. I see. Otonashishiya smiled but said nothing. It seems that this guy is simply a delinquent boy with a middle school syndrome, and has no idea of the dangers of the demon hunter profession. There are several thousand public security officers and civilian demon hunters in the entire Tokyo, and their average life expectancy is terribly low. Or be killed by the devil. Or they pay too much for the contract and retire early in their 30s or 40s, leaving behind a host of injuries. It is extremely rare to be able to still work in his 50s like Enbian, otherwise how could he be the strongest demon hunter? But even Enbian has to admit that he is getting old. He no longer has anything on him that can make a contract with the devil, and his fighting power has been greatly reduced. It is definitely not as good as it was in his peak period when he was young. About half an hour later, they arrived at a remote place in Nerima district. There is a self-built house not far ahead. This should be the right place. The middle-aged man with a crew cut, Yuzuki Takeda, spoke up. Hayakawa Aki walked towards there without saying a word, as if intending to go straight in. Otonashishiya also did not stay here for long. Seeing this, Kinoshitazuki said in a panic, well, shouldn't we observe the surrounding situation first? No, I've already checked and there are no traces of demons around. Otonashishiya said calmly without looking back. All right. Musayu still looked cautious, and kept an eye on the movements around him as he walked. Although Nomura Koro was a little nervous, he didn't want others to see his cowardly look, so he immediately followed. Takeda Yuzuki followed them in silence. Hayakawa Aki kicked the door open with one foot, his hand already on the hilt of the sword at his waist, ready to draw the sword to fight the devil at any time. Ah! Before the devil appeared, Musayu, who was looking around, was frightened by the bang sound and screamed. What a coward, so easily startled. Nomura Crow's words sounded like a mockery, but there was more of a complaint in his tone. Because he was frightened by Kinoshita-tsuki's scream and almost lost his composure and embarrassed himself. I can't help it. Musayu said somewhat aggrievedly. Quiet. At this time, Takeda Yuzuki couldn't bear it anymore and scolded in a cold tone. Nomura Crow and Kinoshita-tsuki suddenly dared not say a word, as if they were both afraid of Takeda Yuzuki. Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki had already entered the house and were looking for the entrance to the basement. Soon, they saw a large hole in a room. The hole looked like the entrance to the basement, but the original entrance must have been destroyed by the devil. Seeing the two men go down without any hesitation, Musayu couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Why was he so timid? Fortunately, there was a light in the basement, otherwise she would have been even more afraid to go down. Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki walked in the front, while Takeda Yuzuki was always at the back, and they walked down the stairs. At this moment, Otonashishiya saw a big and long dark green tongue rushing up from the bottom. He immediately realized that this was probably an attack by a demon, and he immediately warned, "Get down quickly. Something is coming up." The dark green tongue was moving very fast, but it only appeared slow in his eyes. Most people would not be able to react at all when faced with such an attack. Although Hayakawa Aki only vaguely saw that there seemed to be something underneath, he trusted Otonashishiya's eyes very much, and he immediately did as Otonashishiya reminded him. But Nomura Crow and Kinoshitazuki didn't react as quickly. Kinoshita-tsuki exclaimed, "Hey!" Nomura Xiaolang was also a little stunned, "What?" By the time they reacted and wanted to lie down, it was too late. The huge tongue directly wrapped around their bodies. The densely packed bumps on the tongue increased the friction, making it even more impossible for them to break free. Otonashishiya had already predicted that the two guys would not be able to dodge, so he drew out the sword from his waist in advance, and at this moment he quickly cut off the giant dark green tongue. Chapter 15. Squeak. The head of the giant tongue was cut off, and blood immediately gushed out from the severed part like a fountain. Nomura Crow and Kinoshita Tsuki, who were closest to the scene, were splattered all over their bodies, even their faces were covered with blood, and they were instantly turned into bloody men. But this is better than being eaten by the devil directly. Yuzuki Takeda at the back was also splashed all over. Otonashishiya used his eyes to perfectly avoid all the splattered blood, while Hayakawa Aki just ran down, as if he couldn't wait to hunt down the demon. Seeing that the situation was not good, Otonashishiya rushed down quickly. Otherwise, he might be stolen by Hayakawa Aki. If the demon was really killed by Hayakawa Aki, he was not sure whether he could still obtain attribute points. So he definitely didn't want Hayakawa Aki to steal his head. Va! 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 How disgusting! At this time, Nomura Xiaolang was still wiping the blood off his face, and the fishy smell made him nauseous. Musaie was so frightened that his legs went limp and he sat on the ground. It would take him a while to recover. What are you doing? At this time, Takeda Yuzuki's tone was a little cold. Nomura Crow finally wiped the blood from his eyes and opened them, only to see Takeda Yuzuki staring at him coldly. Musaie came back to his senses and cried, I can't do it anymore. Having just had a near-death experience, she was so frightened that her legs were no longer under her control. She felt that if this continued she would become incontinent. You have to go no matter how bad it is. I don't need trash in my team. Takeda Yuzuki said in a cold voice without any mercy in his eyes. Kinoshita Tsuki's face suddenly turned pale. Her retreat route had been completely blocked by Takeda Yuzuki, and she was also very afraid of Takeda Yuzuki. Her trembling and weak legs made it difficult for her to even stand up. She finally stood up, but someone suddenly kicked her in the back. She turned her head and saw Takeda Yuzuki's disgusted eyes. Dislike her weakness and dislike her slow movements. After being kicked, Musaie couldn't keep his body steady at all. He could only scream in despair and rolled down. Looking at this scene, Nomura Koro was dumbfounded. What about you? Do you want me to take you down too? At this time, Takeda Yuzuki turned his gaze to Nomura Crow. No need. I can get down by myself. Nomura Koro said hurriedly. Although he was very scared, he had no choice but to go on. Otonashishiya heard the noise behind him, and when he turned around, he found that Kinoshita Tsuki had actually fallen down. He predicted the trajectory of Musaie's fall with his eyes and caught him at the most precise moment. His strength and energy attributes came in handy at this time, otherwise he would not have been able to catch him so steadily. However, Kinoshita Tsuki had fallen into coma at some point, so he could only put Kinoshita Tsuki, who was in his arms, on the ground beside him. At this time, the demon had appeared in front of Otonashishiya. It looked like a toad demon, with blood constantly flowing out of its big mouth. Obviously, the dark green tongue just now belonged to it. Its body is almost entirely dark green, with 4 large eyeballs protruding from its head, and its belly bulges out making a quack sound. The whole body is covered with densely packed bumps and grains, mixed with many human fingers and toes. Even people who don't have trypophobia will feel disgusted when seeing it. Damn you humans! I'm going to eat you all. Make up for it with your blood. The toad demon said angrily. As soon as it opened its mouth, more blood gushed out uncontrollably. Human flesh and blood is not only delicious to demons, the blood in it can also help demons heal their wounds. As long as it drinks some human blood, its broken tongue will quickly recover. Hayakawa Aki didn't say any nonsense to the toad demon, nor did he plan to use the ordinary sword at his waist. Instead, he got down to business right away and pulled out the knife on his back. The knife on the back looks like a katana, but when it is pulled out, you will find that it is a nail with the same length as the sword. It is a weapon with a very strange appearance, but it is actually a special weapon given by the cursed demon. Since any demon that swallowed the gun demon's flesh would be greatly strengthened, Hayakawa Aki knew that he would not be able to defeat such a demon without using the ability to curse the demon. Seeing that Hayakawa Aki was going to use the power of the cursed devil, Otonashishiya frowned slightly. This will not only shorten Hayakawa Aki's lifespan, but he will also most likely not be able to obtain attribute point rewards. He would definitely take action to stop it. However, at this moment, an unknown green fog suddenly spewed out of the toad demon's mouth and quickly spread in the air. The basement was not big to begin with, and the thick green fog suddenly filled the entire space. Otonashishiya turned on hollow immediately and did not inhale any green gas. It is called hollow, but in fact it is using the right eye camui, which can also be called defensive camui, to transfer the part of the body that is about to be attacked into the camui space. If you want to completely avoid the green gas, you naturally have to transfer your whole body into the camui space. Although Hayakawa Aki reacted quickly and covered his mouth and nose immediately, he still had to breathe and inevitably inhaled the green gas. He felt his body gradually becoming weaker, his muscles becoming increasingly weaker, and it was difficult for him to hold the weapon in his hand. This is... Hayakawa Aki realized the effect of the green gas, but there was nothing he could do. There are only two choices, either quickly deal with the demon or quickly leave the basement. Otherwise, once his body is completely exhausted, he will be a lamb to be slaughtered. Hayakawa Aki's obsession with the gun demon was too deep. He was eager to kill the toad demon and decisively chose to quickly eliminate the demon. Curse, do it! The nail in Hayakawa Aki's hand stabbed at the toad demon. Before it pierced into the demon's body, a giant mummy-like finger in the void seemed to flick the end of the nail. This was the finger of the cursed demon. Driven by this terrifying force, the nail suddenly pierced into the body of the toad demon. At the same time, a dry mouth in the void read out a number, 1. After pulling out the nail, Hayakawa Aki attacked again, but his expression became even uglier, with cold sweat on his forehead, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Do it!" The cursed demon also attacked again, flicking his finger and letting the nail easily pierce the flesh of the toad demon, 2. With only the third strike left, Hayakawa Aki can use the cursed demon's power to directly kill the toad demon. This is a fatal blow. But his body reached its limit at this critical moment, and he couldn't even hold the nail in his hand. Bite! There was a crisp sound when the nail hit the ground. Hayakawa Aki was very unwilling in his heart, and his face became ferocious as he struggled, but no matter how he struggled, the strength in his body continued to weaken. Damn it! Chapter 16. Since Hayakawa Aki's third attack did not hit the toad demon, the cursed demon would not help him complete the third attack. Most demons are greedy, and cursed demons are no exception. They only do things according to the provisions of the contract and will never help more unless additional conditions are proposed that can satisfy the demon. The additional conditions that could satisfy the cursed demon would probably cost Hayakawa Aki his life. After all, the conditions of the demon's contract under normal circumstances were already excessive enough, and using the demon's power once would deduct a lot of his lifespan. Otonashishiya had already predicted that Hayakawa Aki didn't have the strength to stab a third time, so he didn't try to stop Hayakawa Aki deliberately. As long as the cursed demon does not formally take action to curse and kill the toad demon, Hayakawa Aki's lifespan will not be shortened. What the hell is this? At this time, Nomura Xiaolang shouted. He and Takeda Yuzuki, who had just walked down the stairs, were also hit. Takeda Yuzuki's expression changed slightly and he realized that something was wrong. All of you die. The toad demon felt that it was about time, and its stomach suddenly swelled up. The next moment, several streams of green thick liquid shaped like sharp arrows spit out from its mouth, attacking Otonashishiya, Hayakawa Akira, Nomura Koro, and Takeda Yuzuki at high speed. Kinoshita Tsuki, who fainted at the beginning, was ignored. At this time, Hayakawa Aki was kneeling on the ground, unable to even raise his head. He watched the attack coming but was unable to avoid it. Takeda Yuzuki reacted quickly. He knew it was too late for him to escape, so he decisively grabbed Nomura Koro's shoulders with both hands and blocked himself in front of him, obviously wanting to use Nomura Koro as a shield. Nomura Koro was stunned. Takeda Yuzuki was too strong for him to break free. He could only scream and struggle in vain. Judging from the speed of the green thick liquid, it was obvious that the damage was extremely high and it seemed to be corrosive. Otonashishiya felt that he could not wait any longer, and he was also sure that he only needed to hollow his mouth and nose to isolate the poison gas. Both of his eyes exerted force at the same time, and bloodshot appeared on the whites of his eyes. The right eye formed a space Uzumaki, sucking him into the camui space. At the same time, the left eye focused on Nomura Koro's side, and a space Uzumaki also formed there. Due to the characteristics of the double camui, he achieved almost seamless travel, and came out of another dimension, Uzumaki, the moment he sucked himself into the camui dimension. In desperation, he could only kick Nomura Koro away, making it impossible for Takeda Yuzuki to use Nomura as a meat shield. Then he immediately focused his left eye on the green thick liquid that was attacking Hayakawa Aki, and the green thick liquid was immediately pulled into the camui space. At the same time, a space Uzumaki appeared above the head of the toad demon, and a green thick liquid flew out of the Uzumaki and hit the toad demon's eyes. The toad demon was wondering why a certain thick liquid of his had disappeared a second ago. The next second it screamed, "Ah! My eyes!" In the blink of an eye, all four of its eyes were corroded by its own venom. It was no longer a question of whether it would go blind or not, but its eyeballs were gone. This is like an electric eel can electrocute itself, a lion majesty can poison itself, and a toad demon cannot withstand its own venom. And the corrosion has not stopped yet, the venom is still corroding its head. At the same time, without the shield, Yuzuki Takeda was directly penetrated through the chest by the green thick liquid, and his internal organs were quickly corroded. Before he died, he stared at Otonashishiya with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe that he didn't see the boy's movements clearly and suddenly appeared next to him. On the other side, Hayakawa Aki was incredulous. Why did the venom suddenly disappear and reappear, and even change direction? He didn't look carefully, but only vaguely noticed that something seemed to have distorted the space. Just now, when Otonashishiya suddenly disappeared, there were also signs of space distortion at the place where he was. Could this also be Otonashishiya's demonic power? At this time, Otonashishiya was quietly observing the toad demon, without even looking at Takeda Yuzuki. He was just a dead man. After a while, more than half of the toad demon's head had been corroded, but it was not dead yet and kept screaming. This guy is really hard to kill. Otonashishiya thought to himself. Demons that possess the gun demon meat slice are far stronger than ordinary demons and are more difficult to kill than ordinary demons. This was also the reason why he did not use his left eye camui to twist off the toad demon's head immediately. He was not sure whether the head was the vital point of this guy, nor was he sure whether this guy would die if his head was broken. Now we have the answer. Even if the head is corroded and rotten, he will not die. If Kamui uses his left eye to twist off his head, it would probably be a waste of pupil power and vitality. The effect would be worse than letting this guy's venom corrode himself. Otonashishiya walked quickly towards the toad demon with a sword in hand. With his mouth and nose hollowed, he could completely ignore the green poisonous gas. You can still be alive even if your head is gone, but what if you chop it into pieces? Otonashishiya whispered lightly, his extremely cold face revealing a murderous intent, which matched the scarlet Mangekyō Sharingan very well. Hayakawa Aki looked at Otonashishiya. He felt that Otonashi was like a completely different person when fighting. He was completely different from the smiling Otonashi at other times. The cold murderous intent made him a little scared. Less than a minute later, the toad demon finally stopped screaming because Otonashi Chiya had found its heart. It seems that the heart is the real weakness of the toad demon. After the heart was cut in half, it became completely silent. However, even if the heart was not destroyed, the toad demon had been chopped into dozens of pieces of flesh by Otonashi Chiya and ultimately could not escape death. The whole scene was so bloody that it was unbearable to look at. There were large intestines, small intestines, and blood all over the floor, and the smell of blood filled the entire basement. Since the demon's power disappears when the demon dies, the green poison gas of the toad demon has completely disappeared. Hayakawa Aki is no longer affected by the poison gas and all his strength has been restored. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the toad demon, gun demon meat slice, and obtained attribute points, 30. It can also be seen from the attribute points that the toad demon with the gun demon meat slice is much stronger than the ordinary demon. Otonashi Chiya found the gun demon meat piece from the demon's corpse. It was a very small bullet-like thing. It's just this little thing that can instantly transform an ordinary demon into a very powerful demon. Chapter 17. 9 years ago, due to the frequent outbreaks of gun-related terrorist attacks in the world, people's fear of guns increased dramatically in a short period of time, and the demon of guns came to the world. In just a few minutes of appearance, it caused devastating damage worldwide, killing more than 1 million people in total. It lasted just 26 seconds in Japan, killing 57,912 people. Hayakawa Aki's family died in that disaster. Since then, in order to reduce people's fear of guns, guns have been strictly controlled, which can limit and weaken the power of the gun demon. Except for one country which is still free, America, there are gunfights every day. But the gun demon is still the gun demon after all. No matter how much it is weakened, it is still ridiculously strong. Any small piece of meat on its body can transform an ordinary demon. The source of the meat slices is that when the gun demon moves at super high speeds, parts of its body will burn and fall off. During the few minutes when it came to the world, it landed in many countries, and thus countless pieces of flesh were scattered all over the world. At this time, Hayakawa Aki had recovered a lot of strength and slowly walked to Otonashi Chiya. He looked at the piece of meat of the gun devil in Otonashi Chiya's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his emotions suddenly became a little excited. So this is the meat of the gun devil. I can see you really want this thing. Otonashi Chiya backhanded the gun demon meat slice to Hayakawa Aki. There is no denying Hayakawa Aki. He looked at the piece of meat as if he was looking at an enemy with whom he had a blood feud, and the tragic scene of that year reappeared in his mind. He clenched the meat slice in his hand and controlled his emotions. This piece of meat still needs to be handed over to the client, and the client will resell it to the police. It is illegal for us civilian demon hunters to privately possess gun-carrying demon meat slices. The client is willing to pay 3 million yen for the gun devil meat slices, and can make a lot of profit by selling it to the public security. Otonashi Chiya certainly had no objection to this. He was not interested in meat slices. Come to think of it, everything that just happened was indeed your demonic power. At this time, Hayakawa Aki looked at Otonashi Chiya's eyes and saw a trace of blood flowing from his eyes. He couldn't help but continue to say with a little concern, "Are your eyes okay? Have a good rest when you go back, and try not to accept any more commissions in the next few days. It's nothing serious. I can recover after 2 days of rest," Otonashi Chiya said with a smile. This time when he was hunting the toad demon, he used the camui eye technique most frequently, and his body and eye power were already overloaded. It's not obvious on the surface, but he is actually very weak, his eyes are stinging, and his vision has become blurred. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 30. Chi and blood, 83. Due to this special situation, Otonashi Chiya allocated all attribute points to Chi and blood in order to recover quickly. After the distribution, he immediately felt much better. The stinging sensation in his eyes almost disappeared and his vision was no longer blurred. He would be fully recovered after some rest. If we replace the term chi and blood with blood bar, for example, his original blood bar was 10/53, and after adding 30 points it becomes 40/83, his physical condition will naturally improve a lot instantly. Hey? Am I still alive? At this time, Mangekyō, who was originally in a coma, was awakened by the strong smell of blood. She thought she was dead, and even if she didn't die from the fall, she would be eaten by the demon in the basement. I didn't expect that only some parts of my body were swollen and painful, and other than that there was nothing serious. However, the pungent smell of blood in the air immediately made her more sober. She turned her head and saw the fragments of the demon's body all over the ground. Seeing this scene, she felt so disgusted that she almost vomited. Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki were also seen standing next to the corpse, especially Otonashishiya, whose body was covered with a lot of blood. This shows that it must be this boy named Otonashishiya who killed the devil. Kinoshita Tsuki discovered that Nomura Koro was still alive and was lying close to her, taking a deep breath. She immediately walked over and asked, "Nomura, what happened just now?" As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the body of Takeda Yuzuki beside her, which she had not seen just now due to her blind spot. Takeda Yuzuki's body was now in a horrible state. His chest and abdominal cavities were almost completely corroded, his eyes were bulging and wide open, and he looked as if he had died with his eyes open. She screamed subconsciously, "Takeshi, Mr. Takeda is dead." Nomura Koro was still lying there, and he was still in shock after almost losing his life. I only heard him say in a cold tone, "It would be better if he died. He almost killed me just now." After hearing this, Mangekyō fell silent. After all, Mr. Takeda also kicked her down the stairs, so someone might have saved her, otherwise she would have died long ago. Just now this BD used me as a shield. If Otonashishiya hadn't saved me, the dead body you see now would be me. Nomura Koro described what had just happened to him in a complicated tone. "Otonashi saved you? Could it be that he saved me too?" Kinoshita Tsuki guessed. "It's very likely that his strength is completely on a different level than ours, and he can easily save you." Nomura Koro seemed to have doubted his life and kept lying there, not wanting to get up. In the past, he thought it was so cool that demon hunters could sign contracts with demons to gain power, so he dropped out of school and became a civilian demon hunter. It was going quite smoothly at the beginning. It was easy to deal with weaker demons, but the price paid after using the demonic power would be very painful, but it would be fine after resting for a while. It was not until today, when he accepted this commission without knowing his own limitations, that he realized that the powerful demon could leave him completely defenseless. If it weren't for Otonashishiya, the toad demon could easily wipe them all out. Otonashishiya was obviously close to his age, but his strength was stronger than any demon hunter he had ever seen. Thinking of this, Nomura Xiaolang couldn't help but smile at himself. When he first formed the team, he actually dared to yell in front of others. Fortunately, others had a good temper and didn't argue with him. "It seems like you all are fine, so let's go. I've just called the truck company and the police, and they'll be here soon to deal with the scene." At this time, Otonashishiya came over and walked towards the stairs while talking, with Hayakawa Aki beside him. Oh! Mangekyō hurriedly followed him. She didn't want to stay in the basement any longer. Nomura Koro also quickly stood up and took a look at Takeda Yuzuki's body before leaving. It's a pity that this BD died, but it also made him realize the evil of human nature. Kinoshita Tsuki caught up with Otonashishiya and thanked him in a somewhat shy manner. Can I call you Otonashi-kun? Thank you so much for saving me." Chapter 18. Me too, I can't repay you for saving my life. Nomura Koro bowed deeply to Otonashishiya. Thinking back to what happened at the beginning, he even knelt on the ground with his hands and knees prostrated, and apologized to Otonashishiya, and I was too arrogant before. Otonashishiya was a little speechless, and smiled awkwardly. It's not a big deal, let the past be the past. Yes. Nomura Xiaolang then stood up and said, I have decided that I will not be a demon hunter after I return. I should still have a chance to continue my studies now. What happened today had a great impact on him, and he clearly realized how weak he was and how dangerous the profession of demon hunter was. He felt that if he continued like this, he would die soon, so it would be best for him to go back to study. Just think it through yourself. Otonashishiya felt somewhat relieved to see a middle school delinquent boy turn back from his wrong path. He was not a scholarly person, but the other party's behavior of dropping out of school just to become a demon hunter was too unwise. As for whether this guy can study well after returning to school, that is another matter. At least he will not be in danger of dying at any time. Unless a demon suddenly appeared in the school and attacked the students, it would be just an accidental incident, and the students who were killed were just too unlucky. After hearing what Nomura Koro said, Kinoshita Tsuki also began to consider not being a demon hunter anymore. I don't think I'll be a demon hunter anymore. I'll find another part-time job tomorrow. Kinoshita Tsukiya said. She felt even more than Nomura Koro that she was not suitable to be a demon hunter. She was too timid, easily failed at critical moments, and her healing ability was also useless. A demon as powerful as the Toad Demon could kill a person with just one blow, leaving her no chance to recover. Demon hunters make money but are too dangerous. She still wants to live a good life, and she can make a living by doing other part-time jobs. By the way, Otonashi-kun will be a full-time demon hunter and won't go to school anymore. At this time, Kinoshita Tsuki asked. Maybe. I can't say for sure. Otonashishiya hasn't thought about going to school yet. The police arrived the fastest, and Otonashishiya and 4 others took a police car directly back to the civilian base. The demon's body is already on its way, and the spear demon meat slices are in our hands. Because we are worried, we brought them back to you personally. Otonashishiya personally handed the gun devil meat slice to the waitress. Okay, wait a moment then. The waitress had to wait until the demon's body was checked thoroughly before giving them the reward. Although she had noticed that there was one person missing, most likely killed by the devil, she was already used to it. It is common for civilian demon hunters to die while carrying out commissions. In contrast, she was somewhat surprised that these people were actually able to complete the commission. The target of the commission is an extremely powerful demon who has swallowed the gun demon's flesh. Under normal circumstances, civilian demon hunters are basically unable to deal with this kind of demon, and it is often handed over to public security demon hunters to deal with. While waiting, Nomura Crow and Kinoshita Tsuki suddenly left and never came back. They felt that they had barely contributed anything today, and it was no exaggeration to say that they were a drag. Of course, they didn't have the face to stay and share their rewards, so they left on their own accord. A while later, the civilian base confirmed that there was no problem with the body of the Toad Demon, and paid Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki. Otonashishiya's payment was directly deposited into his bank card, while Hayakawa Aki received it in cash. Hayakawa Aki also planned to apply for a bank card later as it was not convenient to carry cash with him. At this time, Hayakawa Aki suddenly asked Otonashishiya, "Are you also a demon hunter to avenge the gun demon?" "Oh? Why do you think so?" Otonashishiya's response. "Why don't you go to school? With your ability, it's no problem for you to work part-time as a civilian demon hunter. You can't use a childish excuse like Nomura-chan." Hayakawa Aki stated his basis. Otonashishiya pretended to be silent for a while, and then said, "You guessed it, I do have the idea of revenge, because my family was also killed by the gun demon." The main reason for his background is that his parents died in the disaster when the gun devil appeared, so his words and deeds must not conflict with his background. Hayakawa Aki's eyes flickered slightly. It seems that we are the same. Can you talk to me? With pleasure. Otonashishiya certainly did not refuse. Hayakawa Aki deliberately found a corner where there were not many people and sat down. Waiter, 2 glasses of juice, please. Aki Hayakawa ordered 2 drinks first. Otonashishiya thought that Hayakawa Aki had not started drinking yet, and it was probably only later that he was brought in by Senior Himeno to drink together, and the same was true for smoking. At this time, Hayakawa Aki was still quite serious and did not smoke or drink. Of course, Japanese law strictly prohibits minors from drinking. My family was also killed by the demon of the gun. I no longer have any dreams except revenge. Hayakawa Akira said in a calm tone. So you're planning on joining the Tokyo Public Security Bureau next, right? Otonashishiya explains. Yes, with the record of hunting the toad demon this time, I can try to apply for it. Hayakawa Aki head rode. Public security demon hunters are organized and the threshold is definitely not low. Not everyone can become a public security demon hunter. The role of the public security department is to solve powerful demons that cannot be solved by civilian demon hunters, so its strength certainly cannot be too weak. So you're going to come along? At this time, Hayakawa Aki asked Otonashishiya. Certainly. Otonashishiya's way. After joining the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, he would have more opportunities to hunt powerful demons, and thus gain attribute points more efficiently. Okay, then we'll go together to take part in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau's interview and assessment. Hayakawa Aki Yoshindu. He hoped that Otonashishiya could join the Tokyo Public Security Bureau with him so that he could partner with Otonashishiya. Ding! Host activates the achievement Hayakawa Aki's Intimacy, LV1, and gains attribute points, 2. Chapter 19. In Hayakawa Aki's mind, Otonashishiya is incredibly strong. Especially his performance against the toad demon today, which made him feel that Otonashishiya was even more unfathomable. Of course it would be best if I could team up with Otonashi. In contrast, Hayakawa Aki also realized the shortcomings of his own strength and that he was a little too dependent on the cursed demon. It is definitely not a good idea to keep relying on the power of the cursed demon. In the future, you might die before you find the gun demon. After entering the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, he will apply to sign a contract with the demons there. It is said that the public security departments across Japan have taken in many demons. Some of them surrendered after being defeated, while others took the initiative to join humans. These demons specifically sign contracts with the public security demon hunters. Just call me when the time comes. Otonashishiya explains. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered something. The public security department's team is called the Demon Exorcism class, right? Is there anything else besides the Demon Exorcism class? When he heard that he had to go for an interview and assessment, he remembered that in the original book, joining the Tokyo Public Security Bureau didn't seem to be that difficult. This is because Makima founded the Anti-Demon Special Operations class, Anti-Demon Special Operations class, which specializes in recruiting abnormal people. The emphasis is on abnormality rather than strength. It can be abnormal humans, demons, monsters, and weapon people. Of course, the entire anti-demon special class is Makima's pawn. Otonashishiya was wondering if it was because Makima hadn't come to the world yet. The threshold for a normal exorcist class might indeed be very high. No, I heard there is only the demon exorcism class. Hayakawa Aki answers. He had already learned about the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and had made sufficient preparations to avenge the gun devil. I see. Otonashishiya nodded slightly. It seems that at this point in time, Makima has most likely not come to the world yet. This is good news for him. Because he hopes that Makima can become Nehuta, rather than the bad woman in the original book. The key point is that he must find Makima before the cabinet. The reason is very simple. The nature of the ruling demon is unchanging. Makama without distorted ideas is no different from Nahuta. However, it is too far ahead for Otonashi Chiya to consider this now. He doesn't know when Makama will come to the world, nor does he know in which country or place Makama will land. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya chatted with Hayakawa Aki for a while and then left the civilian base. When they walked all the way to the downstairs of the apartment building, Hayakawa Aki realized that something was wrong. So, you live in this building too? Hayakawa Aki has no questions. Yes, I just rented it yesterday. It's on the 4th floor. Otonashi Chiya heading out. No wonder I haven't seen it before. Hayakawa Akira's theory. As the elevator was about to reach the 4th floor, Hayakawa Aki said goodbye to Otonashi Chiya, see you in a few days, and we'll go to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau after you've rested well. Otonashi Chiya walked out of the elevator, okay, bye. It seemed like a lot had happened today, but in fact only one morning had passed. It was just after 11 o'clock in the morning when Otonashi Chiya returned home. He knocked on the door and said, Denji, Pokita, I'm back. When he heard Chiya's brother's voice, Denji immediately ran out of the room. Because his trouser legs were too long, he almost stepped on them and fell. Pokita also ran out. Welcome back. Denji opened the door and said happily. This scene has a very family feel. Otonashi Chiya smiled slightly. Then I changed into home slippers. Since she hadn't bought slippers for Diancie yet, she went barefoot. But the floor at home was very clean, and her cute little feet were still as white as jade. Is Chiya nii already off work so soon? Denji asked curiously. She thought that brother Chiya would not be back until very late, so she had prepared to cook lunch and dinner by herself, and also prepare a portion for brother Chiya when he came back in the evening. I didn't expect to come back so early, it's not even noon yet. Because when she was a child, her father was still working and would come home very late every day drunk, and would beat and scold her if he was unhappy. Yeah, I said I was going to work, but in fact I just went to a civilian base to take a commission, and I came back after hunting down demons. Otonashi Chiya explained. Oh, no wonder it feels a bit bloody. Denji discovered that Chiya's brother's coat was missing and there was some bloodline on his pants. Otonashi Chiya simply threw away his coat. It was stained with the blood of the toad demon. There was no point in keeping it. No matter how many times he washed it, there would probably still be some smell and traces left. Are you a little hungry? I'll go prepare lunch now. Otonashi Chiya went to the kitchen and put on an apron. There were ingredients in the refrigerator that he had prepared in advance, so he didn't have to buy them at the last minute. Okay. Denji felt a little regretful, as she had wanted to wait for Chiya's brother to come back and make one for him herself. Now she didn't have a good reason, because she was worried that her cooking skills were not good enough, and she was embarrassed to let brother Chiya taste what she made without a good reason. Because he often watched tutorials online and tried to cook in his previous life, Otonashi Chiya's cooking skills have become quite good. Plus now that he has the Mangekyō Sharingan, he finds that these eyes have greatly enhanced his cooking skills, allowing his cooking skills to reach a new level. Otonashi Chiya cooked the rice first, then made a dish of braised beef and a dish of steamed fish, and added the hen soup that had been stewed before leaving the house in the morning, which was cooked on time and kept warm automatically. That's about it for lunch. If you make too much, it will be wasted. Chicken soup is here. Otonashi Chiya first brought out a pot of chicken soup. Your body is still growing, so you need more nutritious food. As soon as Denji smelled the soup, she felt it was very fragrant. She couldn't wait to get a bowl and take a sip. The sweet taste of the chicken soup immediately hit her taste buds. Delicious. She had never eaten such delicious food since she was a child. Even when her father was alive, she often did not have enough to eat. When she had food, she could only eat what her father had left over, and it was not tasty. After her father passed away, she was not even satisfied with a piece of bread. Otonashishi specially prepared a small bowl for Pokita, filled it with chicken soup and chicken and placed it on the ground. Woof! Pokita ate, wagging his tail. When it took its first bite, its tail wagged even more excitedly. Ding! Host activates the achievement Pokita's Intimacy, LV2, and gains attribute points, 4. Chapter 20. After a delicious lunch, Diancie burped with a satisfied look on his face. This was the first time in her life that she had eaten so much and the first time that her food had tasted so delicious. But now she was even more embarrassed to show off her cooking skills in front of Chiya's brother, because her cooking skills were far worse in comparison. She silently decided in her heart that she would secretly improve her cooking skills until she could show off in front of brother Chiya. Be moderate. Overeating is not good for your health. Anyway, I can cook for you every day in the future. Otonashishi said with a smile. Real? Denji suddenly became excited. Real? Otonashishi nodded seriously. Yet. Denji was delighted. But her face immediately turned slightly red, because she suddenly thought, doesn't this mean that brother Chiya will accompany her for the rest of her life? Ding! Host activates achievement Electricity, LV4, gains attribute points, 15. However, at this time, Otonashishi had not yet realized that Denji had wrong ideas. She thought that Denji was just very happy to eat delicious food, so his favorability progress had increased again. At this time, Denji took the initiative to collect all the bowls, chopsticks, pots, and plates, and then put them into the kitchen sink. Chiya, let me wash these dishes. Now Chiya's brother is the only person who is close to her and the most important person in her heart. Pokita is also important, but Pokita is a demon, not a human. She didn't want to just eat and do nothing, and was afraid that Chiya would dislike her and ignore her, so she wanted to help with housework as much as possible. Good. Otonashishi looked slightly surprised. She didn't expect that Denji was so diligent and sensible. Seeing Denji walking into the kitchen with his trouser legs dragging so long, he suddenly remembered about buying clothes, so he said, Denji, let's go to the mall together later. Okay. Denji was also looking forward to buying new clothes. After washing the dishes and resting for a while, Denji's stomach was not so bloated anymore, so Otonashishi took Denji out. But, the problem is how to take Pokita with me when I go out. If Pokita were to follow Denji directly, it would definitely cause a commotion, especially in a place with a large flow of people like a shopping mall. Although Pokita looks cute, you can tell at first glance that he is a demon. The chainsaw on his head is too obvious. Most people will still be scared even if they see a cute demon. This will definitely attract security guards, police, and even other civilian demon hunters. In order to avoid this unnecessary trouble, Otonashishi came up with a solution. He wrapped the chainsaw on Pokita's head with a clean and soft cloth. When Pokita was not in combat, the chainsaw on his head would not rotate or extend, so it could barely be covered. Then he asked Denji to pick up Pokita, this way it will look like a doll. As long as Pokita doesn't move, it shouldn't cause a commotion among the crowd. That's a good idea indeed. Denji then emphasized to Pokita, Pokita, don't move. Listen to brother Chiya. Woof. Pokita responded, and then its body became completely still, without even blinking. If people don't look carefully, it is easy to mistake it for some kind of doll. After all, it is not strange for a little girl to carry a doll with her when she goes out, and there is no normal pet dog that looks like Pokita. You don't have to overdo it. It's okay to move or blink when you feel uncomfortable. Otonashishi explains. And so he went out with Denji and Pokita. As soon as I got downstairs, I met Hayakawa Aki coming towards me at the door. He seemed to have just come back from throwing away the garbage. When Hayakawa Aki saw the little blonde girl next to Otonashishi, he was stunned for a moment. His eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Otonashi Chiya with a strange look. Otonashi, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Especially since the little girl was wearing clothes very similar to Otonashi Chiya's, it was easier for people to associate it with something very punishable. Otonashi Chiya immediately realized that he was misunderstood and quickly explained, "It's not what you think. This is my distant sister Denji." Yet, Hayakawa Aki's eyes were half believing and half doubting. Of course. Otonashi Chiya was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "I'm Chiya's younger sister. It's our first meeting, so please give me your guidance." Denji knew clearly the situation Chiya's brother was facing, so he was very sensible and helped to speak up, speaking politely to Hayakawa Aki. But she was still a little unhappy in her heart, not very satisfied with her sister's identity, and her little mouth pouted slightly. Seeing that Denji was so polite and there was no sign of being intimidated on his face, Hayakawa Aki finally believed what Otonashi Chiya said. He immediately responded, "Hello, my name is Hayakawa Aki, I am Otonashi's colleague." Otonashi Chiya immediately touched Denji's head. Fortunately, Denji was sensible, otherwise it would be difficult for him to explain the misunderstanding. After being patted on the head, Denji's inner dissatisfaction was immediately relieved a lot, and he smiled happily. This action made them more like brother and sister in Hayakawa Aki's eyes. This suddenly reminded him of his younger brother, and his eyes dimmed for a moment, but he quickly adjusted himself. "Otonashi Denji? Should I call him that?" Hayakawa Aki felt that Denji should be a name. People who meet for the first time or are not familiar with each other basically will not call each other by their names, so he wanted to call Denji by his full name. Since Denji is Otonashi Chiya's sister, her last name should also be Otonashi, right? Otonashi Chiya was about to explain that Denji was not his biological sister, but Denji nodded first, "Yet. That's right, my name is Otonashi Denji." Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but glance at Denji, not understanding why Denji said that. He didn't think much about it. After all, there was no harm in letting Hayakawa Aki think that Denji was his biological sister. However, Otonashi Chiya overlooked one thing, that is, in Japan, after marriage, the wife will change her surname to her husband's. It's not that he didn't know about it, of course, but Denji's cleverness made him not think of this at once. "Then why is Otonashi wearing your clothes?" Hayakawa Aki continued to ask. "She just moved to my place yesterday, and her luggage was stolen on the way. She has no clothes to change into, so she can only wear my clothes for the time being." Otonashi Chiya explained, "So I was just about to take her shopping for new clothes." "I see." Hayakawa Aki nodded without any doubt. Otonashi Chiya also breathed a sigh of relief. He saw that Hayakawa Aki's expression at the beginning looked like he was about to call the police. He doesn't want to be mistaken for a Lolita complex. My reputation was almost ruined. Chapter 21. Along the way, no one really discovered that Poketo was a demon, or even that Poketo was a living creature. Unless you pay special attention, you would think it is a doll that the little girl is holding. Thus, Otonashi Chiya successfully entered the mall with Denji and Poketo. He had no knowledge of Japanese clothing brands from the 1990s, so he found a clothing store that looked larger and better decorated. "Denji, just pick the one you like." Otonashi Chiya felt that he had no taste in clothes, so he let Denji choose by himself, and he could only help to see if it fit. "Let me see." The store was full of clothes of various styles, which dazzled Denji. Her eyes subconsciously looked at the trousers and shorts because she was used to wearing them. But she suddenly thought of brother Chiya. She immediately changed her mind and turned her attention to those beautiful and cute dresses, which should make her more feminine. "Little sister, have you decided which clothes you want to choose? If you have chosen, you can go over there and try them on to see how they look." At this time, a pretty young female clerk came over and said to Denji. Denji saw that the older sister in front of her was beautiful, had a good figure, and felt very feminine. She immediately stood on tiptoe and whispered in the older sister's ear, "Sister, can you tell me how to dress to be more feminine?" The female clerk didn't expect a little girl to ask such a question, and was slightly stunned. After coming to her senses, she actually gave her opinion seriously, "Femininity. I think you can try that dress, little sister, and match it with a pair of black stockings." "Okay, I'll try it then." Denji nodded. Although she has never worn it, she has heard of black stockings and has also heard that men prefer this kind of stockings. I guess Chiya brother is the same, right? Since Denji and the female clerk were whispering and covered their mouths with their hands, Otonashi Chiya didn't hear what they were saying. His Mangekyō Sharingan couldn't enhance his hearing, and since he couldn't see the mouth shapes, his vision was of no use. But he didn't plan to ask about it. He guessed that this should be a secret topic between girls and it was not appropriate to inquire about it. Denji first placed Pokata on the sofa chair next to him, then went into the fitting room carrying the black dress and black stockings. Pokata just lay on the chair with his legs up in the air, motionless, with almost no visible flaws. To be on the safe side, Otonashi Chiya picked up Pokata and held her like a doll. Since she had never worn a dress and stockings before, it took Denji a lot of effort to put them on. She even called the female clerk in to help her tidy them up. At this time, Denji looked at herself in the mirror. Although she looked more feminine, she always felt weird without wearing a skirt and stockings. Is it really okay? She doubted whether she was suitable to dress like this, and was also worried about what Chiya would say about it. "Trust me, it's okay, the little sister looks cute," the salesgirl encouraged. Denji also plucked up his courage, straightened his clothes, and walked out. Otonashi Chiya was thinking about something when he suddenly saw Denji appear in front of him dressed like this. "Brother Chiya." At this time, Denji's posture looked a little embarrassed, his face showed shyness, his eyes were a little erratic, and he was embarrassed to look Otonashi Chiya in the eye. Grasping the corners of clothes with both hands unnaturally is a common subconscious action when a person is nervous. At the same time, the female clerk hid behind the wall and only stuck half of her head out to refuel the car. She didn't know what the relationship between the little girl and the boy was, but puppy love was quite common. Puppy love is prevalent in Japan. There is not even a term puppy love in Japanese. There is only the term first love. Many boys and girls have had their first love in elementary school. Apart from the age limit for marriage and the prohibition of engaging in unspeakable behavior too early, there are almost no other restrictions. However, Otonashi Chiya's ideas are still relatively conservative. After all, he was not a Japanese before he traveled through time, and his three views have almost been formed. "How does it feel?" Denji asked embarrassedly. She was both excited and afraid. She was excited that Chiya would praise her, but she was afraid that she would be told that she was weird or ugly. She was so nervous that she could hear her own heartbeat. Otonashi Chiya pondered for a while and gave a fair comment, "I didn't expect you to be so good at dressing, Denji. Doesn't this fit you very well?" Denji's outfit brightened his eyes and he immediately felt that she became even cuter. This surprised him that Denji would actually choose this kind of outfit. Was it a suggestion from the female clerk? Hearing this, the nervousness and shyness on Denji's face suddenly turned into joy, and her heart was relieved. "Then buy this." But Denji immediately started to worry again. "No, wait, if this is too expensive, forget it." She had long been tired of being poor, and didn't want brother Chiya to spend too much money on her. "It's okay. A set of clothes isn't that expensive. You don't have to worry about money." Otonashi Chiya said directly, "I want to buy you 2 more sets of clothes, just pick whatever you like." Demon hunter is a high-risk, high-reward profession that makes money very quickly. He had only been here for 2 or 3 days, and he already had over 1,000,000 yen. Wouldn't it be easy for him to buy a few new clothes? They weren't super famous brands. All right. Only then did Diancie feel a little more relaxed. Then she asked the female clerk to give her some advice and chose 2 new sets of clothes of different styles, such as a white miniskirt and white stockings. She was very happy with the new clothes because her brother Chiya thought she looked cute in them. After paying, Otonashi Chiya told Denji to just wear the new skirt and there was no need to change back into the old clothes. The old clothes were put into a bag and taken away. Come on, let's go to other stores and buy some snacks, toys, games, etc. Otonashi Chiya didn't plan to go back so soon. His family was in short supply of these things, and he also had to replenish the daily necessities needed by Denji and Pokita. Otherwise, when he usually goes out, Denji and Pokita would probably be bored staying at home. Pokita is only pretending to be stupid on the surface, but he is actually very smart. Maybe he can even play games with Denji. Chapter 22. A large bag of assorted snacks. Some toys and a few games. As well as daily necessities for Denji and Pokita. Otonashi Chiya bought these in total, and then they went home. These were basically bought for Denji and Pokita, including the games he didn't really want to play. Because computers and the internet were still in their infancy at this time, if you wanted to play games, you either had to use a handheld game console or one that was connected to a TV, not to mention the arcade games commonly seen on the streets. In his previous life, he was used to playing various mobile games and computer games, and his threshold had been raised to a certain level. He really had no interest in this kind of ancient game. On the other hand, Denji was very interested in this thing he had never seen before and couldn't wait to go home and try it. Don't worry, I'll let you have fun when we get home. At this time, Otonashi Chiya walked out of the mall with 2 large bags in his hands. Denji was holding the clothes and hugging Pokita. Although 2 of the games he bought were for handheld game consoles and the rest were games that could be played by connecting to a TV, Otonashi Chiya didn't want Denji to develop a bad habit of playing game consoles while walking on the street, so he didn't take out the handheld game console and give it to Denji. However, at this moment, the crowd far ahead suddenly became a riot. Run! A demon has appeared. Help! I don't want to die yet. Where's the demon hunter? Where is the demon hunter? Come and stop that monster! The crowd in front was fleeing in all directions, and when they heard the noise they knew a demon had appeared. Otonashi Chiya felt slightly delighted. Aren't these attribute points delivered to his door? He then grabbed Denji's hand to prevent him from being dispersed by the chaotic crowd, and led Denji towards the direction of the demon. Denji's face turned slightly red, but she knew that a demon had appeared so she didn't dare to be careless and followed brother Chiya closely. Soon, Otonashi Chiya saw the figure of a demon, who looked like the potato chip demon. The appearance is similar to that of a potato chip, but the size is naturally countless times larger than ordinary potato chips. In the center of the potato chip there is a very ugly human face outline, and at the bottom there are 2 2-meter-long human hands running demonically. It doesn't look like it has much killing power, but the size of the demon is there. An ordinary human being would probably be half dead if he was stepped on by it. It still poses a great threat to the crowd. Denji, stand here and don't run around. I'm going to finish this quickly. Otonashi Chiya asked Denji to stand not far away from the demon. He immediately drew the sword from his waist and walked towards the potato chip demon slowly. He was the first one to arrive at the scene, and no other civilian demon hunter would compete with him for the head. Moreover, this potato chip demon is very weak just by hearing the name, and he doesn't look like a demon slice with a gun. He feels that there is no need to waste his pupil power to use the camui technique. Denji nodded obediently. She knew she couldn't help much, so she thought at least she shouldn't cause any trouble for Chiya. If she hadn't been forced into a fight before, she wouldn't have wanted to fight a dangerous demon. Although she knew that brother Chiya was very strong, she couldn't help but say, "Brother Chiya, be careful." Seeing that the human boy in front of him not only did not run away, but also walked towards him fearlessly. The potato chip demon immediately became interested. Before any ordinary people were killed, it changed its target and ran towards Otonashishiya. Oh my, it seems a civilian demon hunter got there first. Just then, a young woman in a special uniform appeared on the roof of a nearby low-rise house. She had an eye patch on her right eye and a cigarette in her mouth. Next to him, a handsome young man appeared. He was also wearing the same uniform, with a lip pierced on the left side of his lip and a sword on his back. He looked at the situation below and said calmly, "From his appearance, he seems to be a high school student, right? Although the potato chip demon is a relatively weak demon, he looks so immature that I don't think he can do it." Otonashishiya noticed the two men out of the corner of his eye. They were clearly wearing Tokyo public security uniforms, and he even recognized both of them. The woman among them was the most familiar. She was Senior Chiya, who had short dark green hair and was a heavy smoker. I have some impression of the other person. He seems to be the vice captain of the Demon Exorcist Section 2 who was killed by Lace in the original work. His name is unknown, and his demonic power is the head of a fox demon. Since the fox demon is obsessed with looks and this person's looks are pretty good, he was favored by the fox demon. Otherwise, ordinary people can only use the fox demon's left or right hand. However, Otonashishiya just glanced at them calmly, not surprised at all, and his attention was still focused on the potato chip demon. Because the daily duty of the Tokyo Public Security Demon Hunters is to patrol within Tokyo, this kind of demon that suddenly appears in the crowd will soon be discovered by the patrolling Public Security Demon Hunters. It just so happens that Himeno is patrolling in the Nerima district. That's hard to say. I heard there are young men with great potential among the people nowadays. Chiya blew out a smoke ring. The man shook his head slightly. Let's wait and see. If he can't hold on any longer, I'll let the fox demon save him. Since the public security demon hunters cannot interfere with or compete for the demons discovered by the civilian demon hunters unless the civilian demon hunters are unable to deal with them, they can only watch here. At this time, the potato chip demon had already run to Otonashishiya, and it seemed that it wanted to eat Otonashishiya directly with its mouth. Otonashishiya casually cut off the two running hands of the potato chip demon with a knife, and easily avoided the huge body that was about to press down on him. Immediately, another knife cut its entire body in half, sending the potato chip demon directly back to hell. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the potato chip demon and obtained attribute points, 5. This attribute point is even less than that given by the ant demon. It is really weak. Otonashishiya couldn't help but complain in his heart. Seeing this scene, the man next to Chiya said immediately, "Well, it seems that I was wrong." Chiya narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting. She discovered that the boy still had a lot of strength left. Just the way he dodged the potato chip demon when he fell down was not easy. It was so easy that his expression didn't even fluctuate during the entire battle. Although the potato chip demon was extremely weak, it was also because of this that she was completely unable to discern the boy's true strength. Chiya extinguished the cigarette in his hand and threw away the butt. "Let's go down and say hello to that boy." The roof they were on was not high, so they jumped down directly with the help of the second-floor balcony. Chiya waved directly to the young man. "Hello young man from the folks." Chapter 23. Ding! Host activates the achievement First Encounter with Chiya, and gains attribute points, 1. Seeing Himeno and the other two coming over, Otonashishiya pretended to be slightly stunned. Then he asked knowingly, "Are you two demon hunters from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau?" He certainly couldn't show that he knew Chiya, as this was the first time he met Chiya. "Yes, yes. We saw your fight with the potato chip demon just now. You are very powerful." Himeno walked up to Otonashishiya and patted his right shoulder carelessly. His pupils almost subconsciously turned to the lower right corner. As soon as Chiya raised his hand, He had already seen the trajectory of the movement and almost couldn't help but avoid Ji Yi's hand. Ji Ye noticed this strange detail in the other person's pupils. Before she even put her hand down to take the photo, the other person's pupils had already accurately locked onto the right shoulder she wanted to take a photo of. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, but she only saw through it without saying anything, and still patted the other person's right shoulder as if nothing had happened. Thank you for the compliment. Otonashishiya is modest. Of course, he had also noticed the subtle changes on Ji Yi's face. It seemed that his eyes had been discovered to be unusual, but it didn't matter. It would be known sooner or later anyway, so he could just explain it away with the explanation of the devil's power. Why are you so modest? Come on, I believe in you. You will definitely do well among the common people. Himeno just had a brief chat with Otonashishiya and was about to leave. Although she could see that the boy's abilities were extraordinary, she had no intention of inviting him to join the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. After going through so many things in the Public Security Department, she no longer wanted to invite anyone to join the Tokyo Public Security Department, because she had seen too many colleagues sacrifice their lives just 1 or 2 years after joining the Public Security Department, including her previous partners. What's more, the boy in front of her is obviously still a young man. She still hopes that he can live among the common people. At least it is much safer if he doesn't do stupid things among the common people. At this time, Hayakawa Aki arrived here. He happened to be out and just heard that a demon appeared here, so he rushed over immediately, but now it seems that the demon has been dealt with by Otonashishiya. Otonashi, you've killed the demon, but who are these two? When Hayakawa Aki saw that the two people in front of Otonashishiya were wearing Tokyo Public Security uniforms, he immediately became concerned. Otonashishiya shook his head slightly. I don't know them either, I just know they are 2 seniors in the Public Security Department. Oh? Is this your friend? He looks like he's also a civilian demon hunter. Chiya looked at Hayakawa Aki and said, a young man again. People are getting younger and younger these days. Hayakawa Aki is still the same, very cold towards outsiders. Even though the other party might be his future colleague, he never considered dealing with interpersonal relationships. In his eyes, nothing was important except the devil of the revenge gun. Yes, he is planning to apply to join the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Otonashishiya said this intentionally. After he crossed over, he started to produce the butterfly efficiency. Hayakawa Aki completed the difficult commission such as the gun devil meat slice ahead of time, and also met Senior Himeno ahead of time. The next step is to join the Tokyo Public Security Bureau ahead of time. He thought it was a good thing for Hayakawa Aki to meet Senior Himeno in advance, so he wanted to take this opportunity to let Hayakawa Aki have more contact with Himeno. Really? Then we will be colleagues. What's your name? Chiya was a little surprised, and then asked Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Autumn. Hayakawa Aki replied expressionlessly. You sound quite cool, but have you really thought it through? Are you sure you really want to come to our Tokyo Public Security Bureau? Chiya advised, the public security demon hunters are much more dangerous than the civilian ones. My first 4 partners died in the past 4 years, and I haven't found the 5th partner yet. But I estimate that the 5th partner will not survive for more than 2 years. Chiya downplayed the death of her partner, but in fact she was only optimistic on the surface, and no one knew how sad she was in her heart. Otonashishiya immediately thought that Senior Himeno's guess was quite accurate. The 5th partner did not survive for 2 years. To be more precise, they died in less than a year. In the original novel, Hayakawa Aki is Himeno's 6th partner in Tokyo Public Security, but from the current timeline, it is about half a year later, and Himeno at this time has not yet found a 5th partner. I know. There was no way Hayakawa Aki would listen to the advice. He just wanted to take revenge on the gun demon, so he had to join the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. He had long since put his own life and death aside. Seeing the scene of Hayakawa Aki and Himeno in the same frame, Otonashishiya suddenly felt relieved. He felt very sad when he saw Himeno's death. If it weren't for Makima's interference, Hayakawa Aki may still be obsessed with the devil of the revenge spear, but he and Himeno will definitely not die so early, and nor will they die so miserably. At this time, Otonashishiya left silently, leaving Hayakawa Aki to chat slowly with Himeno, and Denji was still waiting for him there. Denji was very obedient and stood where he was without moving a step. The smile on Otonashishiya's face was a little helpless. He did tell Denji not to move, but he didn't say that he couldn't move at all. Let's go. Hayakawa Aki soon realized that Otonashishiya was missing, but by then Otonashishiya had already walked away with Denji. Since you insist on joining the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, I can only wish you the best. Chiya smiled and said, how about you become my fifth partner? She had already taken a liking to Hayakawa Aki the first time they met. But she didn't just look at the face. What touched her most was that Hayakawa Aki was so cold and serious, which made her want to take action. She took this boy to smoke and drink, and see how serious he would be. Don't want. However, Hayakawa Aki refused without hesitation. He has already decided to partner up with Otonashishiya. Chiya was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Hayakawa Aki to refuse so decisively. What? Don't you like me? Or have you already found a partner? That's about right. By then, that person will apply to join the public security with me. After saying that, Hayakawa Aki didn't want to waste any more time here, and he prepared to leave. Are you talking about the boy just now? Chiya suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, wait. Are you gay? Veins suddenly popped up on one side of Hayakawa Aki's forehead, and he seemed a little angry. Chiya quickly said, ha ha ha, I'm just kidding, don't take it so seriously. Chapter 24. The record of hunting down the potato chip demon is still counted in the civilian stronghold system. The difference is that the demon's body is dealt with by Otonashishiya himself. He simply asked the civilian outposts to help him sell the potato chip demon's body to the black market, as he was too lazy to look for the black market himself. The private agency only takes a 2% commission, and the rest of the money goes to Otonashishiya. As a result, he had an additional 200,000 yen in his bank card. At this time, Otonashishiya was at home. He looked at the system panel and found that there were already 27 attribute points available for allocation. Ding! Distribution completed, HP plus 17, Strength plus 5, Speed plus 5. Strength, 20. Speed, 20. Chi and Blood, 100. His focus is still on the Chi and Blood attributes. He will change his focus only when he can use the camui technique easily. 2 days later, Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki agreed to go to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau for an interview and assessment today. Only after passing these 2 steps can they become a public security demon hunter. He didn't do anything in the past 2 days. He just stayed at home with Denji and Pokita, and recovered his body and eye power. During this period, Pokita's favorability towards him has also increased, and he should be not far from level 3. Before leaving early in the morning, Otonashishiya told Denji, I have already cooked lunch. I may not be back at noon, so you and Pokita don't have to wait for me. Okay. Denji nodded obediently. Now with games to keep them company, she and Pokita will never be bored at home. Just as Otonashishiya guessed, Pokita can really play games with Denji. The game is connected to the TV and then operated with a handle. Pokita sits on the carpet and can use the handles of his 2 front legs. At first, he can't beat Denji, but later he can be on par with Denji. After Otonashishiya left, Denji and Pokita were ready to start the battle again. Pokita, come on, I will definitely win today. Woof woof. Otonashishiya waited downstairs of the apartment building for a few minutes before Hayakawa Aki came down. Let's go, let's take the subway directly. Hayakawa Akira's proposal. Because taxis are too expensive, Japanese people generally prefer to take the subway whether they are going to work or school, even if they have private cars, because traffic jams are very common in places like Tokyo. Although Hayakawa Aki is not short of money, he is used to being frugal. On the way, the two started chatting. Now it seems that Hayakawashiya only talks more when she is with Otonashishiya. By the way, what stage are you at in school? At this time, Otonashishiya asked Hayakawa Aki. He was just a little curious about this because it was not mentioned in the original book. After graduating from junior high school, I came to Tokyo to work as a demon hunter. Hayakawa Aki answers. Relying on the inheritance left by his parents, he finished junior high school in North Blue Road. During this period, he carefully studied and researched the relevant knowledge of demons, and demon hunters, and continued to search for information and intelligence about the gun demon. When he figured these things out, he immediately decided to give up on continuing his studies in high school, and came to Tokyo to become a civilian demon hunter, with the goal of joining the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Because the Tokyo Public Security Bureau has conducted the most in-depth research on the gun demon, they are also actively collecting gun demon meat slices. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to come to Tokyo. He could just find a way to join the North Blue Road Public Security Bureau. I see. Otonashishiya nodded slightly. In Japan, junior high school means junior high school, and college means high school. You should have been to school, right? Hayakawa Akiya asked. I went to school, but I couldn't afford the tuition so I stopped going. Otonashishiya said vaguely. Of course he went to school, but he suddenly traveled through time and space, so of course he couldn't continue to go to school. Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki have already taken the subway to the nearest station to Tokyo Public Security Bureau, and then they only need to walk for about 10 minutes. When he was almost reaching Tokyo Public Security Bureau, Otonashishiya had already seen the magnificent high-rise building in front of him, which was obviously the Public Security Building. The Public Security Building is surrounded by tall walls on all sides, and entry is only possible through access control. The guard was probably also a demon hunter, and he was also wearing a Tokyo Public Security uniform. Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki came up and revealed their identities first. We are civilian demon hunters who want to participate in the public security interview and assessment. Of course, the guard would not let them pass based on just this one sentence, but asked, "What are your names?" Otonashishiya. Autumn and Hayakawa. The guard then searched the Tokyo Public Security Bureau's system. Because the civilian base system synchronizes the data of each demon hunter with the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, many things can be facilitated. The guard immediately searched for the two names, compared them with the facial images, and confirmed that they were the two people in front of him. Okay, you guys just go in through the main entrance and go to the second floor. Don't run around anywhere else, or you'll be at your own risk. The guard reminded. Afterwards, Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki went to the second floor of the public security building as the guard had instructed. Are you two here for an interview? As soon as they reached the second floor, a man in a public security uniform asked them. These unfamiliar people who appear on the second floor without wearing police uniforms are most likely here to apply to join the police. That's right. Otonashishiya heading out. Then please come this way. The man then led the way for them. Soon, they were brought into a reception room where a woman who looked to be about 30 years old was already sitting there. She should be the interviewer. At the beginning, I asked some very common basic information, and Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki answered truthfully. I have reviewed your military record and activities in the civilian sector, and they all meet the standards of our Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The interviewer was looking at the data synchronized from the private system while asking for basic information. They had hunted down the toad demon who possessed the gun demon meat slices together. This was a very good record, because one of the important strategies of the Tokyo public security was to collect the gun demon meat slices, try to reduce the amount of gun demon meat slices held by the demons, and weaken the strength of the demons. In particular, the data of the young man named Otonashi Chiya was the most eye-catching. This newcomer who had only been logged into the system for less than a week at the civilian base had already hunted down 4 demons, including the toad demon. This record can be said to be outrageous. You will be assigned a practical test in the afternoon. With your abilities, passing this test should not be a problem. The main purpose is to grade you based on your performance. Chapter 25. Whenever a new person is officially recruited, he or she will be rated based on his or her performance in the actual combat assessment. This has been the practice of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau since its establishment. D, C, B, A, S, there are 5 levels in total. It goes without saying that D level will not be able to pass the assessment. Only C level is considered qualified, and S level is the strongest. After the rating is determined, different plans will be implemented for newcomers based on different ratings. Most newcomers are only at C level. At the beginning, they will partner with experienced old people, 1 old person guiding 1 newcomer or 1 old person guiding 2 newcomers. On weekdays, they only need to patrol and do not have to perform difficult tasks. It can be said to be an internship period. Unless they give up and resign or die during the internship period, they can generally be converted to regular employees. The old employees will be required to guide the new C-level employees for at least half a year or a year before they can start formal work. The same is true for B-level newcomers, except that the internship period will be shortened to 3 months. The internship period for A-level newcomers is 1 month, and the higher the rating, the higher the initial salary, and then the salary will be increased or decreased based on performance. As for the S-rank newcomers, since the establishment of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, there has only been 1 newcomer with an S rating, and that is Kishive. At that time, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau directly parachuted Kishive as the deputy captain of the Demon Exorcism Section 1, and if he could continue to perform at the S level, he would be promoted to the captain. As a result, Kishive lived up to everyone's expectations and became the strongest demon hunter in Japan at the fastest speed. These are what Otonashi Chiya learned from the interviewer. I'll ask someone to show you around our Tokyo Public Security Bureau later. The interviewer said. This also saves the other 2 from just waiting and doing nothing. By the way, I have a question. At this time, Hayakawa Aki suddenly spoke. Ask. The interviewer said. After we pass the assessment, the police should arrange for me to sign a contract with the devil, right? Hayakawa Aki is quite concerned about this matter. He thinks that his current strength is totally insufficient. Yes, you should be arranged to go to Kyoto by then. Most demons are imprisoned in Kyoto. The interviewer then made a suggestion. I see that you all have good-looking faces. You can first consider asking the fox demon. I'm sure you all know that signing a contract with a demon depends on the demon's mood. Fox demons care a lot about appearance. Those with good looks can obtain stronger demon power at a low price. Although the Kyoto Public Security Bureau has little presence in the original work, the real bodies of the fox demon and the future demon are actually in Kyoto. Okay, I'll think about it. Hayakawa Aki Yoshido. I'll think about it too. Otonashi Chiya was really just considering it. Already having 2 camui, he basically had no intention of signing a contract with a common demon like the fox demon. It wouldn't help him much and would cost him his skin or hair. To put it bluntly, it was meaningless. I'd like to think of someone who's free to show you around today. The interviewer was thinking when someone suddenly pushed the door open. At the same time, Ji Yi's voice came, let me show them around. Ji Yi? It seems that you are quite free today, so I'll leave it to you. The interviewer said. Why you again? As soon as he saw Himeno, Hayakawa Aki had a bad feeling. Are you so unwelcome to me? Chiya walked over and put his hand on Hayakawa Aki's shoulder. Hayakawa Aki frowned slightly. Come on, I'll take you to get familiar with your future workplace in advance. The initial sense of freshness is very valuable. Chiya said with a smile. Next, Himeno took Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki to visit all the places that could be visited, and the rest were prohibited places. While strolling in the corridor of a certain floor of the public security building, Chiya suddenly said mysteriously, by the way, I have something to remind you. It may not be possible for you to partner up together. What's the meaning? Hayakawa Aki's suspicious path. You'll know when the time comes. Chiya smiled playfully and kept the question in suspense on purpose. At this time, Otonashishiya was completely calm. He actually hoped that Hayakawa Aki could partner with Himeno. It was reasonable for an old to guide a new one. At least during the rookie period, there must be an experienced person to guide the newcomer, unless the rating is S level. After the rookie period was over, he felt that there was no need for Hayakawa Aki to partner with him since there was already Himeno Senior. With Senior Himeno's personality and methods, he can control Hayakawa Aki very well. Otonashishiya probably guessed what Himeno-senpai was trying to say, which was that if the ratings of him and Hayakawa Aki were too different, it would be difficult for them to partner up together. His own idea about the rating was to try his best to get an A grade. After all, he was not clear about the specific rating standards, so he didn't plan to think too much about the S grade. I was busy visiting the Tokyo Public Security Bureau in the morning, and it was already noon when I was almost done. Since the Tokyo Public Security Bureau only provided accommodation but not food, and there was no cafeteria inside, they had lunch at a nearby restaurant outside. As a senior who cares about the newbies, I will tell you something about the afternoon's assessment in advance. When lunch was almost over, Chiya whispered, although it is simply a real battle with the devil, if you want to get a high rating, there are still many aspects that need to be considered. I'd like to hear more about it. Otonashishiya is curious about what the specific criteria are. Hayakawa Aki listened attentively. He was not absolutely confident that he could pass the test, so he thought that listening to more relevant information would definitely help. Many newcomers are only rated C level because their physical skills are too ordinary. Apart from their demonic powers, they are no different from ordinary people. This is also a common problem for many demon hunters. Chiya elaborated, also, it's not just about the strength of the demon power, it's also about the price paid after using the demon power. This has an impact. Strong demon power will add points, but too high a price will also deduct points. And remember to control your facial expressions as much as possible. Staying calm when fighting a demon is also a plus. Even if you are nervous, don't show it on your face. I've talked about so many rating standards. Although I'm not finished yet, I'm almost there. Finally, let's talk about the passing standard. As long as you can kill the demon, no matter how you perform, you will be ranked C at the bottom, which means you pass. So if you don't care about the rating, you can do whatever you want. Himeno told Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki the general details of the assessment. After all, this is not a secret. No matter how much you know, it still depends on your ability. Those who can pass, and those who cannot pass are all talking nonsense. You guys rest for another hour, then it's almost time for the test. After saying that, Chiya immediately stood up. Boss, check out. Chapter 26. An hour later, Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki had returned to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau to prepare for the assessment. The assessment site is located in the underground base of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, which includes a battlefield surrounded by explosion-proof glass on all sides. There were already several people wearing Tokyo Public Security uniforms sitting in the spectator seats outside the explosion-proof glass. Apparently, they were in charge of the ratings. Which of you two will start first? The other one can just stand outside and watch. The examiner said to the two of them. I'll go first. Hayakawa Aki takes the lead. Okay, then you go in through this door. The examiner used fingerprint recognition to open an explosion-proof door next to it, which was the entrance to the battle site. Come on. Chiya said. Hayakawa Aki nodded, then walked into the battlefield with a calm expression. Hayakawa Aki, before the assessment officially begins, there are a few things I would like to remind you of. The examiner said to Hayakawa Aki, who had already entered the battlefield. First, you can choose demons of different difficulty levels as your opponents. The more difficult the demon is, the easier it is to get a high evaluation. But the prerequisite is that you can successfully hunt it. You must successfully hunt it to pass. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure. Second, if you can't hold on any longer, just yell to give up, and we will control the demon as soon as possible. Third, please take the assessment seriously. Even if you are very capable, we will not consider you if your attitude is not correct. That's about it. Choose the difficulty first. Just say 1, 2, or 3. 1 is the easiest and 3 is the hardest. After hearing this, Hayakawa Aki said without hesitation, 1. To him, the rating didn't matter. He just wanted to ensure he could enter the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Therefore, choosing 1 is the safest option, otherwise you will be in big trouble if you fail. Okay, if you're ready, just raise your hand. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, Hayakawa Aki immediately raised his hand. Then the assessment officially begins. Then, a huge passage opened up through the explosion-proof glass not far in front of Hayakawa Aki. The depths of the passage were pitch black, and a huge demon figure vaguely walked out from it. When I could see clearly, I found that it should be a fly demon. The fly demon in front of me was just an enlarged version of an ordinary fly, and its appearance became more disgusting and terrifying. Human, give up now, or I will show no mercy later. As soon as the fly demon comes out, persuade it to surrender. The Tokyo police do not always go on missions to hunt demons, they often capture demons and lock them up in underground bases. Some demons are of average strength and have little contract value. There are also many demons who are unwilling to sign contracts with humans, especially public security demon hunters, and they deliberately offer outrageous conditions. Even so, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau still wants to make use of the waste and use these useless demons to test new recruits. If you lose, you die. If you win, you continue to live. Anyway, the police will definitely not let the devil go. So the fly demon can't let go, it doesn't want to die. Hayakawa Aki simply ignored the fly demon, drew out the katana from his waist, and used the power of the demon to strengthen his body. He did not intend to use the power of the cursed demon, because using it would not necessarily improve his rating, and the cost of reducing his lifespan was too severe. It is only suitable to be used as a trump card, at the cost of his life, to ensure that he passes the test. The communication was fruitless and the fly demon immediately became impatient. It flapped its huge wings and rushed towards Hayakawa Aki. At first, Hayakawa Aki resisted with some difficulty, but after he figured out the fly demon's methods, he began to fight back. The fly demon's methods are relatively simple, relying on the high maneuverability of its wings. Other than that, it has no special features, just various pounces, rushes, and bites. Soon, Hayakawa Aki turned the situation around. He cut off all the legs of the fly demon, making it unable to move, and then chopped off the fly demon's head with one knife. This kind of ordinary demon is not that tenacious, and generally speaking, it will die if it loses its head. As the fly demon's head fell to the ground without any movement, the explosion-proof door opened at the same time. The assessment is over, you can come out now. Hearing the examiner's voice, Hayakawa Aki came out immediately. Chiya was watching the whole battle and had a rough idea of the strength of the level 1 demon. This fly demon looks only slightly stronger than the ant demon and slightly weaker than the crayfish demon. No wonder the interviewer said that they should be able to handle it with their strength. Now we have to wait for someone to clean up the body of the fly demon. Chiya continues to wait. The examiner opened the blast-proof door to let Hayakawa out, and said, "Well done, congratulations on passing the test. However, the specific rating will be released within tomorrow. I will arrange some preparations for you before the rating is released." "Okay." Hayakawa Yoshido. At this moment, he looked rather weak and his breathing was a bit heavy, because the price of strengthening his physique was that the devil sucked away some of his blood. The specific amount of blood sucked away depended on the extent of the use of the devil's power. Go and register more detailed information, including the demonic power you used in this battle. We at Tokyo Public Security will keep all information confidential. After speaking to Hayakawa, the examiner said to Chiya, "Chiya, it's your turn." Chiya nodded slightly and walked calmly into the battle arena. "You have heard the precautions I told Hayakawa before, so I will not repeat them. If you have any questions, ask them now and I will answer them," the examiner said. "No doubt. So what difficulty do you choose?" the examiner continued to ask. 3. Chiya also answered immediately without hesitation. He had already thought it through while watching the game. Choosing the highest difficulty would both maximize his rating and gain more attribute points. Compared to Hayakawa, he still pays more attention to ratings, because the internship period of newcomers with high ratings is not that long. For example, A level only requires 1 month. During the internship period, you cannot perform difficult tasks and can only go out on patrol. It is difficult to encounter powerful demons, and it is even difficult to kill an ordinary demon. Because ordinary demons are hunted by civilian demon hunters, the public security cannot snatch the demons that the public has discovered first. Only the demons that the public cannot solve will be handed over to the public security, and then the public security will issue relevant tasks, but rookies cannot perform such dangerous tasks. Hearing Chiya's answer, the examiners in the spectator seats suddenly changed their expressions and became serious. The examiner who had been talking the whole time reminded him seriously, "You have to think carefully. 3 is the highest difficulty level. It is the demon who swallowed the flesh of the gun demon." Chapter 27. They have been examiners for the Tokyo Public Security Bureau for so many years and have seen a lot. Those who dare to choose the highest difficulty level are usually over-ambitious and overestimate their abilities. Only a very few newcomers can pass the highest difficulty level. If you can pass it, everything will be fine, which means you are indeed very capable. On the contrary, if you fail, you will not be given the opportunity to take the test again, which is equivalent to being put on the blacklist because it involves an attitude issue. When you are carrying out missions in the future, you should avoid such brainless, impulsive, and reckless behaviors, as they may easily kill your teammates. "I've thought it through." At this time, Chiya replied calmly. "In that case, let's get started." The examiner didn't continue talking nonsense, he had said all he needed to say. "I have seen this boy's battle record. He did hunt down a demon with a gun-wielding demon meat slice, but the team was composed of 5 people, including Hayakawa. It's much easier to hunt demons in a team than alone. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. Let's wait and see. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Maybe he really has the ability, but I don't think it's likely." The examiners whispered in the audience. Hayakawa could vaguely hear some of the content on the side. He was very clear about Otonashi's strength. No, he felt that he had not yet seen Otonashi's true strength. Judging from the strength he has seen so far, passing the most difficult test should be no problem. Meanwhile, Chiya's opponent has emerged. It looks like a gecko demon, and according to the examiner, this guy has also swallowed the gun demon meat slices. The gecko demon's strength itself should be very average. Not many people would be afraid of geckos, but it is completely different after being strengthened by the gun demon's meat slices. The size of the gecko demon is surprisingly large, not to mention compared with normal geckos which are only 20 to 30 centimeters long, it is much larger than ordinary demons. Judging by the naked eye, the combined length of the gecko demon's body and tail is a full 20 meters. This body is really too big. On the huge head there is a big eyeball full of wisdom. The eyeball is bulging and can observe all directions by rotating quickly. Its back was covered with many spikes like a stegosaurus, and any one of them looked to be 1 or 2 meters long. The gecko demon didn't say any nonsense and gave Chiya a greeting gift at the beginning. It turned out that the spikes on its back could be fired. They flew into the air and fell towards Chiya like a rain of arrows. However, just as the spikes shot out from the back of the gecko demon, Chiya had already used his left eye camui to absorb one of the spikes into the camui space. At the same time, he rushed towards the gecko demon. When those spiked rain of arrows landed on the ground, he had already rushed in front of the gecko demon, and all the spikes missed. At this time, he ran along the gecko demon's front legs directly to its head. His speed attribute was twice that of an ordinary person, and his running speed was very fast. Suddenly, a space Uzumaki appeared in his right eye, and the spike that he had just sucked into the camui space flew out from his right eye. He directly grabbed the spike with his right hand, adjusted the direction and increased the strength, and stabbed it into the big eyeball of the gecko demon from top to bottom. Puff! Suddenly there was a sound like a balloon exploding, and the gecko demon's big eyeballs burst directly, and blood blasted all around. Although the gecko demon had fought back before his eyes were stabbed, a huge tongue of unknown length rolled towards Chiya. But he was eventually seen clearly by his Mangekyō Sharingan, and he easily jumped onto the tongue, pulled out his katana and inserted it into the tip of the tongue, and ran towards the gecko demon's mouth. The entire tongue of the gecko demon was cut in half by Chiya. It hurts so much, ah! Damn demon hunter! The blindness and pain made the gecko demon extremely angry. But it couldn't do anything to Chiya, so it could only close its mouth and try to trap Chiya inside. However, Chiya came in with something to do, and it didn't matter to him whether the gecko demon shut up or not. He swung his sword downward with force, piercing the gecko demon's chin and cutting all the way from the chin to the brain. His strength attribute is also twice that of an ordinary person, so the sword can naturally perform amazingly in his hands. But Chiya found that the gecko demon's injuries recovered very quickly. The tongue that he had just cut in half had closed up and was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that the gun demon meat slice has given the gecko demon an exaggerated size, a variety of attack methods, and high-speed self-healing ability, allowing it to heal itself without drinking human blood. But the weakness is also obvious, that is, the defense is too weak and the flesh can be cut by him easily with one knife. It is not difficult to deal with demons with strong self-healing abilities. It is still the old method, just cut the demon into pieces of meat that can no longer heal itself. Next, several examiners watched with their own eyes as Chiya chopped the huge gecko demon into pieces, with the sword in his hand almost sending sparks. But Chiya seemed tireless, and his speed in swinging the sword became faster and faster, thanks to his chi and blood which was 10 times that of an ordinary person. In the eyes of the examiners, this is the physical training genius they have been wanting for many years. They were shocked by the ruthless and cruel means, the amazing physical skills, and the extraordinary big heart. Even Hayakawa Aki, who had known Chiya for a long time, showed some surprise on his face at this moment, because this time Chiya showed a physical skill that he had never shown before. Whether it is muscle strength, running speed, reaction speed, endurance, or hand-to-hand combat skills, they are all part of physical training. The screams of the gecko demon continued, but eventually they became weaker and weaker until they stopped completely. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the gecko demon and obtained attribute points, 26. Although the gecko demon is more tiring to kill than the toad demon, its abilities are not as tricky as the toad demon, and it is reasonable that the attribute points it obtains are similar to those of the toad demon. At this time, Chiya also found the gun demon meat slices in the corpse. The examiner was still in a daze until now. After hesitating for a while, he quickly said, "The examination is over." Chiya walked out of the blast door and the first thing he asked was, "Can we take this gun devil meat slice?" "Of course you can. You are now a member of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and have the right to possess a gun, but just don't lose it." The examiner's tone was a little agitated, and he obviously hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Hearing this, Chiya handed the gun demon meat slice to Hayakawa Aki. "I remember you wanted this thing very much." Hayakawa Aki was stunned for a moment. "Yes." Ding! Host activates the achievement Hayakawa Aki's Intimacy, LV2, and gains attribute points, 4. Chapter 28. After the assessment, Chiya needs to register his information. There is an option of whether you need Tokyo Public Security Bureau to arrange dormitory, which will be arranged in an apartment near Tokyo Public Security Bureau. He marked because his current home is in Nerima Ward, and it would be too troublesome to squeeze into the subway to go to work every day. His energy is not yet strong enough to allow him to use the camui technique to teleport from his home to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau at will every day. When it came time to fill in the devil's power, Chiya hesitated for a moment and said to the examiners, "Can I keep it a secret?" "Ah, that's okay, you don't have to fill it in," one of the examiners said. Because filling this in is just to facilitate their final rating, they need to determine what specific demonic power the newcomer used in battle. Just now, Hayakawa Aki only filled in the demon used in the assessment, and the cursed demon can be kept secret. But Chiya's performance was so brilliant that filling this in or not would not affect the final rating. S-class is just the upper limit of the rating, not the upper limit of Chiya, as it was said on the shore back then. That's fine. Except for the demonic power, Chiya has filled in all the required items. That's all. Next, Ji will lead you in the preparations. Ji will notify you when the final ratings come out tomorrow. The examiner obviously knew about Ji's relationship with them, and it was probably that Chiya had informed the examiner in advance. Although Chiya's rating is already set in stone, there is still some uncertainty about Hayakawa Aki's rating, so let's just wait until tomorrow to announce them at the same time. After taking the elevator up from the underground base, they could see Chiya waiting for them in the lobby on the first floor. "How was it?" "I think everything went smoothly, right?" Chiya asked with a smile as soon as they met. "Yes." Hayakawa Akiyoshi's simple answer. "I'm doing pretty well." Chiya explains. "I knew you guys would be fine. Just wait until the ratings come out tomorrow. Let me guess your ratings and see if I can guess it right." Himeno started to guess. "I'll guess Hayakawa Aki is a B level, and as for Chiya, I'll guess A level." "That feeling, your guess probably won't be too accurate." At this time, Hayakawa Aki spoke. "Oh? Which one is not allowed?" Chiya asked curiously. "You'll know when the time comes." Hayakawa Aki said lightly. He said exactly the same thing as he did last time when Chiya was keeping him in suspense, and gave Chiya a taste of his own medicine. Chiya reacted immediately, "Okay, you are quite vindictive. Forget it. I'll take you to see your accommodation first. If you move in, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau will directly reimburse the rent and utility bills. The reimbursement will also include the cost of transportation for future missions. You will know the specific reimbursement content when the time comes." Afterwards, Himeno took Chiya and Hayakawa Aki to the apartment suite arranged for them by the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The apartment here is more high-end than their original apartment in Nerima district, but the layout of the suite is still similar. The only difference is that the entire suite is about 10 to 20 square meters larger. Contact the moving company today to move all the furniture from your original residence. If everything goes well, you can move in tonight. Chiya said, of course, if you don't want to live here in the future, you can rent a house somewhere else, or just buy a house. With the salary level of our public security demon hunters, you can easily buy a house after working normally for 1 or 2 years. In the original novel, Himeno's home is a small detached villa that he bought himself. After all, Himeno was about 25 to 27 years old in the main storyline of the original novel, and had been working in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau for many years. According to the timeline here, Himeno is probably between 21 and 23 years old. Okay, I'll go back and talk to my sister and then I can call the moving company. Otonashishiya explains. Chiya immediately sighed, so you have a sister. I also have a sister, but I don't want her to live with me. If I do this kind of work and live with my family, I will be bothered all the time. Otonashishiya just smiled and didn't say much. After all, his situation was different from Himeno's, and Denji was not his biological sister. As for the rest of the preparations for the new recruits, Chiya has already returned to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau to help them with the procedures. For now, they just have to deal with the problem of their own housing. Otonashishiya first took the subway back to Nerima district. Denji, I'm back. After Denji opened the door, Otonashishiya got straight to business. Due to work transfer, we have to move to a new home. I will call a moving company and it will be done tonight. If he told Denji directly about the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, he might not understand, so he just said it was a job transfer. Okay. Denji nodded, naturally without any objection. By the evening, with the help of the moving company, all the furniture was moved to the new home and placed. Denji was also very satisfied with the new home. After all, it was bigger and more beautiful than his previous home. But my working hours will be from 9 am to 5 pm from now on. I may not be able to come back at noon. I will prepare lunch for you in advance every morning. Otonashishiya explains. These are the working hours that Chiya told him. Unless there is a sudden urgent task, he is completely free during non-working hours. It's okay, I can do it myself, no need to trouble Chiya. Now that Chiya-san's work has become even busier, Denji feels embarrassed that he has been causing Chiya-san so much trouble. It's okay. I like cooking for you. If I'm too busy sometimes, you can do it yourself. Regarding this, Otonashishiya feels that he has inherited a bit from his old father before he traveled through time, and both of them enjoy other people tasting the meals he cooks. After hearing this, Denji's embarrassment was alleviated a lot. 8 o'clock the next morning. Otonashishiya set off an hour early. He and Hayakawa Aki are already members of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, but their ratings have not yet come out, so they should go to work as usual. Hayakawa Akiya arrived early like Otonashishiya, but the staff in the lobby on the first floor of the Public Security Headquarters building asked them to wait for Himeno in the lounge area. It is probably because ordinary staff members do not have high authority, so Chiya is qualified to lead them to deal with subsequent matters. I don't know when that guy will come. Sitting on the sofa chair in the rest area, Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but say. I feel like Senior Chiya is likely to get stuck. Otonashishiya smiled awkwardly, hoping that his guess would not come true. Hayakawa Aki glanced at his watch. It was only 8:10. He immediately became uneasy and frowned. Doesn't that mean we have to wait for more than half an hour? Chapter 29. Otonashishiya actually guessed it right. Chiya, an old hand who has worked in Tokyo Public Security Bureau for several years, comes to work at the right time between 8:55 and 8:59 every day. Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki were left waiting in the rest area for more than half an hour. It was a waste of time for them to come so early today. Sorry, I seem to have kept you waiting for a long time. As soon as Chiya came in, he apologized with a smile. Hayakawa Aki didn't want to say anything anymore. The staff asked us to wait for you. Is there something going on? Let me inform you of something first. The ratings are out. Your B rank is the same as what I guessed, but I did misjudge Otonashi-kun's rating. Chiya looked at Otonashi with a slightly surprised look. I didn't expect you to become the second S-rank rookie in the history of our Tokyo Public Security Bureau. In the blink of an eye, you will become my boss. She knew that Otonashi-kun was very capable, but his performance in the assessment still exceeded her expectations. There was no controversy when the examiners gave Otonashi-kun his rating, and they were extremely satisfied with him. According to Captain Kishive's experience, Otonashi-kun will skip the rookie period and be airdropped to become the vice-captain of a certain demon exorcism class. The rookie period is supposed to be a stage for newcomers who lack strength, experience, and mentality to slowly adapt to the intensity of the public security. A supernova like Otonashi, who is stronger than many veteran public security officers, does not need to go through this stage. If we only consider the position without considering the seniority, Otonashi will indeed be Himeno's boss. Just good luck. Otonashi smiled modestly. You're still being modest. The examiner told me that you hunted down the most difficult demon with almost no damage. This is something that most of us senior police officers can't do. Himeno didn't give Otonashi a chance to be modest. But your next work schedule hasn't been decided yet. Before that, let's go to Kyoto first. You should know that every newcomer has a chance to sign a contract with a demon controlled by the public security. Those demons are often stronger than the demons that civilian demon hunters can contract. Not only are the demons more powerful, but the contract price is also relatively lower. This will help to strengthen your strength. Chu-kun, I recommend that you sign a contract with the Fox Demon. The interviewer seems to have told you the reason. As for Otonashi-kun, it's up to you. The Fox Demon doesn't seem to be a reinforcement for you. Otonashi-kun is too strong, he is at the same S-rank as Captain Kishive back then. Himeno feels that the Fox Demon's ability cannot match Otonashi-kun's strength. I don't have anything else to do anyway, so I'll go to Kyoto first. Otonashi explains. Then let's set off in a little while. Chiya said. Afterwards, the three of them took the subway to Kyoto Station. Otonashi and Hayakawa Aki had already changed into the Tokyo Public Security uniforms yesterday. When they and Himeno appeared on the subway train, the passengers felt a lot more at ease. After all, although demon attacks on subway trains are rare, they do happen from time to time, and occasionally demons will even suddenly appear on the train. This is because the location where the demons are reborn in the human world after death from hell is completely random. If your luck is extremely bad, it is possible that a demon will suddenly appear on your head. When we arrive at the station later, a demon hunter from the Kyoto Public Security Bureau will pick us up. At this time, Chiya said, although some of the old guys in the upper echelons of Kyoto Public Security have strange tempers, ordinary demon hunters are still easy to get along with. We don't need to contact the upper echelons this time. Soon, the subway train arrived at Kyoto Station. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw someone waiting for them. She was a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s. He was also wearing a public security uniform, which was very similar to the Tokyo Public Security uniform, as they were both suits. Long time no see, Adam. It seems that Chiya knows the other party. So it was you who brought them here. Fujii Adamai was also delighted. Since new recruits from the Tokyo Public Security often come to sign contracts with the demons controlled by the Kyoto Public Security, they, the Kyoto Public Security, have become familiar with many people from the Tokyo Public Security. I heard that you Tokyo Public Security Bureau has an S-rank super rookie this time. Is he one of these two? Fujii Adamai looked at Otonashi and Hayakawa Aki, but it was impossible to tell who was stronger or weaker by their appearance, although they were both quite handsome. The news that a new S-level recruit had appeared in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau not only shocked the entire Tokyo Public Security Bureau, but had even spread to the Kyoto Public Security Bureau next door. The rating standards for newcomers in each region's public security are not exactly the same. If we follow the standards of the Tokyo Public Security, then other public security departments, including the Kyoto Public Security, have never had an S-level newcomer. Otherwise, Kishive would not still be the strongest demon hunter in Japan at such an old age. Now the Tokyo Public Security Bureau has another genius who is comparable to Kishive. Unless he dies early, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau's position in Japan will be consolidated for decades to come. Because there is also invisible competition among the public security departments of various regions, since the Tokyo Public Security Department has always had the strongest overall strength and is the most valued by the cabinet, after all, the strength of the Public Security Department plays a decisive role in the region's public security and the people's sense of security. This is why the Kyoto Public Security Bureau is like the back garden of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The demon hunters of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau can come and sign a contract whenever they want. That's this one, Otonashishiya, and the other one is Hayakawa Shiya. Himeno introduced Fujii Atamai. Oh, I'm Fujii Atamai, thank you for your guidance, it's our first meeting. Atamai Fujii introduced himself. Can we go now? At this time, Hayakawa Aki asked in a cold tone. He obviously didn't want to chat here for so long. Ah. Of course, sorry for my procrastination. Fujii Atam immediately apologized. It's okay, Chujun, you're really something, don't be so cold. Himeno put his hand on Hayakawa Aki's shoulder again. Although Hayakawa Aki did not resist, he did not want to pay any attention to Himeno. I'm wrong, let's go. Fujii Atamai also felt that it was time to get down to business. Next, Fujii Atamai personally drove Otonashishiya and the other two to the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. There were basically no unnecessary formalities. After arriving at the place, they were taken directly to the underground base by elevator. On the elevator button, there was only a -10 floor button below the -1 floor parking lot. All the demons controlled by the Kyoto Public Security Bureau are on this floor. Chapter 30. Do you have any demons you want to sign a contract with in advance? As they walked out of the elevator, Fujii Atamai asked Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki. Let me check on the fox demon first. Hayakawa Akira's theory. The interviewer and Himeno both recommended the fox demon to him, and he had also heard that many demon hunters of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau had signed contracts with fox demons. It was said that this was because fox demons were closer to humans, not only were they very powerful and practical, but the contract cost was also very low. Otonashishiya responded, I don't have any idea yet. Then let's go to the fox demon room first. Fujii Atam then took them to the room where the fox demon's body was. The door looked like an ordinary iron door, but inside it was a very large space, and in front of him there was a huge fox demon lying there. It looks similar to an ordinary fox, but is extremely large. Its head alone is larger than that of an ordinary demon. It has 4 pairs of eyes on its head that are somewhat similar to the Rinnegan, but are red in color. And if I remember correctly, Otonashishiya, this fox demon seems to be a female, no wonder she only likes handsome guys. Anyone else wants to sign a contract? Oh? 2 handsome guys at that. When the fox demon spoke, the voice indeed sounded female. This is Hayakawa Aki. He has intentions. The other one just came with us. Fujii Atam explained to the fox demon. I see. The fox demon went straight to the point and said to Hayakawa Akira, if you want to sign a contract with me, I can let you use my head. As for the price, it will be your skin. Sometimes, if I'm in a good mood, I can just take your hair. Hearing this, Hayakawa Aki thought for a while. Just by looking at the fox demon's huge size, he felt that it must be very powerful, and the price of the contract was indeed as light as the rumors said. This is much better than those whole demons who always ask for an arm or a leg. After thinking it over, Hayakawa Aki immediately responded, "Okay. Then the contract is established. From now on you can use my power," the fox demon said. At this time, Ji gently poked Hayakawa Aki with his elbow and teased, "It seems that the fox demon likes your face very much. Most people can only use the fox demon's hands, and the price is not so easy." Hayakawa Aki knew that Senior Himeno was teasing him, so he remained silent. Otonashi Chiya still has absolutely no intention of making a contract with the fox demon. He actually also recognized the strength of the fox demon. In the original work, the fox demon's demonic power was so strong that it could not be dealt with by humans with weapons and some special demons. The fox demon's head could kill many demons in seconds. Roughly speaking, the fox demon is stronger than many demons that have swallowed the meat of the gun demon. The fox demon didn't say anything to Otonashi Chiya even though he knew that he didn't have any ideas. "Adam, why don't you introduce a stronger demon to Otonashi-kun? Whether the contract price is high or not is another matter. Anyway, it depends on the demon's mood." At this time, Chiya suggested. After all, if it weren't for the very strong demonic power, it wouldn't be much of a reinforcement for Otonashi-kun. "Just tell me verbally first, and then I'll consider whether to meet them in person," Otonashi Chiya explains. "Okay, there are demons stronger than the fox demon, such as the demon of the future. However, its demon power is quite special. It can see what will happen in the future, and it relies heavily on the demon hunter's own physical skills." Fujiai Adam introduced, and the cost of the contract is also very high. 2 people in the public security department have signed a contract with it. One of them paid half of his life, and the other paid his eyes, taste, and smell. Hearing this, Otonashi Chiya remembered how he wanted to complain when he read the original work. It's okay to lose the sense of taste and smell, but how can he be a demon hunter without both eyes? Can demons in the future be given a third eye? Of course, they could also be death warriors specially used for sacrifice, so that the future demons can help see the future things that the public security wants to know. It is not surprising that there are such death squads in the public security. In the later part of the first part of the original comic, in order to kill Makima, Kishive asked several death squads to sign a contract with the devil of hell with their lives and sent Makima to hell. Unfortunately, the plan was ruined by Pokada in the Black Saw form. "I won't consider the future demon for now, let's talk about something else." At this time, Otonashi Chiya said. He knew very well that before signing a contract with the future devil, he had to let the future devil see his future, and then the future devil would propose a price based on his mood. In the original work, the future devil thought that Hayakawa Aki's snowball fight death was very interesting and made it very happy, so the request it made was very simple, with almost no cost, just to be able to see Hayakawa Aki's death with its own eyes. The demonic power that Hayakawa Aki obtained was the ability to see the future a few seconds later. Not to mention that this ability conflicts somewhat with Otonashi Chiya's Mangekyō Sharingan, he also doesn't want the future demon to see his future. The feeling of being seen through everything would make him very uncomfortable. Then, the only one who meets the requirements is the raging demon. If that doesn't work, you can go and look for other public security officers. Fujiai Adam looked a little embarrassed, because the side effects of the contract with this demon were much more serious than those of the future demon, and Otonashi Chiya would probably not be willing to do so later. "Raging demon? Please tell me more if it's convenient for you." Otonashi Chiya was intrigued by the word rage. Isn't rage one of the 7 deadly sins? Another name is anger, which means hatred for others, revenge on others, and the intention to harm others. It is described by Dante as distorting the love of justice into revenge and hatred. He must be very strong. He also noticed the embarrassment on Fujiya Atami's face and estimated that the price of the contract would be exaggerated. We in the public security department have only had one example of a contract with a furious demon. Although it greatly enhanced his strength, due to his weak will, he could easily lose control in the rage state. As for the price of the contract, it was actually not that bad. At that time, the man only gave up an ear. Fujiya Atom elaborated, but losing an ear can easily lead to a bit of negative emotions, and then this bit of negative emotions was extremely amplified and twisted into hatred in the rage state. After losing control, he killed too many companions and was sentenced to death. In fact, the appearance of the furious demon is similar to that of a human woman. He is one of the few demons in Kyoto public security who actively surrenders to humans. The closer a demon's appearance is to humans, the friendlier it tends to be to humans. This is also the reason why the cost of the contract is relatively low. However, the nature of the fury ability tests the willpower of the contractor too much. Chapter 31. I've heard about that incident. Almost the entire Japanese public security circle was shocked at the time. Chiya sighed, a little bit of negative emotion can be magnified to the point of being out of control. I can only say that he is worthy of being a furious demon. Hayakawa Aki on the side did not say anything, but after listening to the introduction about the future devil and the angry devil, he felt that the fox devil was better after all. Although in the original work, there was no cost for Hayakawa Aki's contract with the future devil, but Otonashishiya traveled through time and he would definitely change Hayakawa Aki's ending. Signing a contract with the future devil would not be so cost-effective, and the price would be as serious as that of the two people before. Moreover, the power of the future demon is only auxiliary. Apart from seeing the future a few seconds later, it has no combat ability. Therefore, the contractor's own physical skills are very important. Hayakawa Aki's current physical skills and combat experience are far inferior to those in the main storyline of the original work. In the original work, he not only has 3 more years of public security experience, but he is also Anbion's apprentice. Therefore, the power of the future devil is too useless for the current Hayakawa Aki. I understand, but let me go meet the raging demon. Otonashishiya was thinking. After all, apart from the angry demon, there are no other demons that interest him in the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. He needs to meet and talk in person to find out the specific situation. Then come with me. Fujiya Atami then led the way. Soon, they arrived at the door of the room where the angry demon was imprisoned. Fujiya Atami opened the door and the 4 of them went in together. Since Fujiya Atom did not say that the angry demon was a human-shaped demon, Otonashishiya was slightly stunned when he saw the appearance of the angry demon. The furious demon had delicate features, was wearing a golden dress, had a tall and proud figure, had loose blood-red hair, and his pupils were as beautiful as flawless rubies. She sat with her legs crossed on a blood-red throne, her bare feet were as white as cream, exuding the temperament of a queen. I didn't expect it to be a humanoid demon. Otonashishiya murmured in slight surprise. Raging demon, someone wants to talk to you about the contract. At this time, Fujiya Atom said to the angry demon. However, the raging demon ignored Fujiya Atom because her attention was completely focused on Otonashishiya's eyes. These eyes, what extreme anger! The furious demon couldn't help but exclaim. Since it takes a certain amount of stimulation to open the Sharingan, upgrading from 1 megatama upwards requires going through extreme negative emotions, often resulting from witnessing the death of a loved one and thus generating extreme anger and hatred. The same is true for Mangekyō Sharingan Kamui, so the raging demon who is very sensitive to anger is instantly attracted to Otonashishiya's eyes. The key reason why she was so shocked was that this human had these eyes that contained the ultimate anger, but his mind was not corroded by these eyes. This overturned her inner perception of human beings. In her perception, once human beings become extremely angry, they will lose their reason, which is what she hates. However, in reality, This pair of Mangekyō Sharingan was not opened by Chiya at all, so the anger contained in it has nothing to do with him, and he will naturally not be affected. Are you talking about my eyes? Chiya was a little unresponsive for a moment. After a while, he suddenly realized why the angry demon had such a big reaction. It was probably related to the mechanism of the Sharingan. Why? You can still be rational? You are obviously furious to the extreme. The furious demon was very concerned about this matter. He came in front of Chiya in almost the blink of an eye and stared into his eyes closely from a close distance. Himeno, Hayakawa Aki, and Fujiai Atamai were all frightened by the sudden action of the furious demon. They subconsciously became alert and immediately took defensive postures. What do you want to do? Himeno said in a warning tone. Only Chiya remained calm. He saw through the angry demon's actions and had no ill will towards him. The furious demon completely ignored Himeno. It seemed as if Chiya was the only one left in her eyes. You ask me why, I don't know. Chiya couldn't answer this question. He couldn't tell the truth. He would never reveal anything related to the system to the outside world. However, the furious demon didn't care about the reason. She only knew that the rationality of the human boy in front of her would not be affected by anger, and this was what she cared about most. I sign a contract with you, the condition is that I will follow you at all times, in this form. As soon as she finished speaking, the throne behind the angry demon turned into a beam of blood light and merged into her body. Her body also began to change at the same time, transforming into a golden and red double-edged sword. The throne then served as a scabbard, and the double-edged sword was put into the scabbard. Let's call it the Sword of Rage. Let me reside in the palm of your right hand. You can use my power at any time. At this time, the Sword of Fury made a sound. She wants to pursue the dream she has always longed for in this human boy. Good. Chiya had no reason to refuse. Because he discovered that Mangekyō Sharingan can actually absorb anger. Just now, when the furious demon transformed, he emitted a trace amount of anger, which he absorbed with his eyes when he tried casually. But this also consumed his pupil power and vitality. In general, the power of the angry demon undoubtedly greatly enhances his strength, and he does not have to worry about his sanity being affected by the furious demon. The price is that the burden and dependence on the chi and blood attribute is greater. But no matter what, it was much better than just using an ordinary sword, and he just happened to be in need of a suitable weapon. The contract is established. After saying that, the Sword of Rage continued to shrink and flew towards the palm of Chiya's right hand. A mini blood mark in the shape of the Sword of Rage appeared on the palm of his right hand. Fujiai Atamai, who was standing next to him, felt very unbelievable, because the last person, and the only person before that, who signed a contract with the wrathful demon, only gained a part of the wrathful demon's power. On the contrary, Chiya directly took away the wrathful demon's body. And most importantly, the man before only obtained a part of the power of the furious demon, and lost his mind after using it a few times. Will this boy be able to get into trouble if he directly uses the power of his original body? At this time, Hayakawa Aki sincerely admired Chiya. The furious demon looked terribly strong, and as a result, Chiya directly obtained all the power of the furious demon. But he was a little worried that Chiya might be mentally affected by the angry demon, and hoped that a tragedy like the previous one would not happen again. Chiya exclaimed. As expected of Chiya-kun, you are so amazing that you kidnapped the true form of the demon girl. Chapter 32. Hino-senpai, please don't say something that could be misunderstood. It will cause trouble to Chiya. Hayakawa Aki reminded Himeno. Chiya immediately laughed, why are you so serious? But Chu-jun, you really care about Chiya-jun. I'm really jealous. However, Chiya had a smile on his face and didn't look jealous at all. Hayakawa Aki frowned. However, he gradually got used to Senior Ji's personality and said nothing. But seriously, Otonashi-kun, you better be careful. The power of an angry demon is a terrible double-edged sword. Ji's expression suddenly became unusually serious. In terms of the practicality of the devil's power, there is no better public security in Kyoto than the Furious Devil, but the price is no greater than that of the Furious Devil. It is a double-edged sword, and you will be doomed if you are not careful. Well, I have a good idea. Otonashi nodded slightly without explaining why. The furious demon that resided in his palm also said nothing, because in the eyes of the furious demon, he didn't care about anyone except Otonashi. Now that we have contracted the devil, we should go back. Chiya said. Let's go, then. Fujiai Adam took them back to the parking lot by elevator and prepared to drive them to Kyoto Station. Although Otonashi took the angry demon's body away, the Kyoto Public Security Bureau did not prohibit such behavior. Anyway, during the contract period, the angry demon could not do evil or hurt people. If something really happened, Otonashi would be responsible. Back to Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The senior public security officials have already assigned follow-up tasks to Otonashi and Hayakawa Aki. It has been confirmed now. Chujun has been assigned to my Demon Exorcism Class 3. From today on, you will be my partner. I will be responsible for guiding you through the 3-month rookie period. Chiya first said to Hayakawa Aki, then the examiner's evaluation of you is not bad. You are considered to be quite outstanding among the newcomers in the past year. Otherwise, if you pass the lowest difficulty assessment, you will usually only be rated C. Hayakawa Aki nodded without objection. Although he had thought about partnering with Otonashi before, he was definitely not the kind of person who would make trouble for no reason. At the moment, Otonashi's S-level rating was indeed not suitable for him to partner with. Then Chujun, please go to the second floor to get your work permit. Good. As Hayakawa Aki went up the stairs, Himeno said to Otonashi, Otonashi-kun, your situation is rather special. The senior public security officials want to see you in person. No problem. Otonashi heading out. Being able to come into contact with the higher UPS of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, he can pretty much tell whether or not the demon of domination, Makima, has come to the human world. Under the guidance of Himeno, Otonashi arrived at the door of an office on the 4th floor. Chiya left first and went downstairs to find Chujun. Otonashi knocked gently on the door and introduced his name, I am Otonashi. Come in. Then a middle-aged man's voice was heard from inside. The door was not locked. After Otonashi opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man also wearing a public security uniform sitting at the desk. The wrinkles on the man's face were already quite obvious, and his appearance was not as majestic as Otonashi had imagined. Instead, it looked somewhat kind. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yoshimura Taki, and I'm the chief of Tokyo Public Security. The middle-aged man who called himself Yoshimura Taki said. Manager Fankin. Otonashi then said respectfully. He began to think in his heart that the chief manager Yoshimura in front of him should be the one in charge of the entire Tokyo Public Security Bureau. So, if nothing unexpected happened, Makima really has not yet come to the world. Otherwise, the power of this general manager would have been hollowed out, because in the original work, Makima was the only senior official in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau from beginning to end. Otonashi, I have learned all your information. Today, the Kyoto Public Security Bureau also sent a message. I heard that you took away the body of the furious demon. Yoshimura Taki asked. Yes. Otonashi nodded truthfully. You should have heard about the tragedy caused by the power of the angry demon before. You should be careful not to rely too much on its power, so as not to repeat the same mistake. Yoshimura Taki reminded in a calm tone. I'll pay attention. Otonashishiya responded modestly without giving any explanation. Well, now it's time to talk about work arrangements. After the decision of the leadership, including me, it has been decided that you will be assigned to the Demon Exorcism Section 1 as the vice-captain. Yoshimura Taki said, the captain of Exorcist Section 1 is Kishive. He doesn't go out in person unless it's a very important mission, so most of the time you lead Exorcist Section 1. Their leadership deliberately assigned Otonashishiya to the Demon Exorcist Section 1 because of the special nature of the section. Otonashishiya is ostensibly the vice-captain but is actually doing the work of the captain, in order to allow Otonashishiya to grow quickly and to allow Kishive to give him guidance when necessary. Someone originally suggested that Kishive give Otonashishiya some special training first, but this was quickly rejected. Since he was an S-rank newcomer, he might be arrogant and might not be willing to receive special training. Besides, Otonashishiya was not a newcomer who lacked strength and experience. I see. Otonashishiya's way. As long as he could hunt more powerful demons, it didn't matter to him which team he was assigned to. The other question now is who will be your partner. It seems that there is no one suitable for you except Anbian. Yoshimura Taki was a little hesitant about this. Otonashishiya is a newcomer himself, so it is definitely impossible to pick another newcomer to be Otonashishiya's partner. But the stronger veterans already have partners, so there is no point in transferring the weaker ones to partner with Otonashishiya. The only person left is Anbian, but Anbian is also a special person. It can be said that his prestige in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau is not necessarily as high as Anbian's, it's just that Anbian does not care about political affairs and does his own thing. That's okay. I can usually go on patrol by myself. Otonashishiya said calmly. That's fine. When there's a suitable candidate, I'll ask for your opinion. Yoshimura Taki said, that's it for now. You can get to know your colleagues from Exorcism Section 1 today. Okay. Otonashishiya and Yoshimura Taki finished their conversation. When he left Yoshimura Taki's office, an idea already came into his mind. Now that it is almost certain that Makima has not yet come to the world, he decides to take the initiative. Since he didn't know when Makima would come to the world, nor where she would come, he might as well take the initiative to go to hell and completely avoid Makima being discovered by the old man in the cabinet. As for the way to hell, he certainly knew it. Chapter 33. There is basically only one way for humans to go to hell, at least the only one that Otonashishiya knows of. That is to sign a contract with the devil of hell and be sent to hell by the devil of hell. He also knew who had contracts with the devil of hell. Shore was one of them, and then there was the German bounty hunter Santa Claus, or the most beautiful girl master. However, the price of the contract with the devil of hell is quite high, often requiring 3 or 4 lives. The biggest problem for Otonashishiya is still strength. Hell can be said to be the base camp and birthplace of all demons. Even the root demons are in hell. The prerequisite for him to go to hell is that he must have the ability to protect himself in hell, otherwise he will be dead before he finds Makima. My current strength is far from enough to wander around hell. I'll first develop in Tokyo Public Security for a while. When the time is right, I'll see whether to go to the shore or ask the master for help. Otonashishiya thought to himself. Unless he could establish a good relationship with the shore, he still felt that it was more reliable to find a master, because the master was a bounty hunter and could issue commissions to him as long as the money was paid. In the original book, the master was even willing to accept the commission to kill Makima, so sending him to hell was a trivial matter in comparison. Otonashishiya's obsession with Makima is so deep because Makima caused too many tragedies in the original work, and those tragedies could have been avoided, including Makima's own tragedy. It should have been the same as Nehuta, but it turned out to be a dish of ginger stir-fried pork. Next, Otonashishiya went to the second floor to get his work ID, which indicated that his position was the vice-captain of the Demon Exorcism Section 1. At this time, he happened to meet Himeno and Hayakawa Aki on the second floor. "Oh Tonashi-kun, how's it going? Have you finished talking to Mr. Yashimura?" Chiya was a little curious about this matter. "Well, he just told me about work, other than that there's nothing much." Oh Tonashishiya explains. Himeno then said to Hayakawa Aki, "Aki-kun, I am right, right? Yashimura-san is very easy to talk to, and he will definitely not embarrass Oh Tonashi-kun." Hayakawa Aki responded indifferently. It seemed that he was worrying too much. From this point of view, Oh Tonashi-kun will be the vice-captain of the Demon Exorcism Section 1 from now on. Himeno immediately gave Oh Tonashishiya a thumbs up. Very good. Now the difference between the vice-captain and the captain of the Demon Exorcist Section 1 is not much. It seems that the top management has already decided on you as the successor to Captain Kishive. The vice-captain of Exorcism Class 1 is quite special, and his status is higher than that of the captains of other exorcism classes. Before Oh Tonashishiya, this position had been vacant as it was prepared for Kishive's successor. Successor? Oh Tonashishiya couldn't help but ask. "Yes, but don't worry, I don't want you to be Captain Anbion's apprentice, but you will take over Captain Anbion's position in the future." Chiya explained. This position naturally refers to the position of our Japan's strongest demon hunter. In the original work, Anbion claims to be the strongest demon hunter. If we don't consider the range of species, it is a bit of exaggeration, because there are many demons, monsters, and weapon men mixed in with demon hunters, but if we only consider the human range, there is nothing wrong with it. Let's not talk about the whole world. At least in Japan it is undisputed that the rising star octopus brother Hirofumi Yashida had not yet grown up at that time. As for Oh Tonashishiya, he doesn't care about the title of the strongest. "I see." Oh Tonashishiya nodded slightly. "Then let's go on patrol together today. The three of us are assigned to patrol the same area today." Chiya said, "By the way, if you want to get to know your teammates, you can go to the corresponding training base after get off work. Many people are used to training physical skills at the training base after get off work. Each demon exorcism class of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau has a dedicated training base, which is located in different places and is not right next to the public security headquarters. Public security demon hunters usually train at their own training bases or go out on patrol, so they don't spend much time in the public security headquarters building." Next, Oh Tonashishiya went out on patrol with Hayakawa Aki and Himeno-senpai. It's quite boring during patrol. Unless there is a demon nearby and it has not been discovered by the civilian demon hunters, otherwise you will just be wandering around. "Your name is Oh Tonashishiya, right?" When Oh Tonashishiya was bored, he suddenly heard the voice of an angry demon. But Hayakawa Aki and Himeno beside him could not hear the voice, as if he and the angry demon could have mind communication and no third party could hear the content of their conversation. "Yes, what's wrong?" Oh Tonashishiya said with a curious tone. This was the first time the angry demon spoke after taking residence in the palm of his right hand. "I don't understand. I can hardly sense anger in you, but your eyes are filled with ultimate anger." The angry demon has been observing Oh Tonashishiya's situation since he took up residence in him, but he still hasn't figured out the confusion in his heart. "I don't know how to answer you, I can only say that this is the fact." Oh Tonashishiya was determined not to tell the truth. The furious demon really couldn't figure it out, so he shifted his attention away from Oh Tonashishiya. She had been detained by the Kyoto Public Security Bureau for so many years, and few demon hunters had signed a contract with her. She hadn't seen human society for a long time. It seemed to be more developed than the last time she saw it. Human society has become more advanced, and life should be better, but the anger of the people around me has not changed much from what I saw many years ago. At this time, the angry demon suddenly sighed, "If only other people could suppress their anger like you, then everyone in the world would be happier and safer." Hearing the angry demon's words, Oh Tonashishiya suddenly understood something. Could it be that the dreams of the rage demon and the domination demon are both a bit contradictory? A dominant demon who symbolizes domination and whose dream is to have a family with equal relationships. The furious demon that symbolizes anger dreams of making people not angry? You are clearly an angry demon, but you don't want humans to feel angry. Otonashishiya couldn't help but ask. That's about right. It would be best if the anger didn't exist in the first place. The furious demon spoke bluntly. If that happens, you will disappear too. It is because humans have the emotion of anger that you, a furious demon, were born. Is that okay? Otonashishiya asked sharply. Chapter 34. It doesn't matter even if it disappears. The furious demon hesitated for only a moment before answering. Well, it seems that you have a high level of awareness, but your dream is unrealistic. Otonashishiya said lightly. The furious demon remained silent, because she knew it in her heart. In fact, although the dream of the angry demon is very unrealistic, Otonashishiya actually knows a feasible solution. Just let Pokata eat the raging demon. Pokata is a chainsaw demon. All demons eaten by it will be forgotten by humans. Angry demons will disappear completely, and even the concept of rage will be directly erased, and human anger will no longer exist. Makima herself said that humans originally had a sixth sense, but the demon of human sixth sense was eaten by the chainsaw demon, and human sixth sense no longer exists. In addition, the existence of things such as AIDS, human sixth sense, 4 possible endings other than death when human life reaches the end and so on have disappeared. But Otonashishiya cannot help the rage demon realize this dream, because it is not a good thing for humans to lose their anger. Once he loses this emotion, the consequences will be unimaginable, and he cannot bear the responsibility. From a personal perspective, he also doesn't want to lose his anger. Besides, Pokata has to be willing to do it. In the original book, Pokata was very reluctant to eat Makima. At this time, Otonashishiya continued to say to the rage demon, and I don't think I will be happier if I lose my anger. Anger is a double-edged sword just like your strength. It has both advantages and disadvantages. I can sense the anger and hatred that the human boy next to you has for the gun devil. It's so severe that it's almost blinding him. The furious demon did not refute directly, but instead used Hayakawa Aki as an example. But this is also his biggest motivation at the moment. What makes him suffer is the gun demon, not the emotion of anger itself. Otonashishiya explains. What's more, he has other ways to make Hayakawa Aki live a better life, there is no need to make Hayakawa Aki lose his angry mood. The furious demon still disagreed with Otonashishiya's point of view, and she simply stopped talking. It just so happens that you can follow me anytime now. I will slowly let you see the value of your existence. Otonashishiya explains. He also didn't expect that this angry demon would be so hard on himself. Is there any value in existence? Although the furious demon didn't say anything, she was touched and fell into deep thought. Hayakawa Aki and Himeno on the side never knew that Otonashishiya had been debating with the angry demon in private for so long. Except for lunch and nap time, Otonashishiya and his team patrolled until 5 p.m., and they also had lunch outside. After getting off work on time, Otonashishiya went home first. When he rang the doorbell, it was Denji, wearing an apron, who came out to open the door for him. Denji, what are you doing? Otonashishiya was a little surprised. I want to try making dinner once. Denji explained. Then let me be Denji's taster. Otonashishiya took the initiative to speak. Denji nodded happily. Then Otonashishiya discovered that not only Denji, but Pokata was also helping in the kitchen. He was curious about what Denji and Pokata could cook together. After Denji and Pokata had been busy in the kitchen for more than 10 minutes, they brought out 2 large bowls, one containing curry and the other miso soup, both of which are very common foods in Japan. The time traveler Otonashishiya can only cook Hyuxia food, and his cooking skills are nothing like those of a Japanese. At this time, Denji helped Chiya serve the rice, scoop the soup, and make a rice bowl with curry. She looked at Chiya with expectation, which made Chiya feel a little pressured for no reason. He tasted it. To be honest, it's not particularly delicious, but it's so thoughtful that it doesn't matter whether it tastes good or not. Denji didn't even take his own bowl, he just looked at brother Chiya, his heart full of anticipation. I love so much. Chiya didn't comment directly on whether the food was delicious or not. Not only was he telling the truth, he also didn't want to disappoint Denji. Denji was immediately overjoyed. I learned this on TV. If Chiya nii likes it, I'll try to learn more new dishes in the future. Okay. Chiya readily agreed. It's a good thing to have a hobby. After dinner. After resting for a while, Chiya set off for the training base of the Demon Exorcism Section 1. He is now the vice captain of the Demon Exorcist Class 1, and it would be inappropriate for him not to get to know the other team members. The training base of Demon Exorcism Class 1 was not too far from the public security headquarters. He could get there in 10 minutes by taxi. The Demon Exorcism class is different from the Anti-Demon Special class in the original novel. The Anti-Demon Special class is mainly composed of abnormal people and pawns in Makuma's plan, and the total number of people is not large. There are dozens of people in the Exorcism class alone. The training base is very large and is equipped with a special 400-meter running track. At this time, a young man was smoking outside the training base. He must be a member of the Demon Exorcist Section 1. When he saw the unfamiliar face of Chiya approaching, he immediately said, "Sorry, this is the training base of the Demon Exorcist Section 1. Can you please show me your ID?" Even if the other party is wearing the same police uniform, a stranger cannot be allowed in casually. After all, this kind of suit uniform is not difficult to forge. I'm Chiya, the Vice Captain of Demon Exorcism Section 1. Thank you for your guidance, it's our first meeting. Chiya showed his work ID and smiled. Oh. Oops. It's Vice Captain Chiya. I'm so sorry. The young man was immediately horrified and bowed deeply to apologize, almost jumping down from his seat. Since Japan has a strict hierarchy, this man's seemingly exaggerated reaction is not uncommon. It's okay. After all, this is the first time we meet. Chiya is still smiling. The young man was relieved to find Vice Captain Chiya so kind. He immediately put out the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can, straightened his uniform, and led Chiya. Everyone from Section 1, Vice Captain Chiya is here. Chapter 35. Everyone in the Demon Exorcist Class 1 has received a notice today that the S-rank newcomer Chiya will serve as their vice captain. They hadn't met Chiya yet, and were very curious about this newcomer who was the only one to reach S rating. Of course, they only thought about it in their hearts, and they definitely didn't dare to directly call Chiya a newcomer. As soon as they heard that Vice Captain Chiya was coming, they immediately stopped their training. At this moment, when Chiya came in, he saw a group of people wearing vest training suits all looking at him. Wow! Vice Captain Chiya is so handsome! Some little girls exclaimed when they saw Chiya's face. I have to say those eyes look really handsome, I really want to have a pair of the same style. Hey, aren't you already in college? Are you still not cured of your Chiyunibu? Although the hierarchy system is very strict, it is relatively better in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. As long as due respect is shown, it is okay to make a few jokes. However, there were also relatively conservative people like the young man just now, who reminded others in a serious manner, be more serious, don't let Vice Captain Chiya leave a bad impression on us when we meet for the first time. Chiya took a quick look and saw that most of the people present were probably adults, but most of them were young people. After all, the public security demon hunters don't have a long lifespan, they either die suddenly or retire early. You guys should continue to train, don't worry too much about me, or you can practice with me if you have ideas. Otonashishiya said to everyone. Really? You can spar with Vice Captain Otonashi? Let me try first. A sturdy young man with blue hair said eagerly. The opportunity to fight with the deputy captain is very rare, and you probably won't have this opportunity in the future. For example, the captain on the shore is rarely seen in normal times, and only some newcomers with great potential can receive special training from the captain on the shore. The others had no interest in continuing training anymore as they all wanted to see with their own eyes the strength of the vice captain. After all, this is a real S-level rookie. They didn't get to see Captain Shore when he was a rookie decades ago, so they can't miss him this time. Just give it your all. Otonashishiya kindly reminded. Yes. The other party nodded, with a very serious attitude. When the public security demon hunters compete with each other in the training base, they only use physical skills, without weapons or demonic powers. The blue-haired young man got into a fighting stance and attacked Otonashishiya. However, all his moves were seen through by Otonashishiya. He only dodged and did not fight back. It was more like letting the opponent go than letting him go. The blue-haired young man tried his best but couldn't even touch him. After chasing him for a long time, he was almost exhausted. You have to know that swinging your fist in the air will consume more energy. Even professional players don't dare to swing their fists randomly in fighting competitions. If they go all out, their energy will run out in just 1 or 2 rounds. Stop fighting. There's no way to play this. The blue-haired young man was so tortured that his mentality collapsed. Every punch, every kick, even the sneaky tricks that could easily catch people off guard were useless and could not touch Vice Captain Otonashi at all. The other people around were all dumbfounded. The blue-haired young man was not weak among the members of Demon Exorcism Section 1, but he couldn't even touch Vice Captain Otonashi. Moreover, Vice Captain Otonashi still looked very relaxed. He dodged for such a long time without even taking a breath. His endurance was too perverted. They immediately understood how Vice Captain Otonashi got his S-rank rating. Anyone else want to spar? Otonashishiya asked the others. He has already regarded this as a way to get to know his teammates. Most people didn't want to go over and get bullied, but at this time a girl with a ponytail took the initiative to stand up, with the fighting spirit revealed in her eyes. Deputy Captain, let me spar with you. Bring it on. Otonashishiya is still the same, just dodging and not counterattacking. The girl with a ponytail looked very powerful in boxing and kicking, but she couldn't even touch Otonashishiya. This was completely within everyone's expectations. Vice Captain Otonashi was simply attacking them from a dimensionality reduction perspective. Maybe because she was abused too badly by Otonashishiya, the girl with a ponytail not only stopped fighting but also had red eyes. Otonashishiya noticed something was wrong and quickly said, "No. Wait a minute." But it was no use saying anything, the girl with a ponytail started crying. This made Otonashishiya a little bit at a loss for a moment. He couldn't understand why he was still crying when the other party had clearly seen him behave like this when he was sparring with the blue-haired young man just now. The others around immediately started talking in low voices. Ah! Xiao Lingxiang is really crying. If I had known, I would have stopped her from going up. I didn't expect Vice Captain Otonashi to have such a cute side. He looked a little panicked when he saw a girl crying. I thought the new Vice Captain would be very strict, but now it seems that he is easy to get along with. Yeah, if it was Captain Anbian, he would teach Xiao Lingxiang a lesson even more mercilessly. They have known Ishi Irinka for a long time and know that she only looks strong on the surface, but is actually very fragile inside. She will easily cry once she encounters something she cannot bear. Otonashishiya vaguely heard the discussions of these people and immediately thought of a solution. He deliberately pretended to be stern in his tone, if you cry again, I will have no choice but to call Captain Kane over. The result was very effective, and Ishii Rinka stopped crying immediately. The deputy captain is really mean-spirited. Ishii Rinka wiped her tears and muttered softly. Otonashishiya sighed slightly in his heart. If he didn't do this, he didn't know how long the other person would continue crying. At this moment, the voice of an angry demon was suddenly heard. So you have no resistance to crying girls? There was a hint of amusement in his tone, as if he had discovered something very interesting. Otonashishiya could tell that the angry demon was teasing him. Why? Is it not possible? Nothing, I just thought it was interesting. Otonashishiya didn't want to deal with the angry demon anymore. He turned to his teammates and said, anyone else want to go? Even though 2 people had been badly beaten, there were still people who wanted to go up. It wasn't because they didn't believe in evil, but because they wanted to try such a rare opportunity. Anyway, the deputy captain wouldn't hurt them. That night, Otonashishiya used this method of sparring to have his first contact with the members of Exorcism Section 1. Chapter 36. All members of Demon Exorcism Section 1 were convinced by Vice Captain Otonashi. They felt that if they only talked about physical skills, no one in the entire Tokyo Public Security Bureau except Captain Kishive would be a match for Vice Captain Otonashi. If the demonic power was also taken into account, then they had no idea. After all, they had no idea what kind of demon Vice Captain Otonashi contracted. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that Otonashishiya left the training base. After returning home, Otonashishiya looked at Denji and suddenly remembered something. Denji, although I won't force you to go to school, studying is still very important. How about I help you find a tutor? Although Denji was a little reluctant, as she felt that studying was a boring thing, she didn't want Brother Chiya to think that she was disobedient, so she nodded and said, okay. So good. Otonashishiya touched Denji's head. Denji immediately chuckled and was very happy to be praised. The next day, Otonashishiya was still out on patrol with Hayakawa Aki and Himeno Senpai. They had been patrolling the same area for the entire week. While passing by a middle school, Otonashishiya suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Otonashi-kun? Chiya immediately asked. You don't seem to be in school, do you? Are you missing campus life? No, I just want to find a tutor for my sister. My sister has never been to school. Otonashishiya explained. Although he could also go to specialized institutions to inquire, he felt that students in school were more suitable, provided they were top students. He certainly would not hire a student with average grades to teach electronics. Oh, you want to hire a tutor? Then just post the job posting on the school bulletin board. Chiya said, but it seems that outsiders cannot advertise in this school casually. We just need to go and tell the principal. At this time, Hayakawa Aki opened his mouth slightly and wanted to say that we are on patrol, but after thinking about it, he did not say it. Because he considered Otonashi's feelings. Himeno then walked towards the school gate, followed by Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki. As long as you are not too lazy during patrol, it is okay. After all, no one is watching and the Tokyo Public Security Bureau does not strictly enforce this aspect. The security guard at the school gate saw the clothes worn by the 3 people in front of him and immediately asked, "Are you, demon hunters from the public security?" "Yes, we need to talk to the principal about something." Chiya spoke first. After confirming that their work credentials were correct, the security guard showed them the way to the principal's office. When Otonashishiya and the other 2 entered, the security guard couldn't help but feel worried. Not only did 3 public security demon hunters suddenly show up, but one of them was the deputy captain. Could it be that a demon had appeared in the school? Soon, Otonashishiya and the others arrived at the office building and found the principal's office. "Hello, principal. We have a job posting that we would like to ask you to post on the bulletin board on campus." Chiya went straight to the point. What kind of job posting? Could it be something related to demon hunters? The principal suddenly lost his composure. If that was the case, he would be reluctant to agree even if the other party was from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Almost all the students in the school, whether junior high school or high school, are minors. No matter what he did, he could not let these children be recruited to become such dangerous demon hunters. Himeno immediately shook his head. No matter what, we would never be so heartless as to ask students to become demon hunters. Otonashi-kun, you tell me. I'm Otonashi Chiya, the vice captain of the Demon Exorcist Class 1. I'm just looking for a tutor to teach my sister. Otonashi Chiya briefly explained the situation. I see. This is a small matter. Just give me the recruitment information as soon as you have it ready. The principal agreed readily. The other party is a demon hunter from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. As long as the request is not too excessive, we must give him this face. Otonashi Chiya did not waste time and wrote the recruitment information on the spot. The hourly wage starts at 2,000 yen, and you only need to work 1 or 2 hours a day. The probation period is 1 month. You must be a high school student and be in the top 10 in your grade. An interview is required for details. An hourly wage of 2,000 yen is already a very high salary for a part-time student. The average hourly wage in Tokyo is generally around 1,000 yen. He offers double the hourly wage in order to recruit as many excellent tutors as possible. He's not short of money anyway. Okay, I'll ask my secretary to put this job posting on the bulletin board later. The principal said. However, at this moment, a very loud alarm suddenly sounded. Otonashi Chiya was immediately confused. What was this alarm sounding? Was a demon appearing? It can't be such a coincidence, right? A demon appears as soon as we arrive at school. Himeno's words confirmed Otonashi Chiya's suspicions. Let's go. Hayakawa Aki immediately ran out of the principal's office. He was also very knowledgeable about this aspect. In Japan, every regular school would conduct regular anti-demon drills. The alarms in the drills were much softer than this one, which meant that there really was a demon in the school. Otonashi Chiya and Himeno also quickly went downstairs. Of course, the principal did not stand there idly. He turned on the radio and informed the students to stay in their respective classrooms and not run around unless the devil approached the classroom. Most students are unaware of the location of the suddenly appearing demon, and the demon will soon be discovered and intercepted by the school's own armed personnel. If students run around, it is easy to cause a stampede or even accidentally run into the demon. Moreover, 3 demon hunters from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau happened to arrive today, and the principal had high hopes for them. Because the school's own armed personnel can only hold back the demons at best, and will eventually have to wait for civilian demon hunters to come for support. If the civilians are unable to cope with the situation, public security demon hunters will come. This time the situation is completely different, the public security demon hunter is already in the school. Then another broadcast came. The devil is on the football field. I repeat, the devil is on the football field. Teachers and students near the football field, please get away from the football field immediately. I repeat, teachers and students near the football field, please get away from the football field immediately. The broadcast was rapid and loud, and Otonashi Chiya heard it clearly. He immediately rushed towards the football field. He had almost memorized the layout of the school, including the football field, in the corridor outside the principal's office. Since he didn't have time to wait for Hayakawa Aki and Himeno, Hayakawa Aki and Himeno couldn't catch up with him after a while. Chiya immediately exclaimed, Otonashi-kun is too fast. But it's good that he arrives first to avoid casualties among students to the greatest extent. Let's change our target. Leave the demon to Otonashi. Let's go see if there are any students or teachers who haven't had time to get away from the football field yet. Akiya Hayakawa is very confident in Otonashi's ability. Chapter 37. At the same time, the students all hid obediently in the classroom, and the students who were not in the classroom almost all stayed away from the football field as much as possible. But the teaching building is not far from the football field, and many students in the classroom can see the devil on the football field through the windows. The demon looked like a football, except it was only a few meters tall and had hands and feet, which looked like mummified human hands and feet. Judging from his appearance, he should be a football devil. Oh no! There's a girl still there, and it looks like the devil has targeted her. What should I do? Someone come and save her. At this time, many students discovered that a girl was being targeted by the football demon, and they became very anxious. But they didn't dare to go down and could only worry here. The football demon raised its hands and feet, and rolled quickly with its spherical body, rolling towards the human girl. The taste of a human child is unforgettable once you have tasted it. I must taste it again today. The football demon rolled in front of the girl in a short while, intending to grab her with his hands and eat her. But the girl's legs seemed to have gone limp from fear. She fell down after running only 2 steps, and was so scared that she started crying. Woo! No, don't eat me! Just then, Chiya arrived in time. Almost at the first encounter, the football devil's hands and feet were chopped off by his sword. Then he delivered the final blow, slicing the football demon in half, sending all kinds of intestines and lots of blood splattering out. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the football devil and obtained attribute points, 6. This football demon was also very weak and was killed instantly by Chiya in just a few moves. To deal with this kind of demon, there is no need for him to use the camui technique and the power of the angry demon, otherwise it would be a pure waste. Are you okay? At this time, Chiya looked at the girl and asked. It turned out to be a very familiar face. I'm fine. The girl wiped the tears from her face, but her legs were so weak that she couldn't stand up. Ding! Host activates the achievement First Encounter with Dongshan Xiaohong, and gains attribute points, 1. That's right, the girl in front of me is Dongshan Xiaohong. She has a cute face, brown hair and brown eyes, a petite figure, and is wearing a high school uniform. There is a blush on her tear-stained face. A hint of surprise suddenly flashed in Chiya's eyes. He didn't expect to meet Dongshan Xiaohong here. However, according to the original timeline which moved forward 4 years, Dongshan Xiaohong should indeed be a high school student at this time. It turns out that Xiaohong studies in this school. Seeing that Dongshan Xiaohong was trying hard to stand up but her legs were shaking, Chiya immediately went to help Dongshan Xiaohong. Don't push it. Sorry, my legs are weak. Dongshan Xiaohong said in an embarrassed tone. At the same time, many students in the teaching building were already fascinated by the show. That boy is so awesome and handsome. Is he also a classmate of our school? That shouldn't be the case, right? He seems to be wearing the uniform of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. I've seen public security demon hunters before, and they are all very powerful big brothers and big sisters. Not necessarily. I heard that there are some high school students like us who work part-time as demon hunters, but it seems that most of them are civilians. The students were talking so enthusiastically that they didn't notice that the alarm had been lifted. Tonashi, the demon has been dealt with. At this time, Hayakawa Aki came over. He and Senior Himeno have already confirmed that there are no students or teachers nearby who have not yet evacuated, except for the girl from Tonashi's group. After seeing the body of the football demon, he knew that Tonashi would be able to easily deal with it. Well, there should be no other demons in the school. The crisis is over. Tonashi nodded slightly. It seems that this girl is fine. Chiya observed Dongshan Xiaohong to see if she had any injuries. This child is really in trouble. She was almost eaten by a demon. It's inevitable that her legs will become weak. Yes. Otonashishiya responded verbally, but was thinking in his heart that even if he had not arrived in time, Dongshan Xiaohong might not be in trouble. Instead, the one who might be in trouble might be the football devil. Although Dongshan Xiaohong is so timid and like a crybaby, she is very strong when she gets ruthless. She is also one of the few people in the original novel who survived to the end. The demon that Dongshan Xiaohong contracted has always been an unsolved mystery. However, he was not sure whether Dongshan Xiaohong had signed a contract with the devil at this time, so he could only say that she might be fine. Are you feeling better? At this time, Otonashishiya asked Higashiyama Xiaohong in a gentle tone. Better. Dongshan Xiaohong was able to stand up and said to Otonashishiya, "Thank you very much." However, when she looked into Otonashishiya's eyes, she shyly looked away because they were too close and he was so handsome. Otonashishiya was also very polite and did not have any inappropriate physical contact. He let go of her hand after making sure that Dongshan Xiaohong could stand steadily. He said to Hayakawa Aki and Himeno, "Let's go and continue patrolling." "Are you leaving now? I thought Otonashi-kun would take advantage of you. Girls are easy to get when they are vulnerable." After walking a few steps, Himeno said in Otonashishiya's ear. "Who do you think I am?" Otonashishiya was a little speechless. "Ha ha ha, but that girl just now was indeed very cute and good looking. I thought you would like her." Chiya said with a smile. "Whether she likes it or not, she is a student and I am a public security demon hunter. There is no point in thinking about these things." Otonashishiya said calmly. "That's true. Otonashi-kun is very responsible." Chiya suddenly felt a little melancholy. She thought of a former partner of hers who was about to marry his fiancée, but died while performing a mission the next day. The public security demon hunter is indeed not suitable to be a partner with ordinary people. Today's patrol is over and Otonashishiya returns home. But when he was about to reach his home, he saw Dongshan Xiaohong talking to herself in the corridor outside her house. Her face looked a little nervous, as if she was practicing something in advance. "You." As soon as Otonashishiya opened her mouth, Dongshan Xiaohong trembled all over, obviously frightened. When she saw Otonashishiya's face, her eyes widened and she became incoherent. "Hey! How could it be?" Chapter 38. Because a demon appeared in the school today, the school was directly closed after the demon crisis was resolved. When Dongshan Xiaohong was about to go home, she accidentally saw the recruitment information on the bulletin board. When she saw the 2,000 yen, she was instantly attracted. It only takes 1 or 2 hours a day, and the tutoring job is not that difficult. Her grades are in line with the requirements to be in the top 10 in the grade, and she gets such a high hourly wage. She decided to go to the other party's home for the interview. The school would not randomly put S on the bulletin board, so it was trustworthy. Therefore, Dongshan Xiaohong was actually practicing her self-introduction in front of Otonashishiya's house just now. She was afraid that she would be too nervous and perform poorly and miss this opportunity, so she wanted to wait until she had practiced enough before knocking on the door. Unexpectedly, the owner of the house suddenly came back, and she didn't expect that the other party was the public security demon hunter who saved her today. "Are you here for an interview?" Otonashishiya reacted quickly and realized that Dongshan Xiaohong was most likely someone who had seen the recruitment information and wanted to come for an interview. "Ah, yes." Dongshan Xiaohong nodded vigorously. Otonashishiya immediately went to ring the doorbell. "Denji, I'm back. Here I come." Denji opened the door quickly. "Come in." Otonashishiya said to Higashiyama Xiaohong. "Okay." Dongshan Xiaohong's facial expression was obviously shy and nervous. As soon as he saw a strange girl coming to his house, and it seemed that she was brought by Chiya's brother, Denji immediately became alert. Her eyes became sharp and she kept staring at the girl. Feeling Denji's gaze and being stared at, the already timid Dongshan Xiaohong became even more nervous. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Why was this little blonde girl looking at her so fiercely? But the next moment, she suddenly remembered that the recruitment information was about finding a tutor for her younger sister. The sister should be referring to this little blonde girl, right? She suddenly realized what was going on and felt relieved. She thought that it was because her little sister didn't like studying and was not welcoming to the tutor. But in fact, Dongshan Xiaohong was wrong. Diancie was not because of studying at all. Otonashisha also noticed Densi's look, and immediately reminded him, "Densi, don't be rude to the guests." "I know." Densi pouted somewhat dissatisfiedly. Otonashisha also didn't quite understand what was wrong with Densi. He couldn't possibly hate studying to this extent, right? If he really hates it, he will also consider whether to hire a tutor for the child. After all, his main hope is that Densi can live a happy life, and everything else is secondary. Next, Otonashisha prepared to interview Higashiyama Xiaohong in the living room. "Sit down, sit anywhere you want." Otonashisha wants Higashiyama Xiaohong to relax. "Okay." But Dongshan Xiaohong was still a little reserved. She bowed first and then sat on the sofa. Otonashisha poured a glass of water for Dongshan Xiaohong before sitting down. "Then let's start the interview now. I think you should have brought your student ID and transcript with you, right?" "Yes, yes." Dongshan Xiaohong immediately took out the things she had prepared from her school bag and handed them to Otonashisha for review. Otonashisha was just going through the motions. How could he not know who the girl in front of him was? But he had to pretend that he didn't know. He glanced casually at his student ID card and then checked his transcript. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Dongshan Xiaohong is now in her second year of high school. Since her freshman year, she has been in the top 10 in the grade in every exam and even took first place once. He really didn't expect that Dongshan Xiaohong's academic performance was so good. The original book never said that Xiaohong was a top student. It can be said that it fully meets his recruitment requirements. While Otonashisha was checking the materials, Dongshan Xiaohong became increasingly nervous. Her sitting posture seemed somewhat unnatural, with her hands on her knees and subconsciously grabbing her pants. At this time, Otonashisha returned the student ID and other documents to Dongshan Xiaohong, and continued to ask, "Dongshan Xiaohong, right? Then what time of day are you free to work part-time?" "Forward." Dongshan Xiaohong thought for a while, "I'm probably free from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., and after 7 p.m. every day. Then you can arrange your time and come over for an hour or two every afternoon or evening." Otonashisha said, "Although I hired you as a part-time tutor, I don't want this part-time job to have too much impact on your studies. It only takes 1 or 2 hours a day." He took two aspects into consideration. First, studying for too long would be boring. Second, he didn't want to affect Dongshan Xiaohong's academic performance too much. "Okay." Dongshan Xiaohong nodded seriously. But she immediately muttered in a low voice, "It doesn't matter what happens in this kind of situation." Although Otonashisha couldn't hear clearly and could only vaguely hear part of it, he could roughly guess what Dongshan Xiaohong was mumbling. It was simply because of family reasons. From what he knew, the Dongshan family had 9 sisters, an older brother and a younger brother, Dongshan Yeli. Note that this was only what he knew, and he was not sure if there were any unknowns. The Dongshan family could not afford to send so many children to school at the same time, and there was a serious preference for boys over girls. In the original novel, not only was Dongshan Xiaohong not allowed to go to college, she was also forced to sell her body to make money. However, Dongshan Xiaohong's weak and timid character made her dare not resist her family even though she had great strength. In short, Dongshan Xiaohong probably already knows that her family will not support her to go to college, so she feels that it doesn't matter if her studies are affected by the part-time job. "I have decided to hire you. If there is no problem with the first month's probation period, I will cooperate with you for a long time. The formality of the move was almost complete, and Otonashi Chiya spoke directly. Normally, hiring a tutor requires signing a contract, but the other party is Dongshan Xiaohong, who is completely trustworthy in his mind. Hey! Dongshan Xiaohong was immediately surprised, so fast. She originally thought that the night of waiting for news would be very difficult to endure, but she didn't expect the other party to hire her directly in person. Because you are such an excellent student, I trust you. Otonashi Chiya explained with a smile. Nowhere. Dongshan Xiaohong was immediately flattered, I will definitely not let you down. Not only did she get a very satisfying part-time job, but she was also praised. At this moment, she was very happy, and her face was as cute as a red apple. Ding! Host activates the achievement Dongshan Xiaohong's Intimacy, LV1, and gains attribute points, 2. Chapter 39. Today you can try to teach the first grade content of Densi Elementary School. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to introduce it to you. Otonashi Chiya introduced her to Higashiyama Xiaohong. She is my sister, her name is Densi. Oh. Dongshan Xiaohong nodded, and then said to Dianci who was sitting on the other side, please give me more advice. Densi had been sitting there from the beginning, and Dongshan Xiaohong could always feel Denci's eyes on her. Although Denci was reluctant in her heart, with brother Chiya beside her, she still responded obediently, please give me more advice. Dongshan Xiaohong felt a little relieved when she saw that Dianci didn't seem to dislike her very much. As for salary, do you want daily or monthly payment? I can satisfy you. Otonashi Chiya talked about wages. If possible, I still hope to settle it on the day. Dongshan Xiaohong requested weakly. No problem, I'll pay you by the day. Also, 2,000 yen is the hourly wage during the probation period, and it will increase based on your performance during the probation period. Otonashi Chiya couldn't offer Dongshan Xiaohong a very high hourly wage right away. After all, she didn't know him, and if he suddenly became too nice to her, it would easily arouse suspicion. Therefore, as soon as the probation period is over, he will definitely give Dongshan Xiaohong a salary increase, unless Dongshan Xiaohong resigns on her own. Okay. I'll try my best. The more Dongshan Xiaohong listened, the more motivated she became. Now she is full of motivation. Then I'll go back now. I'll come back to teach Dianci in the evening. Dongshan Xiaohong stood up and bowed to Otonashi Chiya again. Well, go back. Otonashi Chiya explains. After leaving the apartment, Dongshan Xiaohong walked home happily. Halfway through the journey, she suddenly remembered something. Ah! I almost forgot. This morning, her family asked her to buy potatoes and tissues that were on sale for a limited time. If she went home empty-handed, she would definitely be scolded. She immediately ran towards the supermarket. About 10 minutes later, Dongshan Xiaohong was holding 2 boxes of facial tissues and a large bag of potatoes in her hands. One of the boxes of facial tissues contained more than a dozen packs. However, just as she walked out of the supermarket, she suddenly met several girls wearing the same school uniform as her, and they happened to be her classmates. What a coincidence, Toyama-san. You were almost attacked by a demon today. You should be okay now, right? Do you need our help? You look a bit tired. The classmates are very concerned about Dongshan Xiaohong. But Dongshan Xiaohong looked frightened and ran away, leaving the female classmates confused. One of the girls even wondered if she had recognized the wrong person. I guess I remembered the name correctly. Isn't she Dongshan classmate? That's right, it's Dongshan-san. But Dongshan-san has always been like this. I've hardly ever seen her chatting or playing with other students. I heard that Dongshan's family is in financial difficulty. It seems to be true. He bought so many discounted items at once. Only after they were far away from the supermarket did Dongshan Xiaohong slow down her pace. She breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking home. Normally, she doesn't interact much with her classmates and has almost no friends. She thinks it is troublesome to get along with her classmates and doesn't like to trouble them. At this time, Dongshan Xiaohong murmured to herself, speaking of this, should I tell my parents about my part-time job? I'd better not tell them for now. If I don't get paid, I might get lectured. Around 7 p.m. Dongshan Xiaohong seemed to have just finished dinner and came here directly. At this time, Otonashishiya had just put on his police uniform and was about to go out. I just need to go out for a while, so I'll leave the electricity to you. I'll be back around 9 o'clock to settle your salary. Okay. Dongshan Xiaohong nodded. After Otonashishiya went out, she walked to the bedroom door, hesitated for a while, took a deep breath to prepare herself mentally, and then knocked on the door gently. Denji sister, can I come in? Come in. A drawn-out voice could be heard coming from Denji, and the tone didn't sound very friendly. Dongshan Xiaohong suddenly felt a little nervous. She pushed open the door with a forced smile on her face. The most eye-catching things in Denji's room are the TV and various gaming equipment, all of which were bought for her by Otonashishiya. She is now playing a fighting game with Pokita, which is a PK between them. At this moment, Dongshan Xiaohong suddenly felt a little envious. Diancie had a big and beautiful bed, could play various games, and had a pet that looked a little strange but very cute. Etc. That pet is actually playing games. Dongshan Xiaohong's eyes widened immediately, thinking that she had seen it wrongly. What is going on? It's Pokita. It's a demon, not just an ordinary pet. Denji glanced at Dongshan Xiaohong and explained. Dongshan Xiaohong's reaction arc was a bit long. She was stunned for a while before she said in shock, Demon. Don't make such a fuss. Pokita won't hurt anyone. It's a very well-behaved and cute demon. Diancie's tone sounded a bit like he was complaining about Dongshan Xiaohong's lack of knowledge. Is that so? Ha 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 ha. Dongshan Xiaohong's smile was a little awkward. The Pokita that Denji had mentioned did seem to be very friendly, but she was still a little scared. At this time, Denji took the initiative to put down the game controller in his hand and whispered to Pokita, Pokita, I should study and can't play games. If Chiya finds out that I am not studying seriously, he might hate me. Wow! Of course, Pokita understood what Denji said and responded obediently. Seeing that Denji and Pokita were getting along so closely and harmoniously, Dongshan Xiaohong also let down her guard a little. She took out a book from her school bag and put it on the table. It was her youngest sister's first-grade textbook. Now that sister was in second grade, she no longer needed it, but fortunately the textbook had not been sold yet. Unlike her previous textbooks, which had long been sold as scrap by her parents. She remembered that boy very clearly. Oh no! The sponsor wanted her to teach him from the first grade of elementary school. I don't know many words. Can you teach me how to read and write first? Denji said with great confidence. Sure. Let's start from here. Dongshan Xiaohong started by teaching about family relationships. This is dad, this is mom, this is brother, this is sister. She first taught Denji to recognize these words, but when she taught him the word sister, Denji, who had been listening quietly, suddenly said, I'm not Chiya's biological sister, don't get me wrong. Hearing such a sudden and inexplicable sentence, Dongshan Xiaohong was slightly stunned. Hey! Looking at Denji's particularly serious eyes, Dongshan Xiaohong didn't understand what Denji meant. Is there any special meaning in being a biological sister? Little did she know that Denji had already regarded her as an enemy in a sense. Chapter 40 Demon Exorcism Class 1 Training Base. Otonashishiya of course came here for his evening out, intending to exchange ideas with his teammates. This time he won't just dodge, but will actively attack and counterattack. Of course, he only used light force, just enough to make sure not to hurt anyone too badly. At this time, Otonashishiya's opponent's face was already a little bruised and swollen, but he still bowed and said, "Thank you for your advice. After all, this minor injury is nothing to the public security demon hunters like them who often wander on the edge of death. What is important is the gains from sparring. Thanks for your advice." Otonashishiya also responded politely. During the break, the girls from Exorcism Class 1 gathered together to chat. "This new vice captain is really good, handsome, and easy to get along with. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Don't even think about it. She's probably already been taken. But come to think of it, Captain Anbian was actually quite handsome when he was young." "Really? But looking at Captain Anbian's current appearance, I know he must have been pretty good when he was young. It's a pity that he's old now." However, at this moment, a voice that the girls least wanted to hear suddenly came from behind them. "What's old?" "I don't know," when the shore suddenly appeared, and spoke expressionlessly. In this timeline, Anbian is already about 50 years old, with a lot of stubble on his chin and temples, and some obvious wrinkles on his face. There was a stitched cut scar on the left corner of his mouth, earrings pierced his ears, and he was tall and broad. The sudden appearance on the shore made the girls so frightened that they almost scared themselves to death. "Nothing, nothing. Nothing at all. Really? We didn't say anything." The girls' panicked looks betrayed them. The main reason is that they never expected that Captain Shore would suddenly come. Normally, Captain Shore rarely comes to the training base. But Anbian didn't care. He couldn't deny that he was indeed old. "Captain Shore." Noticing the Shore approaching, Otonashishiya immediately addressed him respectfully. "Vice Captain Otonashi, I came here today to tell you something. There will be an important mission tomorrow. You should prepare in advance. Otonashi will lead the team." The Shore said in a deep voice with no expression on his face. Ding! Host activates the achievement First Encounter on the Shore, and gains attribute points, 1. Yes. Otonashishiya's way. "The first time I met Captain Anbian, the feeling of oppression was indeed extraordinary. Choose 9 people now to go with you tomorrow. The target of the mission is, if nothing goes wrong, a demon that has swallowed the flesh of the gun demon. Don't be careless, and it's best if no one is sacrificed." After saying that, Anbian took out a wine jug from his arms and left while drinking. At this time, everyone present had understood the situation, and many people immediately volunteered to act together with Otonashishiya. Even though they knew tomorrow's mission would be dangerous, they did not show any fear. Because a considerable number of people in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau are like Hayakawa Aki, who became public security demon hunters in order to avenge the gun devil. They were all victims of the disaster caused by the gun devil. They lost their loved ones but survived, and have since made revenge their life goal. Then let's do this. 9 spots, first come, first served. Otonashishiya did not make any special selections, but just let them recommend themselves. He was too lazy to specifically select the 9 most elite people, and he felt it was unnecessary. If all his teammates were elite, the risk of being robbed of their lives would surely be greater, and he didn't want to joke with his attribute points. In less than 5 seconds, Otonashishiya had selected all 9 teammates. They are all people who have been persecuted by the gun demon. Because of their anger and hatred towards the gun demon, they become public security demon hunters. Although such a dangerous profession is not a good thing, your existence, anger, also gives them the motivation to live. At this time, Otonashishiya communicated with the furious demon in his heart, "These are just what you see. You don't see how many people have been devastated after losing their loved ones, and many have even committed suicide. At least these people are alive and well, and there is hope that they will continue to live." Now that he has taken on the position of deputy captain, he will certainly do his job conscientiously and try his best to avoid casualties. The reason why the casualty rate of the public security demon hunters is so high is mainly because there are extremely difficult tasks from time to time. As long as he is present and can quickly hunt down the demons, everyone will naturally not sacrifice. However, the raging demon was not very moved after hearing this, so it's not a good thing after all. Don't look at the problem in such a black and white way. What I want to say is that the gun demon is the real perpetrator, causing these people to feel angry. This emotion has both good and bad sides. Aren't these the value of your existence? Chiya is still patiently counseling the angry demons. This is much better than them becoming depressed or even committing suicide, isn't it? However, all he got was the angry demon's cold response, "You don't have to persuade me, I don't want to listen." Never mind. Chiya found that the character of the angry demon was really stubborn. However, it may be difficult for a demon to understand and listen to so many truths. Only when the angry demon sees certain things with his own eyes will he naturally understand. After staying at the training base until 9 o'clock, Chiya went home. Today was special, as it was Pokata who came out to help him open the door. Pokata jumped up, bit the door handle, and used his own weight to push down to open the door. Chiya then came in and caught Pokata hanging from the door handle, and Pokata fell down and sat on his hand. That's right. Denji should be learning from Toyama Xiaohong. Thank you, Pokata. Chiya said to Pokata with a smile. Woof. Pokata also had a smile on his face. Then Chiya walked into Densi's room with light footsteps, and saw Densi learning something very seriously from Toyama Xiaohong. He didn't disturb her and walked out quietly. A few minutes passed. Dongshan Xiaohong also came out of the room. Well, I should go back soon. I'll stop here for today. Dongshan Xiaohong said to Chiya a little shyly. She has always been like this, easily shy when interacting with people. Well, it will take about 2 hours. I will give you 5,000 yuan directly. As he spoke, Chiya directly took out a 5,000 yen note and handed it to Higashiyama Xiaohong. Thank you so much. Dongshan Xiaohong was immediately surprised. Not only was the other party very straightforward, he also gave her an extra pay. That's right. At this time, Dongshan Xiaohong suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to do the report work. Although Sister Densi lacks knowledge, she is willing to learn and learns very quickly. She is a very smart and good child. But in fact, Denji bribed her with a bag of snacks and asked her to say nice things in front of Chiya's brother. Chapter 41. Chiya can detect the details on Higashiyama Xiaohong's face with the help of Mangekyō Sharingan. Obviously Dongshan Xiaohong is not very good at lying. When she lies, her eyes become a little flustered and her face becomes redder. These are all very subtle details, but they are infinitely magnified in Chiya's eyes. However, he saw through it but didn't say it out loud. No one had to guess, everyone knew that this was probably Densi's trick. But it was not a bad thing. It was good for Densi to be smart and naughty. He glanced over and saw that Densi was hiding behind the bedroom door and peeking at him through the gap. Okay, I understand. I'll continue to ask you to help me from tomorrow on. Chiya smiled nonchalantly. No, I should ask you for help. Dongshan Xiaohong bowed again. Tutoring Densi was much easier than she had expected. Not only were the things he taught very simple, but Densi was also very well behaved. Apart from occasionally teasing Pokata, there was basically nothing to worry about. And he is quite curious. He will ask questions repeatedly if he doesn't understand something, but this repetition is not just once or twice. The most important thing is that she can get a high salary. If you calculate it at 5,000 yuan a day, it would be about 150,000 yuan a month, which is very high for a college student from a poor family. And you only need to spare more than 2 hours a day to work part-time, and this is just the salary during the probation period. Dongshan Xiaohong put the 5,000 yen into her school bag and went home happily. Walking on the street, she saw all kinds of delicious snacks on the street. She immediately wanted to try them and her saliva almost flowed out. Her biggest hobby is eating delicious food, but the meals her and her sisters were usually given at home were very ordinary. Any delicious food was first given to her older and younger brothers, and she herself had no money to buy anything to eat. This is also why Diancie bribed Dongshan Xiaohong with just a bag of snacks. Wow! I tried to eat enough at dinner today, but why do I feel a little hungry again? Dongshan Xiaohong usually had a slightly melancholy look on her face, and now she became even more melancholy, and touched her small belly. She had no choice but to take out the bag of snacks hidden in her school bag and eat them quickly before returning home. It would be troublesome if her parents found out. As for the 5,000 yen, she never considered using it, nor did she dare to use it. Because in her opinion, all the money earned should be given to her family. If she hides it and is discovered, she will be scolded badly. Dongshan Xiaohong resisted the urge to buy some delicious street snacks and instead used the bag of snacks that Diancie gave her to satisfy her cravings. Before returning home, Dongshan Xiaohong ate up all the snacks in the bag, leaving almost nothing. I threw the snack bag into the trash can, washed my hands and mouth as clean as possible, and rinsed my mouth several times. Only after making sure that everything was safe did she dare to return home. I'm back. Sister Xiaohong, welcome back. The one who opened the door for her was one of the 9 sisters, who was wearing a junior high school uniform. Almost all of the sisters have no clothes of their own. Those who are still in school basically wear school uniforms, and the older sister who is not in school wears old clothes from a few years ago. They haven't bought new clothes for a long time. Dongshan Xiaohong went to find her parents as soon as possible, only to see them sitting in the living room watching TV. Xiaohong, what did you do at night? Why did you come back so late? Seeing Xiaohong coming back, the mother immediately asked in a stern tone. Dongshan Xiaohong was a little scared and whispered, I found a part-time job. Really? What kind of part-time job did you find? My mother's expression changed immediately, and she was obviously very concerned about this. Dad was holding a newspaper in his hand, reading it while watching TV. I didn't expect Xiaohong to take the initiative to find a part-time job. This way, the burden on our family can be slightly reduced. It's a part-time job as a tutor, and this is my salary today. Dongshan Xiaohong said very honestly. He also handed the 5,000 yen in his school bag directly to his parents. 5,000 yen. My mother was immediately surprised. I remember you were out for only 2 hours that night. She was a little skeptical whether it was really a part-time tutoring job. Such a high hourly wage was usually only earned by professional tutors, and this was only her first day as a part-time tutor. She felt that Xiaohong might have taken a part-time job related to the S*X industry, but she didn't care, as long as Xiaohong could help the family make money. Oh! You are quite capable, Xiaohong. Do you make so much money every day? Dad was also surprised by the 5,000 yuan and put down the newspaper in his hand. Yes, there may be more to come. Dongshan Xiaohong said with a happy look on her face. She wasn't pretending, she felt happy from the bottom of her heart because she had surprised and delighted her parents and was praised for her ability. Now the mother was even more suspicious that Xiaohong was working in a brothel, but she thought it was a good thing because she had long wanted Xiaohong to go into the business after graduating from high school. Now Xiaohong has gone to the brothel to adapt herself in advance, so she won't be as resistant as before when she goes into the industry after graduation. Okay. That's great, Xiaohong. Don't give up this part-time job so easily. Yuta won't have to worry about his tuition and living expenses for a while. Dad's old face was so happy that it blossomed with smile. But the reason he was happy was simply because he could have more money to give to Yuta who was in college. Yuta is the elder brother of the Toyama family, his name is Toyama Yuta. However, Yuta Toyama attends a private university, and the tuition alone costs over 1 million yen a year, so Xia Hong's current salary is still not enough. Even though her parents were thinking about her brother, Dongshan Xiaohong still had a smile on her face, although she couldn't help feeling a little lost in her heart. Meanwhile, at the Otonashi home. Did Mr. Dongshan give you any homework? At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Denji. Yes, she asked me to write and review the words we taught today several times to consolidate my memory. The small notebook with cartoon patterns and the pencil with a little rabbit cap on the desk were left for her by Dongshan Xiaohong. Then you have to finish your homework tonight before playing games. If you can finish your homework on time, I will give you a reward. If you can't, there will be a punishment. Otonashi Chiya explains. Can you tell me what the reward is? Denji suddenly felt curious. Let me think. How about meeting one of your conditions? Any conditions are acceptable. Diancie suddenly became excited, his eyes flickered, and his back straightened a lot. Otonashi Chiya nodded and said, as long as the conditions are not too excessive, I will try my best to satisfy you. Diancie immediately became motivated and started writing quickly on the notebook. Great! I learned a lot of knowledge. Chapter 42. The next morning, Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Exorcism Class 1, move out. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already gathered his men. 2 cars were seen leaving the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and heading to the mission location. Many public security demon hunters have already bought cars and houses, and these 2 cars are the private cars of 2 people. Otonashi Chiya was also in the car, of course, and said to the other 4 people in the car, you will stay outside to prevent the demon from escaping. He already knew the specific information of the mission. Last night, a very powerful demon appeared in an apartment building in the suburbs. The so-called very powerful demon was the one that swallowed the meat slice of the gun demon. The first thing that happened was that civilian demon hunters went to hunt it down, but unfortunately one of them died, and several others were also injured to varying degrees. The Tokyo Public Security Bureau anticipated that civilians would be unable to deal with the demon, and notified the Demon Exorcism Section 1 to prepare when the demon first appeared last night. The subjugation mission was officially issued early this morning, and the deputy captain of Demon Exorcism Section 1, Otonashi Chiba, was in charge of leading the team. This was also the first test given to him by the Public Security Bureau. Yes. The 4 of them responded one after another. Allocated attribute points, 44. At this time, Otonashi Chiya checked the system panel and found that so many attribute points had been accumulated but not yet distributed. He immediately made the assignment so that this crusade mission could be concluded quickly. Ding! Distribution completed. HP plus 24, Strength plus 10, Speed plus 10. Strength, 30. Speed, 30. Chi and Blood, 124. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the mission site. The 3-story but very long rectangular apartment building in front of you is where the devil appeared. The apartment building has been surrounded by police fencing to prevent unsuspecting civilians from approaching. As soon as Otonashi Chiya got out of the car, he showed his work ID to the police on the scene. We are demon hunters from the Tokyo Public Security Exorcism Division 1, and we have been ordered to come here to defeat the demons. The 2 policemen here then bowed to him, which is a common salute used by Japanese police. One of the police officers reported to him, all the survivors in the apartment building have been escorted to a safe place. The demons are probably eating the bodies of the victims inside now. Okay, I understand. Otonashi Chiya nodded, and then said to the 9 team members behind him, as I just said, 4 people will guard outside the apartment building. If any demon escapes, intercept it immediately. The rest of you will follow me into the apartment building. After saying that, he strode into the apartment building, holding an ordinary sword in his left hand and his right hand ready to summon the Sword of Fury at any time. Yes. The 9 people said in unison. 4 of them went to the 4 directions outside the apartment building and waited, while the other 5 quickly followed Otonashishiya into the apartment building. The people who came this time are demon hunters from the Exorcism Division 1, and they also have a vice-captain, so they should be able to take down the demon. But the deputy captain looks very young, like a high school student. He's so young and he's actually the deputy captain. At this time, the 2 policemen whispered. Among the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, the overall strength of the Demon Exorcist Section 1 is stronger than other sections, which is something many people know. Although the apartment building only has 3 floors, there are 10 residents on each floor, with a total of 30 small suites. Otonashishiya and others need to search each one by one. Don't split up. Let's search each room slowly. Otonashishiya reminded the other 5 people. Although it would be more efficient if the 6 of them split up into groups of 2 and searched the 3 floors at the same time, he would not be able to take care of everyone's safety, and casualties would easily occur if they encountered a demon. The 5 men obeyed Vice-Captain Otonashi's orders absolutely and didn't say much. As soon as they opened the first door, they saw the devil. It was a 5 or 6 meter long earthworm demon, with densely packed human fingers all over its body, a huge mouth on its head with several large and sharp barbs, and eyes so small that they were almost invisible. Otonashishiya reacted the fastest. He took several steps in almost one breath and swung his sword vertically to chop at the earthworm demon's head. Because the characteristic of earthworms is that they will be killed only if their brains are destroyed. If you only cut off the head without destroying the brain, this part of the head can still survive. He guessed that the earthworm demon should have inherited this trait as well. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the earthworm demon clone and obtained attribute points, 5. Otonashishiya's eyes suddenly changed slightly. No wonder this demon was killed so easily. It turned out to be just a clone, and there should not be any pieces of gun demon flesh in its body. The other 5 men stood there in a daze, their weapons not even warmed up yet. Ah! Is the crusade over so soon? As expected of the deputy captain, he killed the BD demon with just 1 blow. That's not right. A demon with the gun demon meat slice shouldn't be so easy to kill, right? Otonashishiya didn't even look at the demon corpse, he just turned around and walked out of the room. This is not the real body of the earthworm demon, but just a clone. Let's continue searching the other rooms. Otonashishiya said in a deep voice. He had a hunch that there might be many clones of the earthworm demon in this apartment building. Doppelganger? I can understand what the earthworm demon said. Could there be many clones? Everyone's face turned serious. Once the number of clones exceeds a certain limit, they will be outnumbered, which will be very troublesome. Here it comes. Otonashishiya just walked out of the room and turned around to see several earthworm demons crawling quickly towards him in the corridor. Judging from their body lengths, they were probably just clones. The other 5 people's expressions suddenly changed and they immediately assumed fighting stances. They began to panic. Whatever they feared would come true. However, only Otonashishiya stepped forward quickly, dodged the bites of the earthworm demons with various difficult postures, and immediately counterattacked. A worm demon rushed directly towards his face, but he easily avoided it by leaning his torso back. He leaned back so far that the back of his head almost touched the floor, but he was still able to swing his knife back and directly destroy the earthworm demon's brain. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the earthworm demon clone and obtained attribute points, 5. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the earthworm demon clone and obtained attribute points, 5. Otonashishiya moved forward and even defended and counterattacked at the same time, destroying all the demon clones with a devastating force, and he was not hurt at all. The 5 people at the back were stunned, each of them was dumbfounded. Although they knew that Vice Captain Otonashi was very strong in physical skills, they were still greatly shocked to see him kill demons with just physical skills and an ordinary sword. For a moment they didn't know what to do next and could only watch from behind. Vice Captain Otonashi is a one-man army. Chapter 43. Otonashi Chiya killed a total of 6 clones of the earthworm demon before he cleared out all the demons on the first floor. There are 6 demons on the first floor alone. These earthworm demons are really hard to deal with. Fortunately, the deputy captain is here. Yet, if it were me, I wouldn't dare to use physical skills in close combat. I would probably have to use the power of the devil. If I use my demonic power to deal with all these demons, my body will soon be unable to bear it. I don't want all my skin to be eaten by fox demons. Looking at the corpses, blood, and intestines of the earthworm demons scattered all over the ground, the 5 demon hunters who went out with Otonashi Chiya sighed. While they were having a headache because the demons were too difficult, Otonashi Chiya was in a very happy mood. Because he had such a great time gaining attribute points just now. An earthworm demon's clone had 5 attribute points and hunting this kind of demon was very easy for him. How could he gain 30 attribute points in just a short while? In contrast to the other 5 people, he actually hoped that there would be more demon clones for him to clear on the 2nd and 3rd floors. We can deal with these corpses later. We must first find the real body of the earthworm demon and deal with it. As they were talking, Otonashi Chiya walked up to the 2nd floor with a sword in hand. The others followed closely behind him. Just as he reached the corner of the 2nd floor, a huge earthworm head suddenly popped out, and its bloody mouth was wide open enough to swallow Otonashi Chiya whole. This head is at least 2 or 3 times bigger than those clones. This guy should be the real body of the earthworm demon. It was estimated that the noise downstairs just now had already attracted the attention of the earthworm demon itself, and it had ambushed at the corner of the 2nd floor in advance, waiting for him to come up. However, how could Otonashi Chiya be harmed by such a demon? Even if he was greatly strengthened by the gun demon meat, it would be useless. His body dodged to the side at an extremely fast speed, and he turned around and counterattacked with a knife, accurately cutting the neck of the earthworm demon. But what was somewhat unexpected was that this knife failed to cut off the head of the earthworm demon, and only cut about a quarter of the wound. Even the neck is one of the biggest loopholes. There is an exoskeleton on the head of the earthworm demon that looks thick and solid. The head cannot be attacked directly, and it is impossible to determine whether the weak point of the body is the brain. This is the demon with the strongest skin defense that Otonashi Chiya has ever encountered. Even though his strength is 3 times that of an ordinary person, it is difficult to break his defense if an ordinary sword is not sharp enough. Ah, it hurts so much. The earthworm demon howled for a while, and the wound on its neck began to heal. It shouted arrogantly, "It's useless, ha ha ha. If you can't kill me, you will be the ones who die. Get started." At this time, the 5 people following Otonashi Chiya didn't want to just stand there and watch the show anymore. 3 of them used demonic power at the same time to summon the giant claws of the fox demon through the air, and the 3 giant claws attacked the earthworm demon. 3 claw marks flashed by, and the earthworm demon's entire body was instantly cut into several pieces, and its huge head rolled to the ground. There was also a young man with a crew cut who enlarged his right arm and the axe in his right hand to twice the size and smashed them heavily on the head. The remaining person was Ishi-Rinka, who was beaten to tears by Otonashi Chiya last time. She was helping them heal the flesh wounds caused by the contract price. Hiss! The fox demon is still so vicious. It ate all the skin on my left forearm. This guy should be dead, right? It seems that there is no movement anymore. It doesn't seem that simple. They all thought they could finally take a breath, and chatted while Ishi-Rinka healed them. Only Otonashi Chiya stared fiercely at the head of the earthworm demon. Even though the earthworm demon's body has been broken into several pieces, the exoskeleton on its head is hardly damaged. The tiny dent on the exoskeleton was caused by the giant axe, and did not cause any substantial damage to the earthworm demon. Now this guy's head is motionless. He is probably just pretending to be dead, and will launch a surprise attack when they are off guard. You know, even this guy's clone can't be killed without destroying his brain, let alone the real body with the gun demon meat. It will only be more difficult to kill, it can't be killed so easily. At this time, Chiya opened his right hand and silently said in his heart, Sword of Wrath. The mini blood seal on the palm of his right hand suddenly flashed with blood. A blood-red throne appeared out of thin air at his feet, and a golden-red double-edged sword stood upright on the throne. He also stood on the throne, with the palm of his right hand pressing on the end of the hilt. A strange thing suddenly spread in this space, not only affecting Chiya, the contractor, but also had a slight effect on other people around him. What's going on? They feel that their emotions suddenly become a little irritable and agitated. Although it is not difficult to control them, they wonder why this happens suddenly. They turned their heads and saw that a throne and a golden red sword surrounded by a strange aura had appeared on Vice Captain Otonashi's side. Deputy Captain, is this okay? Chiya shook his head slightly and suddenly drew out the Sword of Rage. The bloody throne disappeared and merged into the Sword of Rage, making it 1 meter longer. Some scarlet mysterious runes appeared on the sword. The earthworm demon was immediately alarmed by the extremely dangerous breath and dared not pretend to be dead anymore. A brand new body quickly grew out from its neck. It didn't know the angry demon, but the demon's aura was so powerful that it didn't dare to be careless at all. At this time, Chiya held the Sword of Fury in both hands and raised it upwards. A scarlet arc-shaped sword wave flew out rapidly from the sword body. The diameter of this sword wave was as much as 4 or 5 meters. The floor and ceiling of the corridor were cracked, but the amazing speed of the sword wave remained unchanged. With unstoppable momentum, he split the newly grown body of the earthworm demon vertically into 2 halves. Even the hardest exoskeleton on the head was directly broken by this sword wave and shattered instantly. Naturally, the brain was not saved either, and the entire body of the earthworm demon, including the head, was instantly split into 2. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the earthworm demon body and obtained attribute points, 30. The earthworm demon was killed instantly with just 1 sword. But just this 1 sword brought great negative impact to Chiya. If his anger had not been completely absorbed by the Mangekyō Sharingan, this sword would probably have made him lose his mind in an instant. Instead, it caused a huge consumption of his eye power and vitality, which was almost the same as the consumption of directly using the camui eye technique. Although it would be better to attack camui directly in this case, there is basically no physical defense that camui cannot break, but if you don't try to use the power of the angry demon once, you won't know how much it will consume. Anyway, as long as you can kill the demon, it will be fine. The 5 people nearby were dumbfounded again. They didn't expect that the earthworm demon could directly grow a new body, and they didn't expect that the power of Vice Captain Otonashi's sword was so terrifying that it killed the earthworm demon instantly. Chapter 44. When they attacked together, they only destroyed the insignificant body of the earthworm demon and could not break the exoskeleton defense on the earthworm demon's head. On the other hand, Vice Captain Otonashi solved the earthworm demon with just 1 sword, especially the huge blood-red sword wave that made their pupils tremble. This time the earthworm demon is finally dead. That must be Vice Captain Otonashi's demonic power, right? It's so shocking, and it seems that even we are affected. What kind of demon is this? Let's not speculate. The Vice Captain's demon must be an important secret that cannot be easily exposed. They had not yet recovered from the shock and were staring at the corpse of the earthworm demon in a daze. At this time, Chiya had already put the Sword of Rage back into the palm of his right hand. Even if he just held the Sword of Rage and didn't use it, it would still have a continuous weak negative effect on him. He took out the gun demon's flesh from the earthworm demon's body and put it in his trouser pocket. You are the most special human being I have ever met. Using my power like you just did would completely make anyone else lose their mind. Suddenly there was an exclamation from an enraged demon. To be honest, even if I swing the sword a few more times it won't be a big problem. Chiya said lightly. The current limit of his chi and blood attribute is probably that he can swing the sword of rage nearly 10 times at a time. After exceeding this number, his Mangekyō Sharingan will temporarily be unable to absorb the anger, and it will then begin to affect his sanity. Is that so? The furious demon suddenly fell silent. Although it was hard to believe, she somehow felt that the human boy was telling the truth. At this time, Chiya said, let's check to see if there are any demons we missed. We must make sure there is nothing to lose before we leave. Good. Yes. After this battle, they had even more respect and admiration for Vice Captain Otonashi. Not only is his physical skills extraordinary, his demonic power is also terrifying. Chiya explored all the suites on the second floor and found 3 or 2 earthworm demon clones that looked like they had died suddenly on the spot. After all, these clones are transformed from the demonic power of the earthworm demon's original body. Once the original body dies, the demonic power will also completely dissipate at the same time. What a pity! Chiya couldn't help but feel regretful. These are all live attribute points. But he really had no choice. He couldn't just keep avoiding the earthworm demon's real body and kill all the clones first. He could do it alone, but his teammates who were acting with him would be in danger. No matter what, he would never completely disregard the safety of his teammates for the sake of attribute points. Unless he transfers all 5 team members into his own camui space, but this is totally unnecessary. Transferring 5 people at once will not only cause huge consumption to him, but also expose the secret of camui space. Then they went up to the 3rd floor. There were also several corpses of clones that died suddenly on the 3rd floor, and it was confirmed that there were no remaining demons. However, in the last suite on the 3rd floor, Chiya saw a middle-aged man who was still alive and a dying little girl who was missing an arm. When he came in, he just heard the middle-aged man roaring angrily. He saw that he had chopped off his right foot which was trapped by the collapsed wall with a kitchen knife. He completely ignored the ankle that was bleeding profusely after being chopped off. He picked up the little girl in a clumsy posture and fell to the other side. Boom! At this moment, another piece of wall collapsed and hit the place where the little girl had just been lying. Chiya immediately kicked away the rebel blocking the door. We are demon hunters from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. You are safe now. Rinka also hurried over to stop the bleeding of the middle-aged man and the little girl, and healed them with the power of the devil. The middle-aged man hugged the little girl tightly and cried bitterly, his eyes were red from crying. The little girl was obviously his daughter. One of his arms was eaten by a worm demon, and his life or death is unknown. Rinka couldn't help showing sadness on her face, and she comforted the middle-aged man, Sir, your daughter still has a chance of survival, and there is a high probability that she can be rescued. What she said was not false. The power of demons has brought great changes to the medical field. Her healing ability alone has crushed many old methods. The power of demons in Tokyo Hospital is even pervert level. But generally, public security demon hunters are given priority in receiving medical treatment, and it is difficult for ordinary people to get a turn. Fortunately, her abilities alone were enough to save the father and his daughter. Chiya went over and lifted up the collapsed wall with just one hand, and found the middle-aged man's severed foot. The demonic power in this world can restore broken arms and legs as much as possible, and directly elevates limb replantation surgery, provided that the broken limbs are found. Later, Chiya found the little girl's severed arm in the body of an avatar that had died suddenly on the spot, and it was still quite intact. Apparently, the earthworm demon clone did not chew after biting off the little girl's arm, and did not have time to digest it. He handed the severed arm and leg to Rinka. After that, I'll ask you to take them to the hospital. I can help them pay for the replantation surgery. How can we let the vice captain bear it alone? We also want to help. Me too. Others also wanted to help the father and daughter. They were especially moved by the father's behavior, who decisively cut off his own foot in order to save his daughter. The cost of 2 limb replantation operations is estimated to be around 1 million yen. 1 million yen is not a large sum of money for any public security demon hunter. It would be even cheaper if the father and daughter had medical insurance. What's more, they plan to split the fee, so it will be even more insignificant after dividing it equally. Yaehoki. Otonashi nodded and continued, Ishii Rinka, please take the father and daughter away first. We will stay and explain the situation to the police. Receive. Ishii Rinka immediately helped the father and daughter away. At this time, Otonashi said to the furious demon in his heart, You saw what happened just now, right? It was the anger that pushed the father to his limit. If it weren't for his eagerness to save his daughter would not have survived. The enraged demon did not reply. Even so, Otonashi continued to say seriously, If that father knew you existed, I think he would thank you. At least I want to thank you now. I don't know whether he will thank me or not. I only know that you are quite sweet-mouthed. If it were a human girl, she would definitely be fooled by you. The furious demon finally spoke, with a hint of teasing in his tone. But she didn't hate it, she found it quite interesting. This time it was Otonashishi's turn to be speechless. He was simply silenced. He was clearly speaking seriously, this is simply slander. Chapter 45. I'm talking to you seriously, don't slander me. Otonashishi's tone was quite speechless. Where is the slander? Didn't I just praise you for being sweet? There was a hint of joking in the angry demon's words. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. Otonashishi chose to just mute the microphone. However, this was also the first time that he heard a hint of joy in the angry demon's tone, which was no longer as lifeless as usual. Does this mean that what he just said has had some effect? Then, Otonashishi led the team members downstairs. We have defeated all the demons in the apartment building. I'll need you to handle the situation on the scene. Otonashishi told police. He has also called the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, who will send a special car to collect the demon corpses. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The police immediately entered the apartment building to deal with the scene. The Tokyo Public Security Bureau's Demon Extermination Division 1 is really amazing. In less than 10 minutes, they defeated a demon that ordinary people couldn't deal with. And they don't seem to have any injuries on their bodies. They are much stronger than civilian demon hunters, right? They walked into the apartment building while talking. This was not the first time they had cooperated with the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, but the efficiency of this campaign was still shocking to them. At the same time, the 4 people who were previously called by Otonashishi to guard outside also knew that the expedition was over, and everyone set off together to return to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Since there were 2 cars, and Otonashishi was not in the one, everyone started chatting. I didn't do anything during this expedition. I was just looking at the scenery outside, and then it suddenly ended. I am not the same. When we were in the apartment building, Vice Captain Otonashi was the only one hunting demons. We barely helped at all. Hey, Vice Captain Otonashi is hunting demons alone? Are you kidding? I heard from the police that there are a lot of demons in there. I'm serious. Vice Captain Otonashi not only crushes us in physical skills, but his demonic power is also the strongest I've ever seen. There was a small dispute in the car. Those who were guarding outside at the time did not see the battle with their own eyes, so it was hard for them to believe it was real. But in the end they still believed it. After all, they had personally experienced Vice Captain Otonashi's physical skills, and there was no need for him to lie to them. This once again refreshed their understanding of the deputy captain's strength. To be honest, I didn't feel any involvement this time. It seemed like it didn't matter to me whether we were there or not. Although I feel a little guilty, it's a good thing overall. At least our lives are not in danger at all, haha. On the other side, Chiya is allocating attribute points. This time I gained a total of 60 attribute points, which can be said to be a full load. Ding! Distribution completed, HP plus 26, Strength plus 16, Speed plus 16. Strength, 46. Speed, 46. Chi and Blood, 150. Before he knew it, his Chi and Blood attribute had reached 150. I feel like my Chi and Blood attributes are not low now. Maybe I can try Susanoo when I have the chance. Chiya thought at this moment. Susanoo is the ultimate offensive and defensive eye technique, the ultimate power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Not only that, he also wants to drive a Gundam, how cool. However, Kamui's Susanoo requires both eyes to open, and he could hardly imagine how terrible the consumption would be to use two Kamui to open Susanoo. He had never dared to have this idea before because he was afraid that Susanoo would consume too much energy and kill himself directly. You have to know that Kakashi also had the power of 6 paths given by Obito to open the complete form of Susanoo. With his current Chi and Blood strength, it is definitely far inferior to the power of 6 paths. However, Susanoo has several stages, and if it is developed slowly from the initial form stage by stage, it should be able to withstand it. Chiya had already made up his mind. Today I tested the power of the Rage Demon, and next time I will test Susanoo. As for illusion, he doesn't seem to be able to do it. This may be because the principle of illusion is to use one's own chakra to interfere with the chakra in the opponent's body, and he has no chakra in his body, and no one in the world of Chainsaw Man has chakra at all. Soon, Chiya and others returned to Tokyo Public Security Bureau. They had set out on their mission very early, and now they were back at just before 9 o'clock, so most of the public security demon hunters hadn't come to work yet. However, Hayakawa Aki and Himeno had already arrived and were sitting in the lounge area in the lobby. It was unusual for Himeno to not arrive at work on time today. Seeing Chiya coming in from the door, Himeno immediately waved, "Otonashi-kun, over here." Chiya then said to the team members beside him, "I have something to do, you go up first." Then he walked towards the lounge area. Ji motioned him to sit on the sofa next to him and said, "I heard that you led the team to carry out the mission. Did you complete it so quickly?" "Well, it was done very smoothly." Chiya nodded and said, "Is it the devil with a gun devil meat slice?" Hayakawa Aki asked. Before Chiya could answer, Himeno said, "Of course. The Public Security Bureau would dispatch so many people at the same time, and their targets are usually demons with gun-like demon meat slices." So, there was a subtle change in Hayakawa Aki's expression. He also wanted to carry out this kind of subjugation mission as soon as possible. Now he went out on patrols with Senior Himeno every day, and went to the training base of the Demon Exorcism Class 3 to practice physical skills at night. He felt that this would not allow him to improve much. He still needs to fight with demons to improve quickly. Although this is also very dangerous, he is not afraid of danger. "Senior Chiya, is there any way I can get through the rookie period as quickly as possible?" At this time, Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but ask Himeno. "What are you thinking about?" "The higher UPS have already decided to let Captain Anbian take you for special training. Usually only new talents with potential are qualified to train with Captain Anbian, which means that the higher UPS think highly of you." Chiya said, "So in the next 3 months, in addition to patrolling with me, you will receive special training from the captain on the shore." Hayakawa Aki's face suddenly showed a little surprise. Okay. He could accept this. At least he could become stronger quickly through special training instead of patrolling every day with nothing to do. "By the way, let's have a celebration party tonight to celebrate the successful completion of Otonashi-kun's first mission as a leader. Chiya suddenly suggested. I still have to go to work tomorrow. Hayakawa Aki said sharply. Through these days of contact, he has roughly understood Senior Ji, who is both a drunkard and a smoker. Hee. Even though he was exposed, Chiya was still very thick-skinned and laughed, It's okay, why don't you come to my house and wake me up tomorrow morning? Chapter 46. Hayakawa Aki sighed. This was all that could be done. He is just a newcomer and can't do anything to Senior Ji yet. Then I'll take you to a nice restaurant tonight to reward Otonashi-kun. Chiya has already decided which restaurant to go to. Thank you, Senior Himeno. Otonashi-shia's faint smile. See you tonight. Chujun and I won't bother you anymore. The deputy captain is also very busy. Chiya said. But I might want to do it after 7 p.m. Otonashi-shia wanted to finish dinner with Denji before coming out. It's all right, as long as you can get home before 10 o'clock. Chiya felt that going home to sleep at 10 o'clock would not affect his patrol tomorrow. She would not ask Chujun to drink because Chujun was still a minor, so if things really went wrong, Chujun could still wake her up. At this moment, Otonashi-shia has arrived at the lounge of the Demon Exorcist Section 1, located on the third floor of the Public Security Headquarters building. The entire lounge is very spacious, and there are even many entertainment facilities and exercise equipment. After all, there are dozens of people in the Demon Exorcism Class 1. The team members were already sitting inside to rest. Not only the ones who had carried out the mission with him, but also the other members of the Demon Exorcism Section 1 were already waiting for him here. Deputy Captain, we have just explained the situation to everyone. All of us in Exorcism Section 1 are willing to share the cost of the surgery for the father and daughter. Let's crowdfund it later. At this time, one of them said to Otonashi-shia. Otonashi-shia glanced around and found that no one had an unhappy expression on their face. There is no problem with that. If someone is not happy about it, he will definitely not force it. If dozens of people crowdfund, each person will give an average of 20,000 yen. For a public security demon hunter, this is really just a small amount of money. Of course, their love and moral qualities are also undeniable. Next, with the help of crowdfunding, a total of about 1 million yen was collected and handed over to Otonashi-shia for safekeeping. He planned to send it directly to the father and daughter later. After leaving Tokyo Public Security Bureau, Otonashi-shia went directly to Tokyo Hospital. Ishii Rinka should have completed all the procedures for the father and daughter. I'm a demon hunter from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. May I ask if there was a demon hunter named Ishii Rinka who came here not long ago? Otonashi-shia directly showed his public security ID to facilitate finding the person as quickly as possible. Yes, let me see. The staff immediately checked the system and informed Otonashi-shia of the floor and house number. A few minutes later, Otonashi-shia found the ward. The father and daughter can be seen in the same ward, with Ishii Rinka guarding nearby. Deputy Captain. Ishii Rinka immediately said respectfully. What's going on? Otonashi-shia questions. Both the father and daughter are out of danger and are preparing for limb replantation surgery. Ishii Rinka said. Did the hospital tell me how much it would cost to replant 2 severed limbs? Otonashi-shia continued to ask, and do the father and daughter have no other family members? The hospital said that it would cost more than 1 million yuan, and the family members said that the wife of this family happened to have returned to her parents' home recently and is on her way here now. Ishii Rinka replied. Okay, I understand. Otonashi-shia turned and walked toward the door. I'll go downstairs to pay the bill first. I'll trouble you here for now. It's no trouble. Ishii Rinka's face immediately showed joy. Because she heard that Vice Captain Otonashi had already raised the money for the surgery. Otherwise, the surgery fee of more than 1 million yen would be too much of a burden for a family that can only rent an ordinary apartment. Otonashishiya has been traveling through time for so long and has observed some special situations. That is, the Japan in this world does not seem to have experienced a bubble economy or a bubble economy burst, just like the Soviet Union in the original work did not disintegrate. This is probably because the World War II demon was swallowed by the chainsaw demon, and people completely forgot about World War II, which directly changed the world's pattern. The reason why the gun demon has not appeared for a long time is because it was crushed by Pokuda a long time ago and its body was kept by certain countries. The current world situation can be seen from the ownership rate of the gun devil in each country. The Soviet Union was the strongest, followed by the United States, and Daxia ranked third, and there was a gap after that. Japan and those EU countries are just average and are far behind Daxia. It is very likely because World War II no longer exists, Japan is no longer a dog raised by the United States, and the United States has not supported Japan, resulting in Japan's current weak national strength and economic failure. Naturally, there will be no bubble economy and burst. Otherwise, 1993 would have been the lowest point after the bursting of the bubble economy, but Otonashishiya didn't feel it at all. In short, the Japanese economy has neither taken off nor collapsed, and ordinary people's wages are also very ordinary. In a place like Tokyo with an extremely high consumption level, they can only maintain their daily lives at best, and many people cannot afford medical treatment. When Otonashishiya paid the bill and returned to the ward, the family members of the father and daughter happened to arrive. Faced with the continuous bows and thanks, he felt a little embarrassed. It's just a small favor. Then he took out another 100,000 yen and said, "Take these as well. They will provide nutrition for your husband and daughter, so they can recover faster." Otonashishiya couldn't stand being thanked all the time, so he made up an excuse and left. Tokyo Public Security Bureau, Meeting Room. Several senior public security officials, including Yoshimura Taki, are in a meeting. This is a meeting specially convened for Otonashishiya alone. The police report has come out. Except for the clones that died suddenly after the original earthworm demon died, almost all the wounds were caused by the same person. That person is Otonashishiya. In that case, didn't Otonashishiya kill all the demons by himself? It should be. His performance is too exaggerated. He is in no way inferior to the one at the Kishive back then. We don't have to worry about the Tokyo Public Security Bureau being in a state of lack of successors. The cabinet seems to have been impressed by Otonashi's outstanding performance and wants to use him to raise Japan's international reputation and influence, just like Kishive and Guangxi did with the Celestial Empire. Oh? Did you say you want to join forces with any country? It hasn't been revealed yet, but it's most likely the Soviet Union or the United States. After all, they have already cooperated with Daxia. Chapter 47. Otonashishiya was not informed of this meeting among Tokyo's top public security officials. Otonashishiya naturally didn't know the content of the meeting, but the higher UPS did inform him of one thing: he could take a 10-day paid leave. This was to allow the demon hunter to fully rest and recuperate after fighting with demons. Of course, he could come back to work anytime he wanted during this period. These are some of the aspects in which the public security system has better welfare than the private sector. Not only do they have a very high basic salary, but they also receive bonuses when they kill demons. They can also take paid vacations after completing each mission, and they also have the highest quality medical insurance. But the disadvantage is that it is too dangerous, which is the only and most fatal disadvantage. Once a person dies, no matter how high the welfare is, it is useless. Although the family can get a generous inheritance and pension, that's it. At this time, Otonashishiya was preparing dinner at home. After making dinner, when he was halfway through eating, he said to Denji, "I'm going to have dinner with my colleagues later. You should study hard with teacher Dongshan. If there is anything delicious, I will bring it back for you." He remembered that Denji liked to eat fried meat, grilled meat, and so on. Denji nodded obediently. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Chiya met with Hayakawa Aki and Himeno at the agreed hotel. He also saw a few unfamiliar faces. Of course, Ji had asked for his opinion in advance, and he made it clear that he didn't mind. Ji then invited a few colleagues from the Demon Exorcist Section 3 to come over, otherwise it would be a bit too lonely if there were only the three of them. Is this the vice captain of the Demon Exorcism Section 1? I've heard of your name for a long time, but I've never seen you before. I haven't seen him yet, but he looks much more handsome than I thought. This is quite a coincidence. I heard that Captain Kishive, who was also an S-rank rookie back then, was also a handsome guy. As soon as Chiya came in, the colleagues from Exorcism Section 3 started talking. Chiya nodded to them and said, "It's our first meeting, thank you for your guidance." Seeing that the vice-captain of Demon Exorcism Section 1 was not arrogant, they became more relaxed and warmly invited Chiya to take a seat. Come to think of it, Vice-Captain Chiya is only 18 years old, and Hayakawa Aki is also very young, so let's order more juice and drinks. Really? Is Vice-Captain Chiya still so young? I heard that he defeated several demons by himself today. Today, Chiya's achievements have spread throughout the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, especially some people in the Demon Exorcist Section 1 who boasted about it to their friends in other sections. After all, they would feel proud that their vice-captain of the Demon Exorcist Section 1 is so strong. It's true. That's why a genius is a genius. We demon hunters can't just rely on demons. Physical talent is also important. When they were discussing Chiya's age and talent quite enthusiastically. At this time, Chiya interrupted them and said, "Come on, start eating. It's okay to talk while eating, or the food will get cold." That's true. Then, I'll start. Japanese people have a habit of saying I'm eating before they start eating. Chiya followed the local customs and put his hands together, "I'm going to eat." Less than half an hour later, a girl who had drunk a few glasses of draft beer and was a little drunk suddenly said to Chiya, "Chiya-kun, why don't you come to our Demon Exorcism Section 3 and be the captain? Our captain will definitely be willing to give up his position. It's not something I can decide." Chiya smiled. Himeno laughed, "This girl is drunk again, Chiya-kun, you don't have to worry about her." Hiccup. She burped right after she finished speaking, and her face was obviously flushed, making her look even drunker than that girl. At this moment, Himeno suddenly stood up and stared straight at Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Aki suddenly had a bad feeling, "What do you want to do?" Then, Himeno fell forward onto Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Aki could actually react, but he didn't want Senior Himeno to fall to the ground directly, and after hesitating for a moment, it was too late. The indescribable dividing line. Chiya took a sip of juice with a nonchalant expression, as if nothing had happened. Everyone else was just happily watching the show, and no one went to help Hayakawa Aki at all. After all, both men and women had suffered, and they had also reminded Hayakawa Akira in advance, so they had done their best. Fortunately, this time, Senior Himeno did not vomit, and Hayakawa Aki pushed Senior Himeno away after being stunned for a few seconds. As an innocent boy, Hayakawa Aki's defense was immediately broken. He stared at Chiya with eyes wide open, looking angry but not quite angry. A slight blush appeared on his face. I wonder if he was too angry to speak. Call. However, Chiya had already fallen asleep and started snoring. Hayakawa Aki was helpless and had no idea what to do with Senior Himeno. Forget it, forget it. Just be more careful next time. We learned our lesson the same way at the beginning. Someone comforted Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Aki fell silent and had no appetite to continue eating. He planned to go to the bathroom to calm down. Hayakawa-kun is really innocent. I hope this won't be too much of a blow to him. Then ask Himeno-senpai to take responsibility, otherwise she will probably forget it when she wakes up tomorrow. Senior Chiya has fallen asleep, and we are all quite full. I think it's time for us to go back, right? At this time, everyone was talking freely. After Hayakawa Aki came back from the bathroom after calming down, everyone discussed going back. Hayakawa-kun, although it may be a little hard for you to accept, I still have to ask you to take care of Himeno-senpai. We can't take care of ourselves, and Vice Captain Otonashi probably doesn't know where Himeno-senpai's home is. Except for Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Akira, everyone present had drunk some alcohol, so only Hayakawa Akira was the most suitable person to send Himeno-senpai home. It's okay. I'm fine. Hayakawa Aki seemed to have really calmed down, and his tone was very calm. He put Himeno-senpai's arm on his shoulders. After all, he is relatively calm and won't get upset over things like that. He may still be dissatisfied in his heart but he won't show it. Let me get you a taxi. Otonashi Chiya hailed a taxi and prepared to go back with Hayakawa Aki and Himeno. His dormitory and Hayakawa Aki's dormitory are in the same apartment building, so after sending Himeno-senpai home, they can go back together. Sitting in the car, Hayakawa Aki said nothing. Otonashi Chiya could see that Hayakawa Aki must still find it hard to accept what happened in the restaurant, so he didn't say any meaningless nonsense and directly gave Hayakawa Aki the gun demon meat slice that he found in the corpse of the earthworm demon today. Anyway, this thing is useless to him and it can't add any attribute points to him. Don't you want to take revenge on the gun devil? Let's just let today's incident go and study this thing more. Otonashi Chiya did not intend to tell Hayakawa Akira the truth about the devil with the gun so soon, because the truth was too cruel and too humorous for Hayakawa Akira, and he was afraid that Hayakawa Akira could not bear it. Right now, Hayakawa Aki's mind is still filled with hatred for the gun devil. When Senior Himeno gradually gains a place in Hayakawa Aki's heart, then Hayakawa Aki will be able to take it less seriously. Thank you very much. When Hayakawa Aki saw the gun devil meat slice, he was immediately moved, and the unhappiness in his heart was instantly forgotten. Chapter 48. Just as Otonashi Chiya expected, a piece of gun devil meat instantly improved Hayakawa Aki's mood. But this way he couldn't tell Hayakawa Aki the secret of the gun devil right now. The secret is that the threat of the gun demon has actually disappeared long ago, and its main body has long since fallen apart. Even if Japan did not obtain the gun demon's body, the top leadership cabinet chose to keep it secret, because the gun demon's meat slices are also very strong, and the cabinet needs a steady supply of tools to collect meat slices for them. The tool man refers to the public security demon hunter. The cabinet has always asked the public security departments in various places to collect gun demon meat slices as an important task, especially the Tokyo Public Security Department, which attaches the most importance to gun demon. In other words, the Japanese high-ranking officials took advantage of the anger and hatred of the children who were harmed by the gun demon back then, making them willing to take the initiative to become public security demon hunters and carry out completely meaningless revenge, because the gun demon had long since fallen apart and lost his memory. More than 80% of these people ended up being killed by demons, and were completely unaware of the cabinet's ugly conspiracy until their death. This cruel and ridiculous tragedy is beyond the ability of Hayakawa Aki to bear at the moment. At night, Tokyo's night market is brightly lit and bustling. The entire street is filled with various entertainment venues, including restaurants, bars, video game arcades, cinemas, clubs, street food stalls. The flow of people is very large. But tonight's night market is not peaceful. At this time, Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki happened to pass by this street. In addition to the noise, they also heard screams and cries for help. Otonashi Chiya realized that a demon might have appeared, and immediately said to the driver, "Driver, we will get off here." Oh. The driver didn't notice what was happening, he just listened to Otonashi Chiya's order to stop the car. Hayakawa Aki reacted quickly and helped Himeno-senpai out of the car. He and Chiya had almost the same idea. There must be a demon in that street, and he couldn't leave Himeno-senpai in the car, otherwise the driver would be so scared when he saw the demon that he would step on the accelerator and run away. You stay here and watch over Senior Chiya first. I will go and find the location of the demon. Chiya said to Hayakawa Aki. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly. Seeing Otonashi suddenly disappear, Hayakawa Aki couldn't even see which direction Otonashi went for a while. He also listened to what Otonashi said, and supported Himeno-senpai while they waited here, not making any rash moves on his own, which would have easily put Himeno-senpai in danger. At this time, Chiya had already transferred himself to the top of a tall building in the distance. Standing steadily on the tall building, Chiya looked down at the night market below. His eyes immediately caught the devil's position, right below him. And there was not just one demon, but two demons coming at the same time. The crowd below had already fled in all directions, but some were injured by objects and trampled by the crowd and were unable to move. I'm afraid they will soon become food in the mouths of the devil. Chiya certainly couldn't just sit there and watch, and he had been thinking about finding an opportunity to test Susanoo today, so here came the chance. He leaned forward and landed freely. In the moment before landing, Susanoo! Boom! With a loud bang, the broken ground kicked up a cloud of dust. Chiya landed on the ground intact, with the light blue Susanoo ribs wrapped around his entire body, and the concrete floor under his feet was already cracked. The abilities of each pair of Mangekyō Sharingan are unique. The first and second powers of Kamui correspond to two different eye techniques, namely offensive Kamui and defensive Kamui. The third power is Susanoo, which any Mangekyō Sharingan possesses, also known as the power of God. Currently he was only using the initial form, the 2 or 3 meter high Susanoo ribs, and he could already feel that a small part of his body had been hollowed out. Susanoo is formed by the materialization of chakra, and in Chiya's case it is materialized by vitality, which can be said to be an absolute defense. This huge noise immediately attracted the attention of the people around. What is this? Is there another demon? Damn it! Why are there 3 demons in a place like this at the same time? We can only wait for the public security demon hunters to come to support us. No. That looks like a human, probably the demon hunter. At first, most people mistakenly thought that another demon had appeared because the huge blue-green rib was so eye-catching. When they looked closely, they found that there was a human boy inside the huge rib. At the same time, the attention of the 2 demons was also attracted, and no one was killed by the demons yet. Although the initial form can grow Susanoo arms, Chiya feels that it is not enough, so he decisively advances to the first form. Crack! Susanoo began to grow rapidly with its ribs as the center, making sounds like bones growing, and grew a relatively complete upper body with a head and arms. Its appearance was that of a skull, and its height increased to nearly 10 meters, instantly surpassing the height of the 2 demons. He did not continue to advance to the second form or above, because the first form was more than enough to deal with the demon in front of him, and going any further would be serious output overflow. What the hell? Everyone around was stunned and looked up at the blue-green giant in front of them in shock. Among them were many civilian demon hunters who had just arrived. They had never seen such demonic power, and the shock it caused to their hearts was undoubtedly enormous. Even the 2 demons were stunned. They couldn't tell for a moment whether the blue giant in front of them was a human or one of their own. What the hell are you? Even if they had very sensitive noses, it was useless because there were so many humans around, and Chiya was wrapped in Susanoo, so the demons couldn't smell him at all. Chiya didn't waste any words with the demons. He controlled Susanoo's hands and grabbed the 2 demons, which were only 5 or 6 meters tall. It was like he was holding 2 dwarfs in his hands. Then squeeze it hard. Bang! Bang! Both demons were crushed by Susanoo's hands. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the coffee demon and obtained attribute points, 8. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the grill demon and obtained attribute points, 10. In an instant, blood, flesh, large intestines, and small intestines were flying everywhere. For the ordinary people around, this scene must be something they have never seen before in their lifetime. They were so shocked that they forgot to dodge the flying demonic flesh and stared blankly at Otonashishiya's Susanoo. The several civilian demon hunters present had never seen this way of hunting demons. In their eyes, the most powerful method was the fox demon power of the public security demon hunter. The young man in front of them could actually summon a giant directly. At this time, Otonashishiya released the Susanoo form. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he said to the civilian demon hunters in a calm tone, "I am Otonashi, the deputy captain of the Tokyo Public Security Exorcism Division 1, but I think I stole your prey." After hearing this, the civilian demon hunters finally recovered from their shock and nodded repeatedly. "No, no. We can't fight two demons at the same time. Thank you very much for your support." Chapter 49. You should know that neither the coffee demon nor the grill demon are very weak demons. It is difficult for ordinary civilian demon hunters to deal with just one of them, let alone these two appear at the same time. Therefore, if Otonashishiya did not take action, they would not be able to defeat these two demons at all, and there would be no question of their prey being stolen. Then, Otonashishiya contacted the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and the police and stopped caring about the scene. Wait, he just said he's the vice captain of Exorcism Section 1? I just heard this afternoon that the vice captain of Section 1 seems to be the S-rank public security rookie who has become famous recently. No wonder he's S-rank. I don't know what kind of demon he contracted, his abilities are so perverted. The demon that we couldn't defeat even if we tried our best was crushed to death by him in one blow. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with him. The civilian demon hunters sighed. At this time, Otonashishiya looked at the shops on this street. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he walked towards a barbecue restaurant in the distance that was not affected by the demons. Everyone was immediately curious about what he was going to do there. The owner of the barbecue restaurant was also stunned. Next, they saw Otonashishiya starting to select ingredients. This scene immediately shocked everyone. This person was just planning to eat barbecue? Boss, these are it. Pack them up for me to take away later. Otonashishiya ordered some sausages, meatballs, chicken wings, chicken legs, etc., all of which were Densi's favorites. He did not forget to bring some delicious food back for Densi. Freshly grilled barbecue is always better than the cold leftovers from the restaurant. The boss was stunned for a moment before nodding in a daze. Okay, okay. Next, the boss baked the cake very hard and seriously, fearing that it would not be baked well and make customers unhappy. For him, Otonashishiya's quick resolution of the demon saved his business, otherwise the demon might have destroyed his barbecue restaurant. His barbecue restaurant is more important than his life. Otonashishiya waited for about 10 minutes, during which time Hayakawa Akiya had already come over with Himeno-senpai, because he realized that the demon seemed to have been killed. Otonashi, are you still not full? Seeing Otonashi waiting for the barbecue, Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but ask. I'm full. I just wanted to bring some delicious food back to Densi. Otonashishiya said, by the way, would you like to have 2 skewers? It's my treat. No thanks, I can't eat any more. Hayakawa Aki shook his head. After the boss packed up the barbecue, Otonashishiya asked, how much are these? The boss shook his head repeatedly, no, no. You are my lifesaver, how can I charge you money? One thing is another thing. Otonashishiya didn't want to take advantage of this small advantage, so he just put down a few thousand yen and left without asking the boss for change. He hailed another taxi, and together with Hayakawa Aki, he sent Senior Himeno back home. Senior Chiya, we're already home, wake up. In front of the door, Hayakawa Aki wanted to wake up Senior Himeno. But Chiya was sleeping very deeply, and it took several pushes before he finally responded. Still half asleep, he groggily responded, what? I'm home now. Where are your keys? Hayakawa Aki repeated it again. In my pocket. Chiya slowly took out a bunch of keys from his trouser pocket and handed them directly to Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Aki then used the key to open the door and helped Himeno-senpai to the sofa in the living room. Chiya fell asleep again. Wake up, this is not a bedroom. Hayakawa Aki couldn't stand this and couldn't help but remind him. Otonashishiya consciously did not follow them in, but waited for Hayakawa Aki outside the door. He can't help much anyway, and his presence would only delay other people. At this time, Hayakawa Aki saw honey on the table and went to make a cup of honey water for Himeno. The honey water made a sound when it was placed on the tea table, and Chiya slowly opened his eyes at this time. Chujun is quite considerate. Chiya teased in a drunken manner. I just can't stand seeing Himeno-senpai sleeping in the living room without taking a shower. Hayakawa Aki said indifferently, drink this cup quickly to sober you up, then take a shower and go to bed. Yes yes. Chiya slowly sat up and drank the glass of honey water. After a while, she was indeed more awake and felt better. Seeing that Himeno-senpai's condition had improved, Hayakawa Aki said, then Otonashi and I will leave first. Wait. At this time, Chiya called out to Hayakawa Aki, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you want to stay and accompany me? Hayakawa Aki was silent for a moment, then said, I should go back and take a shower and go to bed. Tisk. There was a hint of coquettishness in Jiyi's tone. Chujun is really like a hypocrite. Hayakawa Aki fell silent again. He didn't want to talk anymore, so he turned around and walked out the door. Chujun, come back here. Take this. When Hayakawa Aki turned around, he saw a bunch of keys flying towards him. In fact, he subconsciously reached out to catch it before he could even see what it was. Isn't this your key? Hayakawa Aki asked with a puzzled look on his face. It's okay, this is the spare key. I still have the original key here. After saying that, Chiyi fell directly on the sofa again, then go, and next time when you send me home, don't wake me up. Hayakawa Aki looked at the spare key in his hand and hesitated for a while, but finally accepted it. He walked out of the door, closed the door for Senior Chiyi, and reminded him, Senior Chiyi, don't forget to lock the door. I know. Chiya responded. Hearing this confused voice, Hayakawa Aki felt a little worried, but he couldn't help Senior Himeno lock the door. Why don't you stay and help her lock the door? At this time, Otonashishiya suddenly spoke. No, Chiya-senpai is the only one at home, it's not appropriate for me to stay. Hayakawa Aki said seriously. What does it matter? You won't do anything to Himeno-senpai, right? Otonashishiya smiled faintly and said, what if Chiya Senior forgets to lock the door and falls asleep, and a bad guy takes advantage of the opportunity to break in? Hayakawa Aki was indeed a little worried about this issue, and he became hesitant after hearing what Otonashi said. Senior Chiya has given you the spare key, which means he trusts you very much. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Otonashishiya continued. All right. Hayakawa Aki finally compromised and decided to stay at Himeno-senpai's house tonight. After Senior Chiya returns to his bedroom, he can just sleep on the sofa in the living room. Otonashishiya gave such a crazy assist and it was successful. Seeing Hayakawa Aki returning to Himeno-senpai's small villa, he walked home alone in a happy mood. Chapter 50. When I got home, it was only around 9 o'clock. Otonashishiya looked calm and at ease, as if nothing had happened. I guessed Denji was still studying, and it was Pokata who came out to open the door again. Woof! At this moment, Pokata seemed to be attracted by the aroma of a bag of barbecue in Otonashishiya's hand, and immediately came over to smell it. "This is what I brought back for you to eat," Otonashishiya said as he touched Pokata's head. After hearing this, Pokata immediately ran into Densi's bedroom, running very fast on his 4 short legs. "Woof! Woof!" Pokata seemed to be calling Densi to come out for some delicious food. But Denji didn't understand Pokata's cry. "I'm still learning, Pokata, stop it. Densi, that's all we need to learn tonight. Come out and eat first, or it will be cold later." Otonashishiya also came in and called Densi. "Brother Chiya." When Densi turned around and saw what Chiya brother was holding, he suddenly remembered that Chiya brother had promised to bring back some delicious food. She suddenly lost interest in studying and immediately put down the pen. Dongshan Xiaohong standing by also felt that the time was about up. She had been teaching for exactly 2 hours today, so she didn't say anything. But as soon as she smelled the aroma of barbecue, she suddenly began to feel a little uneasy. Dongshan Xiaohong followed Dianci out of the bedroom, thinking that she would leave as soon as the other party settled her daily salary, otherwise she would really cry out of greed. Otonashishiya immediately settled the salary for Higashiyama Xiaohong, giving her another 5,000 yen, just over the amount given. This is also quite convenient. Just give a 5,000 yen bill. Thank you so much. Dongshan Xiaohong immediately bowed to express her gratitude after receiving the extra salary. Then she was ready to rush out the door. Every second of smelling the barbecue aroma was a huge torture for her. "How about you eat some barbecue before going back?" At this moment, Otonashishiya spoke. Dongshan Xiaohong stopped walking immediately. She turned around and looked at Otonashishiya with embarrassment. The blush on her face deepened. "Is it really okay for me? Of course, I bought quite a lot, and I'm quite full now. You can just share it with Densi and Pokata." Otonashishiya's smile path. When he was at the barbecue restaurant, he considered Dongshan Xiaohong, so he bought a lot more. "Thank you so much. I appreciate it." Dongshan Xiaohong suddenly felt that the surprise came so suddenly and became very excited. For her, even eating a meal of meat is a luxury, let alone barbecue. Barbecue is much more expensive than buying discounted meat in the supermarket. It is a luxury that she can't afford normally. Not to mention barbecue, she has only eaten ice cream once in her life. The only time I had it was on my birthday when I was a kid. It was so delicious and I was so excited that I only took 2 bites and accidentally dropped the ice cream in my hand. Otonashishiya's smile was slightly awkward. Although he had long known about Dongshan Xiaohong's experience and personality, seeing Xiaohong's reaction in person was still a little. Then he changed the plate, put the barbecue on it and placed it on the dining table. I'm starting. Woof. Denji and Toyama Xiaohong spoke almost at the same time, and Pokata also followed suit and put his hands together. Then Dongshan Xiaohong ate it carefully and in small bites, for she was afraid to mess it up again like she did when she ate the ice cream. So delicious! Dongshan Xiaohong took a bite and immediately burst into tears of happiness. Ding! Host activates the achievement Dongshan Xiaohong's Intimacy, LV2, and gains attribute points, 4. Otonashishiya was sitting nearby, his chin supported by one hand, and he was enjoying the heartwarming scene before him. In the end, Denji ate the most, as she almost wolfed it down, followed by Pokata. Dongshan Xiaohong was rather reserved and could only eat 2 skewers, but she was already extremely satisfied. She had never been so satisfied in her life. Thank you so much. After eating, Dongshan Xiaohong said to Otonashishiya again. It's nothing. It's not something very expensive or special. Otonashishiya explains. No, this is already very precious to me. Dongshan Xiaohong lowered her head slightly and said with a slightly depressed look. How about this, letting you eat midnight snacks every day is not good for your health. You can come over in the afternoon to eat something delicious, and then tutor Diancie in the evening. Otonashishia's faint smile. He could guess that Dongshan Xiaohong must have given all her salary to her family, otherwise wouldn't it be easy for her to buy this kind of barbecue with 5,000 yen a day? It was not easy for him to interfere in other people's family affairs, so he used this method to make Xiaohong happier. Is it really possible? Dongshan Xiaohong couldn't believe it. Doesn't this mean that she can eat delicious food every day from now on? Eating delicious food is her biggest hobby and dream. I never brag. Otonashishia's answer path. Dongshan Xiaohong was unable to express her gratitude in words, and she directly made the dogza gesture towards Otonashishia. There are 3 types of dogza: black kneeling, white kneeling, and fake kneeling. Black kneeling is being forced to kneel and being humiliated, white kneeling is expressing gratitude that is difficult to describe in words, and fake kneeling is the most common in Japan now. For example, when the authorities cannot come up with a reasonable solution to the anger of the people, they kneel first as a sign of respect. There is a sense of rogueness that says, I have already kneeled for you, what else do you want from me? At this time, Dongshan Xiaohong's kneeling down was naturally in vain. Otonashishia felt a little numb all of a sudden. He still couldn't adapt to the Japanese custom of sitting down from the ground. Hurry up and get up. He sighed slightly and immediately helped Dongshan Xiaohong up. Dongshan Xiaohong straightened her school uniform and suddenly remembered something. How should I address you appropriately? Although she already knew the other person's name was Otonashishia, she had never figured out how to address him. For example, Mr. Otonashi, who seemed to be about the same age as her, didn't seem quite right. As for the sponsor, it feels a bit weird to call him that. Otonashi-kun is a bit impolite, because this name is a bit intimate. Dongshan Xiaohong was very careful. She didn't dare to use these titles lightly, for fear of accidentally displeasing this big money sponsor. You can call me whatever you want, even just call me Otonashi. Otonashishia said casually. How can this be possible? Dongshan Xiaohong felt that the name Otonashi was even more impolite. She blushed and whispered, then I'll just call you Otonashi-kun. Chapter 51. Yaehoki. Otonashishia gladly accepted. Okay, from now on I will call you Otonashi-kun. Dongshan Xiaohong's voice became softer and softer, and her face became redder and redder. For people who are extroverts or somewhere in between, Otonashi-kun is actually a pretty normal name, with a hint of respect. But for an introvert, especially someone as severe as Dongshan Xiaohong, who simply suffers from severe social anxiety, calling her Otonashi or her full name will not make her feel embarrassed. Seeing Dongshan Xiaohong's reaction, Diancie narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had noticed something. She curled her lips slightly. It turned out that teacher Dongshan was an enemy. After a while, Dongshan Xiaohong realized that it was already 9:30, so she put on her school bag and prepared to go home. Then I'll go back first. Well, see you tomorrow. Otonashishia bids farewell to him. The next morning, Otonashishia arrived at the Tokyo Public Security Headquarters to clock in for work half an hour early. Although the senior public security officials allowed him to take a paid vacation, he still wanted to go out more often to hunt demons. At this time, he was drinking tea in the rest area, and soon he saw Hayakawa Aki and Himeno coming. Good morning, Otonashi-kun. Senior Chiya is still as energetic as always. There were obvious dark circles under Hayakawa Aki's eyes, and it seemed that he did not sleep well last night, and his face looked a little tired. Good morning, by the way, Hayakawa, what's wrong with you? Otonashishia asked with some concern. He was quite curious about what happened last night that made Hayakawa Aki become like this. Don't mention it. Hayakawa Aki's tone was full of helplessness. Last night, he had to spend a lot of effort to get Senior Yinu, who was sleeping on the sofa and was too lazy to move, to get up, take a shower, and go back to the bedroom to sleep again, while he himself lay on the sofa. If that were all, it would be great. However, he was awakened less than half an hour into his sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw Senior Chiya lying directly on top of him. This was naturally unacceptable to him. As a result, he spent the entire night on guard against Chiya-senpai's night attack and did not sleep well at all. Seeing that Hayakawa Aki didn't want to say anything, Otonashishiya didn't plan to ask any more questions. However, he could probably guess that Hayakawa Aki probably did nothing, but was harassed by Himeno-senpai. At this time, Chiya not only did not look guilty at all, but also laughed and said, "Chujun is too upright, ha 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 ha." Hayakawa Aki was a little annoyed, but he was not the kind of person who would really get angry. "I won't go there again next time." "No, I've already given you the spare key. From now on, I'll have to rely on you to take me home when I get drunk," Chiya said with a smile. Hayakawa Aki no longer had the energy to argue with Himeno-senpai, so he sat down on the sofa next to Otonashishiya and leaned back in the chair with his whole body slumped. Chiya sat directly next to Hayakawa Aki, still wanting to continue teasing Aki-kun. However, after a while, Hayakawa Aki's head began to shake, and after a few shakes, he fell directly onto Chiya's shoulder. "It seems that he is really tired, he can fall asleep like this." In this situation, Chiya stopped joking and gently placed Hayakawa Aki's head on his thigh. One hand slowly stroked Hayakawa Aki's hair, his eyes full of tenderness. "I'm sorry, Chujun. I was a little too much last night, but I can't help it. I can't control myself when I'm drunk." At this time, Otonashishiya said nothing and drank tea quietly. Fortunately, there is still half an hour before the patrol starts, so Hayakawa Aki can have a good rest for a while. At exactly 9 o'clock, Himeno was still reluctant to wake up Hayakawa Aki. Otonashishiya didn't say anything either. Because patrolling is relatively casual. As long as you arrive at the public security building to clock in on time and don't take too long to go on patrol, there won't be any problem. For example, now no one comes to remind them that it's time to go on patrol. However, Hayakawa Aki woke up a few minutes later. This was the effect of his biological clock. When Hayakawa Aki woke up, his first reaction was that it was bad. He didn't realize where he was lying yet, and immediately asked, "What time is it?" "It's okay, it's only a few minutes past 9. If you want to sleep, it's okay to sleep for another half an hour." Himeno also wanted Hayakawa Aki to have more rest. When he saw Himeno-senpai's face and chin above his eyes, Hayakawa Aki suddenly realized that his perspective was very strange. His eyes suddenly widened, he sat up abruptly, and looked at Senior Chiya with an indescribable look. Shock, confusion, complexity, depression, annoyance, all kinds of colors are in his eyes. "Don't look at me like that. It was you, Chujun, who lay on top of me," Chiya said seriously. "If you don't know the truth, it would be hard to tell that she is lying." Hayakawa Aki rubbed his head, but he couldn't remember what had just happened. He didn't even realize when he fell asleep. In this case, he could only believe what Senior Chiya said. Otonashishiya sat aside and said nothing, just secretly happy in his heart. "Sorry Otonashi, I was careless this time. Let's go on patrol." Hayakawa Aki immediately stood up and said to Otonashishiya. Of course, he apologized for not going out on patrol in time, and for causing Otonashi and Himeno-senpai to wait here for him to wake up. However, after sleeping for more than half an hour, his mental state has improved a lot and he is still quite energetic. "It's okay, let's go." At this time, Otonashishiya had a blank expression on his face, not looking angry at all, and even seemed to want to laugh. Walking down the street on daily patrol. At this time, Chiya took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit it for himself. Of course she wouldn't ask Otonashishiya and Hayakawa Aki to smoke at the moment, after all, they are not yet adults. However, Otonashishiya does not plan to smoke even after he reaches adulthood. Because he once tried to smoke one on a whim but he didn't know what was going on and it went straight through his lungs, so the result was naturally terrible. He felt dizzy and uncomfortable at the time, and he never wanted to smoke again after that. I also wasted the money for a pack of cigarettes, and can only give it to classmates who can smoke. By the way, Chu-jun said before that he would never smoke or drink. It would be inconvenient to maintain good interpersonal relationships with colleagues if he did that. At this time, Chiya said casually. It doesn't matter. I didn't plan to deal with any interpersonal relationships anyway. Hayakawa Aki said coldly, I don't want to waste my time on anything other than the gun devil. Chapter 52. Another gun demon. Chiya exhaled a puff of cigarette, and said with emotion, there are too many public security demon hunters who want to avenge the gun bastards like Chu-jun. There are a lot of such people in our Tokyo Public Security Bureau, but many of them died not long after working or resigned because they couldn't bear it. You have to think carefully. I have already prepared to die. Hayakawa Aki said this in a firm and resolute tone. That won't do. Chiya's expression suddenly became serious, and he looked directly into Hayakawa Aki's eyes and said, Aki-kun, you can't die. I don't want to see my partner die in front of me anymore. Seeing Senior Himeno like this, Hayakawa Aki suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Okay, let's not talk about such heavy topics. At this time, Otonashishiya spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. That's right. Oops, I was a little drunk just now. Chiya immediately returned to his usual casual self. Nothing happened today. They patrolled all day and didn't encounter any demons that they could hunt. Ding! Host activates achievement. Host returns empty-handed after a busy day, and gains attribute points, 1. Hearing this system voice, Otonashishiya's face suddenly turned black. This system actually mocked him. It would be fine if it was just a taunt, but only 1 attribute point was awarded, which is even more excessive than a taunt. But he also remembered that he had saved up some attribute points that had not yet been distributed. Allocated attribute points, 23. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 15, Strength plus 4, Speed plus 4. Strength, 50. Speed, 50. Chi and Blood, 165. When I got off work and went home at 5 p.m., Dongshan Xiaohong happened to come over. Good afternoon, Otonashi-kun. She immediately greeted Otonashishiya, but her expression was still a little unnatural. I bought a lot of snacks and fruits and kept them at home. You can eat them as you like. If no one eats them, they will go bad if they are left for too long. Otonashishiya said casually. Okay, thank you very much, I'll be welcome then. Dongshan Xiaohong said solemnly. She ate some snacks and fruits to satisfy her craving and prepared to go back home because she would be scolded if she didn't go home on time for dinner. That. At this time, Dongshan Xiaohong asked in a pleading tone, can I take some back to share with my sister and sisters? Of course, no problem. You can take as much as you want. Otonashishiya said generously. It can't be said that he was generous. These things were not worth much money. He didn't know how many snacks and fruits he could get by killing a demon. Dongshan Xiaohong smiled happily, put 2 bags of snacks and 2 apples into her school bag and went back. She didn't dare put too much at once, because if the bag was too full it would easily be discovered by her parents. Once discovered, not only would the bag be confiscated but she would also be scolded. Throughout the whole day, Otonashishiya only gained 1 attribute point and it seemed that this 1 attribute point was awarded to him by the system out of pity. After this lesson, he plans to start making use of paid leave. He would not go on patrol in the next few days unless there was a sudden expedition mission. During this time, you can spend more time at home with Denji and Pokita. At this moment, Denji, who was lying on the sofa reading a comic book, suddenly said to him, "By the way, Chiya, didn't you agree before that you could fulfill one of my conditions? Now I always complete the homework assigned by Toyama-sensei." "Well, I remember. Have you thought about the conditions?" Chiya heading out. "I've thought about it. When Chiya is free, I want to take Pokita out with you. The place where you work won't not have holidays, right?" Denji suddenly became a little worried about this problem. Come to think of it, today is Saturday, but Chiya-san still went to work. "Yes, I'm on vacation now. Have you decided where to go?" Chiya explains. "To be honest, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau does not have fixed holidays such as weekends. After all, this profession is too special. The Tokyo Public Security Bureau is responsible for maintaining the safety and order of the entire Tokyo. At most, some people are at work while others are resting. There must not be a situation where everyone does not work on weekends. The devil who may appear at any time will not talk to you about weekends. But regular paid vacations are no better than 2 days off a week, especially when they are paid." "That's good, but I haven't decided where to go yet. Chiya will decide. You can take us anywhere." Before Denji met brother Chiya, he couldn't even have a meal a day, let alone go out to play. So she couldn't think of where she wanted to go for a while, and her mind went blank. But as long as she is with brother Chiya, she is happy no matter where they go. Chiya thought for a while, "How about this, I'll take you and Pokita to all the places to play tomorrow." "All day? Great!" Denji was so surprised that he almost jumped up from the sofa. When Dongshan Xiaohong came to tutor Denji in the evening, she deliberately said to Dongshan Xiaohong, "Teacher Dongshan, I have to go out and play with brother Chiya tomorrow." There was a hint of boasting in his tone, as if he was announcing to his competitors that the advantage is mine. "Hey!" However, Dongshan Xiaohong did not understand the deep meaning of this sentence, and said with a smile, "It's good to go out and play on the weekends. It can also relax your mood." Because in her subjective consciousness, Denji is Otonashi's sister. Isn't it quite normal for a brother to take his sister out to play together on Sundays? She had no idea why Denji had always had a slightly strange attitude towards her. Speaking of respect, I respect her as a teacher quite a bit. To be honest, he is quite well behaved. But it just feels a little weird from time to time. Denji's cute, slightly proud face suddenly changed slightly. Why? Why was Mr. Dongshan's reaction completely different from what she had imagined? Shouldn't you be anxious? Or, did Mr. Dongshan not take her, his enemy, seriously at all? Broke in. Denji suddenly felt like he had turned into a clown. Chapter 53. As expected of Mr. Dongshan, his rank is quite high. Diancie immediately regarded Dongshan Xiaohong as a greater threat. However, she is still studying and will not deliberately ignore what teacher Dongshan says. However, Dongshan Xiaohong had no idea what Diancie imagined her to be like. If she knew the truth, she would definitely be stunned instantly. After the tutoring session, Denji took a nice bath and went to sleep full of anticipation. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone on Denji's face, and Denji immediately opened his hazy eyes. The first thought in her mind was the agreement she made with Chiya's brother yesterday. She immediately woke up from her drowsiness, sat up and jumped out of bed. She finished washing up as quickly as possible and then went to wake up brother Chiya. It turned out that Chiya's brother had already gotten up and was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Brother Chiya got up so early. Denji was a little surprised. "You too, don't you?" Chiya came out with 3 plates of breakfast. Today's breakfast was the same as usual, 2 poached eggs, a slice of bread and a cup of heated milk for each person, and of course Pokata also had one. Breakfast doesn't need to be luxurious, as long as it is nutritionally balanced. Otonashishiya put Pokata's plate on the table and let Pokata sit on the table to eat. He didn't intend to treat Pokata as an ordinary pet dog. Pokata jumped casually and easily landed on the dining table, which was much higher than it. After finishing breakfast and washing the dishes, Otonashishiya went out with Denji and Pokata. As usual, he used soft gauze to cover the chainsaw on Pokata's head, and then Denji picked up Pokata and walked away like a rag doll. "Brother Chiya, where are we going first?" Denji asked expectantly. "It's early in the morning, let's go climb the mountain and see the scenery." Otonashishiya explains. Last night he had already roughly thought of today's itinerary, and he had to go to at least 5 different places throughout the day. The first place is Mount Takao in Tokyo. Not only can you enjoy the red leaves, but you may also be able to see Mount Fuji from Mount Takao, and climbing the mountain can also give you some exercise. Speaking of which, it's time for Diancy to get out and exercise more. Staying at home every day is not good for your health. Otonashishiya, if I remember correctly, Denji seems to have inherited a heart disease from his mother. He planned to take Denji to Tokyo Hospital for a checkup tomorrow or sometime to see if the medical skills transformed by the power of the devil could cure Denji's heart disease. If it couldn't be cured, he still had a backup plan. Of course, Pokata will not be forced to merge with Denji to become the Weapon Man Chainsaw Man. Note, another translation of Weapon Man is Devil Man. For the sake of convenience, we will write Weapon Man uniformly. It definitely depends on Pokata's wishes. Even if Pokata is unwilling, he still has a backup plan. Denji nodded obediently. If Brother Chiya could take her out to play every day, she would definitely be happy to go out and exercise every day. Otonashishiya first took a car to the foot of Mt Takao, and then began to climb the mountain slowly. When you climb up, you will find a place where you can take a cable car, and you can enjoy the beautiful red leaves around you while riding the cable car. But when they were halfway up the mountain, an accident was about to happen. Suddenly, a demon appeared in front of me. It looked like a leaf, but was smaller than common demons, only about 2 or 3 meters tall. It had a human head on top, which looked a bit scary. The name sounds like a very weak demon. Its only means of attack is probably to grab people with its hands and stuff them into its mouth. Weaker demons generally don't have any special means of attack. Unless you swallow the gun demon meat, you will be upgraded to a new and very powerful ability. And just by looking at the size of this leaf demon, it is clear that it definitely does not have the meat of the gun demon, otherwise its size would be at least 2 or 3 times larger. At this time, there were many people climbing the mountain like Otonashishiya and his friends. There were more than a dozen people around them alone. The sudden appearance of the leaf demon made these people flee in panic. "Run! The devil is coming! I don't want to die! I want to go home!" Suddenly, screams were heard everywhere. Otonashishiya's right hand was already on the hilt of the sword, intending to kill the leaf demon with one blow. But at this moment, Denji suddenly took the initiative and said, "Brother Chiya, can you let me try?" Although Denji always felt that fighting demons was a very dangerous thing, she had never successfully hunted a demon, and always felt a little itchy and regretful. Otonashishiya was slightly stunned. Obviously he didn't expect Denji to suddenly make this request. But he still agreed, "Okay, but you have to be careful. Don't be careless when fighting a demon." Anyway, he was just watching from the side, and once Denji was in danger, he would take action in time to kill the leaf demon. The leaf demon is such a weak guy, no matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than his camui. This is also a very good opportunity for Denji to exercise his skills. It is not a good thing to keep Denji in a cradle without any danger. On the contrary, it may harm Denji. "Okay. Pokata, let's go." Denji took off the gauze on Pokata's head. Pokata let out a woof, and immediately changed into combat form. Of course it can't be the black saw form, in which case there would be no chance of electric shock at all. The only difference is that the chainsaw on the head has become longer and can rotate. Denji grabbed the handle on Pokita's back, almost like he was using a normal chainsaw, and quickly rushed towards the leaf demon. The leaf demon also found that the little human girl looked the most threatening and decided to eat her first. It stretched out its hand and tried to grab Diancie directly, but Diancie dodged it easily. Then a huge wound was sawed open on its body, and its intestines and blood kept flowing out. The leaf demon suddenly became furious and slapped Diancie hard. This slap was much faster than the previous one. Denji, who lacked combat experience, did not anticipate such a ferocious attack and was too late to dodge. She subconsciously closed her eyes in panic, and immediately regretted her own overestimation of her own abilities. She hoped that Brother Chiya could come to save her, but she felt it was too late. However, at this moment, a space Uzumaki suddenly appeared on the leaf demon's arm, and the arm and space were distorted by the Uzumaki. Accompanied by a shrill cry from the leaf demon, half of its arm fell directly to the ground. Ding! Host activates the achievement Help Behind the Scenes and gains attribute points, 5. Chapter 54. Denji didn't feel anything like being hit, and immediately opened his eyes in confusion. She didn't see the space Uzumaki just now, so naturally she didn't know how the leaf demon's arm disappeared. She turned her head and found that Brother Chiya was still standing there without moving. But she still felt that it must be Brother Chiya who saved her, otherwise how could the leaf demon be missing an arm out of thin air? Denji suddenly remembered what Chiya said before, that one should not be distracted when fighting against demons. He immediately focused his attention on the leaf demon and attacked it again with the chainsaw. The leaf demon with a broken arm was slow to react due to the pain, and Denji took the opportunity to saw it randomly. The leaf demon was soon sawed to death with screams. K-head! At this moment, Otonashishia's left eye camui suddenly widened and focused on the leaf demon's neck, and his head was suddenly twisted off by the distorted space. Ding! Host activates the achievement Grab the Head and gains attribute points, 5. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the leaf demon and obtained attribute points, 5. The K-head was successful and Otonashishia gained attribute points. His action was equivalent to using Behead to snatch the life from an enemy who had already been reduced to a sliver of health. However, the difference is that regardless of whether it is the demon killed by Denji or not, Denji will not receive any head count or economic rewards, but Otonashishia can gain attribute points. Denji didn't care who killed the leaf demon. She just knew that she defeated the leaf demon and she was very happy. Brother Chiya! Did you see that? I just defeated that demon. Denji ran back excitedly and said to Otonashishia. Very good, Denji is already very good. Otonashishia praises the way. Hee. Denji laughed happily. I will have to fight more demons in the future to improve my strength. Then Pokita and I will protect Chiya nii. Denji said confidently. Although she knew that Chiya's brother was very strong, she felt that she and Pokitato could catch up if they worked hard. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Otonashishia said with a smile. Instead of discouraging Denji, he encouraged him. Moreover, in his opinion, what Denji said was not bragging. If Denji became the Chainsaw Man or Pokita returned to the larger black saw form, their upper limits of strength would be higher than the other. As for whether or not you can catch up with him in terms of strength, that's not important. I will definitely work hard. Denji suddenly felt more motivated. Otonashishia contacted the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and police to inform them to come and deal with the body of the leaf demon, and then he continued to climb up with Denji and Pokita. We took the cable car and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of red leaves. The red leaves all over the mountains sway in the wind, like a burning red ocean, shining brightly under the sunlight. Denji had never seen such a beautiful scenery before. His expression gradually became stunned, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, it's so beautiful. Before winter comes, we can come here often to climb the mountains and enjoy the red leaves. Chiya explains. Then, Chiya, can you bring me here to climb the mountain every time you have a day off? Denji tried to make more requests. The sight of red leaves is beautiful, but it would be even better if Chiya could accompany her to enjoy it. Sure. In fact, as long as I get up early enough, I can come here and climb the mountain for an hour or two even when I'm at work. Chiya explains. He usually goes to work at 9 am, but he and Denji set out before 7 am this morning. As long as they get up early enough, they can go hiking anytime they want. Oh, that's great. Denji was immediately delighted. She was originally worried that brother Chiya would not meet her somewhat willful request, but in the end he spoiled her even more. Ding! Host activates the achievement Pokeda's Intimacy, LV3, and gains attribute points, 8. Pokeda's favorability has risen to level 3, probably because he also thinks the red leaves are beautiful. After taking the cable car, we went down the mountain. At this time, Chiya said, then let's go to the arcade next. When we're done playing, we can go have lunch. Great! I heard there are a lot of really fun games in the arcade. But Denji had only heard about it and had never been to an arcade in person. I'll take you there and you'll know. Chiya took Denji to a nearby video game arcade. Video game arcades were very popular in this era because most branch house families did not have computers and computer games were very rare, so most people would go to video game arcades if they wanted to play games. Waiter, I want to rent a private room. Chiya specially rented a private room. Although it would be much more expensive, it would make it convenient for Pokeda and Denji to play video games together. Otherwise, Pokeda's identity as a devil would be exposed in crowded places. After all, whose pet dog or even rag doll would play video games? Come to think of it, Pokeda seems to be a little addicted to video games now. Chapter 55. Denji and Pokeda played in the private room until noon, while Chiya watched from the side and occasionally went up to play a few rounds. I went to a relatively high-end restaurant at noon, watched a movie in the cinema in the afternoon, and then went to the mall to buy a lot of things. I didn't return home until the evening. Today's outing ended here. When I got back, I was very tired and fell directly on the sofa. Pokeda was still full of energy, jumping up and down on the sofa. However, the quiet days did not last long. 2 days later, Chiya received a notice. Tokyo Public Security Chief Yoshimura suddenly called him over to discuss something with him. It was obvious that it must be a very important matter, otherwise there would be no need to discuss it in private. Chiya went to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau as soon as possible and entered the office of General Manager Yoshimura. Chiya, recently a resolution has been decided that you will go to the Soviet Union for a period of time in the near future. Yoshimura said straight to the point. Soviet Union? What for? Chiya asked in confusion. Of course he knew that the Soviet Union in this world had not collapsed, and even surpassed the United States in terms of military strength. But he was suddenly asked to go to the Soviet Union, and he couldn't understand why. Let me be direct. The higher ups want to use your power to enhance our country's international status and influence, so they discussed a cooperation with the Soviet Union, and now they have signed the relevant agreement. Yoshimura explained in detail, but the Soviet side is quite overbearing. There are many overbearing clauses in the agreement, including that you must go to the Soviet side to work, rather than the Soviet demon hunters coming to partner with you. I see. Chiya nodded slightly. He quickly realized that it should be the same as when Guangxi came to Tokyo Public Security Bureau and partnered with the Kishive many years ago. That time it was a collaboration between Daxia and Japan. However, in comparison, the Soviet Union was more overbearing. Unlike Guangxi who came to Japan to partner with Kishive, he had to go to the Soviet Union to work. After all, the Soviet Union is indeed the strongest country in the world today, and it possesses the largest proportion of gun demon bodies. The deterrent power of this thing crushes nuclear bombs, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is a super weapon of the country annihilating level. A small country like Japan that does not have the gun demon body will really be directly destroyed. Except for Makima, who has developed to the late stage, or the big black saw on Pokita taking action again, Japan has no means to deal with the gun demon at all, not to mention that Makima has not yet come to the world from hell at this time. The complete spear demon can be called a top hexagonal demon with high attack, high defense, and high speed, but it encountered the more top-notch Pokita and the developed domination demon. Speaking of which, although the demon of domination's dominance ability is very buggy, it still needs to be developed. Nahuta, who has not developed much, is much weaker than Makima, who has developed for a long time. In the second part of the original manga, Nahuta even has difficulty dealing with ordinary people. To put it simply, the demon of domination is a developmental demon that is relatively weak in the early stages but has a very high upper limit. At this time, Yoshimura Taki continued, although the attitude of the higher UPS seems to be unacceptable, I still want to ask about your wishes. The fact that the higher UPS signed this unfair agreement shows their attitude very clearly. They don't care about Otonashishiya's wishes at all. As for me, I want to know when is the latest I have to go to the Soviet Union. Otonashishiya asked calmly. He still has some things he can't let go of here. He hasn't settled Denji and Pokita yet. He also has to take Denji to the hospital to check for a heart disease, and the troubles from the gang have not been completely resolved. The above mentioned by Manager Fankin must be referring to the cabinet. This shows how impatient those old bastards in the cabinet are. It has been so many years, and they finally have another S-level genius like Kishive. Otonashishiya has just joined the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and they want to use his power to cooperate with the Soviet Union. At the latest, about a month later. Yoshimura Taki replied. 1 month, that's almost enough. Otonashishiya then said, then I have no objection. As long as I have dealt with the unresolved matters, I can leave at any time. Okay. Yoshimura Taki didn't expect that Otonashishiya would agree so readily. Even if Otonashishiya has any objections, the cabinet won't care. Then you don't have to come to work during this period. You can take paid leave to deal with the things you want to deal with. Yoshimura Taki tried his best to relax all the restrictions on Otonashishiya in order to make up for his guilt towards Otonashishiya. I have one more condition. Otonashishiya's straightforward way. Just tell me, I will try my best to satisfy you as long as it is within my ability. Yoshimura Taki said without much hesitation. There is a powerful gang in Tokyo, and they even have their hands in other places outside of Tokyo. Not only do they have a large amount of gun devil meat in their possession, they are also a potential threat to my family. Therefore, I would like to use your power to eradicate this gang. As he spoke, Otonashishiya's tone became increasingly cold, his face became frighteningly cold, and a murderous intent was revealed deep in his eyes. Although the gangsters in Tsuchinami district should have been turned into zombies, there are still many gangsters in other districts. Even if the gang members can't find the mastermind behind the scenes, they can't trace it back to him and Denji. After all, they are still a threat that has not been completely eliminated. He cannot tolerate even 0.01% of the threat from this gang, so they must be eradicated completely. If the story about the devil's meat slice of illegally possessing a gun is true, we will take action against that gangster even if you don't propose this condition. When he heard the words gun devil's meat slice, Yoshimura Taki's expression changed slightly. This happened to be Otonashishiya's request, and he was willing to help. He personally gave orders to the public security demon hunters and the police without the approval of his superiors. Regardless of whether the gangster really hid the meat slices, we would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Then let's wait for 3 days. We will officially start the operation 3 days later. I will personally lead the team to eliminate the main force of their gang in Tokyo. Otonashishiya set an approximate time, but he had other things to do before then. Okay, then I will report to your superiors that you are willing to go to the Soviet Union within a month at the latest. Yoshimura Taki confirmed it again. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Otonashishiya explains. It's nothing, you can go back. Yoshimura Taki nodded. Otonashishiya said no more. After leaving the Tokyo Public Security Bureau for a while, his right eye moved and he moved himself into his own private space. Chapter 56. Otonashishiya now plans to find the zombie demon to confirm whether all the gangsters in Tsuginami district have been transformed into zombies. When it comes to the official operation, he will no longer need to worry about the Tsuginami district, but will eliminate all the gang members in other places. Otonashishiya left coordinates at the factory where the zombie demon was located, and Kamui's ability can directly achieve extremely precise instant teleportation. If there are no coordinates, you are not sure where you will be teleported to, and you can only teleport blindly based on your feeling. Although so many days have passed, his intuition tells him that the zombie demons should still be residing in the same place. The next moment, Otonashishiya transferred himself into the deserted house. His current chi and blood strength is already high enough to withstand the consumption of ultra-long distance transmission. However, he will definitely not use this ability all the time for now. He will only use it when there is something more important. An abandoned house in Tsuginami Ward, Tokyo. I have more and more servants. It's so cool. The zombie demon laughed in ecstasy. A zombie army has suddenly formed in the abandoned house, but it usually does not let the zombie army go out to cause trouble, and just wants to stay here. If a foolish human came to it and signed a contract with it, it would naturally accept it with a smile. This way it won't be targeted by the demon hunters it hates the most. What's the fun? At this moment, the zombie demon suddenly heard a familiar voice. Suddenly, a space Uzumaki appeared in front of its eyes. Otonashishiya flew out of the space Uzumaki and landed on the ground very steadily. You, why are you here again? The zombie demon exclaimed. It hated other demon hunters, but it was filled with fear towards the human boy in front of it. Originally, it automatically terminated the contract with Otonashishiya after dealing with all the gangsters in Tsuginami district. Otonashishiya could not feel it because this kind of contract is invisible whether it is signed or terminated. It thought it was completely free, but it didn't expect that the other party would come knocking again not long after the contract was terminated. How could its reaction not be big? Why can't I come? Otonashishiya asked back in a cold tone. Yes, of course. The zombie demon suddenly changed his attitude and spoke very honestly. At this time, Otonashishiya stopped playing with the zombie demon and got down to business. Don't worry, I'm not here to embarrass you this time. I just want to confirm whether all the gang members here have been turned into zombies by you. Of course, you can trust me to do the job. The zombie demon immediately showed Otonashishiya his achievements and gathered all the zombies in the house. Look, these are all members of the mafia. Otonashishiya took a quick look and saw hundreds of zombies in the entire house. Seeing that all the gangsters in Tsuginami district had been transformed into zombies and gathered here, he didn't have to worry too much. Because this way they can be sure that there will be no zombies in the gang headquarters when they attack. In the original work, the reason why there are so many zombies under the gang headquarters is probably because the specific content of the contract between the gang creditor and the zombie devil is to allow all gang members in Tsuginami district to obtain the power of the devil, so the gang members scattered in other places in Tsuginami district have become zombies because of the contract. But just as the contract between the gangster and the zombie demon came into effect, the zombie demon was killed by Denji, who turned into a chainsaw man, and he didn't have time to gather the zombie gang members scattered in other places. Later, this group of zombies were taken in and hidden one by one under the gang's headquarters building, using them as their own biological weapons. Okay, great job. Otonashishiya said calmly, then I will go back, but I remind you that you should behave yourself in the future. If you dare to go out and hurt humans or actively lure humans to make a contract with you, I will not let you go. No, no. I absolutely won't. The zombie demon quickly assured. Otonashishiya didn't waste any more words with the zombie demon and disappeared into the space Uzumaki formed by his left eye. Seeing that Otonashishiya had finally left, the zombie demon heaved a sigh of relief. However, it still didn't dare to say bad things about the other party behind his back. If the other party suddenly appeared again later, it would be doomed. After Otonashishiya's warning, the zombie demon decided that in the future, even if any idiot came to it to sign a contract, it would just tell the other person to get lost. It has no great interest in eating humans, and turning humans into zombies is just driven by its instinct. In fact, there is no substantial benefit. At most, it is like collecting figures. The zombie army figures it has now are enough for it, and there is no need to risk being killed by that human boy and infect others. That's right. At this moment, Otonashishiya suddenly poked his face out from the space Uzumaki, which scared the zombie demon. It's a demon, but it was almost scared to death by this elusive human boy. So demon hunters are really disgusting. I'll need to borrow your zombie army when the time comes. Is that okay with you? No, no, no. I don't have any opinions at all. Returning to the Kamui space, Otonashishiya then transferred himself to another space coordinate, which was his own home. Before going to the Soviet Union, he had to ask Denji to have a physical examination, otherwise he would be worried. Denji, I'm taking you to the hospital for a physical checkup now. I'm afraid you might have some problems from all the years of malnutrition. Otonashishiya found an excuse and said. There shouldn't be any problem. Denji thought about it and changed his words, no, it seems there is something wrong. It suddenly occurred to her that she might have inherited her mother's heart disease. Thinking of this, her face suddenly became a little. If that were true, wouldn't I be dead in a few years? It's been so hard to finally live this dream life, but I can't enjoy it for many more years. Seeing the depressed look on Denji's face, Otonashishiya immediately comforted him, don't worry, if it really happens, I will find a way to cure you completely. Hearing this, Denji's expression suddenly improved a lot, and he nodded vigorously, yes. I believe in Chiya and After going through so many things, she has almost unconditional trust in Brother Chiya. She feels that whatever Brother Chiya says, he can definitely do it. Afterwards, Denji followed Otonashishiya to Tokyo Hospital by car. Since Otonashishiya is a demon hunter of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, and especially the vice captain of the Demon Exorcism Section 1, it is essential for him to have priority here. He almost immediately made an appointment with a chief physician to conduct relevant examinations. After a series of checks, it was confirmed that there really was. This is bad news. But there is also good news, that is, Tokyo Hospital has the power of the devil that can cure it. Chapter 57. On this day, Otonashishiya stayed with Denji at the Tokyo Hospital. With the help of the devil's power, the attending physician successfully cured the disease. Otonashishiya can also rest assured that Denji will no longer have any problems with his health. After the general manager Yoshimura Taki learned about this situation, he directly reimbursed Otonashishiya for all the expenses at the Tokyo Hospital. After Denji recovered, he returned home happily. Otonashishiya planned to tell Denji that he would be sent to the Soviet Union soon. Denji, I want to tell you something. At this time, Otonashishiya said to Denji with a serious face, I will go to the Soviet Union in about a month. This is a mission assigned to me by my superiors. Soviet Union. Denji's expression suddenly changed slightly, this seems to be another country. Although she didn't know where the Soviet Union was, she knew that foreign countries were far away from Japan. Doesn't this mean that Chiya's brother won't be able to come back to see her for a long time? Well, it's a bit far, but it's still a month away, and even if I go to the Soviet Union, I will come back to see you at least once a week. Otonashi Chiya said softly. With Kamui's ability, no matter where he is in the Soviet Union or elsewhere, he can transfer himself back home at any time if he wants to. It's just a matter of consuming his vitality and pupil power. However, he had already experienced the consumption of long-distance transmission when he went to find the zombie demon before, so using it 2 or 3 times a day was no problem at all. But when he really went to the Soviet Union, he couldn't find opportunities to come back every day to see Diancie and Pokita. Coming back once or twice a week would be enough. Okay, I understand. Since Chiya brother comes back to see him once a week, Denji doesn't find it so difficult to accept. And she didn't want to appear ignorant, lest she be disliked by brother Chiya. I feel reluctant, but I don't say it out loud because it would only make things difficult for brother Chiya. So good. Otonashi Chiya then rubbed Denji's head. He was not in a hurry to tell Denji too many things now, such as asking him to take good care of himself. After all, he would go to the Soviet Union in a month. He would give Denji some good instructions before leaving. Next, Otonashi Chiya's current focus will be on eradicating the gangs. During the remaining time, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and the police made full preparations for the upcoming special operation. Soon, the day of official action arrived. The Tokyo Public Security Bureau's exorcism division was fully mobilized, and a large number of police officers cooperated in the operation, ostensibly because they suspected that the gang was hiding guns. The Demon Exorcist Section 1, led by Otonashi Chiya, is responsible for raiding the gang's headquarters in Tokyo, a high-rise building, which is also the most important place for this gang. The privately stored guns and devil meat slices are hidden here. The rest of the demon exorcism classes all acted separately to raid local gang forces. It was equivalent to raiding all places at the same time, catching the gang off guard. Although the gangs have guns, there are still special channels to obtain guns even though Japan strictly prohibits the circulation of guns. However, using guns against demon hunters can only have a significant effect through sneak attacks. This time, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau cooperated with the police in a frontal assault and was well prepared. How could they not have things like bulletproof vests and explosion-proof shields? Right now, Otonashi Chiya has led the Demon Exorcism Section 1 to the gang headquarters, and police cars and personnel have surrounded the building. He didn't call Anbian to come, and Anbian was too lazy to move. After all, the Anbian in the original work was just slacking off the whole time, otherwise there would be no need for Diancie to deal with the useless sword, the samurai sword weapon man, and Anbian could have easily picked up the useless sword. The name Waste Knife is not groundless. If no one helps him to revive, he will be pure waste. Hayakawa Aki can kill Waste Knife alone with the help of the power of the cursed demon. But strictly speaking, the ability of people wielding samurai swords is still very strong, such as the Iai slash. It's just that Waste Knife himself is too useless, with an arrogant and childish personality, and poor fighting skills. Of course, in the timeline where Otonashi Chiya is now, Waste Sword is just an ordinary human being, which makes him even more of a waste among wastes. At the same time, the inside of the building was in chaos. Damn it! Where are our spies inside the police force? Why is there no movement at all? Just now, my spy sent back a message. It said that the Tokyo Public Security Bureau suddenly decided to join forces with the police to eliminate us, because they suspected that we were hiding the gun devil meat slices. How did they know we have slices of meat here? Damn it, is there a traitor among us? The gang members had no idea that the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and the police would suddenly come to encircle and suppress them, because the Tokyo Public Security Bureau only issued a temporary notice to the police, and the spies planted by the gangs inside the police did not have time to send back the information. It's no use sending the message now because the police have already surrounded the gang headquarters. No matter what, we have to defend this building and never let them find the gun demon meat slice. Kill them. Let them taste the bullets. We also have demon hunters, at least we can't make life easy for them. The key point is that they really have a lot of gun devil meat slices here. Even if they don't fight to the death, they will definitely be sentenced to death after being found out about the gun devil meat slices, so they have to fight to the death. The gang members patrolling outside the gang headquarters immediately hid inside the building as soon as they saw the police coming, took out their hidden guns and were ready to shoot at any time. I'm Otonashi Chiya, the Deputy Captain of the Tokyo Public Security Exorcism Division 1. You don't have to rush into the building. Just stay outside and don't let any gang members escape. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was speaking to the police. The police officers all nodded to show that they obeyed the order. Then everyone in Exorcism Section 1, follow me and charge from the front. Remember to be careful of the guns in their hands. Then, let the action begin. At Otonashi Chiya's command, all members of Exorcist Section 1 attack the gang's headquarters from the front. Chapter 58. Otonashi Chiya led the way directly in front, and all the members of Exorcism Section 1 followed behind. Although walking in the front is the most dangerous, they all have great faith in the deputy captain's ability and know in their hearts that they should be concerned about their own safety. Vice Captain Otonashi had suggested in advance that they all be fully armed, so each of them was equipped with a bulletproof vest, bulletproof helmet and shield to minimize the risk of being ambushed by a hidden gun. On the positive side, they have demonic powers for both attack and defense, and are basically not afraid of firearms. Otonashi Chiya was walking in the front, so naturally he attracted the most firepower from the gangsters. The gangsters had all kinds of guns, and they shot at him crazily as if they were free. Although he could see the trajectories of all the bullets, he was too lazy to dodge and directly turned on the hollow state. At this time, it was difficult to tell whether his whole body was real or fake. His body seemed to be slightly twisted, and all the bullets penetrated his body. The gangsters who were firing guns immediately realized something was wrong. They fired so many shots, and the guy in the front didn't dodge or evade, but nothing happened. What the hell is this kid? Why can't my bullets hit him? Is this his demonic power? This is really weird. Is the power of the devil so strong? He is not afraid of bullets at all. I just don't believe it. Everyone, shoot at that guy. Kill him. The gangsters' firepower suddenly became more intense, and was almost all concentrated on Otonashi Chiya. If Otonashi Chiya hadn't used hollow or dodged, he would have been hit by at least 1,000 bullets. However, no matter how powerful the gangsters' firepower was, they could not stop Otonashi Chiya from approaching them step by step with an expressionless face. As Otonashi Chiya got closer and closer, he drew out the sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword dragged on the ground and moved forward. The momentum of the gangsters immediately weakened. They all began to feel fear towards this young man. No matter how many times they fired, they couldn't hit this guy. His eyes and expression were still so cold and scary. Who the hell wouldn't be afraid of him? No, don't come over here. Ah! Everyone, shoot quickly. Don't let him get any closer. But it was still of no use. Instead, 2 or 3 gangsters were accidentally injured by their own people because they were almost crazy and kept pulling the trigger. When he was less than 10 meters away from the nearest gangster, Otonashi Chiya suddenly burst out with terrifying speed, rushed forward and chopped off the heads of several gangsters at once. Seeing their accomplice's head fall directly to the ground, most of the gangsters in the back were suddenly frightened. Monster! Monster! Some even dropped their guns and ran away, but where could they go? Either he was killed by other members of the Demon Exorcism Section 1, or he was shot by the police outside when he ran out of the building. Those who didn't run just stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. Why is there such a strong demon hunter? This is simply a monster. More terrifying than a demon. Although Chiya has now shut down Hollow, there are not many gangsters still shooting at him, and he can easily avoid these bullets. Hollow is not a completely passive skill. To be precise, it is a passive skill that can be actively turned on and off. Once actively turned on, it can last for up to 5 minutes. If you turn it off and then turn it on again, the 5-minute duration will be refreshed. If it couldn't be turned on and off, there wouldn't be a 5-minute maintenance time setting in Hokage. Or for example, if Hollow was a purely passive skill, Obito would not be hit by Minato's Flying Thunder God. What Minato took advantage of was the loophole that Obito turned off Hollow when attacking him. P.S. I just want to explain the setting here to avoid controversy. It is actually not important and does not affect the protagonist's invincibility at all. Of course, Obito's combat experience at that time was not that rich, and he was not that proficient in the use of camui. Chiya with double camui will only be stronger than with single camui, and the weakness of camui will be reduced to almost negligible. At this time, Chiya dodged the bullets and quickly killed the gangsters. His figure was like a phantom, and his speed was astonishingly fast. The gangsters, who were just ordinary people, could hardly see his movements and could only have their heads chopped off in endless despair. After a while, only a dozen gangsters on the first floor were left alive. They were completely frightened and didn't even have the courage to run away. They all looked devastated, and were either PG themselves in fear or kneeling on the ground, kowtowing frantically to Chiya and begging for mercy. However, there was no way Chiya would let them go. There was no mercy in his eyes, and his extremely cold face revealed a murderous intent. In the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 More than a dozen heads fell to the ground in an instant. Now there was only one gangster left, kneeling there with despair in his heart, trembling with fear all over. Wait for me for a moment. At this time, Chiya turned around and spoke to all the members of the Demon Exorcism Section 1 behind him. When he turned around, the expression filled with cold murderous intent frightened everyone in the Demon Exorcism Class 1. Because they usually deal with Vice Captain Otonashi, who is sunny, handsome, and easy to get along with, and this is the first time they have seen Vice Captain Otonashi look like this when he is fighting seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiya used his right eye camui to transfer himself and the only remaining gang member into the camui space. Ah! The spatial distortion just now made the gangster feel unbearable pain. He immediately raised his head to see what was going on, but found himself in a completely unfamiliar space. This is a mysterious space that is dark but visible. The internal structure is very monotonous, with only countless grey pillars, and there is no end in sight at a glance. The gang member was stunned. He had no idea what was going on. At this moment, a very cold voice suddenly came to my ears. Tell me, where is the gun demon meat slice hidden? And how many of your gang members are still upstairs, and how many of them are demon hunters? The man was startled at once, and he, who was already kneeling on the ground, moved back repeatedly. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Chiya's strange blood-red eyes. He was already frightened by this monster boy and started to speak incoherently, I. Seeing this, Chiya did not give the man any chance to slow down, and directly pressed the tip of his sword against his forehead. Are you calm now? Chapter 59. Calm down. Calm down. This cured the gangster's incoherent speech, and the effect was very significant. He quickly replied, the gun demon meat slices are hidden in a safe on the rooftop. There are still 500 or 600 people upstairs, including a dozen demon hunters. After listening, Chiya nodded slightly. Then he exerted a little force with his right hand, and the tip of the sword went straight through the man's forehead. He was killed here, and then thrown out of the camui space, randomly thrown into the pile of corpses of the gangsters. This man saw the interior of the camui space with his own eyes, so he naturally could not be kept alive. The scum of the gang was not worthy of his mercy. Seeing Vice Captain Otonashi suddenly disappear for a while and then suddenly come back, everyone in Exorcism Class 1 became more and more aware that the Vice Captain's demonic power was far from as simple as they originally thought. Not only can he completely avoid being hit by bullets, but he can also take someone with him and disappear out of thin air and reappear out of thin air, and then that person will also die. So, the superb physical skills that made them admire him so much were just the tip of the iceberg of Vice Captain Otonashi. At this time, Otonashi looked around and confirmed that all the gangsters on the first floor had been cleared out. But just as the members of Exorcism Section 1 were about to attack the second floor with Otonashi, they heard Otonashi say to them, "You can go out now, or just stay on the first floor. Of course, it's better to go out to avoid being affected." "That's okay." Although they also wanted to follow Vice Captain Otonashi in the attack, since the Vice Captain had already said so, they could not disobey the order. And the word effect seems to indicate that the upstairs floor might be very dangerous. "Then we'll go out first, Deputy Captain, be careful," they said solemnly. They then followed orders and left the building. The police officers surrounding the building saw the demon hunters from the Public Security Exorcism Section 1 withdrawing and thought something unmanageable had happened inside the building. "What's going on? Is there something dangerous in there?" the police officer couldn't help but ask. "We haven't found any dangerous places yet. Vice Captain Otonashi called us out and he attacked the second floor by himself," the person from Exorcism Section 1 immediately explained. When they were explaining, they all had mixed feelings. Vice Captain Otonashi dared to capture the entire gang headquarters by himself. Who would believe it if they told others about it? He's alone. Sure enough, the expressions on the police officers' faces were as if they had seen a ghost. They simply couldn't believe that these public security demon hunters actually let the boy named Otonashi attack alone. Even though the boy was the vice captain of the Demon Exorcism Section 1, there was no way he could take down the entire gang headquarters by himself. "It's okay if you don't believe it. We are just following orders." The people in Exorcism Section 1 were too lazy to waste their time explaining it because it was difficult to explain clearly because Vice Captain Otonashi was just too absurdly strong. The police officers had nothing to say, they could only obey orders and stand by here. If any gang members escaped, they would immediately shoot and kill them, leaving no one alive. This was a death order from their superiors. To be precise, it was Chief Fankin who put pressure on the police and issued the death order. After all, the police had been secretly colluding with the gangs, and Chief Fankin was well aware of these things. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a very loud noise suddenly coming from inside the building, a deafening sound. I saw a giant blue arm directly breaking through the outer wall of the building. Just by looking at the arm, I could tell that it was a giant at least 10 meters tall. "What's this?" Many police officers around were alarmed by the shocking noise and the giant arm. They all became very vigilant, pointing their guns at the arm. They would shoot immediately if they judged any threat. Not to mention the police, even the members of Demon Exorcism Section 1 were stunned at first. Fortunately, someone reacted quickly and shouted, "That's Vice Captain Otonashi's demonic power. Don't get hurt by mistake." Some of them had heard that last time Vice Captain Otonashi conjured up an unknown giant at the night market, and the color was the same as described in the rumors. As long as there is even a slight possibility that it is Vice Captain Otonashi's demonic power, they will never allow the police to shoot randomly. If anything happens to Vice Captain Otonashi, it will be the end. Almost all the police officers were amazed. How could a human being create such a thing? They had never heard of or seen such a demonic power before. But they were indeed reminded not to shoot easily. If it was really that deputy captain, the consequences would be unbearable for them. Meanwhile, inside the building, Otonashi was on the second floor. In order to finish the battle quickly, he directly activated Susanoo and even opened it to the second form in one breath. His Susanoo grew again from the skull-like appearance of the first form, with meridians and flesh growing on the basis of the skull. His vitality materialized into a coat-like shape that wrapped around the entire Susanoo, and it was much taller and larger than the first form. Susanoo, which was more than 10 meters tall, directly broke through the ceiling of the second floor of the gangster building. Susanoo's head even broke through the ceiling of the fifth floor, and the outer wall was also burst by the huge arm. All the gangsters in the building were stunned. Some of the more tenacious ones even tried to attack with guns, but they couldn't break through the defense. All their shots were bounced off by Susanoo's coat, leaving no trace. "It's over. It's over. We are all finished." They had never been as desperate as they were today. This feeling of despair when facing an invincible enemy made them collapse and become insane. Otonashishiya also gradually discovered that his chi and blood attribute determined the upper limit of Susanoo's strength. Not to mention the special forms such as the powerful equipment and fairy arts, if the complete form is the limit of Susanoo's form, then the chi and blood strength is the upper limit. For example, when he reaches the complete form of Susanoo, the upper limit of attack and defense of the complete form of Susanoo can be further raised, which depends on how high his chi and blood attribute is. Because in his case, Susanoo is essentially the embodiment of his life force, and this principle is easy to understand. In theory, Susanoo in her second form can also use her own exclusive weapon, but Otonashishiya is not sure what her exclusive weapon is for the time being. Try the Sword of Rage. This thought suddenly popped up in Otonashishiya's mind. The only special weapon he had was the Sword of Rage. Chapter 60. Now that this hypothesis came into being, Otonashishiya naturally wanted to test it immediately. He raised his right hand with his 5 fingers spread out, and Susanoo did exactly the same thing at the same time. As his mind moved, blood light suddenly flashed in his palm, and Susanoo also emitted a dazzling blood light. However, the rage sword did not appear in his hand, but in Susanoo's right hand. The sword was enlarged to match Susanoo's body size, more than 20 meters long. The bloody throne did not appear as before because it had merged with the Sword of Rage in Susanoo's hand. At this moment, the Sword of Rage not only has the usual strange aura surrounding it and the mysterious runes formed by the fusion with the blood throne, but it is also covered with a layer of light blue coat materialized by Otonashishiya's vitality, which is the same color as Susanoo. A sword is slashed out. A scarlet arc-shaped sword wave that almost pierced through the sky and the earth suddenly flew out from Susanoo's wrath sword. The sword wave was covered with a layer of blue-green substance, which was equivalent to enchantment. It enhanced the destructive power and defense of Susanoo and the wrath sword at the cost of vitality. In a flash, the entire gang building was directly destroyed by this earth-shaking force. Boom boom boom. The building that seemed solid and stable just a few seconds ago suddenly turned into ruins. This is the result of Otonashishiya forcibly stopping. Only everything within the scope of the gang headquarters suffered a devastating blow. Otherwise, all buildings and creatures within a radius of 1 kilometer would be affected. This is still a conservative statement. Ding! Host activates the achievement 100 kills, and gains attribute points, 10. Except for Otonashishiya, his Susanoo, and the furious demon, there was no life in the ruins. Hundreds of gangsters were swallowed up by the sword wave that almost destroyed the world. The next stage of this achievement is likely to be 1000 kills, but there are not thousands of gangsters in this building, and it is impossible for him to deliberately kill people randomly to complete this achievement. It seems I accidentally messed up. At this moment, Otonashishiya felt that more than half of his body and pupil power were instantly drained, and the long-lost side effects and stinging sensation in his eyes came again. He immediately distributed all the existing attribute points. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 33. Chi and blood, 198. After adding the points, Otonashishiya immediately felt better. After returning and having a good rest, everything would be fine. If only Susanoo were to use the second form, it would be strenuous but acceptable. But if she were to use her exclusive weapon, the Rage Sword, at the same time, it would be too much. Chiya summed up in his mind. As for the third form and above, he has no plans to advance further for the time being, because the second form has the best balance and is more cost-effective, so there is no need to advance upwards at the cost of huge consumption. Ultimately, it's because the strength of chi and blood is not high enough. When his chi attribute reaches over 1000, he will probably be able to drive the Gundam around every day, as long as he doesn't drive the complete version. At the same time, the surrounding police officers and members of the Demon Exorcist Section 1 witnessed the building collapse with their own eyes and were all stunned. Collapsing such a tall building in an instant, is this really something a demon hunter can do? This is simply a miracle. When the building was almost collapsed, Chiya's second form, Susanoo, also appeared in front of everyone in its true form. But his own body was blocked by the ruins, and everyone could only see a light blue giant but not him. Is this a demon? How can there be such a big demon? But didn't the people from Exorcism Class 1 say that their vice-captain was also in there? Could this be the devilish power of their vice-captain? How is this possible? No matter how powerful a demon hunter is, he wouldn't be so exaggerated. According to historical records, the gun demon that landed in Japan that year was also extremely huge, tens or even hundreds of meters tall. But this is only a record after all, not what they saw with their own eyes. The blue-green giant in front of them is the tallest demon they have ever seen in their lives. Even the long sword in his hand looks at least 20 meters long. All members of the Demon Exorcist Class 1 were also shocked by this scene. They were unable to recover from the shock for a long time and stared blankly up at the giant. Some of them had previously carried out the mission with Chiya to defeat the earthworm demon. They quickly recognized the long sword in the hands of the light blue giant in front of them. Wasn't it an enlarged version of the long sword that Vice-Captain Otonashi had used before? They are now even more certain that this giant is the demonic power of Vice-Captain Otonashi. I remember now, that long sword was used by Vice-Captain Otonashi before. I remember that too. That means this giant is definitely the Vice-Captain's demonic power. All the members of Demon Exorcism Class 1 immediately understood what the Vice-Captain meant when he told them to avoid being affected. It was not that there were dangerous things in the gang headquarters as they had originally guessed, but that their strength was too weak. The deputy captain was worried that when he used the devil's power, he would accidentally crush them to death like stepping on an ant. At this moment, they were filled with emotion, and they couldn't tell for a moment whether they were too weak, or Vice-Captain Otonashi was too strong. In addition to the police officers and members of the Demon Exorcism Section 1, the civilians in the nearby area were of course also alarmed by the noise that seemed to have just struck a disaster, and they all saw the ruins of the building and the light blue giant in the ruins. There happened to be a bunch of police and Tokyo public security personnel surrounding the place, and the civilians thought that a demon had descended and attacked the place, causing all kinds of panic and anxiety. But at this moment, Chiya directly released Susanoo, and the light blue giant disappeared instantly. At the same time, he has also found the gun demon meat slices, and there is quite a lot of it. It is a very serious crime for the gang to have so many of these things. But if he hadn't deliberately restrained his strength just now, this thing might have been destroyed directly, and there would be no evidence to judge all the members of this gang. However, if he was bloodthirsty, he wouldn't need any evidence. Then, Chiya activated the hollow state and penetrated through layer after layer of broken walls and walked out of the ruins with an expressionless face. Looking at the group of police officers and team members with very rich expressions, he just said lightly, "The crusade is over, everyone can go home now." Chapter 61. Everyone then realized that the crusade seemed to be over. However, the police have a new task, which is to appease the civilians in the surrounding area to prevent what happened today from causing trouble to their daily lives. The explanation is very simple. Just say that today we are cracking down on gangsters and the light blue giant is the demonic power of the public security demon hunter. Although this matter was quite troublesome, compared to that Vice Captain Otonashi who killed all the gang members with one sword and even collapsed the building, this was just a small matter. At least they didn't have to risk their lives to break into the gang headquarters, but Vice Captain Otonashi took on all the responsibilities alone. While the police were handling the follow-up matters, Otonashi Chiya contacted the captain of Exorcist Section 3 by phone. "How's the situation over there?" Otonashi Chiya remembered that the place that Exorcist Section 3 was responsible for conquering was the second most dangerous place after the gang headquarters, so he was more concerned about the situation there. Although he had previously told others to pack up and go home, he himself had no intention of ending his work just like that. He won't give up until he is sure that all gang members have been completely eliminated. "We have just started the subjugation. How is the situation in your demon exorcism class 1? Our crusade mission has ended. I will go over to support you now. Please wait for a moment." "That's all." "Oh, hey. What did you say?" "The crusade is over." The captain of the Demon Exorcist Section 3 didn't react at first. He was stunned for a moment before he realized it belatedly and said in shock. But at this time Otonashi Chiya had hung up the phone and transferred himself into the camui space. Seeing that Vice Captain Otonashi suddenly disappeared again, everyone in Exorcism Section 1 didn't want to just call it a day and go home. "I guess the deputy captain has already gone to another gang base. Let's go support the other teams. Let's go, otherwise we won't do anything this time, and that's too much to bear." Today's camui space is not as deserted as before, because there are a lot more zombies inside, about 40 or 50 of them. There is no zombie demon among them. Otonashi Chiya just borrowed the zombies under the zombie demon. Although the zombie demon has a zombie army of several hundred people, he does not need so many zombies. Moreover, every time he transferred each zombie into the camui space, it consumed his vitality and pupil power. Even these 40 or 50 zombies were transferred by him in several batches. He definitely couldn't handle transferring too many at once. These zombies have no self-awareness at all and have cut off all ties with the zombie demons. Letting them stay in the camui space will not expose the secrets of the camui space. Next, Otonashi Chiya confirmed the coordinates of the Demon Exorcist Section 3. He had already scouted various territories of this gang before the operation began, and left the coordinates of each territory. Of course, the approximate location of each territory was told to him by the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, and he was not able to be omniscient and omnipotent on his own. Otonashi Chiya first transferred himself to the Demon Exorcism Section 3. "Hello? What you just said was..." Captain Furuta of Demon Exorcism Section 3 was so shocked that he didn't even notice that the other party had hung up the phone, and only reacted halfway through the conversation. He had no choice but to put down his phone, as the doubts in his heart could not be explained. They, Exorcist Class 3, had just arrived and arranged their formation, but Exorcist Class 1 had already finished the crusade. Isn't it said that Exorcism Section 1 is in charge of the most dangerous places? Chiya noticed Captain Furuta's unusual reaction and came over to ask, "What's wrong, Captain Furuta?" Vice Captain Otonashi said that their Demon Exorcism Section 1 has completed the subjugation mission. Captain Furuta's tone was filled with disbelief. "Oh, really?" However, Chiya only showed a little surprise, and there was almost no change in his expression. "You didn't react at all." Captain Furuta suddenly found it hard to believe. He was stunned when he heard the news just now, but Chiya was so calm. After all, it's Otonashi-kun. If he's leading the team, this kind of thing wouldn't be surprising. Chiya said with a smile. She always felt that Otonashi's true strength was unfathomable, so no matter what incredible things happened to Otonashi, she would not react too much. What happens? At this time, Hayakawa Aki also came over and asked. Himeno then told Hayakawa Aki exactly what Captain Furuta had just said to her. After listening to this, Hayakawa Aki nodded slightly with a blank expression. That's really nothing to be surprised about. Right? Chiya echoed. Captain Furuta stood there in a daze, speechless. But he roughly understood that it seemed that Himeno and Hayakawa Aki were very familiar with the strength of the vice-captain of Demon Exorcism Class 1, and he also remembered that Himeno and Hayakawa Aki seemed to be quite familiar with the young man. However, at this moment, Captain Furuta did not notice that a space-distorting Uzumaki appeared out of nowhere behind him. Otonashishiya stepped out and asked again, "What's the situation?" Captain Furuta suddenly turned around and looked at Otonashishiya as if he had seen a ghost. When did you come?" Even if the other party really ended the crusade so quickly, it had only been a while since he called him. Even if he flew a fighter jet, he would not be able to reach them in time. "Didn't I just tell you? You just need to wait a moment," Otonashishiya said lightly. Captain Furuta thought about it and realized that the other party had really said this, but most people would not care about such ambiguous words, right? The result is really just wait a moment. Don't be surprised. This is my demonic power. I have made full preparations in various gang bases in advance. Otonashishiya explained casually. All right. Captain Furuta could only reluctantly accept this explanation. At this moment, Otonashishiya was looking at a huge villa estate in front of him, which was surrounded by a large number of police cars and police officers. There are 2 locations that need to be captured. You guys will attack the villa directly from the front. I will deal with those guys in the basement. Otonashishiya formulated a battle plan on the spot. He had already figured it out. There was an underground fortress under the villa. Important people would hide in the underground fortress. It was estimated that Waste Knife would also hide there. Wouldn't those zombies he placed in the camui space come in handy? Chapter 62. Okay. The original battle plan of the Demon Exorcist Section 3 was to arrange the formation and directly attack the villa. Vice-Captain Otonashi's plan was not much different from their original plan, so Captain Furuta nodded without objection. Hayakawa Aki and Himeno could tell that the basement Otonashishiya mentioned might be more dangerous, but they were basically not worried about Otonashishiya and just had to take care of themselves. Then, all members of Exorcist Section 3 officially invaded the villa. Otonashishiya activated Hollow on the spot and dived directly into the ground. No substance could stop him in the hollow state. Soon, he sneaked into the underground bunker. At this time, Otonashishiya's 2 camui eyes exerted force at the same time, opening 2 spaces Uzumaki, one far and one near, and transferred the zombies out of Kamui's space. For the time being, he only transferred out a dozen zombies, which was almost enough and could also save the consumption of vitality and pupil power. As for Susanoo and the like, he would not use them again in the short term, otherwise his vitality and pupil power would not be able to hold on. Now his body is only about half of its prime. After releasing the zombies, Otonashishiya turned on Hollow again and hid inside the wall. He could monitor the entire underground fortress by moving inside the wall without being discovered by anyone. The zombie demon had already transferred control of these zombies to Otonashishiya, who controlled these zombies to attack all living people in the underground fortress. Moreover, these zombies are different from the slow-moving zombies in many movies in the past. They can run and even chop people with knives. The running speed is the maximum speed in life, and there is no fatigue. The underground bunker is already on alert, and the gang fighters are keeping a close eye on the entrance. Once the villa estate above is captured, their underground bunker will soon be discovered. However, they didn't realize that zombies had already appeared behind them. At this time, a gangster with a gun felt footsteps coming from behind him. He just wanted to go to the toilet, so he planned to hand the gun to the person behind him. "Help me for a while, I'm going to the toilet and will be back in a while." However, when he turned around and handed the gun to the other party, he found that the other party's face was very abnormal, and he couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with you?" Since this world is a special world where demons are rampant, all kinds of horror movies have long been banned from being broadcast in major cinemas, including zombie movies of course. So many people only know that there were such things as zombie movies, and have long forgotten what zombies look like. The same was true for this gangster. He couldn't think of zombies at first. This is also why zombie demons are supposed to be very strong but are actually very weak, because people haven't seen any zombie movies for a long time. At this time, the zombie was stunned for a moment after taking the gun, and under the control of Chiya, he immediately pulled the trigger and shot at the gangster. 2 shots fired. After the man's forehead was shot, his eyes went dark and he fell backwards to the ground. The zombie immediately pounced on him, bit the man on the neck, infected him, and then continued to kill other gangsters with a gun. Hey? Where did the gunshot come from? Maybe someone is too nervous. Those policemen and public security demon hunters haven't discovered this place yet. Whose idiot's gun went off accidentally? Don't scare Lao Zi all of a sudden. Although the other gang members were alarmed by the 2 gunshots, they did not take it too seriously. However, after a while, several more gunshots were heard intermittently, and from different directions. They gradually realized that something was wrong. No matter how serious the accident was, it wouldn't be possible for so many people to accidentally fire the gun, right? In fact, Chiya controlled the zombies to specifically attack lone gangsters. These gangsters were caught off guard. Even if they could react and shoot in time, they could not kill the zombies unless they hit their heads. They can hardly recognize zombies at first, let alone know the possible weaknesses of zombies. Moreover, in an emergency, they just aim and shoot randomly, without having time to aim at the head. As a result, the zombies released by Chiya were all equipped with guns, and they also infected the gang members who had been shot. The gang members who couldn't help but come to check the situation were also shot and infected one by one. The number of zombies increased, and they were surrounding the remaining gangsters in the underground bunker. At the last line of defense of the underground fortress, the gradually formed zombie army exchanged fire with the gangsters. The zombie army does not need any cover, they just keep moving forward, firing continuously with guns in their hands. What the hell are these? Why are they still immune to death after firing so many shots? This must be the power of the devil. Damn public security demon hunter. No, these things look like zombies, right? Regardless of whether they are or not, aim for their heads. Maybe we can kill them. When most of the members had died, someone finally realized that they might be zombies. Even so, the situation cannot be reversed. The number of gangsters is decreasing, while the number of zombies is increasing instead of decreasing. After less than 10 minutes of fighting, the last line of defense fell. Although some zombies were lost, it didn't matter to Chiya. Originally, he had only borrowed 40 or 50 zombies from the zombie demon, but now, after infection and assimilation, the number has grown to 100 or 200. Then, Chiya controlled this group of gun-wielding zombies to attack the hiding place of the gang leader and the deputy leader. Although he is 4 years younger than in the main storyline of the original work, Chiya still recognized the young team leader waist knife at a glance. In the original work, he was given a katana demon heart for free by Makima, but he was criticized for his personality and poor fighting skills. He was a useless sword, not to mention his current human form that doesn't even have a katana demon heart. He is pure waste. Surrounded by a group of gun-wielding personnel with distorted features and ferocious expressions, the team leader, the deputy team leader and other people hiding here all knelt down and begged for mercy. However, there was no way the zombies would respond to these people's pleas for mercy. Chiya's order to them was to kill everyone in the underground bunker. The zombie army was seen firing wildly at these people with guns, and did not respond at all to their screams. In the blink of an eye, each of these people was shot into pieces by bullets. Since this zombie army is directly controlled by Otonashishiya, the number of heads killed by zombies is also within the range of the system's judgment. Ding! Host activates the achievement 1000 kills, and gains attribute points, 30. Chapter 63. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 30. Chi and blood, 228. In order to recover his physical condition faster, Otonashishiya immediately allocated the attribute points he had just obtained to Chi and blood. The gangsters in the underground fortress were the main force here, but they have all been wiped out by Otonashishiya. The gangsters in the villa estate above are even more of a mob. However, Otonashishiya has just started dealing with these zombies. He couldn't transfer so many zombies into the camui space. These zombies were transformed from gangsters, so there was no need to keep so many of them. With control in his hands, he can directly decide the life and death of the zombies. Except for the 30 zombies that have not been released from the camui space, he has directly issued death orders to the rest of the zombies. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the zombie human and obtained attribute points, 1. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the zombie human and obtained attribute points, 1. System prompt sounds kept coming from my head. However, just when this prompt sound was repeated countless times, a different sound suddenly came from the system. Ding! It is detected that the host is suspected of using a bug to gain attribute points. Hunting zombie humans will no longer gain attribute points. Ding! Host activates achievement mature host learns to fix bugs on his own, gains attribute points, 5. What the hell? Otonashishiya was speechless. He was now certain that the system had no intelligence, it was just an artificial intelligence, oh no, an artificial idiot. If the system had any intelligence, it would not have misjudged that he was stuck in a bug. But it doesn't matter, since he has already obtained enough attribute points. He won't have many opportunities to hunt zombies in the future, unless the zombie demons become dishonest. Allocated attribute points, 105. Otonashishiya checked the system panel and found that he had just gained 105 attribute points. Among them, 100 attribute points were contributed to him by the zombies. It was estimated that the system detected that he repeatedly obtained 1 attribute point 100 times in a short period of time, and mistakenly thought that he was using a bug to brush his attributes. Then, Otonashishiya transferred the 30 guns and bulletproof helmets on the ground into the camui space so that the remaining zombies in the camui space could be armed. The combat effectiveness of this type of zombie is even more effective than that of ordinary demon hunters when it comes to dealing with gangsters. You can't kill zombies without destroying their brains, but zombies also have bulletproof helmets. This is a nightmare for most gangsters who only have guns but no demonic powers. At the same time, when Otonashishiya completely captured the underground fortress, the Demon Exorcism Section 3 above was also beating the gangsters and forcing them to flee in panic. When Exorcist Section 3 discovered the entrance to the underground bunker, Otonashishiya also happened to walk out of the underground bunker. Vice Captain Otonashi, are you okay? What's going on down there now? Seeing Otonashishiya coming out, Captain Furuta immediately asked. I'm fine. All the gang members in the basement have been dealt with. Otonashishiya explains. Yet, Captain Furuta was once again in disbelief. Because he saw that Vice Captain Otonashi was indeed unharmed, and he killed all the gangsters in the basement by himself without any injury. The shock he felt was similar to the previous phone call Vice Captain Otonashi made to him. He didn't have the chance to see what happened at the gang headquarters before, but this time he had the chance, and he couldn't wait to go into the basement to see what was going on. Thank you for your help. I'll take some people down to check it out, just in case. Captain Gushin certainly couldn't express his doubts openly, so he found a fairly reasonable excuse. Otonashishiya nodded slightly, without reacting much to Captain Furuta's words and actions, because he didn't care about such a small matter. When Captain Gushin went down to the underground bunker, he saw corpses of gang members all over the ground. There were at least several hundred people, all dead, and most of them died in very strange ways. Distorted facial features, hideous complexions, and even skin that had begun to rot, these did not seem like the reactions a normal person would have when facing death. Could it be that these gangsters endured unimaginable pain before they died? Captain Gushin did not recognize at first that these corpses were zombie corpses. Until a member of the Demon Exorcism Section 3 team pointed it out. Captain Gushin, it seems that these guys turned into zombies before they died. Zombies. Captain Furuta was stunned for a moment before he reacted. It's actually this kind of thing, it really looks like it. The long-forgotten memories of zombies in his mind were awakened. When he thought about it carefully, the appearance of these corpses was almost the same as the zombies in the zombie movies he remembered. But how did Vice Captain Otonashi turn these people into zombies? Did he sign a contract with the zombie devil? Captain Furuta exclaimed. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of demon Vice Captain Otonashi had contracted, but before, Vice Captain Otonashi's demonic powers that were circulated in the Tokyo Public Security Circle were already two kinds, plus the power of this zombie demon. Wouldn't that mean there were three kinds of demonic powers? It is extremely rare for a demon hunter to sign a contract with three demons at the same time. Among the people he knows, only Captain Kishive of the Demon Exorcism Class 1 has the same contract. It is said that Captain Kishive has contracts with three demons at the same time, but it is unknown which demons they are. These two happen to be S-rank demon hunters from two different eras of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already gone to support colleagues in other places. He deployed several fully armed elite zombies to each gang stronghold to launch a dimensionality reduction attack on the gang members. He gave precise orders to all zombies, specifically to kill gang members and not to accidentally injure friendly forces. Instead, he was afraid that the elite zombies he had deployed would be accidentally injured by friendly forces, so he specifically notified the police and public security demon hunters, emphasizing that these zombies were their own people. This day suddenly became the end of the world for all members of this gang. All the gangsters in the strongholds were eliminated without leaving a single one. As for those gangsters scattered around, they are only a minority. The police will arrest and try them one by one later. The remaining living zombies were returned to the zombie demon by Otonashi Chiya. There was no point in keeping these zombies, and he would not gain attribute points by killing them, so he simply returned them to their original owners. Of course, the guns and bulletproof helmets that these zombies were originally equipped with had been taken away by him, so as to prevent the zombie demons from suddenly going out to do evil. Ding! Host activates the achievement Defeat the Gangs, and gains 50 attribute points. Chapter 64. After activating this achievement, Otonashi Chiya will gain 50 attribute points. This is his biggest single harvest so far. Obviously a very important achievement. After all, this gang is very powerful, and it is not easy to complete the crusade. Ding! Distribution completed, HP plus 95, Strength plus 30, Speed plus 30. Strength, 80. Speed, 80. Chi and Blood, 323. The crusade was over, and Otonashi Chiya also cleared up the attributes. As his Chi and Blood attributes stacked higher and higher, he could now use the camui technique more casually, but certainly not to the point of being wanton. In this campaign, only some people from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau were injured and no one was killed. This is mainly because Otonashi Chiya fought on multiple fronts and provided support everywhere, and most of the gang's output was blocked by him and his zombie troops. The overall battle situation was naturally reported back to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The zombie army was fine, but the public security high-ranking officials were most concerned about Otonashishiya's ability to provide rapid support on a large battlefield and the mysterious giant that appeared when they were attacking the gang headquarters. To this end, the top public security officials specially convened a secret meeting. Is there no information about Otonashishiya's demonic power? Except for the furious demon that he contracted with the Kyoto Public Security Bureau before, he has kept all of his demonic powers secret. It is impossible to tell what demon he contracted with just based on these dazzling performances. Although it's inevitable that people are curious, it doesn't matter what the devil that Otonashi-kun contracted is. All we need to know is that his strength has far exceeded our expectations, and he will surely shine in the Soviet Union in the future. It's a pity that once Otonashi-kun goes to the Soviet Union, he won't be able to come back for a few months or even years. During this period, we Tokyo Public Security Bureau will still have to stay on the shore. Don't worry, with Enbion's extraordinary body, he can still hold on for another 10 or 20 years. The senior officials of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau still admire Otonashishiya, and they admire and value him more than before. Although the dark side of the Tokyo Public Security is to use people's hatred of the gun demon to attract people to become public security demon hunters, they have no qualifications and ability to change the status quo, and the attitude of the cabinet is something they cannot shake or resist. The most crucial point is that all countries in the world have a consistent attitude of keeping secrets. Once anyone dares to disclose this secret first, he will instantly become the target of public criticism, so there is no solution. As the chief of Tokyo Public Security, all Yoshimura Taki can do is to improve the welfare of the public security demon hunters as much as possible and collect gun demon meat slices with the idea of weakening the power of demons. On the bright side, collecting the gun demon meat slices can indeed weaken the power of the demons. Otonashishiya has returned home to rest. It's not that I'm physically tired, but I just want to lie on the sofa and relax. Denji and Pokuta were still staying in their room playing games as usual, and it was obvious that they were becoming more and more addicted to the games. Otonashishiya bought more than a dozen games for Denji and Pokuta. Let's buy a few new games in a couple of days, especially before we go to the Soviet Union, we should buy more and put them at home, so that they won't be bored. Otonashishiya thought as he lay on the sofa with his hands behind his head. But then again, if this trend continues, Pokuta will sooner or later no longer want to be a chainsaw demon and will become a video game demon, or video game man. It's not a bad thing, as long as Pokuta is happy. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. It is now evening, and I know that it must be Dongshan Xiaohong who has arrived. Otonashishiya went over and opened the door, and sure enough, it was Dongshan Xiaohong outside the door, wearing a JK school uniform and carrying a red school bag. I'm so sorry, I'm here again. Dongshan Xiaohong said embarrassedly. Don't be so reserved. Come in. Otonashishiya's smile passed. Even though it was not the first time that Dongshan Xiaohong had eaten food from Otonashishiya's house, she would still ask Otonashishiya before taking anything. Otonashi-kun, can I eat this? Even for a small orange, Dongshan Xiaohong would ask shyly first. Sure, sure. Otonashishiya couldn't count how many times he had answered yes. Although he didn't really want to interfere in other people's family affairs, he finally couldn't help it. By the way, Dongshan, is there any difficulty at home? Otherwise, with the salary I give you every day, you should not be unable to afford these things, right? Otonashishiya really couldn't stand it anymore. Dongshan Xiaohong was so pitiful that she was sucked dry by the family all the time. She even had to ask him in an extremely humble way to eat cheap fruits and snacks. It made him feel a little uncomfortable. So he felt it necessary to guide Dongshan Xiaohong, and while he had a lot of free time before going to the Soviet Union, he wanted to help Dongshan Xiaohong get out of this vicious cycle of family difficulties as much as possible. You have to know that Dongshan Xiaohong is not without her own dreams, she just doesn't dare to resist or has become accustomed to accepting everything. Dongshan Xiaohong didn't expect the other party to suddenly ask this question, and her reaction was a little excited. After all, it directly hit the sore spot in her heart. This is indeed a bit of that. Dongshan Xiaohong's eyes were a little erratic. She felt that this kind of thing was not suitable to be said out loud. Not only would it be likely to make Otonashi laugh at her, but she might also be disliked. So the speech is also vague. If you really have any difficulties, please tell me and I may be able to help you. Otonashi Chiya spoke in a gentle tone and looked at Dongshan Xiaohong seriously. He did this mainly to encourage Dongshan Xiaohong. Being looked at so seriously by Otonashi-kun, Dongshan Xiaohong suddenly felt shy, but the entanglement in her heart was also relieved a lot, and she inexplicably had the courage to speak out. My family, they only hope that my brother who just got into college can finish college. They don't care about me and my other sisters. They told me in advance that they would not pay for my college education and told me to start earning money as soon as possible. Dongshan Xiaohong was halfway through her speech when she suddenly felt embarrassed to continue, because she really couldn't tell Otonashi-kun that her family wanted her to go into the adult industry. However, little did she know that Otonashi already knew all these things about her, but he just couldn't show it and had to pretend like he was doing now. So you want to go to college? Otonashi asked pointedly. Dongshan Xiaohong was slightly startled by the question, and then replied, yes. Chapter 65. In the original novel, Dongshan Xiaohong had revealed her true thoughts. She did not want to be a public security demon hunter and wanted to go to college like her brother. But it was just a thought in my mind, I didn't actually do it. Even though he had worked in the police force for so long and earned a lot of money, he always handed it over to his parents. He never even dared to spend money on buying his favorite ice cream. The only car Xiaohong was willing to spend money on was for the convenience of driving to pick up and drop off her family. In the end, this car of Xiaohong's ended up being scrapped and exploded. But Otonashi remembers one detail very clearly, that is Kishive's special operation against Makima. After the plan to summon the devil of hell and send Makima to hell to kill him failed, Kishive took Denji and Toyama Xiaohong and hid in a safe house where Makima would not find him. Dongshan Xiaohong thought at the time that she would have to hide from Makima forever, but she thought it was a good thing because it gave her a legitimate reason not to go home, and if she didn't go home she wouldn't have to be sucked dry by her family anymore. This detail in the original work made Otonashi guess that Dongshan Xiaohong did not want to leave this bad family, but needed a legitimate reason to convince herself, and it had to be a strong enough reason. Because Dongshan Xiaohong was very timid, so timid that she dared not cut off ties with her family. When she was forced to hide in a safe house on the shore, the first thing that came to her mind was that she finally had a reason not to go home. Since you want to go to college, don't you plan to change your current situation? At this point Otonashi asked further. Well, Dongshan Xiaohong's expression suddenly became hesitant. This kind of thing was too bold for her, and she didn't have the courage to make this decision. Otonashi was not impatient, but slowly counseled Dongshan Xiaohong, think about it carefully, do you want to be bound by your family forever, or do you want to pursue your dreams freely? I don't dare. Higashiyama Xiaohong quietly revealed the reason for her hesitation, and it was a bit like she was asking Otonashi for help. After all, they are still high school students. It's understandable. Otonashi explains. Putting aside the original period for now, Dongshan Xiaohong is now just a sophomore in high school. It is normal that she doesn't dare to fall out with her family. Given Xiaohong's parents' personalities, they would definitely get furious if she dared to disobey. Just tell me your determination. If you want to change the status quo, I can help you. Otonashi's straightforward way. Think. This time Dongshan Xiaohong did not hesitate anymore. She had already been given a lot of courage by Otonashi's words, and she wanted to give it a try given this rare opportunity. Otherwise, not only will she not be able to go to college in the future, but she will also be forced to go to the sea. Even if she doesn't go to the sea, she can only be a demon hunter. Either path is a very bad choice for her. After spending these days together, she felt that Otonashi was a very gentle and kind boy, and also a very trustworthy person. Okay, then from today on, you don't have to hand over a penny to your family. Otonashi Chiya said, at your age, they have the responsibility to raise you, not to use you to make money. If they don't fulfill their obligation to raise you, you don't have to care about them anymore. But I'm scared. Dongshan Xiaohong said timidly. If she doesn't hand over her salary, her parents will definitely be angry. Don't be afraid, I will go with you. Otonashi Chiya then told Dongshan Xiaohong the general plan, when the time comes, you will do this. After the tutoring is over in the evening, Otonashi Chiya paid 5,000 yen to Higashiyama Xiaohong as usual, and planned to accompany Higashiyama Xiaohong to Higashiyama's house. Denji, I have to go out for a while and will be back soon. Before leaving, Otonashi Chiya said to Denji. Oh. Denji responded, but soon realized something was wrong and she quickly ran out of the room. I found out that Chiya-san was going out with Toyama-sensei. This is not good. Brother Chiya, where are you going? Denji asked immediately. Go do something, maybe deal with a family dispute. Otonashi Chiya said truthfully. He really wasn't lying. Oh. Denji saw that Chiya brother was indeed wearing the public security uniform that he usually wore at work, so he naively believed it. I didn't think that the family dispute mentioned by Chiya's brother was caused by Mr. Higashiyama. She then returned to her room with peace of mind. Ah! Pokata, you're cheating. You attacked me twice while I was away. Denji's mind instantly returned to the game. Dongshan House is a single-family house that occupies a large area, but it looks rather old from the outside. After all, there are more than a dozen people in Dongshan's family. How can a house that is not big enough accommodate so many people? When she arrived at the door, Dongshan Xiaohong became more and more nervous, and she was worried about what might happen next. If Otonashi-kun hadn't been right beside her, she wouldn't have had the courage to even knock on the door. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was wearing plain clothes. He had taken off his original public security uniform and put it into the camui space. He would need the public security uniform later. Soon my sister came to open the door. The girl who came to open the door was wearing a junior high school uniform. Her facial features were somewhat similar to Dongshan Xiaohong, except that she had slightly longer hair. Her thin figure was obviously caused by severe malnutrition. Sister Xiaohong. The younger sister was halfway through her speech when she was stunned by the strange but handsome boy next to Dongshan Xiaohong. Who is this? This is my sister's classmate, Otonashi-san. Dongshan Xiaohong immediately explained. Although she is not good at lying, she gets easily flustered when she speaks, and it is not easy for ordinary people to tell that she is lying. Classmate. My sister almost dropped her jaw in shock and felt a little unbelievable. Is this still the Xiaohong sister she knows? She actually brought a boy from the same class home as a guest. Hello, my name is Otonashi Chiya, and I'm a classmate of Higashiyama-san. Otonashi Chiya looked calm and introduced himself to Xiaohong's sister with a smile. Others could hardly see any flaws on his face. Ah ha ha ha. Dongshan Xiaohong smiled gently to hide her shyness, but the blush on her face was uncontrollable. Although these were all Otonashi-kun's plans, she was mentally prepared. But if she said she wasn't shy about bringing boys home, she would be lying. The younger sister still hadn't recovered and stared blankly at Sister Xiaohong and the boy as they walked into the house together. After a while, she suddenly ran to the living room and shouted. Sister Xiaohong brought a man back from outside. Chapter 66. My sister's words immediately alarmed the whole family. As family members, how could they not understand Xiaohong's character? They found it hard to believe that Xiaohong could do such a thing as bringing a man from outside home. Don't. Dongshan Xiaohong suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. She was shy enough to begin with, and her sister made a big fuss about it using such a misleading statement. Several sisters ran out from the living room and even the bedroom, very curious about what was going on. Wow! She actually brought back a little boy, and he's quite handsome. When did Xiaohong suddenly become so bold? Not only did she secretly have a boyfriend, but she also brought him home directly. Sister Xiaohong is really amazing, why don't you introduce her to us quickly? The sisters immediately became very excited. Now Otonashishia saw 7 sisters directly, including Higashiyama Xiaohong. The remaining 2 sisters might be busy or not at home. He had broadened his horizons. Although he had known for a long time that the Dongshan family had 9 sisters, he still found it a little hard to believe when he saw it with his own eyes. Don't get me wrong, he's my classmate, he's just visiting our house. Dongshan Xiaohong hurriedly tried to explain the misunderstanding. She was mainly worried that Otonashi-kun would mind this misunderstanding. After all, she didn't think she was particularly good-looking, and her family situation was so bad, so she felt that she was destined to be disliked. Don't be so shy, Xiaohong. Anyway, even Sister Xiaohong dares to bring a boy home. I can't believe it. Sister Xiaohong is also at this age, it's normal to like handsome guys. Obviously, the sisters did not listen to Xiaohong's explanation. Dongshan Xiaohong was both anxious and helpless. She really couldn't explain it anymore, she just hoped that Otonashi-kun wouldn't be disgusted with her because of this. What happened that's making so much noise? At this time, the Dongshan couple also came out. When the couple came out, the sisters present suddenly became less active than before, and either kept their mouths shut or whistled. Father! Mother! This is my classmate Otonashishia. He said he wanted to come to our house and sit for a while, so I brought him here. Dongshan Xiaohong said these words according to what she had rehearsed with Otonashi-kun before. This is what Otonashi-kun taught her to say. Oh! The father's attitude was rather casual. He had no enthusiasm for treating guests. He just wanted to show his respect. At least he didn't kick Otonashishia out. Then come in and sit down. We are drinking tea too. The mother didn't say anything and her expression was rather cold. Dongshan Xiaohong was a little dissatisfied with her parents' attitude, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. Otonashishia remained calm and smiled, "It's our first meeting, thank you for your guidance." Just as Otonashishia was about to walk into the living room, an older sister than Higashiyama Xiaohong suddenly whispered to him, "Sorry, boyfriend, the situation at home is a bit troublesome." Fine. Otonashishia pretended that she understood nothing and did not argue with the other party about calling her boyfriend. Stop it, sis. It'll make Otonashi-san feel troubled. Dongshan Xiaohong couldn't help but remind him. Okay, I won't call him boyfriend-kun anymore. My sister said jokingly, but I don't think he seems to be troubled. Are you thinking too much, Xiaohong? That's just because Otonashi-kun is so gentle. Dongshan Xiaohong was a little anxious and blurted out the words subconsciously. When she reacted, she immediately covered her mouth, but it was too late. My sister immediately understood the key details and raised her lips slightly. Oh? Wasn't it Otonashi-san just now? How did it become Otonashi-kun again? When we were in school, classmates usually addressed each other as surname and classmate, especially between male and female classmates. The honorific-like address Otonashi-kun actually represented a special relationship between classmates. Dongshan Xiaohong's pretty face suddenly turned even redder. I made such a low-level mistake, and felt annoyed and guilty. I felt that I had let down Otonashi-kun's trust in me. Dongshan Xiaohong then quickened her pace and followed Otonashishia into the living room. The other sisters did not follow them in, but eavesdropped outside the living room, which made it convenient for them to discuss the matter in private. I feel like it's pretty much confirmed. Even if he's not my boyfriend yet, he'll be soon. I've never heard Xiaohong call another boy Otonashi-kun. That should be the case. With Sister Xiaohong's personality, the boy she brought home must be someone special. I really didn't expect that Sister Xiaohong would find a boyfriend so quickly. I thought that Sister Xiaohong had no hope except blind dating in the future. At the same time, Otonashi Chiya and Higashiyama Xiaohong were sitting in the living room drinking tea. However, they had to wash the cups and pour the tea themselves. The Dongshan couple was busy with their own things and didn't take their daughter's classmates seriously at all. Let me do it. Dongshan Xiaohong hurriedly wanted to help Otonashi Chiya wash the cups and pour tea. How could it be justified to let the guests do such things by themselves? Otonashi Chiya remained calm throughout the entire process, as if he had no temper at all. After sitting for a while, he stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." At this time, Dongshan Xiaohong wanted to lead Otonashi Chiya, but was stopped by his father, Xiaohong. Dongshan Xiaohong had no choice but to sit down again. When Otonashi Chiya went to the bathroom, his father asked Xiaohong, "Xiaohong, where is your salary today?" The parents' attitude was obviously worse than usual because they were too lazy to entertain Xiaohong's classmates, and it was a hassle for them that Xiaohong took the initiative to bring her classmates home as a guest. "I got my salary today." Dongshan Xiaohong hesitated halfway through her speech because she was afraid of her parents' angry reaction. But when she remembered that she couldn't betray Otonashi-kun's trust, and that there was no need to be so scared with Otonashi-kun around, she mustered up her courage and said, "But I can't leave it to you anymore. I have things I want to do." When they heard Xiaohong say that they had received their wages, the Dongshan couple felt a little better. They were about to ask for it directly when they saw Xiaohong say this with a determined look on her face. They were stunned for a moment, including the sisters who were eavesdropping outside the living room. They all felt incredible. No one could believe that Xiaohong could say such tough words. The father came to his senses first, and immediately glared at him and shouted, "Is there anything more important than Yuta going to college?" The mother's expression was frighteningly ferocious, and her voice became even sharper, "You are really rebellious. How old are you and you're already so arrogant?" However, the Higashiyama couple did not notice that Otonashi Chiya had deliberately left the phone where it was, and they did not know that the phone was in recording mode. Chapter 67. Dongshan Xiaohong was immediately frightened by her angry parents, and a look of fear appeared on her face. "I hope Otonashi-kun can come back soon." The sisters who were eavesdropping outside the living room were also startled by their parents' scolding. Although they felt that there was nothing wrong with what Xiaohong said, they were afraid of their parents and did not dare to speak up for Xiaohong. "Hurry up! Hand over the money! Don't even think about paying $1 less of the 5,000 today, or you won't be able to go home tonight and get out right away," the Dongshan couple threatened. Just then, the oldest sister couldn't stand it anymore. She immediately ran in and stood in front of Xiaohong, as if she was shielding Xiaohong from her parents' scolding. "Stop scolding me!" the eldest sister said emotionally, "In your hearts, there will always be only Yuta and Nori. Don't we 9 sisters have our own freedom?" As the eldest sister, she was only in her early 20s and was forced to go out to work to earn money when she graduated from high school. Fortunately, she has a good temper and her parents did not force her to go into the sea or become a demon hunter. But Xiaohong was the weakest and most timid among the 9 sisters, so she was bullied. Following the lead of the eldest sister, several other sisters also came in one after another. They didn't dare to rebel against their parents, but they thought that they should at least protect Xiaohong. "You!" My father suddenly flew into a rage and was so angry that he wanted to smash things. The mother was so angry that she was shaking all over. Her dignity was actually challenged. Just when the situation was getting tense, Otonashishia came back. In fact, he didn't go to the bathroom just now, but transferred himself into the camui space and put on the public security uniform. Otonashishia calmly walked to his seat, picked up the phone he had just placed on the seat, and smiled faintly. "Uncle, Aunt, I have recorded everything you just said." "What?" My father was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned pale with horror. Because he also knows that his behavior may involve domestic violence and violation of support obligations. If the evidence is conclusive, he will be in big trouble. "Delete it for me now." The mother reacted quickly and tried to snatch Otonashishia's phone. However, her hand went directly through Otonashishia's mobile phone and even penetrated Otonashishia's entire body. She lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. This is exactly Otonashishia's hollow ability. He also hollowed his cell phone. At this time, Otonashishia directly showed his work ID and said calmly, "I am a demon hunter of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. If you attack me without reason, I have the power to arrest you on behalf of the police." Hearing this, the Dongshan couple dared not move. They probably knew how powerful the demon hunters of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau were, especially since the boy's ID had words like Exorcism Section 1 and Deputy Captain written on it, which made it obvious that he was not an ordinary public security demon hunter. That damn girl Xiaohong clearly said that they were classmates. How could a classmate of Xiaohong be the deputy captain of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau? There is no doubt that this damn girl deceived them. The 6 sisters next to them were stunned for a while. How come Xiaohong's classmate suddenly became a demon hunter of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau? They couldn't react to what was happening for a moment. Only Dongshan Xiaohong was better off. After all, Otonashi had already told her roughly the entire plan in advance. Now she was like playing a script as if she already knew the subsequent developments. Even so, she was still very grateful in her heart that Otonashi-kun could do this for her. At this time, Otonashishia called. "Are you there yet? Okay, you can come in." After hearing what the young man said on the phone, the Dongshan couple immediately felt something was wrong. Who was coming in? After a while, the doorbell rang. Otonashishia went to open the door himself, and then several policemen in uniform came in. He had contacted the police in advance to send these people. Ever since his last fight against the gang, most of the police had admired him and were familiar with him. Therefore, he only needs to make a phone call, and if that doesn't work, he can directly ask Manager Fankin for help. "You two are suspected of domestic violence." The police officer had already learned the situation from Otonashishia, so there was no need to listen to the recording. He asked the Toyama couple as soon as he came in. "That, we, are not." Seeing the police coming in, the Dongshan couple were completely panicked and no longer had any of the momentum they had before. "Come on, let's go to the police station and have a good talk," the police officer said indifferently. Like Otonashishia, they also couldn't stand such parents. Then they took the Dongshan couple away. "I guess he won't be back for a day or two." Although there is no conclusive evidence, nothing serious will happen to the Dongshan couple, but they will definitely be educated and warned. Even if they don't completely correct their behavior, they will at least be much more restrained. At this time, Otonashishia said to the 6 sisters who were still stunned, "This is about all I can do for you. You must learn to resist in the future. If they dare to do it again, just call the police." The Higashiyama couple has a record at the police station this time, and it is related to Otonashishia, so the police will definitely pay close attention to it. As long as the Dongshan sisters call the police again, they will rush out immediately. Oh. The sisters nodded blankly. Dongshan Xiaohong smiled happily, and her previously worried brows now relaxed. Ding! Host activates the achievement Dongshan Xiaohong's Intimacy, LV3, and gains attribute points, 8. Then I'll go back first. If you have any bigger troubles, you can call me and contact me. Otonashishia left a phone number for the sisters. I'll take you there. Dongshan Xiaohong immediately chased after him. On the street in front of her home, Higashiyama Xiaohong followed Otonashishia for a distance. Otonashi-kun, thank you so much for today. Dongshan Xiaohong bowed deeply and expressed great gratitude. Nothing, this is what they deserve. But they will probably be back tomorrow. What are you going to do then? Otonashishia's original intention was to resolve the matter as peacefully and effectively as possible. The Higashiyama couple deserved to be taken to the police station for education and warning. But he felt that the matter had not been completely resolved, so he asked Dongshan Xiaohong further. My plan then? Dongshan Xiaohong said bitterly, although life at home may be more depressing in the future, I have nowhere else to go. That's easy. I can help you rent a house and deduct the money from your salary, or you can just live in my house. Otonashishia's straightforward way. Anyway, he will be going to the Soviet Union in less than a month. Before he leaves, Dongshan Xiaohong can squeeze in with Dianzi, or buy a new bed. It will be more convenient after he leaves. Dongshan Xiaohong seemed to have only heard the last half of the sentence, and her face suddenly turned red. Live in your house. Chapter 68. Yes. When Otonashishia saw Dongshan Xiaohong blushing, he realized something and immediately explained in detail, you can buy a new bed and put it in Denzi's room. Her room is quite big, and then my room will be empty when I go abroad. Well. Dongshan Xiaohong suddenly felt even more embarrassed. She had just been being sentimental. In order to hide her shame, she immediately changed the subject. By the way, is Otonashi-kun going abroad? It wasn't just to change the subject, she really cared about this matter. Well, as you know, I work for the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. I have to go on a business trip to the Soviet Union for work. After that, I guess I will only be back once or twice a week at most. Otonashishia explains. So that's how it is. Dongshan Xiaohong nodded slightly, feeling a little lost for some reason. With the help of Mangekyō Sharingan, Otonashishia captured the hint of loss in Higashiyama Xiaohong's eyes, and his first reaction was that it was because of the salary issue. Don't worry about your salary. Your probation period will almost be over before I go abroad. Although I won't be able to settle your salary every day after that, I will settle your salary for the next week in advance when I come back every week. Otonashishia had planned many things in advance. No. I'm not worried about the salary. As long as it's convenient for you, Otonashi-kun, I can pay you whenever you want. Dongshan Xiaohong said a little panicked. She didn't want to appear like a girl who was fussy about such things in front of Otonashi-kun, and she didn't want Otonashi-kun to have a bad impression of her. Well, just do as I said just now. It won't be inconvenient. Otonashishia explains. Then, can I try to move into your house and stay overnight tonight? As she spoke, Dongshan Xiaohong's voice became softer and softer, as thin as a mosquito's hum, and her face became more and more red with shame. Because this kind of thing is very bold for her. Otonashishia immediately said, sure, then go pack some of your things and come directly to my house. Try to sleep with Denzi tonight, and I'll buy a new bed tomorrow. Okay, I'll go pack my things now. Dongshan Xiaohong returned home immediately. At this time, Dongshan Xiaohong's sisters were still a little at a loss. Their parents were taken away by the police. It was such a sudden change that it was difficult for them to adapt so quickly. But this is undoubtedly a good thing. Maybe they won't have to suffer so much oppression in the future. At this time, Dongshan Yeli came down from the stairs. He was another boy in the Dongshan family besides his brother Yuta. His facial features are somewhat similar to those of his sisters, and he is delicate and a bit like a girl. What just happened? Dongshan Yeli asked in a low voice with a timid look on his face. The eldest sister explained to Yeli the whole story. Although Yeli is a boy, he gets along well with his older sister and younger sisters, and he doesn't like his parents' discriminatory attitude towards him. However, he was still a little flustered when his parents were suddenly taken away by the police. As for his elder brother, Higashiyama Yuta, he lives in a university dormitory and seldom goes home. When he does, he almost never cares about his sisters. He is much more selfish than Higashiyama Nori. Just then, Dongshan Xiaohong came back. Xiaohong, has the boy gone home yet? The eldest sister couldn't help but ask Xiaohong. Ah, not yet. Otonashi-kun is still waiting outside. Dongshan Xiaohong replied, then quickly climbed upstairs to her bedroom to pack her things. The sisters were suddenly confused. What did it mean? What is that boy waiting for outside? At this time, Dongshan Xiaohong began to pack the clothes and some small things she needed to take away, and put them all into a suitcase. As for the school bag, of course she always carried it on her back. Just a few minutes later, the Dongshan sisters saw Xiaohong coming down dragging a suitcase. Where are you going? Is Sister Xiaohong going to run away from home? The sisters immediately asked with concern. It's not like I'm running away from home. I'm just going to live outside for a while, and I may rarely come back during this period. Dongshan Xiaohong explained quickly. Because she didn't have much time to continue explaining, Otonashi-kun was still waiting for her outside, and she couldn't let Otonashi-kun wait too long. Is that so? However, the sisters still felt that Xiaohong's behavior was a bit strange. They looked at each other and nodded, and decided to secretly chase out to see what was going on. As a result, Xiaohong was seen dragging her suitcase and leaving with the boy named Otonashi-shia. After a while, the boy took the suitcase from Xiaohong. Don't make this too obvious. I see. It's really my boyfriend, we're even living together. No wonder this boy is willing to help us, so this is the reason. Sister Xiaohong is really amazing. She actually knows a deputy captain of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Could they really be classmates from school? Xiaohong was able to meet such a good boy whom she liked, and she will be able to pursue her dreams freely in the future. Naturally, they are all happy for Xiaohong from the bottom of their hearts. Now that they had figured out the situation, the Dongshan sisters stopped following Xiaohong to avoid getting discovered and getting into trouble. However, in reality, Otonashi-shia had already noticed that these sisters were following him and Higashiyama Xiaohong from behind. But he pretended not to know. After all, these sisters didn't mean any ill will. While walking on the street, Dongshan Xiaohong felt a little embarrassed to talk to Otonashi-kun. Because I've been thinking about something. If I live in Otonashi-kun's house from now on, doesn't that mean I'm living with Otonashi-kun? After thinking about it carefully, she gradually realized how bold her decision was. She didn't know what was wrong with her before, but for some reason she suggested trying to spend the night at Otonashi's house. Will Otonashi think I'm a frivolous girl? The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became, and Dongshan Xiaohong's mind was suddenly in a mess. My face is red and hot, almost like I have a fever. What's wrong with you? Noticing the strangeness on Higashiyama Xiaohong's face, Otonashi-shia couldn't help but ask. Is he having a fever? It doesn't look like that. When Otonashi-shia suddenly asked this question, Dongshan Xiaohong trembled slightly. She subconsciously turned her head and looked at Otonashi-shia. Looking at Otonashi-shia's handsome face, her heart, which was already full of imagination, suddenly started beating fast like a deer. Ding! Host activates the achievement Dongshan Xiaohong's Intimacy, LV4, and gains attribute points, 15. After hearing the prompt sound from the system, Otonashi-shia realized that the strangeness on Dongshan Xiaohong's face was not as simple as he had just thought. Chapter 69. Back home. The blush on Dongshan Xiaohong's face had not yet faded much. But at least it's not as exaggerated as the fever before. Denji, who came to open the door, saw Chiya-san and Toyama-sensei outside the door, and his eyes widened immediately. Chiya-san and Toyama-sensei went out together, and they came back together, even bringing a suitcase. Denji immediately realized what was going on and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chiya, what happened to Mr. Toyama?" "I just wanted to tell you that something happened at Mr. Dongshin's home, so he needs to stay at our house for the time being." Otonashi Chiya said to Denji, "Teacher Toyama will probably have to squeeze into the same bed with you tonight. I will buy a new bed tomorrow. If you don't want to, I will think of other ways." Denji subconsciously wanted to say no. Teacher Toyama was her enemy. Not only did he want to move in, but he also wanted to sleep in her bed. How could this be possible? No, wait. Denji suddenly thought of something and forced the words he was about to say back into his stomach. If she doesn't agree to let Mr. Toyama sleep with her, then Mr. Toyama will have to sleep in the same bed with Brother Chiya, right? This is even worse. Absolutely not. Sure. No problem at all. Denji said excitedly. She spoke very quickly, fearing that Chiya's brother would not allow Mr. Toyama to sleep with her. Oh, really? Otonashi Chiya was a little surprised. He didn't expect Denji to agree so readily. It seems that Denji and Xiaohong have a good relationship, so he feels relieved. Dongshan Xiaohong suddenly looked a little embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Her hands were grasping the corners of her clothes awkwardly, and her eyes were wandering. Because when she just realized her feelings for Otonashi-kun, she suddenly realized why Denji had given her a strange feeling before. It's obvious that Denji also likes Otonashi-kun, so he sees her as a rival in love. It wasn't a big deal before, but now, she is really a love rival. No wonder Denji specifically emphasized to her that she was not Otonashi's biological sister. So this is what was going on. Dongshan Xiaohong couldn't help but feel embarrassed now. Diancie had long regarded her as a love rival, and she came to his place to stay and even wanted to sleep with Diancie. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya placed Higashiyama Xiaohong's school bag and suitcase in Denji's bedroom. After putting away the things and having nothing else to do, Otonashi Chiya said to Dongshan Xiaohong, "It seems that you have to get up early to go to school tomorrow? Take a shower and go to bed early." "Okay, I'll get my clothes and go take a shower right away." Dongshan Xiaohong said obediently. In her subconscious, she was still like when she was at Dongshan's house, and she didn't dare to delay when her parents asked her to take a bath. But after a while, Dongshan Xiaohong came out of the bathroom again and asked Otonashi Chiya, who was resting on the sofa, why is there no water in the bathtub?" Otonashi Chiya's first reaction was a bit confused, and he asked back, "Why is there water in the bathtub? Shouldn't you fill it yourself?" "Hey!" Dongshan Xiaohong was also confused. "For a moment, we were both confused and you looked at me and I looked at you." But Otonashi Chiya quickly responded, "Wait, let me ask you something first. Did you use the same bath water for more than a dozen people at home?" He just remembered that the Japanese do have this habit, they like to share one tub of bath water with the whole family. In every household in Japan, there is a washing area next to the bathtub. Bathtubs and washing areas are standard features of Japanese bathrooms. Usually people wash themselves in the rinse area first, and then take a bath in the bathtub. They usually do not use soap, shower gel, or the like in the bathtub, so the relatively clean bath water can be reused in the eyes of the Japanese. Otonashi Chiya almost forgot about this. Given the situation in the Dongshan family, it is very likely that the whole family shares the bath water. Sharing bath water is not a big problem in itself, and it can also save water, but Dongshan's family has more than a dozen people, so this is a bit too much. That's about right. Father, my brother, and my younger brother Yali used one tank of water first, and then when it was mother's turn, we used another tank. After that, my sisters and I used the second tank repeatedly. Dongshan Xiaohong replied. She had been accustomed to this kind of thing since she was a child, so she thought it was a very normal thing. She originally thought that Otonashi-kun's family also shared bath water, but the result seemed to be different. All right. It turned out to be similar to what Otonashi had guessed. A dozen people sharing 2 tubs of bath water is at least better than sharing 1 tub. You don't have to do that in my place in the future. Our habit is to drain the bath water after we use it, and then fill it with new clean water for the next person to come in. Otonashi explains. Oh, okay. Dongshan Xiaohong nodded immediately. She then went back to the bathroom and started bathing. At this moment, Otonashi suddenly heard the voice of an angry demon. I find you're quite nosy. This guy doesn't like to talk usually. He may not come out for a day or 2, and when he comes out, he almost always insults him. Are you talking about Dongshan Xiaohong's affairs? How can this be called meddling in other people's business? Otonashi immediately retorted, I just can't bear to watch it anymore. If she continues like this, her life will only get worse and worse. But there's no point in telling you too much. I guess you don't really understand human emotions other than anger. What about me? Isn't that also meddling in other people's business? That's for your own good. After all, you signed a contract with me. Otonashi felt a little helpless. The furious demon was silent for a moment. By the way, what was that thing that enlarged me before? I didn't expect you could come up with so many tricks. The raging demon was probably talking about Otonashi's Susanoo, and from the tone of his voice, you can tell that he is very curious about Susanoo. Well, that's Susanoo. When you reach a certain form, you can let Susanoo use your power. Otonashi explained casually. Susanoo? I've never heard of this. Could it be the ability of your eyes? The furious demon continued to ask. You guess. Otonashi would naturally not be so honest as to tell everything to the angry devil. You're still keeping me in suspense, but you have so many secrets. Sooner or later, I'm going to dig out all your secrets. Chapter 70. At this time, Dongshan Xiaohong came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. She was wearing pajamas that looked old and worn out, with many patches on them. I guess they were old clothes that one of her sisters couldn't wear anymore and were given to Xiaohong to wear. Xiaohong's only new clothes are school uniforms, 2 sets each for autumn and winter. When passing through the living room, she saw Otonashi still lying on the sofa, and Dongshan Xiaohong said immediately, Then I'm going to bed first, good night Otonashi-kun. Well, good night. Otonashi's smile path. He was also ready to take a shower and go to bed. Dongshan Xiaohong entered Densi's room, and Densi was still playing games with Pokata. Even at this point, she still felt a little embarrassed facing Densi. She originally wanted to remind Densi that it was late and time to go to bed, but after hesitating for a while, she gave up. She got into bed without saying a word, and sat next to the wall, leaving Densi a large space to avoid him being bothered by the crowd. After a while, Densi himself noticed the time. Pokata, it's so late, let's stop here today. Denji said to Pokata. Chiya's brother had told her before that she should turn off the lights and go to bed at 10 or 11 o'clock at the latest, as staying up late would harm her health. When she saw that it was already past 10 o'clock, she stopped playing the game on her own accord. Woof! Denji and Pokata had already taken a shower before playing the game, so they closed the game, turned off the lights, and lay down on the bed. Dongshan Xiaohong pretended to be asleep, closed her eyes and did not move, so as to avoid further embarrassment. Densi also thought that Mr. Toyama had already fallen asleep, and he wanted to say something to him, so he didn't disturb him. Early morning. Otonashi got up early as usual to prepare breakfast. The only difference from the past was that this time he had to prepare 4 breakfasts, for himself, Denji, Pokeda and Xiaohong. Dongshan Xiaohong has woken up and is washing up in the bathroom. Last night she brought daily necessities such as towels, toothbrushes, and cups. After washing up, looking at the breakfast on the table, she felt like she was dreaming. I'm starting. While eating breakfast, Dongshan Xiaohong was thinking about how wonderful her future life would be. From now on, she doesn't have to worry about going to college, there is no interference from her parents, and there is such a high salary. There are still nearly 2 years before she goes to college. If she works part-time during this period and saves money, it will be enough to cover her basic expenses for college. After Denji and Pokeda finished their breakfast, Otonashishiya took the dishes to the kitchen sink and washed them. He felt like he didn't have much to worry about now. Hayakawa Aki was training with Kishive while partnering with Senior Himeno, Denji and Pokeda were almost settled, and Xiaohong's dilemma was resolved. During this period, you can spend more time at home with them and then you can go to the Soviet Union with peace of mind. At this time, Otonashishiya said to Dongshan Xiaohong, I will take you to buy a new bed later, and I can also buy you some new clothes by the way. He also knew that Dongshan Xiaohong only had school uniforms and old clothes left by her sister. Although she spent most of her time in school, she still had weekends and holidays. Japanese schools have many holidays, including winter and summer vacations, and even spring vacations. You can't wear school uniform and old clothes every day during the holidays, right? Buying new clothes? That's a bit too much trouble for you. Dongshan Xiaohong has always been embarrassed to trouble others. It's okay. After I go abroad, I'll ask you to accompany and take care of Denji and Pokeda. This will have some impact on your studies. I'll just buy you new clothes to compensate you. Otonashishiya explains. Denji and Pokeda have been dependent on each other for so long, so there is no problem for them to take care of themselves, but it would be best if they had someone to take care of them and accompany them. Of course, it won't really have much impact on Xiaohong's studies. Denji has no problem with washing clothes and cooking. Xiaohong just needs to get along with Denji and Pokeda like a family after school every day. Okay. Dongshan Xiaohong nodded. Otonashi-kun not only paid her such a high salary, but also provided her with food and shelter. How could he possibly have an issue with such a small matter? Afterwards, Higashiyama Xiaohong went out with Otonashishiya with joy and anticipation. Walking in the mall, Dongshan Xiaohong felt that this was just like a date. At this moment, she secretly glanced at Otonashishiya, and her gaze met Otonashishiya's. She immediately looked away in a hurry, her pretty face becoming even more blushing. We have already arrived. If we go any further, we will go too far. Otonashishiya actually wanted to remind Xiaohong of this. Oh! Dongshan Xiaohong's reaction was quite excited, and she was so panicked as if she had done something bad. After calming down a little, she blushed and followed Otonashishiya into the furniture store that she had almost gone too far. Otonashishiya simply asked Xiaohong to choose a bed he liked, and then contact a moving company to help him move it home. Then it's time to go buy new clothes. Then, Otonashishiya took Xiaohong to the clothing store. But they happened to enter a store that only sold women's clothing. The waiter at the door even specifically asked, "Excuse me, are you a couple? If not, this place is only open to girls." "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Otonashishiya directly said to Dongshan Xiaohong, "Then just go in and choose what you like." He didn't care. He just waited at the door until Xiaohong chose the clothes and paid. How can this be so embarrassing? Dongshan Xiaohong didn't want Otonashi-kun to wait at the door. She then said to the waiter shyly, "We are a couple." Although the waiter felt a little strange, he still let the two of them in together. Dongshan Xiaohong, like other girls, likes beautiful and cute clothes. Unfortunately, due to her family's situation, she never had the opportunity to buy nice new clothes. And the first thing she asked was, How much does this cost? But when she heard the waiter say that any set would cost several thousand or even tens of thousands of yen, she felt it was too expensive. Dongshan Xiaohong immediately stood on tiptoe and whispered to Otonashi Chiya, "Otonashi-kun, why don't we go to another store? This store is too expensive." "No, just buy it here. Just pick what you like. No need to worry about other issues." Otonashi Chiya also responded quietly. "It is said to be very expensive, but in fact, this is the normal price in Tokyo, unless you buy poor quality or second-hand clothes." "All right. Since Otonashi-kun has said so, Dongshan Xiaohong won't care about it anymore." There were indeed some clothes here that she really liked and had her eyes on, but she held back and didn't say anything because she thought they were too expensive. Chapter 71. Dongshan Xiaohong chose two of her favorite beautiful dresses. Of course there were some clothes she also liked, but she was too embarrassed to continue choosing. "Are these two sets enough?" Otonashi Chiya also asked Xiaohong specifically. "Enough is enough." Dongshan Xiaohong nodded repeatedly, she was already very satisfied. "Then pay the bill." Otonashi Chiya then asked the waiter to pay the bill. The two sets cost a total of 20,000 to 30,000 yen, which Dongshan Xiaohong thought was too expensive. But she seemed to have overlooked one thing. She earned 5,000 yen a day as a part-time tutor. After all, she had given all her salary to her parents before yesterday, and subconsciously she didn't think she was rich at all. After buying a new bed and new clothes, Otonashi Chiya felt that he had almost settled Xiaohong down. For the next period of time, Otonashi Chiya stayed at home with Denji and the others. Ding! Host activates the achievement Pokata's favorability, LV4, and gains attribute points, 15. Ding! Host activates the achievement Hayakawa Aki's favorability, LV3, and gains attribute points, 8. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the rubber demon and obtained attribute points, 5. During this period, Otonashi Chiya activated some achievements and occasionally hunted some demons, gaining a lot of attribute points in total. Allocated attribute points, 146. Currently Otonashi Chiya has accumulated 146 attribute points. However, time passed quickly, and now it is the last few days of the deadline set by the cabinet, and Otonashi Chiya has to say goodbye to Denji and others for the time being. While eating dinner, he said to Denji, "Pokata and Xiaohong, I will be going to the Soviet Union soon. I will come back once or twice a week. Take care of yourselves when I am away." "Well, Chiya and I, don't worry about us," Denji said with a smile on his face. But the smile on her face was a little forced. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, she still couldn't help feeling a little sad. "Woof woof." Pokata also seemed to be saying, "Don't worry. Be safe." Dongshan Xiaohong asked with concern. There was obvious reluctance in her eyes, but she wouldn't say it. Afternoon, Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Otonashi Chiya came to the office of General Manager Yoshimura. "I have booked your flight ticket. You will leave for the Soviet Union at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please spend some time with your family tonight," Yoshimura Taki said to Otonashi Chiya. He had already discovered that Otonashi valued his family. This can be seen from the previous incident of fighting against the gangsters. At that time, he asked Otonashi about his willingness to go to the Soviet Union, and Otonashi's condition was to fight against the gangsters, saying that the gangsters threatened his sister's safety. In fact, it was similar to what Yoshimura Taki thought. One of the main reasons why Otonashi Chiya was willing to go to the Soviet Union was that the Tokyo Public Security Bureau agreed to help him eradicate the gangs. Being forced by the cabinet to go to the Soviet Union was only a secondary reason. If he really wanted to fight to the end, no one could do anything to him. Either you wait for a while until your chi and blood attribute is strong enough, then directly activate the complete form of Susanoo to intimidate the cabinet. The deterrent power of a complete form of Susanoo that is more than 100 meters and close to 200 meters is definitely not weaker than that of the complete form of the gun demon. But the most shameless method is the camui space. Once he enters his own camui space and doesn't come out, no one can do anything to him. The means to crack Kamui's space must meet two conditions: one is the demonic power of the sometimes space type, and the other is detailed information about his Mangekyō Sharingan double Kamui, otherwise they would not know that he entered the different space at all. Not to mention that no one can meet the second condition, there is almost no need to worry about the first condition. From beginning to end in the original work, there has never been a space-time type demon that can crack Kamui space. It can be said that as long as Chiya is not careless, the first sight kill of the double Kamui is invincible. However, Chiya felt that there was no need to confront the cabinet for the time being, because he did not want his confrontation with the cabinet to affect the daily lives of Denji, Pokita, and Xiaohong. He was not very opposed to going to the Soviet Union itself. "Okay, please help Manager Fankin," Chiya said politely. "No, we are the ones who are bothering you." Yoshimura Taki shook his head. Chiya smiled slightly, said nothing more, turned around and left the office. When he reached the lobby on the first floor, seniors Hayakawa Aki and Himeno were already waiting for him in the lounge area. "Otonashi-kun, come and sit down. Just listen to Chiya said." Chiya nodded slightly and chatted with Hayakawa Aki and Himeno in the lounge area while drinking tea as usual. "Otonashi-kun, you are going to the Soviet Union tomorrow, right? It seems like we won't be able to see each other for a long time." Chiya sighed with some reluctance. "I remember that Lord Guangxi from the Celestial Empire seemed to have stayed in our Tokyo Public Security Bureau for 9 years before returning, although he also had a lot of paid vacation time during that time. Not for a long time, I come back at least once a week." Chiya explains. "Come back once a week? Doesn't that mean I have to take 2 flights back and forth every week?" Hayakawa Aki was immediately surprised. "I don't have to take a plane every time. My demonic power can do it." Chiya did not give any unnecessary explanation, as long as he did not reveal the principle of the Kamui technique. It can be said that the principles of the Kamui technique are closely related to the Kamui space. As long as he doesn't tell anyone, no one will ever think that he has an alien space of his own. "I see. Your demonic power is truly almighty," Chiya exclaimed immediately. Hayakawa Aki was also very surprised. He knew that Otonashi's demonic power could achieve super-fast movement, just like teleportation. But he didn't expect that Otonashi's demonic power could be used across seas and countries. After all, he didn't think about space teleportation. After chatting for a while, Chiya also said a simple goodbye to Hayakawa Aki and Himeno. In the evening, Dongshan Xiaohong and Densi were both showing off their skills in the kitchen, and Pokita was also joining in the fun. It seems that she wanted to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Chiya before he left. Dongshan Xiaohong has strong hands-on skills because of her family's situation. Although she had rarely eaten delicious food, she often made delicious food for her parents, but after they were done, it was not her turn to eat. Densi has also learned a lot of cooking from watching TV recently, and has long wanted to let brother Chiya taste her improved cooking skills. "Otonashi-kun, how do you feel, brother Chiya?" At this time, Toyama Xiaohong and Densi were looking at Chiya with great anticipation. While looking forward to it, they are also secretly competing with each other, and neither wants to lose to the other in cooking skills. Chapter 72. Chiya tried them all and his comment was, "They are all delicious." If he was asked to compare which one, Xiaohong's or Dianxi's, tasted better, he might as well give a perfunctory answer like this. As expected, Higashiyama Xiaohong and Densi were a little dissatisfied with Chiya's answer, but they did not show it. They didn't ask directly who cooked better. After all, they were just competing secretly, and it would seem a bit too childish to say it directly. What are you still standing there for? Let's eat together. At this time, Chiya said. Dongshan Xiaohong and Diancie didn't think too much about it. They sat back in their seats and started together. At this time, Dongshan Xiaohong tasted one of the dishes made by Diancie and found it tasted very good. She then exclaimed, "Diancie is amazing, the food he made is really delicious." After being praised, Diancie was a little flattered. He seemed to have forgotten everything even though he was just competing. He smiled and said, "It's just so-so. Sister Xiaohong's cooking skills are also great." All of a sudden, they went from competing secretly to praising each other. This is what Chiya wants to see. After dinner, Denji and Pokata went back to their room to play games, and Chiya discussed the salary issue with Toyama Xiaohong. Now that the probation period is over, considering that you still need to take care of Denji, I will no longer pay you by the hour. You will tutor Denji for 1 to 2 hours a day, and your fixed daily salary will be 10,000 yen. Chiya took out 710,000 yuan bills from his pocket and said, "I pay you 1 week's salary in advance every week. Today happens to be Saturday, so this is your salary for next week." In Japan, the first day of the week is Sunday instead of Monday, so today, Saturday, is already the last day of the week. Okay. Dongshan Xiaohong nodded and carefully accepted the 70,000 yen. She plans to cover all household expenses in the future, and save the remaining money for college. Of course, Chiya not only gave Xiaohong a salary, he also left hundreds of thousands of dollars for Denji at one time. He had specially applied for 2 or 3 bank cards before, and gave one of them to Diancie. The reason why he acted so casually now was that he had already received last month's salary from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The basic salary plus various bonuses totaled more than 6 million yen, not including the year-end bonus and other benefits. He made more than 6 million yuan a month, and after giving hundreds of thousands of yuan to Diancie and Xiaohong, he still had about 6 million yuan left and was not short of money at all. However, he had already exchanged part of it into Soviet currency, namely rubles, so he didn't have to wait until tomorrow to arrive in the Soviet Union to exchange currency temporarily. The next morning, Chiya went to the airport to catch a flight. The trip was from Tokyo to Lennengrad. Another name for Lennengrad is St. Petersburg. In Chiya's previous life, Lennengrad was renamed St. Petersburg after the collapse of the Soviet Union, but in the world of Chainsaw Man, the Soviet Union did not collapse, so the name Lennengrad was not changed. According to the notice from General Fankin, he will work in the Lennengrad military headquarters next. The Soviet Union is different from Japan. Japan's demon hunters are divided into public security and civilians, while the Soviet Union's demon hunters are said to be divided into military and civilians. 10 hours later, Chiya arrived at Lennengrad Airport. As soon as he stepped out of the cabin and landed, a system prompt sounded suddenly in his mind. Ding! Host activates the achievement Arrival in the Soviet Union and receives the reward, Russian Grandmaster. At this moment, Chiya directly mastered Russian, and it was at the Grandmaster level, which is probably not much worse than a native Russian speaker. Soon after getting off the plane, someone greeted him. He was a young Soviet man wearing a very recognizable military uniform, probably a demon hunter from the Leningrad military. When he saw Chiya's eyes, he was stunned for a moment. He had never seen such strange blood-red eyes. Then he deliberately said to Chiya in Japanese with a strong Russian accent, "You are Mr. Chiya from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau in Japan, right?" "That's right." Chiya nodded and spoke directly in Russian. When he heard that he was speaking Russian, the other party was stunned for a moment before reacting, "So you can speak Russian, that's much more convenient." He is one of the few demon hunters in the Leningrad military who can speak Japanese, so this time he is responsible for communicating with Chiya. But after all, his Japanese is not very good and it feels a bit awkward to speak it, so it would be best if the other person could speak Russian. Chiya asked directly, so what should we do next? Should we go directly to your Lennengrad military headquarters? The young man in military uniform was surprised that Chiya spoke Russian so well, at least much better than his Japanese. Yes, you can just take my car and go there together later. After passing through airport customs, Chiya got into the car of a young man in military uniform. In the car, he asked some questions. Excuse me, do you know the general arrangements for my work in the future? My superiors should have made the arrangements, but I'm not sure. I only know that your partner will be that man. The young man in military uniform replied. Which one? Chiya asked with a little confusion. He is the strongest demon hunter in our Lennengrad military headquarters, but you probably don't know him yet. You will be able to meet him when you arrive at the military headquarters. The tone of the young man in military uniform sounded quite serious. It seemed that the man he was talking about must be very powerful. Okay. Chiya didn't say anything more, you'll find out when you get there. Less than half an hour later, the car drove into the Lennengrad military headquarters. The architectural style here looks like a military camp, and there are people in military uniforms everywhere. Although our place is very similar to a military camp, the demon hunters working here are not soldiers in the traditional sense, and they do not need to undergo various training every day. Their daily work content is similar to that of your Japanese public security demon hunters. At this time, the young man in military uniform who was driving explained to Chiya, we are equivalent to a department under the military, separate from the traditional soldiers. I see. Thanks for the explanation. Chiya nodded. After hearing what the other party said, he roughly understood it. The only difference is the name, one is military and the other is public security, but the work content is almost the same. That's good enough. Once we find a parking space, you can come with me to report in. The young man in military uniform said. He thought it would be difficult to explain to the other party, but thanks to the other party's ability to speak Russian, it was much more convenient for him to explain directly in Russian. Chapter 73. After reporting, Chiya was assigned to the Special Operations Force First Team. All demon hunters working in the military are members of the Special Operations Force. Afterwards, Chiya met directly with the Minister of the Lennengrad Military, a position that was roughly equivalent to the Chief of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The Minister of the Military was a middle-aged man with a long, hideous-looking scar on his face, probably from a battle with a demon. The uniform he wore was different and had medals on it. A pair of unique blood-red eyes. Are you Chiya from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau? In the office, the military chief stood up and said to Chiya. Apparently he had learned about Chiya in advance. Looking at the other person's eyes, they were indeed as strange and weird as described. Most people would not have pupils of this shape. Yes, that's me. Chiya nodded slightly. You are new here. If you feel uncomfortable in the future, you can directly raise it. The attitude of the Minister of Military Affairs was also good, at least he didn't put on airs. Okay. Chiya's way. You should already know that you will be working in the Special Operations Force Team 1. I would like to remind you that the work intensity in Team 1 is the highest, but with your previous experience in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, it should be no problem. The Minister of the Army said. Chiya smiled but said nothing. He really didn't care and had great confidence in his double camui. But even if he did have any objections, he probably had no choice. This was not only an arrangement made by the Lennengrad military, but also possibly by the Soviet high-level officials. And your future partner will be the captain of Special Operations Force 1. After saying this, the minister of the army seemed to say to the outside of the door, "Tsar, come in." Tsar. Otonashishiya was immediately puzzled. There can't be anyone really called this, right? In the Soviet era, the name Tsar was given. Isn't that a bit too much? It's just his code name. His real name is Shen Yu, but he doesn't like people calling him by his real name, so we all call him by his favorite code name Tsar. I suggest you pay attention to that as well. The military chief explained. I see. Otonashishiya nodded slightly. Then, there was the sound of someone pushing open the door behind me. Crunch! Otonashishiya turned his head and saw a tall and slender young man with delicate features walking in. No, delicate is not enough to describe it, the more precise word is beautiful. The young man was wearing a military cap. His face was not only beautiful but also very fair. The well-fitting military uniform made his figure look very slender. This was the first time Otonashishiya wanted to use the word handsome to describe a man. If a certain part of the other person's body had not been as flat as an airport, he would have almost thought that this guy was a woman. This young man must be the Shen Yu mentioned by the Minister of Military Affairs, codenamed Tsar. However, Otonashishiya felt that this code name was a bit awkward. Tsar, he will be your partner from now on, and also your first partner. You two should get to know each other better. The military chief said to Shen Yu. However, Kamai's beautiful face was as cold as ice, and she looked at Otonashishiya with extremely cold eyes. Otonashishiya smiled, stood up and introduced himself. I'm Otonashishiya, from Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Shen Yu just nodded slightly to him and said nothing. As if knowing that the Minister of Military Affairs had already introduced him, Shen Yu was too lazy to say any more nonsense. I hope you can get my approval. Shen Yu left the office after leaving only these words. Otonashishiya smiled awkwardly but politely and looked at the military chief. The Minister of the Military Department also looked like he had a headache and rubbed his forehead. The Tsar is like this, so I said that you will be his first partner. I hope you don't mind too much. He had recommended several partners to Shen Yu before, but Shen Yu did not recognize their abilities and they ultimately failed to form a formal partnership. Whether you mind or not is another matter. What kind of job should I do next? Otonashishiya was not going to lose his composure over such a matter, and spoke calmly. From now on, you will be his partner, but he may not recognize you as his official partner for the time being. The military minister said with an embarrassed look on his face, I already know about your previous deeds in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. I think your strength is no problem. As long as you can exert your normal strength, he will naturally not be like today. He then added, I'm sorry that you've been wronged, but it was our superiors who asked us to let Tsar partner with you. There really is no better choice than him. Although he may not be the strongest demon hunter in the entire Soviet Union, he is undoubtedly the strongest in our Leningrad military. Good guy. Otonashishiya was thinking that he had just arrived at the Leningrad military headquarters, and he was already being strengthened. Not only do you have to partner with the so-called strongest right away, you also have to get the recognition of this strongest. However, this intensity is not a problem for him. It's okay. Now that I'm here, I'll try my best to cooperate with your arrangements. Otonashishiya said to the military chief with a faint smile. Well, then go and look at the dormitories first. You can choose any vacant dormitory you like. The Minister of the Army said. After this conversation, his first impression of the young man was quite admiring. Most people would probably give up in their hearts, or at least frown, when they meet a troublesome partner like Shen Yu. However, the expression on this young man's face was always calm, and it could be seen that he had a very calm mind, which was probably honed by long-term fighting with demons. Chapter 74. Because the Leningrad military headquarters was like a military camp. The dormitories for all demon hunters and staff are also within the military headquarters, but unlike traditional military barracks dormitories, the military headquarters dormitories are basically apartment suites and do not have such strict military management. Otonashishiya randomly chose a single-room suite, which was fully equipped with all the necessary facilities. At least he didn't have to buy the furniture himself and then move in. It was already late at night when we chose the dormitory. It's just right to go to bed directly. Tomorrow I will officially start working in the Lennengrad military headquarters. Otonashishiya slept normally until he woke up naturally, and just after he finished washing up, he heard someone knocking on the door. Who? Otonashishiya asked directly in Russian. I am the demon hunter who is responsible for taking you to familiarize yourself with the Lennengrad military department. A boy's voice came from outside the door, but the tone sounded a little weak, giving people a feeling of lack of confidence. Otonashishiya immediately went over to open the door. It was impossible for outsiders to enter a place like the military camp. Outside the door was a short boy wearing a military uniform, who looked about the same age as him, perhaps 18 at most. Her facial features are fairly delicate, but she has some pimples on her face, and she obviously doesn't look very confident. Hello, my name is Ian, and I'm a member of the 5th Special Operations Team. The boy introduced himself. Hello, my name is Otonashishiya. Otonashishiya still stretched out his right hand out of habit. After all, the handshake when meeting for the first time is universally used. Seeing this, Ian quickly held Otonashishiya's right hand with both hands, appearing very respectful but a little humble. The impression given to Otonashishiya is much better than that guy Kamui. Ian had his head down, but when shaking hands, he looked up at Otonashishiya and was immediately frightened by Otonashishiya's bloodshot eyes. He knew that there were many rare eye colors in the world, but this was the first time he had seen blood-red eyes, and some even had strange shapes. Otonashishiya could see that the other party was a little frightened by his eyes, and then explained, "This is my demon power. I'm sorry that it seems to have scared you." "Oh, no, I'm just making a fuss." Ian apologized to Otonashishiya instead. Then he got down to business, "Then I'll take you to our cafeteria for breakfast." This was the task assigned to him by the captain after he applied to his superiors. The task was simple, which was to take the newly arrived Otonashishiya to familiarize himself with all aspects of their Lennengrad military headquarters. The reason why he was asked to take on this responsibility was that he was too introverted and had poor interpersonal relationships. The captain planned to use this relatively simple task to train him. He just wanted to change himself, so he accepted the task. "Okay, thank you for your help then." Otonashishiya gladly accepted. It would be better if someone specially took him to familiarize himself with the place, otherwise he wouldn't even know where to eat. Ian heaved a sigh of relief. He had been a little worried that this foreigner he had never met might not be easy to get along with, but now he found that his worries seemed completely unnecessary. Afterwards, Ian brought Otonashishiya to the cafeteria. It is the common military camp canteen, or similar to a university cafeteria. There are demon hunters in military uniforms all around, and now is the time for everyone to have breakfast. "Mr. Otonashi, you can choose anything here. It's all free, but you need to be careful not to waste food." Now that he knew Otonashishiya was an easygoing person, Ian wasn't as reserved as he was at the beginning. "I see. Otonashishiya's way." He also almost realized that Ian in front of him was timid and introverted, but he seemed to be trying hard to communicate with him. In this case, it is even less likely that he would make things difficult for the other party. However, after looking around the cafeteria, there weren't many things that Otonashishiya found appetizing. There was a saying circulating in the circle of overseas students in his previous life. "A waiter goes out and a cook comes back." This statement is not an exaggeration at all, because foreign food is difficult to suit the taste of Hyuxia people. Japanese food is okay, but the food from countries like Russia is the most difficult to get used to. But Hyuxia restaurants abroad are generally very expensive, so most students studying abroad have to cook for themselves, which can save money and satisfy their appetite. Finally, Otonashishiya randomly selected a large piece of long bread and a glass of milk. "Mr. Otonashi, are you used to the food?" Sitting in his seat, Ian suddenly asked Otonashishiya. It's a good question, but Otonashishiya doesn't usually answer it so directly. Well enough. Otonashishiya knew it was nonsense, so he simply didn't say anything. After all, it was impossible for the cafeteria here to change the food to suit his taste just because of him. After that, he could just find a place to eat outside or buy some groceries and cook them in the dormitory. There is a kitchen in his dormitory, which is fully equipped with all the necessary functions. That's good. If there's anything you're not used to, just tell me and I'll report it to my superiors immediately. Ian said with a smile. Moreover, Ian's smile can give people a healing feeling and looks more comfortable. Otonashishiya suddenly felt that it would be great if his partner was Ian. Regardless of his ability, at least he would be more comfortable to get along with than Shen Yu. Partners don't necessarily have to have equal strength, it's enough to be able to help each other. His strength can help Ian hunt demons, and Ian can also help him get familiar with this strange place, and he can also ask Ian for feedback if there is anything. Ian, is the one next to you the demon hunter from Japan? I heard he's very strong, and he's teaming up with the captain of Team 1. I wonder who's stronger between the two of them. You mean the guy called Tsar? There's no need to compare. Tsar is definitely stronger. How strong can a demon hunter be in a small place like Japan? The demon hunters around had noticed Ian and Otonashishiya and started talking about it. They obviously didn't think much of a small place like Japan. After all, there was a huge gap in national strength between the Soviet Union and Japan. But Otonashishiya doesn't care, he's not a real Japanese anyway. Ian was a little afraid to speak in front of so many people and could only smile foolishly. However, at this moment, those people suddenly became quiet. Otonashishiya was a little confused about what was going on, and when he turned around, he found that it was Shen Yu who came. Others seemed to be in awe of this guy and dared to whisper about him in private, but they would never mention Shen Yu. Shen Yu walked to Otonashishiya's desk, and seemed to have something to ask Otonashishiya. Ian, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chapter 75. Only Otonashishiya remained calm and said calmly, "What's the matter?" If Ian hadn't dared to move, he would have wanted to hide behind Otonashishiya directly. He couldn't bear the oppressive feeling of Shen Yu. "You should start working today. Follow me later. I'll be waiting for you outside." Shen Yu's expression was still as cold as before, and his tone was emotionless. After saying that, he walked out of the cafeteria. Otonashishiya was suddenly speechless. This guy not only has a paralyzed expression, but also has a strong aura. It turns out that he was just telling him this one thing. If you didn't know, you would think that this guy wanted to be real with him. When Shen Yu went out, Otonashishiya couldn't help but ask Ian beside him, "Has that guy always been like this?" Yes, but we'd better not talk about him anymore." Ian didn't dare to talk about Shen Yu loudly, and was obviously very afraid of Shen Yu. "All right." Otonashishiya did not embarrass Ian and stopped talking to him about Shen Yu. After finishing breakfast, he walked out of the cafeteria. Ian didn't dare to come out with them and remained sitting in the cafeteria. Looking at Shen Yu, Otonashishiya said helplessly, "So, what should we do next?" "You should tell me, right? Just follow me." Shen Yu said expressionlessly. Yes. Otonashishiya said in a perfunctory tone. After a while, Kanzuki brought Otonashishiya to a building. At first Otonashishiya didn't know what this place was, but after entering he found that it should be a training ground. The venue is very large, with a variety of training equipment and a special fighting arena. At this time, Shinayu adjusted the military cap on his head with one hand and said to Otonashishiya, "If you can hurt me, I will recognize you as my partner." It was obvious that Shinayu was planning to spar with Otonashishiya. "Hurt you? As long as I can hurt you a little bit, that's enough, right?" Otonashishiya asked calmly. "Of course, the premise is that you can really do it." Shen Yu's words sounded very confident. "Why don't you try and find out?" Otonashishiya took off his public security uniform and was left wearing only a short-sleeved shirt underneath. Although the climate in the Soviet Union is cold all year round, with his current chi and blood attributes, there is basically no such thing as being afraid of the cold. There is also heating in the room, and he doesn't like to sweat too much. Actually, he is still wearing the uniform of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. He has to wait for the military uniform specially customized for him by the Lennengrad military headquarters to be produced. Shen Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked into the fighting arena. This was the first time Otonashishiya saw an expression on Kanzuki's face, as if she thought he was overestimating his abilities. Team 1's captain has a new partner. I heard it's the guy from Tokyo Public Security Bureau, right? That's right. But every time the minister finds a partner for the Tsar, it always ends in misery. They always give up after being taught a lesson in this way. He is the Tsar after all. He is too powerful to be defeated in both physical skills and demonic power. No one in our entire Lennengrad military can defeat him. There were also many demon hunters in the training grounds, and they were all aware of the strength of Team 1 Captain Shen Yu. Because of this, almost none of them were optimistic about Otonashishiya, and some didn't even think that Otonashishiya had a chance to hurt Shen Yu. At this time, although Ian was very afraid of Shen Yu, he still sneaked in quietly. He knew that the Tsar would definitely bring Otonashishiya here. This was the Tsar's usual way of treating every partner he disapproved of. So he found this place and wanted to cheer for Otonashishiya. At this point, Otonashishiya and Kamui were already ready in the ring, and there was no need for a referee. After all, they were just sparring. "Mr. Otonashi, come on." At this moment, Otonashishiya suddenly heard Ian's voice behind him. He couldn't help but look back at Ian, and was immediately moved. Ian was the only one in the audience who cheered him on. Others did not laugh at Ian, but thought that Ian was still too naive and too kind. "Bring it on." Kanzuki seemed a little unhappy that Otonashishiya was distracted when fighting him, and his tone became a little colder. Otonashishiya turned around, no longer smiling as before, his expression suddenly became extremely serious, and his expression was even more expressionless than Shen Yu's. He didn't intend to fight seriously at first, but wanted to use physical skills to fight Shen Yu for a few moves to see how capable this guy is. If you use the camui technique directly, it would be too bullying. Most people cannot avoid the attack of camui and twist their heads. Otonashishiya kicked hard with his back foot, and cracks suddenly appeared on the ring made of special stone. He rushed towards Shen Yu like an arrow shot from a bow and punched Shen Yu in the face with all his strength. However, Shen Yu looked proud and confident, and did not even dodge or evade, and took Otonashishiya's punch head-on. The moment his fist hit, Otonashishiya immediately realized that something was wrong. His fist was numb. Moreover, his Mangekyō Sharingan saw that Shen Yu had made a move, and he did it very quickly, stabbing his abdomen with the fingertips of his palm, which was as sharp and fierce as a blade. He felt that if he didn't have the Mangekyō Sharingan, he would never be able to react to the opponent's counterattack. But the reality is that Otonashishiya did have it, and he hollowed the moment he realized it, and Shen Yu's palm went straight through his abdomen. Shen Yu immediately noticed something was wrong, and his pupils suddenly shrank. His hand knife actually didn't stab the other party. Since this was a split-second fight, the other people around hadn't reacted yet to what was happening, and they couldn't see Otonashishiya and Kamui's movements with their naked eyes. Still they're marveling. That guy and the Tsar are both so fast. At this time, Otonashishiya's hollow body had also dodged, and in the instant after dodging, he used his right leg to sweep high towards Shinayu. However, the situation was the same as before. This high kick and the previous punch failed to hurt Shinayu at all. Shinayu gave Otonashishiya a super high-speed hand knife counterattack, but he still used hollow to make it penetrate his body. Shenyu's hand knife counterattack failed again. Not only did Otonashishiya feel that Kamitsuki was a little weird, Kamitsuki also frowned slightly, as if Otonashishiya's strength was a little beyond his expectations. It was only then that the surrounding demon hunters realized that the Tsar and the young man had already exchanged several moves, but the young man had not fallen yet. Chapter 76. Is this your demonic power? At this time Shenyu couldn't help but ask. Your demonic powers are pretty strong too. Otonashishiya also stopped attacking and smiled faintly. Shenyu did not respond, but did not deny it either. Otonashishiya didn't intend to laugh with this guy anymore. The smile on his face suddenly stopped, and his left eye camui suddenly widened, focusing on Shinayu's left arm. He had already seen that it was unlikely that the guy in front of him had trained himself to the point of being invulnerable to swords and guns through physical training. He must have used some kind of demonic power to strengthen his body, and his entire body was absolutely defensive. As strong as Guangxi and Anbian are, their physical defense is only much stronger than that of ordinary people if they rely purely on physical skills, but it is not to this exaggerated extent. But no matter how strong the body's defense is, it is still physical defense. Attacking Kamui can be ignored. Shenyu suddenly felt that the space next to him was distorted by something, and was tearing his left arm. His expression changed slightly and his eyes trembled violently. Although he was caught off guard, his first reaction was that this thing was very dangerous, and he quickly tried to avoid this space Uzumaki. The speed at which the binocular Kamui distorts space is much faster than that of a single eye. Even though Shenyu dodged immediately, a large wound was still torn on his left arm, and it could be seen that the bone was broken. If he had been a little slower, his entire arm would have been lost and he would have been transferred into Otonashishiya's Kamui space. What is this? It seems that Kanzuki's facial paralysis has been completely cured by Otonashishiya, and her beautiful face is no longer as cold as an iceberg as before. In the Lennengrad military headquarters, he had never been hurt by anyone, whether human or demon. His self-confidence comes from his indestructible physical defense. But just now, the indestructible golden body that he was so proud of was broken by the opponent using some unknown strange means. Not only was he injured, but if his reaction had been a little slower, his arm would have been gone. Even so, his left arm was broken. Nothing, I just don't want to waste any more time. Otonashishiya said calmly, didn't you say that as long as I can hurt you, it will be fine? Then I can leave now. After saying that, he turned and left the fighting arena. This time it was just a small lesson for the opponent. An injury like a broken arm was nothing for a demon hunter. The Tokyo Public Security Bureau has such advanced medical care, so there is no reason why the Lennengrad Military Department should not have it either. If an arm is broken, it can be reattached easily. You have to know that the Soviet Union was able to transform humans into weapon humans, directly transforming ordinary humans into weapon humans. A country that has this kind of technology will definitely have good medical methods. However, this was a huge psychological blow to Shenyu. His indestructible golden body was broken for the first time, and he was probably going to doubt his life. When Otonashishiya stepped down from the ring and walked into the crowd, the other demon hunters subconsciously stepped back. What kind of terrifying demonic power could have caused such severe injuries to the Tsar? Shenyu was already a monster in their eyes, and now this young man was even more of a monster among monsters. At this time, Otonashishiya had already walked in front of Ian. Let's go, I still need you to take me to familiarize myself with this military department. He didn't mention the word recognition just now because he didn't care whether he was recognized by Shenyu or not. If he could change partners, he would definitely prefer to partner with Ian. How about trying to apply to the Minister of Military Affairs today? Oh. Ian was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses. He was also shocked by the strength Otonashishiya had just shown. He was actually able to suppress the Tsar. Looking at the backs of Otonashishiya and Ian leaving together, Shen Yu's eyes sank slightly. The broken arm didn't actually feel like anything to him as he had a very high tolerance for pain. What made him feel a little uncomfortable was something else. Afterwards, Shen Yu supported his broken left arm with his right hand and walked out of the training ground with an expressionless face. He needed to get his arm treated. Even though Shen Yu looked a little embarrassed, this Tsar was still very majestic to the demon hunters around him. They didn't dare to get close, let alone talk about anything, for fear that Shen Yu, who was in a bad mood, would take his anger out on them. Even though Shen Yu was just defeated by Otonashishiya, even if they all attacked together, they would still not be a match for Shen Yu. After all, if it weren't for Otonashishiya's camui technique that just happened to restrain Shen Yu's absolute defense, the combination of absolute defense and super high-speed hand knife counterattack would be really powerful. After Shen Yu had been gone for quite a while, the many demon hunters present dared to discuss in low voices. I can't believe it. There is actually someone who can break through the absolute defense of the Tsar. Although absolute defense is said to have weaknesses, that young man just twisted the Tsar's arm out of thin air. What kind of demonic power does he have? Well, I was completely dumbfounded. Fortunately, I didn't say anything before. I just thought in my heart that the Tsar would definitely win. What kind of monster did the military leaders invite? I feel like his strength is almost comparable to that of the oldest demon hunter in the Celestial Empire, right? They were already impressed by the amazing strength that Otonashishiya had just demonstrated, and would never dare to underestimate that young man again. Otherwise, that young man could even suppress Shen Yu. If he didn't like them, wouldn't he be able to pin them to the ground and crush them? Next, Ian continued to take Otonashishiya to familiarize himself with the entire Lennengrad military headquarters, intending to let Otonashishiya get to know all the places in the military headquarters today. Mr. Otonashi, this is the swimming pool. At this time, Ian was introducing an open-air swimming pool in front of him to Otonashishiya. After realizing Otonashishiya's strength, Ian, who was already less reserved, became even more reserved. I was worried that I might not have done something well enough and Mr. Otonashi would be dissatisfied. Mr. Otonashi's extraordinary ability also brought him huge pressure. I get it, but I'm probably not even older than you, so it's a bit weird to keep calling me Mr. Otonashi. Just call me Otonashi. Otonashishiya couldn't help but mention it. Sir is a more formal term of address, generally used to refer to all men in formal occasions. In daily life, no one would call each other sir repeatedly. This is a bit bad. Ian always called him Mr. Otonashi because he respected Otonashishiya very much and did not dare to be rude or neglectful in any way. What's wrong with that? I feel a little uncomfortable when you keep calling me Mr. Otonashi. Otonashishiya smiled awkwardly. Okay. Otonashi. Hearing Otonashishiya say that he was uncomfortable, Ian immediately changed his address. Chapter 77. By noon, Ian had already taken Otonashishiya to all the places in the military headquarters. By the way, come with me to Minister Levin's office. I have something to tell him. At this time, Otonashishiya suddenly spoke. Oh, okay. Ian didn't ask what it was about, but nodded obediently. He then followed Otonashishiya to the office building where the Minister of Military Affairs was located. Arriving at the office door, Otonashishiya knocked gently. Minister Levin, I am Otonashishiya. Come in. After hearing Minister Levin's response, Otonashishiya opened the door and walked in. Looking at Otonashishiya, Minister Levin suddenly remembered what happened in the morning and couldn't help but say, I heard that you had a competition with the Tsar this morning, and you won. Sure enough, your strength is as unpredictable as described in the intelligence. He must have recognized your strength now. Minister Levan, thank you for your compliment. I came to see you this time for something. Otonashishiya said in a calm tone. What is it? Minister Levan asked. I think Ian might be a better partner for me, so I would like to apply to change my partner to Ian. Otonashishiya directly stated the purpose of his visit. Change partners. Minister Levan's expression suddenly became a little stunned. He didn't expect Otonashishiya to suddenly make this request, and wanted to change his partner from Shinayu to Ian. Although he had never paid much attention to Ian, he knew that Ian's strength was at the bottom of the Lennengrad military, and his weak and unconfident personality made him unsuitable for being a demon hunter. Shen Yu does have a bad personality, but his strength is unquestionable. He just can't beat Otonashishiya. At the same time. Hey! Ian was even more shocked. He could never have imagined that Otonashi came to Minister Levan to partner with him. This was more than just flattery. He felt that he was not worthy of being Otonashi's partner. In the entire Lennengrad military, only the Tsar was powerful enough to match Otonashi. He is very aware of his own strength, and if he partners with Otonashi, he will only hold Otonashi back. To be honest, even I don't have the authority to change your partner. This is all the decision of the military leaders. At this time, Minister Levan said somewhat embarrassedly. Their Lennengrad military department was just a branch of the military. As a military minister, he had little say in the military. The top military officials were his top superiors, and he could not shake their decisions. All right. Otonashishiya didn't feel disappointed at all, as he had always thought the probability of success was not high. He did this mainly to make a statement, asking people not to give him any more troublesome things. Minister Levan also noticed Otonashishiya's dissatisfaction with Shinayu, so he continued, however, under the premise of not changing your partner, I can try to relax the restrictions on you. Except for work and missions, you don't have to contact the Tsar at other times. This is the biggest compromise he can make with his current voice. That's fine too. Otonashishiya nodded slightly. According to Minister Levan, although he is still a partner with Shen Yu, they are just colleagues when hunting demons, and he can completely avoid interacting with Shen Yu in daily life, etc. At this time, Ian couldn't help but say, Otonashi, is this really okay? The Tsar He was mainly worried that the Tsar would be unhappy when he heard about it. No problem, don't worry. Otonashishiya's faint smile. He was thinking, wasn't Shen Yu unwilling to be his partner in the first place? In this case, Shen Yu should be happy to hear this. Oh. Otonashi said so, and Ian felt much more relieved. As luck would have it, at this moment, someone suddenly pushed open the office door. Shen Yu walked in. The injury on his left arm seemed to have fully recovered, and he was wearing a new military uniform. Although his expression was still as cold as usual, when he saw Otonashishiya was also here, there was a subtle change on his face. You are very capable. I recognize that. From now on, I will take you to visit the military headquarters. Kamatsuki bluntly invited Otonashishiya. Ah! This made Otonashishiya a little confused. Isn't the contrast in attitude a bit too great? Ian hid directly behind Otonashishiya, not daring to say a word. He had just anticipated that this might happen, because although the Tsar was cold and arrogant, he attached great importance to strength. Otonashi's strength has obviously convinced the Tsar, so it's not surprising that he would change the pervert degree. But now he was embarrassed. Not to mention Ian, even Minister Levan felt that the scene before him was a bit awkward. He simply stopped talking and let Otonashishiya explain himself. Being invited by Shen Yu like this, Otonashishiya couldn't treat Shen Yu with a bad attitude for a while. I have already made an agreement with Minister Levan that Ian will be the one to familiarize me with the military in other places in the future. Otonashishiya said to Shinayu in a calm tone. Minister Levan's expression suddenly changed slightly. This kid had to involve him. There was a flash of suspicion in Shen Yu's eyes, and he looked at Ian behind Otonashishiya. Ian hid behind Otonashishiya and didn't dare to look at Shinayu at all. Are you sure you're not kidding? There was a hint of disbelief on Shen Yu's face. He couldn't even remember who Ian was, because the weaker the person, the less interested he was in paying attention to them. This also shows that Ian is very weak, but Otonashishiya chooses to associate with the weak? This was something he couldn't understand. Of course I'm not kidding. Otonashishiya said calmly, we are just normal partners at work. He felt that this was not a big deal, he was just politely declining Shen Yu's invitation. At this time, Otonashishiya glanced at the time and felt that it was time to go to lunch. Then there is nothing else to do, let's go Ian. As Otonashishiya walked out of the office, Ian hurriedly followed him, not daring to look back at Shen Yu, as if he would explode if he looked any longer. Only Shen Yu, who lowered his head, and Minister Luan, who had an awkward smile, were left. Shen Yu had one hand on Minister Luan's desk, and suddenly the edge of the desk was crushed by Shen Yu's fingers. Crack! How could these fair and slender hands unleash such incredible power? However, Minister Levan said nothing, as if he had no temper at all. Chapter 78. If Shen Yu gets angry, even Minister Luan will not be able to suppress him. Fortunately, Shen Yu would not get furious about such things. Soon Shen Yu calmed down and said to Levan expressionlessly, Minister, why did you call me here? He came here suddenly because Minister Levan informed him of something important, but he unexpectedly met Otonashishiya. A demon that the local civilian organizations cannot deal with appeared in the Peterhof district. It is said that the demon ate 2 pieces of demon meat from the gun. Ordinary military demon hunters also have difficulty dealing with it. This time, I plan to send you and Otonashishiya to hunt the demon together and let you get used to each other. Minister Levan said. However, the current situation has undergone some unexpected changes, and he is not sure whether Otonashishiya and Shinayu can get along well. I see. Shen Yu said no more and immediately turned around and left the office. At the same time, Otonashishiya and Ian just arrived downstairs in the office building. By the way, is there a mall nearby where I can buy food ingredients? Could you please take me there? At this time, Otonashishiya said to Ian. Ah, then I'll take you there now. Ian then walked towards the military gate. But at this time, Shen Yu had already walked down from upstairs. Shen Yu walked straight towards this side, and Ian was so scared that he couldn't move. However, Shen Yu did not cause trouble for Ian, but said to Otonashishiya in a cold tone, I am conveying a message on behalf of the minister. You have to go with me to the Peterhof district to hunt demons this afternoon. I understand. Let's meet here at around 1 o'clock after I finish lunch. Otonashishiya said calmly. If he needs to go out on a mission, he will definitely try his best to cooperate, as long as Shen Yu doesn't get sick first. Then Shen Yu walked past Otonashishiya, and glanced at Ian faintly when passing by Ian. Ian was immediately frightened by Shen Yu's eyes, and some cold sweat broke out on his face. Fortunately, Shen Yu did not make things difficult for him, but walked away directly. Then Ian breathed a sigh of relief. He forced a smile and said to Otonashishiya, let's go. You don't have to be so scared of that guy. If he has an attack, just tell me directly. I'll protect you. Otonashishiya of course noticed Ian's fear and warned him. Okay. Ian immediately felt relieved. Except for Otonashishiya, anyone in the Lennengrad military who said this was exaggerating. Only Otonashishiya could truly suppress Shen Yu. About 10 minutes later, Ian brought Otonashishiya to a shopping mall closest to the Lennengrad military headquarters, which sold everything, including various ingredients. "Oh Tonashi, are you planning to buy some ingredients and cook for yourself? The food in the cafeteria doesn't suit your taste." Ian couldn't help but ask. "After all, I just arrived in a foreign country, and I prefer to cook for myself." "Oh Tonashi," Chiya explained. "Oh, then have you exchanged rubles? If not, I can help you pay first." Ian was very thoughtful and even considered whether Otonashi Chiya had exchanged currency. "No, I already exchanged it before I came here." Otonashi Chiya explains. Then he bought some ingredients, seasonings, tableware, and some snacks and fruits needed for today's lunch and dinner, and then went back. Back at the Lennengrad military headquarters, Otonashi Chiya and Ian are about to separate. "Then I'm going to the cafeteria to eat. Please be careful when we carry out the mission this afternoon," Ian said with concern even though he knew Otonashi was very strong. "Well, don't worry." Otonashi Chiya waved goodbye and returned to his dormitory. The dormitory is fully equipped and cooking is quite convenient. Because he had been eating with Denji, Xiaohong, and Pokata for a long time, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable cooking and eating by himself this time. After lunch, Otonashi Chiya took a short break, and around 1 p.m. he went downstairs in the office building to meet up with Shen Yu. "As soon as I arrived at the place, I could see Shen Yu leaning against the wall with his hands folded across his chest, his head slightly lowered so that the brim of his military cap blocked his eyes, but his slender figure and fair skin were very recognizable. "I am coming." At this time, Otonashi Chiya spoke. "Then let's go." Shen Yu raised his head slightly, then set off. Otonashi Chiya remained silent and left the Lennengrad military headquarters with Shen Yu. Halfway through the walk, Otonashi Chiya asked Shen Yu with some concern, "Hey, I want to ask why you have such a big problem with Ian." He couldn't quite understand why Shen Yu seemed to have a lot of opinions about Ian. Ian is a new member of the 5th Squad of the Special Operations Force, and Shen Yu is the captain of the 1st Squad. And with Ian's personality, it stands to reason that he wouldn't have offended Shen Yu before, right? After a moment of silence, Shen Yu replied. "First of all, I don't say hello. Secondly, I don't have a problem with him. It's just normal for the strong to look down on the weak. There doesn't need to be any reason. For example, if you are stronger than me, you don't need any reason to despise me." Obviously, not only was Shen Yu not unconvinced, he also admitted that Otonashi Chiya was stronger than him. Otonashi Chiya was speechless. "Your personality is really a bit different from ordinary people. This guy not only has a strong personality, but also believes in the strong. If you are stronger than this guy, it's okay to get along with him. On the contrary, if you are weaker than this guy, I guess no one would want to get close to him." Shen Yu did not deny it. "Many people say this about me. But you don't want me to call you hello, but your code name, how should I put it, it's a bit awkward." Otonashi Chiya was slightly embarrassed. The code name Tsar gave him a full sense of middle school, which was awkward to begin with, and he was asked to use this code name to address Shen Yu. Hearing this, Shen Yu immediately turned his head and looked at Otonashi Chiya. "Is it really embarrassing?" As he spoke, his cold face looked extremely serious. It was as if he was completely unaware that this code name would be awkward, and he also cared a lot about whether it would really be awkward. Kanzuki's serious expression suddenly silenced Otonashi Chiya. This guy has never discovered it, right? But it's also true that, with Shen Yu's strength, other people really don't dare to say this to Shen Yu's face. Only Otonashi Chiya can do this. If it were anyone else, they would probably be torn apart by Kamui. Honestly, it's embarrassing. Otonashi Chiya speaks the truth. Not only does he have a sinister heart and wants to attack Shen Yu, he also doesn't want to call Shen Yu by such an awkward code name. What's wrong with just calling her by her real name? Chapter 79. Hearing Otonashi Chiya say that it was awkward, Kanzuki's beautiful face stiffened slightly. Normally, he doesn't show any emotion on his face easily, which means Otonashishiya's words were a big blow to him. After all, this is a code name that he has always felt is in line with his own strength and temperament. No one had ever said anything wrong with this code name in front of him. Otonashishiya was the first and only one. But it may also be because of the different cultural influences we have received since childhood. This code name is probably very normal in the eyes of you Soviets. After hitting Shinayu, Otonashishiya gently comforted Shinayu. But what he said was indeed true. After all, Tsar comes from the Latin title Gai Esse in ancient Rome. The two words Gai Esse feel okay, but translated into Hyuxia it means Tsar. Then, Otonashishiya continued, then can you please take care of me as a foreigner? For example, call you by your real name. Unexpectedly, Shenyu readily agreed, whatever you like. In fact, this is because he has already acknowledged that Otonashishiya is stronger than him. In his opinion, the weak have no right to refuse or resist the strong. So as long as Otonashishiya made a request, he would basically comply. Otonashishiya was a little surprised. Didn't Minister Luan say that Shenyu doesn't like people calling him by his real name? Unexpectedly, I agreed to him without any hesitation. Then I will call you Shenyu from now on. When Otonashishiya said this, two demon hunters from the military happened to walk by. When they heard Otonashishiya say the word Kamizuki, their eyes widened and they looked at Otonashishiya with extremely shocked eyes. Now almost everyone in the entire Lennengrad military knew that the real name of the Tsar must never be spoken in front of the Tsar. Although this young man seemed to be the newcomer from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, it stood to reason that someone would have reminded him. At this moment, the Tsar was right next to him, and this young man actually dared to call him by his real name. Obviously, they might have just come back from outside and didn't know what happened in the morning. However, just when they thought that the young man was doomed, they heard Shenyu respond expressionlessly, yet. This time they were even more stunned. Could it be that the Tsar has become more tempered now? They were extremely suspicious, but they didn't dare to take the risk to try it. Afterwards, Otonashishiya and Kamui walked out of the military headquarters. After waiting for a while in front of the military gate, a car took them away. There were special people driving them to the mission site. Compared with Japan, the Soviet Union had a vast area and a sparse population, so driving a car was the most convenient. Lennengrad is divided into more than a dozen administrative districts. The number of administrative districts often changes in reality, so it is written vaguely here. It is also divided into the city center and suburbs, and Peterhof is one of the suburbs. As soon as he arrived at the mission site, Otonashishiya saw a familiar scene. Since the police in the Soviet era were called militia or civilian police, this area was blocked by the police. But the Soviet Union had a strong mobilization capability, and at a glance there were at least hundreds of police officers surrounding the area. Then you can see some people who are not wearing police uniforms. These people should be Soviet civilian demon hunters. How is it going? Otonashishiya continued his habit when he was in Tokyo Public Security Bureau and asked about the situation right away. Who are you? Otonashishiya's uniform had not yet been customized, and the police thought he was a civilian demon hunter when they saw the ordinary clothes he was wearing. Especially the East Asian appearance made the police even more confused. At this time, Shenyu said directly, "He is my partner, I am from the Lennengrad Military Special Operations Force." Because Otonashishiya had told him that his code name was awkward before, he couldn't help but pause halfway through his speech before continuing, Team 1 Captain Tsar. Oh. So you are the demon hunters from the Lennengrad military. You are finally here. The police officer was immediately surprised. They are just waiting for the demon hunters from the military to come, and they are getting very anxious. Because the demons inside may rush out at any time, and their mission is to stop the demons from killing the local residents. If they are not careful, they will lose their lives. And the one who came was the Tsar, a code name that had considerable fame throughout Lennengrad. It is rumored that the Tsar has never failed since the day he entered service, and this rumor is extremely true because many people in their police force have witnessed the strength of the Tsar. As for the partner next to the Tsar, although he is an East Asian whom they don't know at all, as the partner of the Tsar, his strength should not be bad. Now they don't have to worry about whether they can return alive. The demon that appeared this time seems to be a camera demon, and detection shows that there should be more than one gun demon flesh piece in its body. It has been injured by a civilian demon hunter. But those civilian demon hunters also suffered heavy casualties. The camera demon is now hiding in this gymnasium to recover from its injuries. There is blood from human corpses inside that can help it recover. It is also afraid of the large number of civilian demon hunters outside. It will probably not come out for a while before its injuries are healed. At this time, the police were reporting the situation to Chiya and Kamui. Anything else? Like, information about the camera demon? Chiya asked carefully. However, Shen Yu said, "No need, let's just proceed." Chiya smiled awkwardly. Shen Yu is still so arrogant and confident, but he does have the capital to be arrogant. You'll have to ask the civilian demon hunters about this. We don't know much about it, but we've heard that if you stay within the camera demon's sight range for 3 seconds, you'll be seriously injured. If you stay within the camera demon's sight range for more than 10 seconds, you might even die. The police officer said he was not particularly clear, but he still revealed the key features of the camera demon. I see, that's enough. Chiya nodded. He just needed to know what the camera demon's abilities were, there was no need to ask in such detail. Chiya immediately caught up with Shania who was already walking away. The camera demon was hiding in the small indoor gymnasium in front. As soon as the civilian demon hunters around saw Shen Yu, they knew that there was no hope for them. It's the Tsar who's here this time, so there's nothing to worry about. We can probably go back now. No rush. We'll go in later and secretly watch the battle with our backs to the camera demon to see if the Tsar will also be a speedrunner this time. By the way, who is that boy next to him? Why is he East Asian? Did he come from Daxia? Chapter 80. There were 8 civilian demon hunters present, all of whom had fought against the camera demon. As for the injured civilian demon hunters, they have been sent to the hospital. They are unable to carry out the bodies of the dead, and it is already very good for them to be able to get out of the gymnasium alive. They were also aware of the camera demon's abilities, so as long as they stayed far away from it or turned their backs to it, there wouldn't be any big problems. Among these folk demon hunters, there are many little fans of Shen Yu. In their eyes, the Tsar is handsome, cool, and funny, and has absolute strength. He is popular with both men and women. So they plan to sneak in through the back door of the indoor gymnasium to watch the game and see how the Tsar dealt with the camera demon. Meanwhile, Chiya and Kamui have entered the small indoor gymnasium. Not long after he walked in, Chiya used the Mangekyō Sharingan to clearly see the camera demon not far ahead. The appearance of the camera demon is a giant and ugly camera, especially the diameter of the camera head, which is at least 4 or 5 meters, and a dry mouth grows under the camera head. It has a torso, hands, and legs, but they are all human limbs that have almost mummified. The height when standing is estimated to be about 10 meters. At this point the camera demon is feeding on a human corpse, specifically to recover strength and injuries by drinking blood. Chiya naturally would not just stand there and watch. His left eye immediately focused and he unscrewed the big head of the camera demon, which was the camera, and Space Uzumaki transferred the head into the camui space. Shinayu found that Chiya used the same method he used to deal with him before, and he was still a little shocked to see it again. The civilian demon hunters who entered the gymnasium from the back door happened to witness this scene. How come the camera demon's head suddenly disappeared? It is obvious that the Tsar and his partner are still so far apart. It should be some kind of demonic power that I have never seen before, but the camera demon is not so easy to kill. After drinking so much blood, the regenerative power is probably stronger. Oops, I forgot to remind the Tsar and the others. This is the most disgusting ability of the camera demon. They immediately started discussing. The so-called regenerative power is actually the ability of the camera demon to go back in time after being strengthened by the gun demon's flesh. At most it can go back to a few seconds ago. For example, the camera demon a few seconds ago was intact. As long as it did not die immediately, it could activate the backtracking ability in a half-dead state and instantly be full of blood a few seconds ago. They, the civilian demon hunters, are troubled by this ability of the camera demon. Of course, this ability also has a weakness, that is, it has a cooling down time, and it is not possible to go back in time at any time. Each use will extend the cooling time. For example, the first time you use the backtracking ability, it will take 10 seconds to cool down. After the second use, it will take about 20 seconds to cool down, and so on. They had previously used this cooling time to injure the camera demon, but the casualties among their civilian demon hunters were even more severe, so they had to retreat temporarily and seek help from the Lennengrad military headquarters. Now that the camera demon has drunk so much human blood, not only have its injuries recovered, but the cooling down time of its backtracking ability has probably also been reset, and it may even become stronger. As expected, even without a head, the camera demon did not die immediately, and was able to activate its retracing ability normally. The next moment, the camera demon retraced his steps to become himself a few seconds ago. It's useless he he he. All I heard was the camera demon laughing arrogantly. Otonashishiya is not aware of the camera demon's ability to look back, but his Mangekyō Sharingan Kamui is of the time-space type, and is more sensitive to time and space than ordinary people. The camera demon suddenly became intact, and he intuitively judged that the camera demon was most likely a space-time type ability. This guy is not simple. Let's test out all his abilities first. Otonashishiya immediately reminded Shinayu, also remember not to stay within the camera demon's sight range for more than 10 seconds, preferably no more than 3 seconds. Shenyu nodded slightly. Although he was arrogant, he still listened to what Otonashishiya, a strong man whom he respected very much, said. The two of them launched an attack almost at the same time in tacit understanding, rushing towards the camera demon. Kamui's speed is even faster than Otonashishiya, which shows that he is not inferior to Otonashishiya in terms of physical skills. Otonashishiya did not find this strange. After all, his strength and speed attributes were only 8 times that of an ordinary person, but his blood attribute was very high. Top physical warriors like Kishive and Guangzi are definitely more than 8 times stronger and faster than ordinary people. As Shenyu is the strongest demon hunter in Lennengrad, it is normal for her to be stronger and faster than him. Thinking of this, Otonashishiya remembered that he still had a lot of attribute points that had not been allocated. Ding! Distribution completed, HP plus 77, Speed plus 39, Strength plus 30. Strength, 110. Speed, 119. Chi and Blood, 400. A total of 146 attribute points were accumulated before, and this time Otonashishiya directly allocated all of them at once. His speed suddenly increased a lot. Although he still couldn't catch up with Shenyu, he had no intention of competing with Shenyu in this matter. The important thing was to get rid of the camera demon as soon as possible. Crack! At this moment, there was a sound of a camera taking a picture. This is the camera demon's attack ability, as Otonashishiya and Kanzuki have been within its sight for 3 seconds. An invisible attack that seemed to come from the void struck Otonashishiya and Shinayu. Otonashishiya was mentally prepared. He activated the hollow state in advance. Although this invisible attack was very strange, it could not hit him at all. Shen Yu was hit, but he had no way to dodge the invisible attack. Of course, he knew in his heart that he had been in the camera demon's sight for 3 seconds, but he didn't care. He was absolutely confident in his absolute defense. Only Otonashishiya's methods caught him off guard, and his absolute defense cannot be broken by just anyone. After being hit, Shen Yu only paused for a moment, his body was still unharmed, and he instantly burst out with an even more astonishing speed and rushed towards the camera demon. A hand knife once again chopped off the camera demon's newly restored head. He didn't carry any weapons on him, and it seemed that his hands were his strongest weapons. Seeing that Shen Yu seemed to be trying to be cool, like a victory CG, Otonashishiya immediately reminded him in a deep voice. "He's not dead yet, hurry up and finish him off." Chapter 81. As soon as he finished speaking, Otonashishiya had already slashed at the camera demon several times with the sword in his hand. But it was still a little too late, and I didn't completely kill the camera demon. The camera demon used his ability to rewind time once again, and his entire body was restored intact. At this time, the civilian demon hunters hiding in the back realized that they could not just watch like this. Its demonic power cannot be used continuously. It will take at least 10 seconds before it can be used again, and each use will extend the interval. Neither Otonashishiya nor Kanzuki showed any surprise at the sudden voice. Otonashishiya had already discovered these folk demon hunters, but he just ignored them. Shen Yu was always aloof and wouldn't easily have any emotional fluctuations. At this time Otonashishiya didn't want to waste any more time. A flash of blood appeared in the palm of his right hand, and the sword of fury instantly appeared in his hand. Now that he has mastered the power of the raging demon more proficiently, he did not summon the bloody throne this time, but the normal form of the raging sword. The normal form is more than enough to deal with the camera demon. The ultimate form of the sword of rage is after it is fused with the scarlet throne. Not only will the damage overflow severely, but it will also consume a lot more of his energy. Otonashishiya held the sword of rage in his hand and slashed it casually, not only splitting the camera demon's entire body into two, but also the scarlet energy of the rage demon invaded the camera demon's body, and the terrifying energy raged wildly in its body. Without giving the camera demon any chance to breathe, he struck out with another sword, blasting the camera demon's body into pieces. Suddenly, 2 pieces of the gun demon's flesh fell to the ground. It was obvious that these 2 pieces of flesh were originally in the body of the camera demon. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the camera demon and obtained attribute points, 40. Although the camera demon swallowed 2 pieces of gun demon meat, the attribute points obtained from hunting the camera demon were not many. Since few people are afraid of cameras in the first place, the camera demon, which is supposed to be very weak, was simply forcibly made stronger by the gun demon meat slice, and now possessed very tricky abilities. If you don't have the strength to crush the camera demon, it's really not easy to deal with the camera demon. Holy crap! So powerful? He killed the camera demon in 2 seconds. I wanted to see the Tsar perform, but ended up watching his partner perform. No wonder he is the partner of the Tsar. With his strength and East Asian looks, he must be from Daxia. I've heard that everyone in Daxia knows Kung Fu and there are many mysterious and powerful people. This scene was undoubtedly a huge shock to these civilian demon hunters who had just experienced the power of the camera demon. Originally, more than a dozen of them were fighting the camera demon together, but they were defeated by the 2 abilities of the camera demon, especially the time rewinding ability, which was too tricky. They couldn't kill the camera demon in seconds. Once the camera demon's cooldown was over, it would backtrack, and they couldn't stay in the camera demon's sight for too long. The physical skills of folk demon hunters are usually only slightly stronger than those of ordinary people. The invisible attacks of the camera demon every 3 seconds are too much for them to handle, and the big moves that come every 10 seconds can take their lives. So they were really disgusted when fighting against the camera demon. It was not like that young man from Daxia who could kill the camera demon in seconds so easily. At the same time, Shen Yu was also attracted by the golden red sword in Otonashishiya's hand. He was thinking whether he could withstand the sword attack with his absolute defense. After estimating for a while, the conclusion is that there should be no problem, but it would be difficult to avoid injury. At this time, Otonashishiya took back the sword of rage. He suddenly realized something and thought to himself, my pupil power seems to have become a little stronger. In fact, he had discovered this before, but the enhancement of his pupil power was very small, so he didn't take it too seriously. But as it happened more and more times, I gradually started to care about it. This time he roughly determined one thing, that is, using the power of the angry demon can strengthen his eye power, because his use of power will be affected by the angry emotion. The principle is that the Mangekyō Sharingan absorbs the angry emotion. Although this will consume his vitality and pupil power, it is consumption while strengthening the upper limit of his pupil power. If we use the blue bar as an example, the original blue bar is 100/100, and after using the power of the furious demon, the blue bar becomes 95/101. Of course, this is just an example. Although the effect of each enhancement is very small, wouldn't it be great if the accumulation of small amounts adds up to a large one? As for the reason, it may be because the rage of the angry demon just fits his Mangekyō double camui. After all, the original owner of these eyes was an angry child. Life force can be strengthened through the chi and blood attribute, and pupil power can also be strengthened through the angry demon. This is perfect. Otonashishiya suddenly felt delighted. Otherwise, if the chi and blood attributes are stacked too high in the future, the strength of the pupil power will not be able to keep up with the strength of the vitality. Shen Yu didn't know why Otonashishiya was standing there, so he picked up the 2 pieces of gun demon meat on the ground so that he could go back and report. Mission accomplished, let's go. Kamatsuki said to Otonashishiya. Otonashishiya also came back to his senses at this time and nodded immediately. Before leaving, he did not forget to say to the civilian demon hunters, I will leave the scene to you and the police. Goodbye. After saying this, he left with Shen Yu. Oh. He actually greeted us, and he speaks Russian. What a polite young man, and he is so powerful. This means that our Leningrad will be safer from now on, with both the Tsar and this young man from the Celestial Empire. I wonder if he knows the Lord Guangxi of the Celestial Empire. I really want to meet that Lord Guangxi. Several civilian demon hunters suddenly became very excited. At present, the official relations between the Soviet Union and Daxia are good, and the civil relations are also acceptable. In addition, they have already subjectively believed that Otonashishiya is from Daxia, so they have a good impression of Otonashishiya. Except for the military and senior military officials, ordinary people were not qualified to know that Otonashishiya actually came from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. But there is nothing wrong with saying that he is from the Celestial Empire. Return to the Leningrad military headquarters. Otonashishiya and Shen Yu went to Minister Levin's office first and handed over the 2 pieces of gun devil meat. Even Japan, which does not have the gun demon's body, attaches great importance to the gun demon's meat slices, not to mention the Soviet Union, which has the highest share of the gun demon's body. Because the more pieces of gun demon meat you collect, the stronger the original body will be. If the Soviet Union wants to continue to dominate the world, it must attach great importance to this thing. The gun demon meat slice that Minister Levin was most concerned about had been retrieved, and his second concern was how Otonashishiya and Shen Yu were getting along. Great! So how's your run-in going? Chapter 82. It's okay. Otonashishiya answered first. I really didn't feel any discomfort while carrying out the mission with Shen Yu this time. I defeated Shen Yu directly in the previous attack, and now I feel much more comfortable getting along with Shen Yu. Shen Yu didn't say anything, but didn't refute either. Minister Luan knows Shen Yu's character very well. He will immediately express any opinions he has and generally does not hide them. The fact that Shen Yu didn't say anything showed that the two sides were getting along well, and Minister Luan felt a lot more relieved. This is a task assigned to him by his superiors, how could he not take it seriously? If anything went wrong between Otonashi Chiya and Kamui, he would be the first person their superiors would blame. That's fine. I hope you can get along well in the future. Minister Levan smiled and said, according to convention, you will have 10 days of paid vacation. Unless there is a particularly important task, we will not disturb you. Okay. It was another familiar paid vacation, and Otonashi Chiya thought that he could go back to Seitensi, Xiaohong and Pokuda in a few days. Go downstairs. Ian, who was not far away, happened to see Otonashi Chiya, but did not see Shen Yu who was about to walk out of the office building. He immediately came over to Otonashi Chiya and said, Otonashi, I just heard that you have completed the mission and returned. Are you not injured? No, that kind of demon can't hurt me. Otonashi Chiya's smile path. Ian nodded vigorously, thinking that he was indeed Otonashi. He really admired and even envied Otonashi. In comparison, not only was his character far worse, but his strength was also completely incomparable to Otonashi. However, Otonashi Chiya had no idea that he had become the idol that Ian admired the most and wanted to be the most. After completing the mission, you should have a paid vacation. You can take a rest today. Tomorrow I will take you to familiarize yourself with places outside the military headquarters. Ian said happily, this should be your first time in Lennengrad. We have many good places here. It's indeed my first time here, so thank you for your help. Otonashi Chiya heading out. The Soviet Union had long disappeared before he traveled through time, so how could he have been to Leningrad during the Soviet era? It's not a problem. This is what I should do. Ian is no longer just trying to complete the tasks assigned to him by his superiors. He considers Otonashi his idol and is happy to take Otonashi to other places where he is familiar with. At this moment, Shen Yu had already walked out of the office building. Out of the corner of his eye, Ian spotted a slender figure that he least wanted to see. Tsar. He slowly turned his head and saw that it was indeed the person he was most afraid of. Otonashi Chiya knew what Ian was afraid of and said, I'm here. Okay. Ian also knew that Otonashi would protect him, but once he met Shinayu in person, he couldn't help but feel scared. Shen Yu just glanced at Ian casually, then ignored him. He said directly to Otonashi Chiya, your paid vacation will start tomorrow. Let me take you to know Lennengrad. Otonashi Chiya suddenly had a strong sense of déjà vu. Why was it the same as last time? He had just agreed to Ian, and Shen Yu came over to invite him? This made him feel a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Seeing that Otonashi Chiya looked a little embarrassed and didn't say anything, Shen Yu couldn't help but ask. Sorry, I've already made an appointment with Ian. He will take me to familiarize myself with the places outside the military headquarters tomorrow. Otonashi Chiya could only speak frankly. Shen Yu's expression was slightly stunned. It's that Ian again. Shen Yu's gaze shifted to Ian. Ian felt that icy gaze and couldn't help but shudder. Why do you associate with such weaklings? Kanzuki asked Otonashi Chiya in confusion. This made Otonashi Chiya a little unhappy, but he still said calmly, what's wrong with being weak? Who hasn't been weak before? Shen Yu said coldly, that will take time until he becomes stronger before he can be worthy of such words. It is true that strong people come from weak people, but not every weak person can become strong. Let's not talk about strength, can't I make friends with ordinary people? Otonashi Chiya said lightly. When making friends, he never considers the strength of the friends. He just thinks that the friends are compatible or worth making friends with. Although Otonashi Chiya and Kamui's tone remained calm throughout, the atmosphere was clearly a bit confrontational. Ian saw Otonashi and Shinayu arguing about their own affairs, and he was more anxious than them. Don't, Don't do that. Ian hurriedly said to Otonashishiya, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do tomorrow. You should go with the Tsar tomorrow. This sounded like a made-up excuse. Otonashishiya was not likely to be fooled so easily. He said directly, since I promised you first, I will definitely not break my promise. Well, okay. Ian didn't expect Otonashi to be so firm. Let's go. At this time, Otonashishiya put a hand on Ian's shoulder. He knew that there was no point in staying here and chatting with Shen Yu, as Shen Yu's personality and values had already been formed. This is just like a cyber quarrel. The two parties who are scolding each other can almost never change each other's ideas, otherwise they would not scold each other. And Ian was also scared of staying here, so he might as well just stay away from Shen Yu. Shen Yu looked emotionless on the surface, but he was actually very angry. Watching Otonashishiya and Ian walking away arm in arm, he could no longer control the emotions on his face. His originally beautiful and fair face suddenly became a little gloomy, not only because Otonashishiya completely disagreed with the ideas he believed in, but also because he felt uncomfortable with the tightness in his chest. He didn't know what was wrong with him and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Go back and have a rest, maybe everything will be fine. Shen Yu did not live in the dormitory inside the military headquarters, but bought a detached villa outside. As the captain of the Special Operations Force First Team and the strongest person in the Lennengrad military besides Otonashishiya, his salary is undoubtedly extremely high. It is easy for him to buy a car and a villa in Lennengrad. On the way back to the villa from the military headquarters, passers-by around her still turned their heads as often as before. His military uniform, handsome facial features and tall, slender figure were all very eye-catching. He lowered the brim of his military cap slightly, as if he didn't like being stared at by so many people. Returned to the villa and closed the door. Shen Yu took off the military cap on his head, and the slightly long short hair that was originally hidden in the cap suddenly fell on his shoulders. He casually hung the cap on the wall of the entrance. If Otonashishiya were here and saw this long hair, he would change his previous idea that Kanzuki is a man. This is clearly a woman. Chapter 83. Ian has returned to his dormitory. Otonashishiya felt a little bored in the dormitory, so he took a walk outside the Lennengrad military headquarters. He planned to buy some local specialties and delicious food and bring them back for Diancie and the others to eat. In the mall, Otonashishiya bought a lot of food unique to the Soviet Union and left the mall carrying 2 large bags. All these things didn't cost many rubles, not because they were cheap, but because the ruble had strong purchasing power. In the world of Chainsaw Man, the Soviet Union's military power has surpassed and is now superior to that of the United States, and its economy is not much worse. The exchange rate between the ruble and the US dollar has reached about 1:1. Even in the Soviet Union, which was about to disintegrate in the past, the exchange rate between the ruble and the US dollar was 2:1. It was only after the disintegration and economic collapse that the ruble began to depreciate wildly. However, when Otonashishiya was halfway back to the military headquarters, he found some young men with tattoos and wearing leather jackets swaggering towards him. They had arrogant and aggressive expressions and looked like thugs. Otonashishiya's first reaction was that he had encountered some kind of skinhead gang. Although the Nakui demon was eaten by Pokita and the Soviet Union did not collapse, there are probably no skinheads in this world, because the skinhead's idol is a failed art student. But it does not mean that there are no gangsters like the skinheads. These gangsters probably specialize in attacking anyone except Soviets. Otonashishiya happened to not have a military uniform to wear, and he looked East Asian, so these young thugs thought he was easy to bully. Where are you from, kid? What are you doing in our country? Why don't you go back to where you came from? Hey? Why aren't you talking? Don't you understand Russian? Several young hooligans immediately surrounded Otonashishiya, looking like they could attack him at any time, and they were arrogant and vicious. However, they wanted to first find out which country this guy was from. If he was from Daxia, they would beat him lightly. If he was from another East Asian country, they would beat him to death. Because Daxia's current international situation is rather special. Although the Soviet Union is already the world hegemon, it is also afraid of being overtaken by the United States. Therefore, during this period, both the Soviet Union and the United States are trying to win over Daxia, and both sides do not want Daxia to stand on the other side. Since the government is on good terms with the Hyuxia government, these low-level gangsters certainly don't dare to be too arrogant, otherwise they will easily be crushed by the police. But they still have to beat him when he needs to. This is their internal rule, and at most they will just beat him lightly. Otonashishiya's face turned colder and he didn't want to pay any attention to these young hooligans. He didn't want to attack ordinary people casually. In addition, due to the special nature of his identity, as a foreigner and a demon hunter in the military, it was not appropriate for him to attack ordinary people. But if these thugs dare to touch him, he will definitely not show mercy. So now he just has to see what these guys want to do. If they dare to attack him first, he will kill them. Seeing that this kid didn't say anything and was very calm and composed, these young hooligans suddenly felt that they were being provoked. They didn't care what country the boy was from and planned to beat him up first. At the same time, Shen Yu happened to pass by and saw Otonashishiya surrounded by gangsters. She was originally resting in the villa, but the chest tightness soon subsided on its own, so she went out to relax, and she never expected to come across this scene. Seeing this scene, Shen Yu was slightly surprised at first. He didn't expect that Otonashishiya would be surrounded by such social dregs. The next moment she realized what was going on. Just when those hooligans were about to beat up Otonashishiya, Shen Yu came over and sneered, "A bunch of scum are worthy of bullying others." Shen Yu's sneer was purely one of disdain, full of contempt for these young hooligans. The young hooligans were immediately attracted by Shen Yu's voice. Although they certainly don't want to admit that they are the scum of society, they know as soon as they hear it that this is an insult to them. They were about to get angry when they saw that the other party was wearing the uniform of the Lennengrad military headquarters. Their tempers came to an abrupt end and they stood there at a loss as to what to do. Normally they are at most chased by the police, and have never been taught a lesson by the military's demon hunters, but they know that the military's demon hunters are far stronger than the police. Why did we offend the demon hunters from the Lennengrad military this time? The god Moonwalk approached, and when she was less than 10 meters away, she suddenly burst out with amazing speed and flashed in front of the gangster in almost an instant. The fingertips of his palm directly pierced into the abdomen of one of the gangsters and said coldly, "Let me teach you what bullying is." Ah! The young man had no time to react until he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and screamed, "Ah!" The other young hooligans were so frightened that they stood there for a moment, not daring to move. At this time, Shen Yu retracted her palm and licked the blood on her fingers. Her beautiful face gradually revealed a sick and crazy expression. With such an expression, she smiled and said to Otonashishiya, "It is inconvenient for you to do it, I will do it for you." This crazy smile made Otonashishiya feel a little creepy. This guy wasn't like this when he was hunting demons, so why is he killing people like he's having a mental illness? Finally, a gangster youth reacted. His eyes became fierce and he decisively took out the knife hidden on his body and stabbed Shen Yu ruthlessly. The moment the gangster stabbed Shen Yu counterattacked with a knife hand. Not only was the knife in the gangster's hand split into two halves, but the entire hand was also cut off, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the severed wrist. Shen Yu's hand knife was like being able to cut iron like mud, and human bones were almost as fragile as a piece of thin paper in front of her. On the other hand, Shen Yu herself was unharmed. It was impossible for a mere small knife to hurt her. The gangster's facial features suddenly twisted. He grabbed his broken wrist with his other hand and knelt on the ground crying, "Ah! Help me! The other young hooligans had completely lost their courage and fled in all directions, leaving their 2 injured companions behind. But Shen Yu, who has gone crazy with killing, will not let them escape. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Help. Murder. Within a few seconds, these young hooligans all lost something from their bodies. This is because Shen Yu has been able to control himself, otherwise these scum would have ended up with more than just something missing from their bodies. Ordinary people nearby who were unaware of the truth were frightened. Someone has already called the police, and the police are on the way. After all, such things as breaking arms and legs on the street must be very bloody and scary, especially the screams of those young gangsters. Chapter 84. It was easy for Shen Yu to deal with those gangsters, and the military cap on her head hardly moved at all. After stopping, Shen Yu's previously sick expression returned to normal, but her normal expression was not quite normal either, as cold and arrogant as an iceberg. She habitually lowered the brim of her military cap slightly and looked down at those gangsters as if they were scum. Save your life, thank me. How could those thugs hear what Shen Yu said? They were almost fainting from the pain because their hands or feet were broken. Otonashishiya was still standing there holding 2 plastic bags. However, there was no mercy in his eyes. These thugs, who were similar to the skinheads, should be severely punished. Think about it, if it wasn't him and Shen Yu who encountered these thugs this time, but an ordinary Hyuxia, especially if these thugs were carrying knives, then the situation would be. So he had to say that Shen Yu did a great job this time. Thank you very much. Otonashishiya came over and said to Kanzuki. Not to mention that he is a demon hunter in the military. As a non-Soviet, his actions in the Soviet Union would exacerbate the situation regardless of whether he is right or wrong. The 2 identities of non-Soviet and military demon hunter are both debuffs, and they overlap. Once he takes action, it will cause a lot of trouble. And Shen Yu's action on his behalf was equivalent to helping him vent his anger and helping him to get rid of all his troubles. Although he is not afraid of trouble, it is definitely best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Shen Yu glanced at Otonashishiya and then looked away without saying anything. Because she suddenly remembered the incident between Otonashishiya and Ian, and her chest felt heavy again. She was thinking that it was indeed Otonashishiya's fault. He made her so uncomfortable, so she simply ignored him. Feeling ignored by Shen Yu, Otonashishiya was a little confused. Could it be that Shen Yu is sulking because of what happened before? Soon, the police arrived at the scene. Originally they were planning to arrest the man with a serious look on their faces, but when they saw the military uniform on Shen Yu, they immediately changed their attitude. They asked patiently and kindly, "What is going on here?" Otonashishiya first showed his work ID and then gave a brief description of what happened. Although he did not have a military uniform, he still had a work certificate from the Lennengrad military department. Seeing that the boy was also a demon hunter from the Lennengrad military, the police let Otonashishiya and Kamui go directly. Then they took those young hooligans to the hospital for treatment, at least to prevent them from dying from excessive blood loss, and then carried out further interrogations. Logically speaking, Otonashishiya and Kamui should also be interrogated, but the military demon hunters are special. The police have no right to arrest them. Unless a particularly serious accident occurs, the military will handle any crime committed by the military demon hunters themselves. Just like that, Otonashishiya and Kamui returned to the military headquarters without any incident. Along the way, Shen Yu didn't talk to Otonashishiya, and Otonashishiya was not interested in trying to please him. The 2 were silent throughout the whole process. Otonashishiya had just returned to the dormitory and put away the things he bought from the mall when he received a notice from Minister Levan. Both he and Shen Yu were going to Minister Luan's office to simply settle what had happened today. When they arrived at the office, Minister Levan did not seem to want to blame them at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Those thugs have already admitted their identities and admitted that they took the initiative to cause trouble. Although they are somewhat responsible, our military has taken it on. You do not have to bear any responsibility. This kind of thing is just a trivial matter for the Lennengrad military. The military's demon hunters are specifically responsible for hunting demons, and those gangster youths are just the dregs of society. The importance of the two sides to the Soviet Union is very different. However, the main reason is that the person who did it was Kamui instead of Chiya. If it was Chiya, who is a foreigner, the situation would definitely be a lot more troublesome. For example, visa issues would easily arise. Their military would definitely not be able to interfere with the Immigration Administration Bureau responsible for visas, and senior military officials would need to step in. But Shen Yu is different. Minister Luan is a little confused. The top military officials seem to be very tolerant of Shen Yu. Shen Yu has always been a man of his own making, the type of person who says if you dare to mess with me, I will kill you, so he has caused a lot of trouble before. In addition, Shen Yu's appearance does tend to attract a lot of gangsters or perverts, who would then kill them directly. But every time Shen Yu was not sanctioned, the attitude of the top military officials was to protect Shen Yu at all costs. How could Luan, who was just a minister, dare to do anything? By the way, the military uniform customized for you is almost ready, and someone will deliver it to you today. At this time, Minister Levan said to Chiya. Okay. Chiya nodded. Then you can go back. There is nothing else to do. If you encounter something like this again in the future, try to let Shen Yu do it. Minister Levan gave a reminder. Of course it is better to avoid trouble as much as possible. If anything happened to Chiya, he was afraid that the higher UPS would blame him. Shen Yu didn't say a word throughout the whole process, and didn't say a word to Chiya until she left. Chiya suddenly sighed in his heart, is this guy Shen Yu such a vengeful person? Are you still angry with him now? But in reality, Shen Yu just didn't want to have that uncomfortable feeling of tightness in his chest anymore, so he simply tried to ignore Chiya. Except for the last time when Chiya broke her arm, she hadn't felt pain for a long time, so the tightness in her chest made her very uncomfortable. Next, Chiya planned to go to an entertainment venue to have some tea, eat something, etc. As luck would have it, Shen Yu had the same idea as him and wanted to relax and relieve his boredom. It's a good trip all the way down. Chiya had been wondering about this for a long time, but he didn't want to put his hot face on the cold butt. Kanzuki was also somewhat concerned, but tried to hold back and ignore Chiya as much as possible. It wasn't until the two of them walked into the entertainment venue together that they suddenly understood. If you two are partners, please go to the same private room. The waiter gave Chiya and Kamatsuki 2 magnetic cards with the same house number. There are a lot of food, drinks, and entertainment items in each private room, which are specially designed for the military demon hunters to entertain themselves. Chiya and Kamui had no choice but to enter the same private room. But no one spoke, just did their own thing, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Are you still angry? At this time, Chiya finally couldn't help it, after all, he always thought that Chiya was sulking. Chapter 85. Angry? No. Shen Yu directly denied it. Although she was certainly furious at the time, the reason she ignored Chiya now was not anger. But now the tightness in her chest had completely disappeared, so she was willing to reply. You're not angry? I thought you really held a grudge. Chiya explains. Shen Yu didn't want to explain the reason. Just then, someone knocked on the door of the private room. Come in. Chiya didn't lock the door, so there was no need to go over and open it. A stranger wouldn't knock on the door for no reason. Maybe he's a staff member? It turned out that the people who came in were not the staff of the entertainment venue, but Minister Levin's men, who brought 4 sets of military uniforms. Because military demon hunters often damage their uniforms when hunting demons, they will be given 2 extra sets of uniforms at the beginning. The other party then said, since you are not in the dormitory, I have to deliver the military uniform to you in person, so I came here. Okay, thank you for your help. Chiya accepted the 4 uniforms. Please try it on first. If it doesn't fit, I'll send it back and customize it. It's a job requirement, so please cooperate. At this time, Minister Levin's men said. He is just a small figure, and he will be in trouble if there is any mistake in the whole process, so he must confirm here that the customized military uniform is suitable for Chiya before he can leave. Try it on right here. Chiya confirmed with the other party. Yes. The other party nodded. Anyway, besides him and Chiya, there is only the Tsar left. It's not like they have to take off all their clothes. It's okay since they are all men, right? And he would be waiting outside the door, too. As long as he doesn't mind. Chiya pointed to Shania who was standing nearby. He definitely doesn't care about this, but who knows whether Shen Yu, a guy with a unique personality, will mind. However, Shen Yu said nothing at all. He took a sip of his drink with a calm and indifferent expression. Chiya saw that Shen Yu didn't mind, so he said to Minister Levin's men, it seems that he doesn't mind, so please wait a moment. Okay. The other party walked out of the private room and waited outside the door. Chiya changed clothes directly in the private room. Although he could also change clothes in the camui space, he didn't want to expose this function so casually in front of others. However, Chiya had no idea that Kamatsuki was a woman. In other words, he was changing clothes in front of a woman and he had no idea. Not to mention Chiya, who had just arrived, even the other people in the Lennengrad military department didn't know that the strongest man in their eyes was actually a woman. At this time, Shen Yu's gaze was obviously evasive, especially avoiding the direction of Chiya. But with Chiya's Mangekyō Sharingan, he immediately noticed the abnormality of Shinayu, and he couldn't help but wonder, what is this guy doing? Don't you mind? Why do you look a little embarrassed? Chiya quickly put on his military uniform and said to the man outside, okay, you can come in. How does it feel? Does it fit? The other party asked immediately after walking in. Yes, it fits well. While speaking, Chiya put on his military cap. Compared to the Tokyo public security uniform he had been wearing before, this military uniform gave him a sense of freshness, and it felt quite comfortable and good-looking to wear. That's good. I'll go report then. The other party nodded and left the room. After Minister Levin's men left, Chiya asked Shinayu with some confusion, you seemed a little unnatural just now. Do you really mind me changing clothes in front of you? No, it's just your illusion. At this time, the strange expression on Shen Yu's face had disappeared, and he returned to his original cold and calm expression. She would definitely not admit it or feel embarrassed about such a small matter. Otherwise, where would she keep her dignity as a strong person? Is that so? Chiya didn't care much about this kind of thing, so he didn't ask any further questions. Until now he still hadn't thought much about it. After all, even if he had some doubts, he would not think of Shen Yu, whom he had long believed to be a man, as a woman. He also didn't care whether Shen Yu was a man or a woman, he just regarded her as a comrade in arms working with him. In the evening, it's time to go back and prepare dinner. Chiya and Kamui separated after leaving the entertainment venue. If you didn't know, you would think they didn't know each other at all. In the next few days, apart from getting familiar with places outside the Lennengrad military headquarters with Ian, Chiya did nothing else. In a sparsely populated area like the Soviet Union, demons appear quite frequently but are too widely distributed. Except when they have special missions to perform, military demon hunters usually have little chance of encountering demons, because they are too far away and have already been preempted by civilian demon hunters. However, the entire Lennengrad is very large. In these few days, Chiya could only familiarize himself with the administrative district where the Lennengrad military headquarters was located. It was impossible for him to tour the entire Lennengrad. As time passed quickly, it was soon Friday. Chiya felt it was time for him to go back home. "Ian, I'm going to stay in the dormitory most of the time tomorrow and won't go out." At this time, Chiya spoke to Ian. Ian didn't ask. After all, it was normal to want to rest in the dormitory. After closing and locking the door, and pulling the curtains shut, Chiya prepared to pack up and go home. Of course, there were no cameras or anything like that in the dormitory. Even if there was a pinhole camera, his Mangekyō Sharingan would have discovered it long ago. The military would not be so indifferent to the privacy of demon hunters. Afterwards, he transferred all the things he had bought before, as well as the new food he bought in the past few days that he thought was good, directly into his camui space. This way you can take everything home at once. If you don't consider the consumption of the 2 camui, it's really very convenient to move things. Moreover, his current chi and blood strength is high enough, so this kind of consumption is no longer a big pressure for him. The next moment, Chiya transferred himself from the camui space to the coordinates he had left at home before. Tokyo, Japan. Denji was watching TV in the living room when an Uzumaki suddenly appeared in front of him, distorting the space. She had seen Chiya's ability more than once, so after a moment of hesitation, she immediately realized that Chiya had returned. Under her excited and surprised gaze, Chiya walked out of space. "Uzumaki. Brother Chiya, you're finally back." Denji immediately jumped up from the sofa and rushed over to hug Chiya. Chapter 86. I haven't seen Brother Chiya for several days, and this period has been very difficult for Denji. It was as if I had returned to the time when I depended on Pokeda for survival. But there are also big differences. Now she has sister Xiaohong at home to accompany her, and her material living conditions are also very different from before. It's just that Brother Chiya occupies too important a position in her eyes. So when he saw Brother Chiya coming back, Denji couldn't help but pounce on him immediately. Chiya almost subconsciously entered the hollow state. Because he has almost formed a conditioned reflex, when he sees someone about to touch him, he immediately wants to activate hollow. This conditioned reflex will definitely be very helpful in battle. Fortunately, Chiya restrained himself and caught Denji steadily, otherwise Denji would have fallen to the ground. Hey! Denji buried his face in Chiya's arms and smelled the scent of Chiya's body wantonly. Woof! Pokeda, who was originally playing in the room, seemed to hear the noise in the living room and ran out immediately. His short legs ran very fast, then he jumped up and threw himself into Chiya's arms. "It's only been a few days since we last met, you miss me so much." Chiya smiled happily. "Of course I do. I can't get used to not seeing Chiya for a day," Denji said. Just then, the door suddenly opened. This is Xiaohong from Dongshan who just came back from buying groceries, so she didn't lock the door. As soon as Higashiyama Xiaohong came in, she saw Denji and Pokeda holding Chiya. While she was surprised that Chiya-kun suddenly came back, she was also envious of Denji and Pokeda for being able to hold Chiya-kun like this. But even though she was envious, she felt too shy to hug Chiya-kun like this and she simply couldn't do it. So she could only envy and blame herself for being too timid. Chiya-kun, you're back. Dongshan Xiaohong blushed, giving people a somewhat delicate feeling. Well, I'm back. Thank you for your hard work these days. Chiya's smile path. He felt that it was Xiaohong who did the shopping and cooking during the days when he was away from home. It won't be hard. Dongshan Xiaohong smiled happily. She was already very happy to be cared for by Otonashi-kun. Then, Dongshan Xiaohong put the purchased ingredients in the kitchen, put on an apron, and prepared to start making dinner. Her movements were as skillful as flowing water, which made Otonashi more certain of his previous guess. Seeing this, Denji realized that he couldn't be lazy anymore. I had to reluctantly let go of brother Chiya and hurried into the kitchen to help. Otonashi didn't feel bad about Denji's mischievous look. I haven't been back for so many days. I'll come and help. As he spoke, Otonashi transferred everything in Kamui's space out of his right eye. There are many snacks, fruits, cooked food, and various ingredients that are easy to store, some of which can be used for today's dinner. Seeing Otonashi-kun and Denji coming to the kitchen to help, after a while, Dongshan Xiaohong suddenly had an idea. This scene is just like a newlywed couple making dinner with their daughter. Suddenly thinking of this kind of thing, Dongshan Xiaohong's face turned red, as if she was overloaded. Because her brain was confused, she was not paying attention and accidentally cut her finger with the kitchen knife. Ah! The pain in her fingers immediately brought Dongshan Xiaohong back to her senses. Otonashi immediately turned around and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" He just happened to have his back to Xiaohong, otherwise his Mangekyō Sharingan would have been able to prevent Xiaohong from getting hurt in time if he had seen it. "I accidentally cut my hand," Dongshan Xiaohong said a little embarrassedly. She couldn't bear to say that she was distracted because she was thinking about something embarrassing. Otonashi immediately went to get iodine to disinfect Xiaohong, and then put a band-aid on the wound. He was very patient and careful throughout the process. "Thanks." Dongshan Xiaohong suddenly felt that the pain in her fingers was nothing. "Why don't you stop forcing yourself and let me cut the vegetables instead?" Otonashi also said. No, I'll be careful next time." "Just be careful and everything will be fine," Dongshan Xiaohong said. Diancie on the side was puzzled. She usually saw Sister Xiaohong's knife skills were amazing, so how come she accidentally cut her finger today after just a few cuts? Denji definitely couldn't figure out the real reason. If she knew what Sister Xiaohong was thinking just now, she would probably get furious immediately. It is also because of this that Dongshan Xiaohong dare not tell the real reason. It was a rare opportunity for him to come back, so Otonashi prepared a sumptuous dinner with Denji and Xiaohong. During the meal, Dongshan Xiaohong seemed to suddenly remember something and said in a distressed tone, "Oh, Otonashi-kun, our school will hold a parents' meeting tomorrow afternoon, but I don't dare to tell my parents." After the last incident, the parents' words and actions did become more restrained, but they also fell into a cold war with the 9 sisters and basically didn't talk to them. She also didn't want to go home and see her parents' faces, and she didn't want to ask her parents to attend the parent-teacher meeting. But if she didn't attend the parent-teacher meeting, the school would definitely ask her to go for a talk with her parents, which was something she didn't want to happen. So now she is troubled by this matter and wants to ask Otonashi if he has any solution. "It's the parents' meeting. I'll go tell the principal and then I can go directly to the meeting." Otonashi immediately came up with a solution. Although he now works for the Lennengrad military, he is also a demon hunter for the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and can even continue to enjoy a basic salary. He had long since asked the Tokyo Public Security Bureau to pay every salary to the bank card he had given to Diancie. The identity of the deputy captain of Tokyo Public Security Bureau comes in handy many times in daily life. Things like parent-teacher conferences are just a matter of saying a few words to the principal. He would also explain Xiaohong's situation clearly to the principal, and given his special status, the principal would definitely not refuse. Otonashi-kun is going to the parents' meeting. Dongshan Xiaohong didn't react at first, then exclaimed in surprise. She had never thought that there would be such a method. Otonashi, who was almost the same age as her, was going to help her attend the parent-teacher meeting? Although this feels a bit weird, it is much better than having to face the frowns of my parents. But she found it hard to imagine what her classmates would think and react if they saw Otonashi sitting in her seat. Chapter 87. Otonashi Chiya had already saved the principal's phone number and called him directly after dinner. Hello? Who is this? It's me, the vice captain of the Tokyo Public Security Exorcism Division 1. Oh. I remember you were vice captain Otonashi, is there something going on? When he heard it was Otonashi Chiya, the principal's tone suddenly became more respectful. It's like this. Otonashi Chiya directly explained Xiahong's situation to the principal. Of course, some taboo details were not told to the principal. He only gave a general idea of the situation. So it is inconvenient for her to ask her parents to attend the parent-teacher meeting. What I meant was that I would go to school on her behalf. She is working part-time here, so I want to help her. Of course that's no problem. I'll let the teachers of Dongshan's class know. You can go directly to the classroom tomorrow. The principal agreed readily. Okay, then there's nothing else to do. Sorry to bother you, principal. No, if you have anything else in the future, you can contact me anytime. Then Otonashi Chiya exchanged a few more words with the principal and hung up the phone. I've already talked to the principal. I'll go to the parent-teacher conference for you tomorrow afternoon. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to Higashiyama Xiaohong. Okay, thank you so much, Otonashi-kun. Dongshan Xiaohong said gratefully. Where is Chiya going tomorrow? What is a parent-teacher conference? At this time, Denji couldn't help but ask. I'm going to your sister Xiahong's school tomorrow. How should I talk about the parents' meeting? It's probably that sister Xiahong's teacher will report to me about her usual learning situation. Otonashi Chiya patiently explained to Denji. Oh. Although he could understand the explanation, Denji still felt like something was odd. Never mind. Denji simply emptied his mind and was too lazy to think about this matter. Then he asked about another thing he cared about. By the way, Chiya and I bought new clothes. They look so handsome. She had noticed that Chiya's clothes were different, but she was so excited and happy when Chiya came back that she temporarily ignored it. I didn't buy this. This is the uniform I need to wear when I work in a certain military department in the Soviet Union. You can also say it's a military uniform. Otonashi Chiya explained. It does feel a little different from before. Dongshan Xiaohong also commented. In fact, it was mainly because Otonashi Chiya had always been wearing public security uniforms before, and seeing it too much caused visual fatigue. The feeling of suddenly changing into a new military uniform was naturally different. The secondary reason is that this military uniform really suits Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya smiled faintly. I'm almost getting proud of your praise. But he must change into the police uniform to attend the parents' meeting tomorrow. Otherwise, it would be a bit strange to wear the Soviet military uniform to the parents' meeting. Afterwards, Denji took Pokita back to the room to play games. Let's play a few games before Sister Xiaohong starts her tutoring today. The next afternoon. Although it was Saturday, the school where Dongshan Xiaohong studied was quite lively. Because all classes in the entire second year of high school hold parent-teacher meetings at this time. At this time, many parents brought their children into the school through the main gate. The only special case is that of Higashiyama Xiaohong. Walking with her is a teenager wearing a Tokyo public security uniform. The look in his eyes and the temperament he exudes are completely inconsistent with his age. In addition, the unique Mangekyō Sharingan camui is also very eye-catching. Not only was he wearing a police uniform, he was also wearing a military cap on his head. He thought the cap looked nice, so he didn't take it off. The attention of many parents and students around was attracted. What is that? That suit looks different from what I usually see. And he looks so young, so he must be the girl's brother, right? Wait, that looks like the uniform of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. That's amazing, it looks like that girl's brother is a demon hunter of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. That's understandable. Her parents may have died in the disaster that year, and her brother, who depended on her for everything, had to attend the parent-teacher conference. Sigh, what a poor child. For a while, there were all kinds of discussions about Otonashishia and Higashiyama Xiaohong. Some even speculate that Higashiyama Xiaohong's parents died in the disaster when the Gun Devil descended, and then Otonashishia, as the brother, resolutely joined the Tokyo Public Security Bureau in order to avenge the Gun Devil, and also had to support his sister's schooling. Especially the female students, they couldn't take their eyes off Otonashishia's appearance. He has very handsome facial features to begin with, and has charming eyes like the Mangekyō Sharingan, which have their own aura. When paired with the public security uniform and the Soviet military cap, he has all the buffs in terms of appearance. At this time, Otonashishia also vaguely heard the discussions of these people, and couldn't help but complain that these people had a very rich imagination. But this is not a bad thing. Let others guess, it is best not to be suspected of being a relative. Otherwise, it might affect Xiaohong's daily life in school in the future, such as being gossiped about by classmates behind her back. When they reached the second-year high school floor in the teaching building, Dongshan Xiaohong pointed to her class and said, "I'm in class 1. My classroom is right there." When Otonashishia walked into class 2-1, he saw a middle-aged woman standing in front of the desk. She must be the homeroom teacher of this class. In Japan, the class teacher is generally called person in charge or person in charge teacher and is specifically responsible for things like parent-teacher meetings and three-party talks. However, Otonashishia is still used to the homeroom teacher's address, so he just calls the person opposite him Mr. So-and-so or Teacher So-and-so during the conversation. As for Dongshan Xiaohong, she was waiting outside the classroom for the time being. After all, one classroom could not accommodate so many parents and students. Whenever a parent comes into the classroom, the head teacher greets them warmly and politely. Otonashishia's entry was certainly no exception. "Hello, my name is Watanabe, may I ask who you are?" Mr. Watanabe was halfway through his speech when he saw Otonashishia's appearance and was stunned. Her first reaction was, could it be that a student had walked into the wrong classroom? But she immediately remembered that the principal had told her last night that if there was a young man wearing a police uniform and had a pair of unique blood-red eyes, he would be the person the principal was talking about. The blood-red eyes of the young man in front of me are so recognizable, exactly the same as the image described by the principal. Chapter 88. Just call me Otonashi. Otonashishia's straightforward way. "Oh, it's Mr. Otonashi. Please take a seat." Teacher Watanabe already knew that the boy in front of him was related to Toyama-san, and immediately helped Otonashishia point out the direction of Toyama-san's seat. Moreover, the principal specifically told her to take good care of this young man. She also basically understood the reason. The boy's attire showed that he was a member of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, except for the military cap on his head that looked a bit special. It felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Sitting in Dongshan Xiaohong's seat, Otonashishia immediately became the focus of the entire classroom. There were elderly uncles and aunts everywhere around, except Otonashishia, who looked about the same age as their children but gave people a very mature feeling. They were all a little confused, thinking that perhaps the boy was the older brother of the student sitting in that seat, and teacher Watanabe didn't say anything. Of course, one branch house manager recognized that this was the uniform of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and found it quite novel. "I'm a little curious about who the student sitting in that seat is. Someone in his family works as a demon hunter in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau." In addition to these parents, there were also a group of students outside the classroom, lying outside the windows or crowding outside the door to watch what was happening inside. "That seems to be Toyama-san's position, right?" It turns out that Toyama-san's brother is a public security demon hunter. I never expected that. What is that? Colored contact lenses? Where did you get such cool colored contact lenses? I don't think it's colored contact lenses. I guess Toyama-san's brother became like this after signing a contract with a demon. Students outside the classroom were also talking about Chiya. Then, many classmates, especially girls, surrounded Dongshan Xiaohong, and seemed to be very interested in the brother whom they thought was Dongshan's classmate. Dongshan Xiaohong suddenly felt, how to put it? I don't feel embarrassed, but I am a little uncomfortable. Normally, she had little presence in the class due to her personality, but now suddenly many classmates surrounded her. Hey, Toyama-san, the boy sitting in your seat should be your brother, right? Of course he is. He can't be Dongshan's father. He looks so young and doesn't seem much older than us. Toyama-san's brother is so handsome, and he's also a public security demon hunter. He never told us about that. Speaking of which, he looks so familiar. It suddenly occurred to me that this is the demon hunter who saved Toyama-san when the football demon appeared last time. It turns out that he is Toyama-san's brother. Many of these students, both boys and girls, who are still studying in school, naively think that the identity of a public security demon hunter is very powerful and gives a sense of security, and they have never considered that such a high-risk profession may lead to sudden death one day. But the main reason is that Chiya is handsome enough in their eyes. If it were any ugly-looking public security demon hunter, he wouldn't be so popular. Surrounded by so many classmates asking questions, Dongshan Xiaohong didn't know how to answer for a moment and could only smile awkwardly. She also didn't want to declare that Otonashi-kun was not actually her brother. Being misunderstood as a sibling relationship was not a bad thing because it would not easily arouse suspicion from her classmates. Taoshin-san, can you introduce your brother to me? Of course he introduced me. How could Toyama's brother possibly like you? Tisk. Only men can have true friendship. Why don't you introduce me to Dongshan's brother as his younger brother? Dongshan Xiaohong was fine at first, but when she heard that these classmates had a crush on Otonashi-kun, she suddenly became a little anxious. That won't do. It came out almost subconsciously. Although Dongshan Xiaohong immediately realized that this was inappropriate, it was too late. Her pretty face turned red with embarrassment, and she blamed herself for being so out of control. The classmates were a little frightened at once, and then they all became quiet, looking at Dongshan Xiaohong in surprise. Ah, sorry, we didn't consider Taoshin-san's feelings. Yes, we shouldn't joke around like that. Don't be angry, Dongshan. It's all your fault. You made Dongshan unhappy. After the students recovered, they quickly apologized to Dongshan Xiaohong. However, at this time, they also had a guess in their minds, that is, could it be that Dongshan-san is a brother Khan? If that's the case, then it's no wonder I'm so excited. Woo! Dongshan Xiaohong immediately turned around and covered her face in embarrassment. She also knew that after this incident, her classmates would probably think of her as a brother Khan. Although she does have feelings for Otonashi-kun, she's not a brother complex. At this time, Otonashi didn't pay attention to what was happening outside the classroom as he was attending a parent-teacher meeting seriously. Mr. Watanabe is announcing some teaching situations and providing feedback to parents on their children's status in school, manners, and mental health. At this time, Mr. Watanabe was telling Otonashi about Xiaohong's situation. Xiaohong is a very good child and has very good academic performance, but she is a bit introverted. But this is her natural personality after all. As long as she is healthy both physically and mentally, there will be no problem. Teacher Watanabe said, you can take Xiaohong out more often to relax her. The child was obviously a little depressed before, but she seems to be much better recently. I see. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Watanabe. Otonashishiya really talked to Mr. Watanabe like a parent. At this time, Mr. Watanabe suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but sigh. Xiaohong seems to have been working part-time recently, but her academic performance has not declined. On the contrary, it has become better. It's really amazing. Otonashishiya smiled and said nothing, feeling relieved at the same time. It seems that being a tutor for Diancie has not affected Xiaohong's studies. It is probably because she is freed from the constraints and difficulties of her family, her academic performance has improved instead of declined. While Mr. Watanabe was communicating with another parent, some parents came over to talk to Otonashishiya. Otonashishiya just had a friendly exchange out of politeness. The parent-teacher meeting for grade 2-1 class ended successfully. The parents walked out of the classroom. Otonashishiya came out and said to Dongshan Xiaohong outside the door, "We can go home now, right?" Until now, Dongshan Xiaohong still has a bit of shyness on her face, all because of the incident when her classmates misunderstood her as having a brother complex. Otonashishiya didn't know anything, he just felt that many eyes were focused on him. Some girls felt very sorry about it, because Dongshan was a brothercon and they had almost no chance.